Dubstep. He's gonna be like Dubstep from Brenny Sports. He's gonna be the entry every guy. He's gonna be on Jet. He's gonna dive in. From AAA, Ginny's gonna be the one holding the anchor on the side. You know how she plays. That's only when you play enough with them.
Yeah.
Even from pugs or even just watching replays.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only way you can find out right now.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. But also, think if you also take into other things into the account, right? Like some players, like especially when they play a lot like Breach or even with Omen, with using the dark cover to try to mask your movement into the site, right? Some teams play a little bit more tactical. They're like, you know what, smoke, flash down, and we go in.
Yeah.
But there are teams like G2 where even if the smoke is in front of them, they'll still go through. They just don't care. They're just gonna walk. They're just gonna walk right in. It's like, you know what, smoke, totally fine. I'm just gonna go in and just because they have the confidence to really back it up. So I'm gonna be expecting a lot from this kind of teams here. How where they're gonna be aggressive and how defensive they're gonna be.
Yeah.
You find that comes into account a bit. You talk about the confidence here, right? So you have actually an interesting mix just in Group A alone of some people who have actually been playing in esports related endeavors, maybe other games as well for quite a while, and some of them are completely new.
Yeah.
Right? How do you deal with that pressure if you're completely new? Do you think it affects you or might give you an edge because you're so innocent and so new to the scene?
Well, if you don't come from like other similar genre of games, you definitely will not have the muscle memory that a lot of these older players have. Like the reaction timing definitely is something you need to hone over time. So definitely that will be a disadvantage. And then if you lack that, competitive experience, you will crumble under the pressure. So definitely the veterans will have an edge in this kind of matchups. But we'll see.
No, but even those who doesn't really have competitive experience, but as long as they have some form of experience, even just from FPS plays as well, from other games, it's still going to be such a huge boost for them as well inside this tournament. Because remember, this is not just any FPS game. This is a game where actually you're also allowed to have vision, sensors, scans, zoning, and the thing is, location revealing as well. Getting all of this information into the account here with so much information, it's going to be such a huge boost for all these players here.
Yep, definitely.
I want to actually deal with that since you went into that specifically. Talk about the agents themselves, right? Are there any standout picks here that you're like, this might be off meta, but it's working? I was hearing a bit of the banter beforehand. I'd like you guys to share it with the world. Any teams that stand out in the Group A particularly? Any agents you're like, I'm thinking they're going to pick this even though it's not as common?
Now, especially since the first team, let's talk about the first team, right? So we had the first team here, which is going to be attack all around, right?
Yes.
They have
one of the top teams.
Yeah, one of the top teams as well. According to past histories and all their past lineup competitions as well, they are favorite to always pick Omen, Cypher, Raze, Sova, and Brimstone. Sure, I get it. Some people is going to be questioning like why Brimstone. There is Omen into the count here, but they do switch in between both of them. But I believe in this case, especially watching some of their gameplays, they always like that security. Both smokes, even though sure, Omen has one smoke, which is definitely better than Brimstone's. The radius is also bigger as well, and as long Omen can survive a little bit longer, then you can have more smokes. But then again, Brimstone just comes in with straight 3 Sky Smoke. 3 Sky Smoke that allows you to really set things up, mass your movement. That just shows the attack all around. Just really likes to really set things up before they engage towards the site.
What is fun about this with Brimstone?
I think the major difference between Omen and Brimstone is Omen is much slower pace, right? You want to clear all your corners, you have your paranoia, your shadow step to clear out all the corners. But then for Brimstone, you just drop a stim, drop 3 smokes, and bam, you rush into a site, hopefully with your teammates' flashes. So that's, I think, the major difference between both of these agents.
Yeah. But I still favor Omen for sure, because the amount of kit that he really brings to himself in this game here allows him to be so mobile, so mobile, agile, but most importantly, his ultimate just allows him to just get towards his backline unsuspectedly as well. That's gonna throw a lot of teams off guard entirely. I can't even imagine how many times I experienced it firsthand, where Omen just comes from behind. I'm like, how are you here? Why are you here?
The moment you see your minimap just starts to blur out, you're like, where is he coming from?
I pretty much can hear the song "Hello Darkness, My Old Friend." Situation, right?
I actually want to touch on that a bit because it's actually very similar to what we saw before with Breach, before the buffs that he got, of course, and everyone started playing him. Before, there were actually some players that used to love playing Breach. Actually, some very specific teams that used to actually still run Breach, even though everyone considered him like C tier, D tier agent, right? And it's always that argument: what is better, the security? In this case, Brimstone, right? The security that it gives, easier to play, certainly easier to land the smokes, etc. Or the skill cap, the potential to outplay your opponents. What do you value more? Does it change between group stages and playoffs, do you think?
Oh man, if we're talking about the different like comparison in drafting and everything, right? So Breach definitely, yes, previously it was D to C tier, right? But after the patch and after the upgrade as well, he instantly elevated towards the, I like to call it A tier.
Yeah.
Mainly because fault line and everything else just really sets things out for Jet. Seriously, we all can agree how annoying Jet is with that operator. So mobile, so everything. But with fault line, instantly you will not only will they be staggered, but they're not able to scope either. So this puts things a little bit difficult for Jet players with the operator.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it just makes things easier for the rest of the team. It doesn't work on Jet. It works on everyone else defending that site. It allows all the attackers to instantly able to get towards the site and have a better opportunity because everyone just loves to scope for sure.
I think coming back to your point, whether balancing out, security versus, outplaying, I think if the teams are more evenly matched, you definitely want to go for that outplay factor because that's the only way you can beat your opponent, by one-upping the opponent. But if the skill level is just way too far, you just play it safe. Go Brimstone, have the security, you drop 3 smokes, you're gonna get into the site for sure.
Right. Well, I see some disagreement there, Leonard. He breathed in.
Brimstone. I mean, sure, it's very popular in for the American players.
The American players love it.
They just love it so much because they're just so used to it, right? Smoke 3 smoke that just allows you to easily mass straight into the side here, and especially with orbital strikes, that just allows, even though American players, they just don't really like players that's hiding at those corners, those angles. Maybe they're not, I wouldn't say they're not confident at picking up on those angles, but they just like to be sure, 100% sure that, okay, if we can force him out of position, we can have a better chance. We want we want to reap all the benefits. We do not want to take a chance. But from the rest of the teams here who just still prioritize like Omens and everything else, they are confident. G2, everyone else, all the other teams, FPS, I can't even name.
I love this. G2, everyone else. That's how most people see Valorant.
I just love G2 for some reason. After watching Angel on G2, I'm like, yo, that guy is a beast.
Mixwell's my dude, my brethren, an actual Spanish esports player that's good.
Finally.
So proud.
Espanol pride.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the main difference as well, comparing the regions, is that the Europeans and the Americans, I mean the Western region in general, they like these instant smokes because they know how to play the post-plant positions very well. Once the moment they get the spike down, it's pretty much the one round because their positions are going to be so hard to flash out from their post-plant positions. And in the Southeast Asian region, they're still trying to balance it out. Where do we guard the most? Which area of the map do we give up? And then that's why we don't see they like to get picks before they get into the site. They want to make sure the site is clear. But for Europe, they just want to go in, get the bomb down, get the spike down, and then just go on from there.
And what's the style here then?
It is more of more slow at the start. You hardly see teams, especially the top tier teams. You don't see them rushing into a site unless they have a plan already. I mean, we'll see for this King Royal Cup.
I mean, I'm all in. I'm sorry, I'm not a slow guy. I love aggressiveness. I love confidence, man. I see a guy just run through a smoke. I'm like, yo, this guy know what he's doing. He's gonna have fun. It's always fun. And the thing is, sure, if you get picked off, I'm pretty sure the rest of the team's just gonna laugh it off. It's like, you didn't get the kill. But the next time he does, everyone's gonna clap hands for it.
You have never played a competitive FPS. They are not gonna laugh. You're gonna get 5 insults straight to your face, man.
Come on, have you seen Scream from FPS? He just laughed it out. Like, hey, I didn't get the kill, but whatever.
That is true. That is true. So there's some nice people. I actually want to ask about the regional differences though, because I feel like oftentimes when you kind of group, we always talk Europe, North America, and Asia, but truly Asia's massive. If you actually look at the styles, I think that, for example, watching the Thai teams and then comparing them to the Japanese, I'm seeing 2 completely different regional styles here. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, the Thai teams, because they have a long history with FPS games.
Yes.
Right? They like to go more methodical, clear out all your corners, check all your dot all your I's and cross all your T's before going to a site. But for Japan and say for the Philippines, they really like, okay, we got an area of the map, let's work with that, throw everything we have, enter the site, and then, if the odds are in their favor, they get the site. If not, let's go on for the next round.
Yeah, tactical when it comes down to the Asian teams, especially like Japan, we have both Japan and Korean teams as well. While I'm really expecting, sure, we might see a potential smoke engagement and flash follow-up as well with those lineup competition with Phoenix and Omen or maybe even a Brimstone. But what I'm more excited to see is because there is this long history when it comes down to FPS, right? where Koreans and Japanese, right, they're always competing on who is the best sniper, who is always the best entry
Yeah.
fraggers, because whenever they could be seeing any competitive play, especially those mid picks, right, Korea and Japan is always number one. They're always always competing so hardly, which I don't know why are they so good at it, you know? And I'm a Korean and I'm so bad at it. Yeah.
Does it ever happen to you that you go back to your country and they go, nah, sorry, mate, you gotta be at least this level to be able to enter back?
Yeah, right at the airport, you know. So the thing is, it wasn't even in Korea. It's like in Malaysia. I'm about to fly back to Korea. It's like, how's your sniping skills? It's like mediocre. It's like, no, go back.
You can't get on a plane, man.
Yeah, you can't.
It's the opposite of what they say in other flights, right? Well, that's interesting. That's good to touch on those things. We actually have a huge regional variety. I mean, we actually are seeing some teams, for example, from Hong Kong, some teams from Taiwan,
Yeah.
which we haven't been able to see in a lot of the other Asian Ignition series. So it's actually, I would say, this is the widest covering Ignition series.
Yeah.
Proud badge, by the way.
Proud badge. Very proud badge. And also, like, I'm really happy for the qualifying teams as well. By the way, congratulations for winning the qualifiers and coming into such an amazing tournament.
Of course.
But it's a really great opportunity for them, all these new teams, because sure, the rest of the other teams that was invited, yes, they are new, but they have experience. They have played before. They've experienced what kind of competitive scene when it comes down to Valorant. But for the rest of the 4 teams here, they're still pretty much fresh and new. So this is going to be a really great experience for them.
Yeah, it is definitely. I think it's one of those events that you are really looking out for, especially if you're in the scene. And I can't wait for the games to start, man.
Yeah, man, super psyched for it.
It's exciting. So okay, let's talk about the first series then.
Yeah.
Anything? I want prediction. Actually, no. Let's wait.
Way too early.
Prediction. Ooh, man, we can
I
call
want to
it.
see what you guys think of this first matchup.
What about you? What do you think?
They just faced each other recently, and it was
Sorry,
Myth.
can you explain to the crowd who's they in this
Yeah.
case?
Sorry. Attack All Around and Myth Attitude. They faced
Yes.
each other recently in
Full-time matchup.
in a smaller tournament, which Myth Attitude actually took the match. But I think Attack All Around, they have experienced players, especially in the FPS scene. They will know how to study their opponents. They can just review what these guys are good at,
Yes.
what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and then they can definitely exploit it. Myth Attitude is a newly picked up roster,
Yes.
so maybe the chemistry might not be as ironclad as AAA, who has been playing together for quite some time already. So definitely, especially with AAA's pedigree
Yes.
in the FPS scene,
Yep.
I think it's gonna be a close match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a really close match. And just want to answer to all you viewers back at home as well, like what did Dawei meant or Zero meant by new roster. Actually, previously, the former roster for Myth Attitude was actually now sort of like migrated to
Yeah.
the new team, which is Myth Streamer. So now with Myth Attitude, new roster, they're actually having quite an amount of
They're
achievement for
actually
themselves.
better.
Yeah, they're. I wouldn't say actually better. It's like a very.
yeah.
It's like a long shot to say, but I'm just saying, achievement-wise, yes, they have been getting a lot of top spot, especially right after their recent win on the Ryzen Radiant Master 1. Seriously, they won against. By the way, they won against which is the recent match you were talking about.
Yeah.
Attack All Around.
Yeah. And I mean, there are a bunch of the young talents we're talking about, right? These guys are not. They don't come from other esports, other FPSs, right? They actually kind of rose to the top. They're one of those. I won't call them amateur, but definitely one of those stacks, right? That just come up, and Org actually took them under their wing. So I'm actually expecting a lot of things from them. They didn't get invited, of course, because the
New
recent
roster,
changes,
yeah.
etc.
Yep.
But they proved themselves with the qualifier,
Yes.
and they were quite dominant in that qualifier as well.
Man, but anyway, I just want to follow up with that. I'm just gonna say a big oof, but still, yes, congratulations for them really making it in. They have the skills, they have the strategies. Now it all counts to how well they're going to be fully utilize it against all 16 teams here.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of consistency as well. If they're able to stay consistent to the best of their abilities, I mean, they can be one of the top 2 teams
Yes.
from Thailand.
That's the right word, seriously, Zero. That is the right word. Consistency is going to be really crucial for all these players. You cannot literally drop a series at all. Sure, it is a round robin best of 2 here, but you want to rack up as much points as possible. So at least this way, because only the top 2 teams from each of these group stages is only going to go towards the playoffs.
Exactly. And actually, do you guys think these 2 might be the top 2 teams? Because a lot of people are kind of claiming them. That high domination in Group A is pretty obvious. I mean, the other teams are not as proven still in Group A.
So now we're going with predictions now, right?
Maybe not. Yeah. Let's call them soft predictions, right? I won't call you out afterwards, just at the end of the broadcast
I
today.
have a bad feeling about this. I'm just saying.
I'm just clipping this when I get home. It's not a problem.
super bad feelings about. Okay.
if you were to tell me the two teams that are coming out of Group A, I mean, you already talked about only one word, so
Yeah.
I'm holding you to that one.
I have a very good feeling. A very good feeling for Myth Attitude for being one of the two teams that could be
Okay.
coming out from Group A. Second one, I'm still holding it back because I really want to see exactly how the rest of the team is going to be playing. Because their past, the last time they played competitively was actually, I'm not to say recently, it was like a month ago. So
Yeah.
1 month makes a huge difference, let's be honest here.
The backtracking. We start. What teams are you looking for? Well, only one word is looking quite nice. Now,
Yeah.
what teams do you think are gonna pass? Definitely not them.
Not them.
No way. What about you?
But
Zero?
yeah, I think AAA, Attack All Around, definitely will be one of the teams, one of the two teams coming out of this group. The other one, it's if Myth Attitude can perform as they did recently, they are definitely coming out on top. Or if second. But if not, I think only one word has a chance to overcome them.
Ah man, teams and lineups. I'm just more interested in what kind of lineup composition they want to go for because like drafting, although yes, it's for some people or some players, it's like pretty much like an open book. It's like alright, if we're playing this map or whether we're playing this map or not, it's like we have to have this. We need to have these agents. We need to have them because of their kids they're able to bring to this game. But is there like a certain agent like both of you like in particular you're excited to see here or want to see?
For me, I think I want to see how Breach can be utilized even more. I mean,
Thank you. I was gonna say the same thing actually.
right now, Flashpoint is such a great initiation skill, fault line as well. You know, you can clear out so many corners, but the aftershock is maybe it's not so good, not top tier yet, that skill. But I'm just hoping to see it used in more creative ways, you know.
And don't forget about the Will. The flashpoint he has 3 charges now, so there's like 3 flashes. Like one is like bad enough. Now you have 3, and somebody got your ultimate rolling thunder. And the rest of that literally just makes you stagger before you enter the site. It's gonna be so annoying. It's gonna be such a nuisance.
It's so satisfying to get that rolling thunder out.
Yeah,
You hear the
you see people flying away.
exactly right, and you're breaking everything.
I really can picture you like getting on the cons with your teammate, right? Boys, get ready to feel the thunder. Then it instantly comes up with the ultimate.
Yes, I'm playing on my Iron 1, and they're like, what is that? What is that ability? And I'm just there, you know. I also agree with the Breach comment, honestly, because I do find that he's one of the agents that, I guess because he got buffs recently, people are starting to notice him. So we haven't fully seen his potential. I do think he's one of the higher skilled agents.
Definitely.
The agent, sorry.
Hey, but alright, speaking of agents, right? Now, let's talk about one specific agent who has been top pick ever since it was released.
Viper, let's go.
No! No! Alright. Because let's be honest, that's a very toxic pick, let's be honest.
Ah, yes.
But okay, let's
Don't be so poisonous with your words.
not being poisonous, she just intoxicates me, just saying.
Ah.
But like, alright, besides, like, let's put jokes aside, right? So top pick all around, it has always been Jet. Mainly because she with her tailwind and just makes it so mobile. She gets to jump over smoke.
Are you sure it's not because she's Korean?
I'm not being biased about race or anything, but I'm just saying, going by her kit, not race,
Okay.
kit, her entire utility that she brings into the game is absolutely amazing. But the thing is, I believe that Jet is slowly going to start dropping down that tier by at least 1 tier when that operator starts getting that nerf, a potential nerf. Because we heard that rumor that operator is going to be a little bit tweaked a little bit. So if it gets nerfed slightly, I believe Jet players are slowly, the Jet picks is slowly going to dwindle. Slightly, not significantly, just slightly.
Yeah, it's hard to replace her offensive uses though. Like she can get to the back of the site so quickly with tailwind, and not to mention with the vertical advantage she gets with the updraft. We've seen the Jet meta with the shorties and the buckies.
So dirty.
Sure, it has been nerfed slightly, but definitely it will come to use, especially on these forced buy rounds or on your eco rounds. Bren Dubstep, for one, is a sick Jet player and definitely one to look out for this entire tournament.
Oh my god, man! Every time I just picture like that nightmare, right? Just Jet just runs, just like tailwinds into your face.
Ask you to watch this.
Yeah, shot is you, and then tailwind away and just gets away with it. It's just like you just get so annoyed with it. Just like, why do you do this? Why do you exist? You know, that kind of thing.
Well, it's because one of those agents, it's like her kit is surprisingly unique. You know, when you talk about a lot of the other agents, yes, they will have some sort of utility. You know, and you may have throw fire in different ways or smokes in different ways, but specifically being able to, as you say, the movement, right? That's something unique to Jet. And that's very special. In fact, that movement we're talking about is part of the reason why you guys think Omen is so strong as well, right?
Yeah.
The ability to be able to move well, literally be everywhere on the map, anytime, always behind me, in my dreams.
Oh man, from the shadows, man, that is such an annoying thing to deal with. But of course, with the dark cover as well, that his own personal smokes is
Yes.
a real, definitely better than Brimstone's for sure. And don't even get me
Poor
started.
Brimstone just kidding. Just beating on the poor guy.
No, we're hitting him hard, like we're literally throwing him into the fire at this point. But Paranoia is really quick as well. I don't know how many times, like it's like some people, yes, it's a personal flash. It doesn't look exactly like a flash, but it works that way. Just constantly blinds you for a second. Even during a mid-fight duel, this makes it so important here.
It's one of the better counter initiation skills.
Yeah.
Like you hear, let's say if you're on split, you hear someone coming from short, you just hit a 4-man paranoia. Suddenly you slow things down enough for your teammates to rotate or set up some retakes. You know, that's just one of the great things about Omen.
Yeah. Alright, speaking of slowing things down, remember the one hero that got nerfed really hard back in 1.07? She was one of the best counters to fast pushes and stalling pushes as well. Let's talk a little bit about Sage.
Oh no.
I mean, Sage is. I find that such a hard hero to balance, right? Because her ultimate is undoubtedly probably one of the strongest in the game. Being able to revive a teammate in a tactical FPS is just is something else, right?
Yeah.
And it also just saves the economy as well. Like every time you resurrect someone, you pretty much just save
a gun.
Yeah, save the gun. It's like every time, like
That's more important than the person.
Exactly. More important than the person, right? They're like, your life is
doesn't matter. You can drop a gun next round for me.
Exactly.
That's all I care about.
That's pretty much the goal. This pretty much is to save a gun. This allows the team to really elevate to the next round. But yes, Sage got a lot of nerfs. Her wall is definitely more weaker now.
Slower, less area.
Yes, less area. Because of that as well, we saw a dwindle picking for Raze as well. Because most of the time we always see Raze and Sage combos because with that slow up on top of that top pain shell, it's a guaranteed kill.
Definitely.
Guaranteed kill.
Yeah. But like even Raze has her own fair share of nerfs. Blast Pack was just nerfed recently. Showstopper in an earlier patch. You know, they're just making things harder. Like it's making the hero harder to play, but the skill cap is still there. Blast Pack can still be used for all your movement abilities. It's just not you can just throw two at people and just instantly give them. So you know these heroes are still viable. It's just that you have to find a niche way to use them. And I think, you know, Raze can make a comeback someday. But Sage is definitely hard. You know, your ice wall, your barrier orb has 400 HP at the first 4 seconds. Just makes it so hard to use.
Yeah, and the healing is also reduced as well. Instead from 100, it's going to be 60 and continue on for the next 8 seconds. Although yes, it is longer, but it's less healing. I'm just trying to think, right? Like of all these ages, right? But that's duelers. Because everyone's all about dueling, right? Everyone's trying to find the best dueler into the house here. Some people just like going for Reyna, and I still don't know why.
In competitive, I'm just not the biggest fan because the Reyna is. We've talked about this outside of panel, but it's just, you know, you're there and like I'm here to outplay my opponents. But you're playing competitive, you fool. Everyone's as good as you, right? So the idea that you can get a bunch of frags, or the idea they're gonna fight you 1v1, which is what Reyna wants.
Yeah, but the thing is this, Reyna is pretty much skillless. If you can't get a frag, if you can't get a kill, she's skillless. So I'm like, sure, like that's why every time I see Reyna being played competitive, or even among these teams, right, they do play Reyna. All the 16 teams, they do play Reyna, but it's very little, and I believe it's just pretty much like a flex pick if they want to act or seem a little bit flashy, or when they know they can beat a top fragger against a weaker team.
Well, Zero was actually talking about the power of her.
Her lure, right?
Yeah.
Her lure is one of the only flashes that, you know, don't affect near sight. It's not a flash, right? It's called near sight, and it doesn't affect the rest of your team.
Yeah.
So in certain maps, especially those with tight angles,
True.
lure is one of the best flashes because you can go through walls. You can make sure that your team doesn't actually get nearsighted, and it's the best to say in hookah, you can flash through the wall. Your teammates can just rush through without being afraid of being nearsighted at all. And that's one of the niche uses. You don't have to use it as an entry, right? You can use it as a support type of agent. And then Empress, you know, it's a hit or miss. Sometimes because of how your spray just gets faster, you can't control the accuracy. I know I had that problem when I turn on Empress. I'm actually worse than without it. So it's a double-edged sword right there.
double-edged sword indeed.
That's interesting though, because I like what you're mentioning, right? At the end of the day, each agent is just a tool.
Yeah.
So it's about
How you
getting
use
teams
it.
utilize it
Yeah.
effectively, right? And you're right about that, Zero. Not every agent is to be used for what I guess they're meant to be
Yeah.
used, right? You actually can use them for other alternative.
Yeah, like people expect Omen to go in and get frags, but he's actually better in the back line, just setting up smokes, your paranoias,
Mhm.
right? So every agent you can find a way to use them, and I'm pretty sure someone will find a gimmicky way to use Sage eventually, but I don't think today's the day.
Yeah, I
maybe
mean-
she needs some buffs. Maybe that's what she needs. Because
Maybe.
her kit is odd. I mean, one of the things I was talking, actually,
Mhm.
one of the casters that you'll see later, was the healing. Right? The
Yeah.
fact that you have a healing in tactical FPS is interesting.
Yeah.
It's an odd ability to have because usually it's the you duel, you
You
two
die
shots
or
whatever,
not,
you
yeah.
die. It's not like other games where you actually get to last a really long time because you have
Yeah.
an HP pool. So the healing is an interesting ability that
Mhm.
both that and reviving, it's hard to balance
Yeah.
to make that either underpowered or overpowered, right?
Yeah, like healing, but it same goes for vision gaming as well. Like we have the recon ball of a Sova.
Mhm.
We have
Cyber cam.
yeah spy cams. I'm like, come on, like what are you doing? Like when I first saw Cypher and his entire kit, I'm like, all right, this guy looks like a pretty cool robotic cowboy.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what this cowboy can do. And I'm like, yo,
It's
this guy's
camera.
a hacker. This is a plain hacker. Like literally everyone who plays, I believe this is gonna be the only game where wall hackers is never gonna be needed because they're like, why would you want to work so hard to hack to just have wall hacks
Mhm.
when you have Cypher? You throw a spy cam, you see anyone who's gonna be there. Like 200 IQ.
Yeah.
9,000 IQ play by Riot. This is very smart.
Yeah, well played. Thank you, Riot. Seriously. Now they save so much time on that, right?
Who needs anti-cheat when you got wall hacks, with your recon bots and your cyber cams?
Dude, it's absolutely insane. And definitely Sova and Cypher is gonna be like a priority pick for both of these teams.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What I want to talk about the recon actually, or the intel. It's
Yeah.
an interesting position, right? Because a lot of the other tactical FPSs, you just don't talk about the, I guess, intel
Yeah.
position. That person's just there to gather.
Yeah, you just you get it by sound cues or just
Exactly,
based on
right?
instinct.
What do you think is the comparison between the two main, Sova versus Cypher here? Because I find that Sova, for example,
Yeah.
there's quite the skill cap, especially for the arrow.
Yeah.
It is really difficult to get a right arrow there.
Yeah. And the thing is, even if you get it right, and especially your trigonometry as well, you can be very, and I mean very creative. Like even I have seen some players, not even exactly near the site, can be like a little bit quite far away from literally from their own
Mhm.
spawn point. They're able to trajectory just perfectly, where they know exactly which angle and which corner you're going to be in. But then again, if I think about it as well, like why Cypher and why Sova has been a very favorite pick besides the recon and everything, is because FPS has always been very simple. The traditional FPS has been simple.
Yeah.
Mechanical plays, positioning, and luck, right? All these three. If you have all three, then you're pretty much the best FPS player in the world. But when you have information, knowing exactly where they will last at or where they're going to be, all three is not even needed. You just need personal skill play, and that's pretty much it. And I don't know how many times where players are pressured, especially pressured when they realize their location or
Mhm.
or information has been revealed, then they instantly start that nervous breakdown. That nervous breakdown starts happening. Anarchy starts happening in the mind. It's like, oh God, I'm at a really terrible position. This is a
People know
great-
where I am, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're at a great angle where you can pick on players from behind, but when everyone knows where you're at, you're just like, I can't run away anymore. That kind of thing.
That's where the IGL comes in, right? Like honestly, when the arrow comes out, you're like, oh, they're detecting me. What do I do? There needs to be a guy to calm
Yeah.
you down. There's
Yeah.
there's an
Right, don't
importance
worry,
there.
someone's rotating, coming over, helping you out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's like your dad. He taps you in the back.
It's okay. It's
Just
okay.
just like pats you.
We'll trade you, right? You die and then we'll get a frag off you.
Yeah, but I believe the patting starts stopping when you realize there's a recon ball followed by a flashpoint from the Phoenix. Right? You're just like, you know what? You're just dead for sure. I can't help you for that one. I can't even comfort you.
Like, what? Yeah. For sure, dude. Like, give up. Don't buy an expensive gun this round.
Oh man, I'm so excited. Who's gonna be drawing first blood for both of these teams? Absolutely insane. With all of these ages opportunity here. Viper, let's be honest, never gonna be picked here. Even in their long career of playing Valorant here, ever since they started back in July or June, they have never played or picked Viper. The thought never even came across them at all because the ultimate just is such a huge nuisance to both enemy and ally. Like,
I guess,
true.
but I think in some certain maps, some teams can make it work. It's sort of like a pocket strat. right? Say on Bind, you can wall off half of the A side as well as Heaven with a Viper, with good lineups as well. And then you can, after that, once you get the spike down, you can just set up your snake bites from a long distance. So definitely there are some, less common ways, more cliche ways to use the Viper. So if a team can build around it, that's definitely a way to attack. It's one of the easiest smokes to set up, right? With a toxic screen, you can shoot through the walls now, much better than before. So definitely, some teams might take that, out of their back pocket when push comes to shove.
I like the way you're going with it, Zero. Every pick is like, well, it can work in this situation.
It can work.
I feel like this guy is an analyst for Team Liquid. He's smokeless strategy. Yes, this is the way to go, boys.
Are we not picking any smoke agents? Yes.
Exactly.
No smoke agent, no flash either. We're just gonna go full offensive like Rena's and Viper. Let's just gonna run right into the side, man. I love it. I'll take it any time today. Seriously, that will be the one game where if Viper gets picked, but it's like a whole smokeless or flashless picks, right? I'm just like, I'm so down for that. Like,
the whole panel is just Zero from then on. I'm leaving my hosting position. I'm leaving this chair for him, and it's just him. It's gonna be bedside story with Zero.
Yeah, bedtime story. But I'm still gonna put my hand on the table where I don't like Viper at all.
I think Viper's in a good spot. It's just teams haven't really played around enough around her. Viper's pitch, sure, everyone can't see, but Viper can, and and that's all that matters.
It's like everyone for themselves, right? That kind of thing. It's like, guys, I'm gonna put my ultimate, but if we mess up your comp, then I'm so sorry.
I mean, think about it. Like, once the attacking team, like, they throw all their utility to clear out a site, and then Viper just go, watch this. Whatever her sign Q is, I don't remember. Welcome to my world, right? So she welcomes you to her world. You see it all green, and then you're like, okay, we just threw all our utility on A side. But then there's Viper Pit. What do we do now? Do we rotate? Do we try and go through it anyways?
Honestly, if it's any of the European teams, I believe they just run straight through. Actually,
some teams, they're just that good. Doesn't matter.
They just run straight through. Absolutely insane.
Well, guys, I would love to continue this Viper conversation, and we are going to. I'm definitely going to bring this up again. Don't worry, y'all.
Oh, no, please. No.
But we do have a match underway, of course. And this match is going to be starting very soon. We've already mentioned is the Thai Royal matchup to see who can take the title of the best team in Thailand for this wonderful series. Of course, we're still group stages. This match matters, but it's not the be-all, end-all.
Yeah.
So we're going to be swapping to those casters very shortly. And it's going to be carried here by Mr. Seek and Strike and Gideon. So do enjoy some high-quality SEA Valorant. Please tell me we're out. Are we? I lied.
Hey guys, it's gonna be me, Seek and Strike, and Gideon next to me, bringing you the act for our first series. Very excited to be kicking off our tournament here with the U2. Attack all around is going to be on defense here for Ascent and Gideon. This is a map that they've been looking very, very strong on. In fact, I think we were taking a look before, and they've only lost a combined of 21 rounds on this map.
That's actually a really shocking, overall, just shocking stat to have on a map. It's like, are teams actively avoiding you, or have you just been dominating every single time they attain it? So looking at attack all around, with stats like that, it's hard to say that they're going to lose this, but I want to keep, the benefit of the doubt.
Of course.
For Myth attitude. Maybe they can pull off something here that we haven't seen just yet, and I think that's what I'm excited to see about for all these teams.
A bit of a rematch as well, because they just played in the finals of an event just previously. It was a 2-0, I believe, for Attack All Around.
Yep.
So I ended up winning that one.
2-0.
2-0. So they were close.
Yeah,
it was a bit close.
That's
You're looking
fair.
at it was 13-9, 13-10. So definitely a lot of life left, a lot of fight even for this Myth roster. So don't count them out yet by any measure, even if we are going on an Attack All Around favorite match.
Yeah, and I'm honestly hoping that we're getting to see a lot more innovative plays from these teams. I mean, this is super recent, right? Like the last tournament that they played, I'm expecting to see Myth attitude be extra angry, extra hard, ready to go into town, try and get that win once more, and at least set the pace for the groups.
Definitely. I mean, could you imagine taking a map off of Attack All Right. This is their map, right? This is their map. We look at the stats, and this is the only one that is crazy. That is just the biggest one that stands out to me, as we will now be getting into our first map, which is Ascent. Our agent drafting going underway now. For Attack All Around, should be pretty standard stuff, though. Looks like they like to go with the Omen a lot. So lots of lurking potential there. Can be countered pretty easily, like you said, by the Cypher.
Yep. And I'm excited to see how this is going to play out a little bit more, because we all know this is the general standard. Everyone's going to pick Cypher. Everyone's going to be able to have an Omen on their side. The bigger question is whether they're going to go for the Raze or are they going to go for the Jet. I'm hoping, and I'm pretty sure somebody in the comments somewhere in the comment section or the chat is hoping for a Viper.
A Viper.
Everybody wants it.
Everyone wants
Everybody
it.
wants to see it.
I don't know, man. I saw a pro. I think maybe someone on G2 even tweeted like, "Dude, you could make Viper ulti cover the whole map and no one would play her." And to a point, I think she's kind of right. I think. There's some more fine-tuning, some more adjustments need to be making there, but the agent has got some strong points that you can't deny.
Definitely
having the ability to redeploy a smoke and having it be controlled at your will is definitely something that can be quite strong.
But it's just the setups and the lineups just take way too long. It's like every single ability you have to play it as if it's a Sova arrow. Just gotta look at the right area, position yourself correctly, look a little bit higher, and then you throw it. It takes a lot of time.
It really does here, as we are just about to get underway with our first match. Again, Attack All Around on Ascent.
And I'm excited to see how they play Ascent here. 2-site map, huge mid area, and that a lot of teams are either yay or nay for.
Yeah, that's actually something you were pointing out right now. This is going to be a Thailand versus Thailand matchup. So that's another thing I'm looking forward to here, is we'll now jump in game. Taking a look here at our rosters. It looks like Attack All Around. They have opted for that Cypher. It will be the Jet. Okay, so that's not too surprising, all things considered. So we're going to have the Jet on Jet, nearly actually identical in terms of the team compositions here.
Yeah, I like the utilization of Breach overall, and especially with the tight corners that you can really start pushing through and forcing out areas. And not to mention, he's got 3 flashes now, technically you can still try and bait out utility from your opponents, force them to reposition, make them think, oh, we might be going for a site, but instead you're already looking to rotate and taking control of another point of the map.
Yep, exactly right. As we'll be getting underway now with our pistol round. It looks like we're going to have some plays towards the A site now. So they'll send the Owl drone around to scout.
Looks like he's already spotted out one. They know that there's one on site. There's definitely one on site at this point in time. They're going to be dropping down the smokes. Cypher is still, he's holding it really nicely.
Oh, nice pick off there to get the first kill of the round through the wall, though. They're going to get him through that tarp, already up on top in heaven, though. Want to fly? Oh my God, what a round out from Myth, and that certainly is something they're looking forward to. This roster undefeated, actually, under the Myth banner. And already they're starting off with some heat. Look at that.
I mean, they're playing off their information really well. They knew how many people. It's a pistol round as well, so naturally they should be winning this next round here. They're going to have guns. Their opponents aren't.
That's exactly right. You can see already kitting into some of that heavy armor for the initiators, as well as a bit of the SMGs, right? Just chew through your weaker opponents.
Yeah, having Spectre so early on. I mean, I was talking to a lot of people about this, whether or not they should be holding off their money. Usually they win the pistol round and they're still okay at the end of it. But if they lose now, losing a Spectre, they're going to be broke for the next round. So if they don't take this round too, the snowball is going to stop right at the beginning of the game.
And that can be brutal here, especially when you get that momentum from the first round. There are going to be a lot of bodies mid lane here currently trying to lurk on through. Attack All Around doing just that now into the mid lane as they're going to keep pushing on through. No one taking the peak quite yet. No, not wanting to peek against the SMGs, but there goes first blood here as Jenny will pick up the kill using that SMG. Still, everyone's just so patient.
This is stressing me out. I mean, so many people are just holding around Catwalk, his location being revealed from the Love family here as he's rotating back to mid. But now, you can already see that Jack is going to go immediately for the engagement. He pulls on backwards, and now they're just holding this midsection. They have to use the utility.
Oh,
and
through the smoke!
Oh! Good paranoia. Unfortunately, the paranoia didn't really help them in that situation. Ooh, but it's still going on rough.
And just like that, it's a 3v1, and there's the round with the Vandal picking up that last kill here for Missile. They will make that a 2-1, or 2-0 rather, going into our third round. Here we go, though. Finally, we're going to get a buy out from Attack All Around, so maybe this is where they can look to turn it around here.
Yep. Oh, well, at least now that they have to buy, they're going to be able to start pulling back, but getting we're expecting people to see, yep, Op's already coming out from the jet.
There
itself.
we go.
Ooh, AAA is just going to be absolutely destroying now, but...
And that's an Op. This is no glass cannon. They've won 2 rounds, and yes, the jet did die last round, but that is going to be with armor, folks. So I don't think this is a no glass cannon, so we'll see where they're peeking. Already set it up perfectly here for long A, but they're going to be forced off from that angle after shooting the owl drone being scouted.
Yeah, it looks like they're dedicating all their members here. They don't realize that they're stacked all as 5 down by this corridor here. Oh, fault line is already coming up. They want to push in.
Let's see what they can get done. The jet now advancing heavily into sight as there's rotation, shooting through the smoke, trying to catch anyone off guard as will force them off of heaven. Looks like the site has been captured here, Gideon.
They're even dropping down the tripwire just before they close off the wall to block them out from the site.
Oh! But a quick trade there, Vandal, for the SMG, as they will get one through the wall. They still have not closed these doors, though, not wanting to commit for that, as the spike has now been planted. So good positions here by Attack all around, as it still looks like Myth looking to try and mount an attack.
They're trying to flush out anybody, but using this utilization of breach is really great. Oh, fault line comes in.
Wow, huge. They flush out the smoke with the counter rotation. Now will come through from AA. That's a 3v3 now on the site. 3 members all in heaven. 1 will drop as they're going to be looking for more. The 1v1 though, the Hell member will be able to secure that 1v1, and that's going to force Myth to try and just save that operator. Not committing too heavily here. That's going to be Attack all around, snagging their first round.
That was a really great post-plant position. They covered many different angles, and they were also utilizing making sure that heaven was completely unusable with the fault line. They timed it really well. They could have used that fault line super early on, but instead they held it until the very last second, waited for the smoke to just about clear before performing anything else.
Yep, and great patience as well from the member holding lower there below the rafters on A site. Massive play there, but again, Attack all around. They still have that, Myth still have that operator ready to be used.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it looks like they're going for a 3-2 split here. I'm not sure whether they're going to be looking to push into mid this time around, but Catwalk definitely is going to be smoked off here.
Looks like a bait play.
Smoking off everything.
Yeah. So they commit the breach utility there, maybe trying to force some members to stay towards B, hold some more extreme angles. The Bucky, best weapon here. It's Attack all around now on our blue side.
Looks like they've fully taken control of mid here. It's looking pretty good. They force anybody who's looking down Catwalk to kind of push backwards in towards the grass. But Pete's right all the way back at spawn.
Yeah.
PTC, he's just holding this angle. There's no way anybody wants to peek that one.
Yeah, the Owl Drone might scout him, but they know he's going to be mid here, as now the rotations back towards B maybe might sound the alarms, but it's going to be PT getting the first pick off there with the operator. Someone ended up peeking in mid. They didn't go for the double peek though, so we will be able to get back into cover. And that's going to force Myth now to try and decide where they want to go. They have mid control here, so it is kind of open for them. They just have to make a decision, but 4v5, that's not a very easy one to make.
Even so, they still have plenty of time to work with. 30 or more seconds until they have to start making a decision on an all-in, because they've been sitting in mid but not really doing too much here, and neither have they gotten the pick.
No, but the self-utility 3 breach flash is good to go here. It looks like they're trying to settle maybe towards A, as they will now lurk back on through. Sorry, make that B. Now into the lobby they go. Flash is prepared by Nugent. See what he can get done here. There's only 1 member holding inside as the other 2 are going to be in the mid lane. 10 seconds left in this round. Can they actually make it in? Smoked off, but it's going to be an attack all around. They're going to find 1 into the site. I believe Spike being planted though, so they're going to have to try and mount a retake here. 4v3 operator though, holding down this tight angle, daring anyone to peek. But I think Myth, they're going to be a bit too patient for this one.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to actually peek out here. They don't need to be aggressive. They need to make sure that they're looking through towards spawn side and as well as market. Ooh,
nice shot.
Already going down here, and now this is going to be compromised so fast. Hunter's Fury coming in hard.
Can he find anyone, though? They're looking for that man back in Hut. He's able to dodge a few shots. Oh, the Guardian! Dirty! That's going to get the trade. That should just about secure the round here. It's going to be a 1v1, but the operator shot out from PTC is going to be able to secure them this round. Attack all around. They'll make it a 3-1 lead.
Such well play coming here. Good plays coming in from Myth so far. They are making sure that they're utilizing every single one of their utilities and really holding up to the last second there. I really like what they did I really like what they did. They quickly rotated towards A side based off the information. I definitely thought they were going for an over rotate, but the moment they heard that flash, you can immediately see, okay, move, push through mid side, go back through spawn, hold that angle, and wait until the bomb is planted.
That's not an easy thing to do either. They actually lost one member when they were running into the site, but they knew exactly what they needed to do. We have to get this spike down. That's dedication.
Yep. And maybe that could be enough. Maybe it's not, but let's see the beginning of this round here as both sides continue to set themselves up.
Yep, nice job smoking off the operator. That'll force him back. Holding a tight angle here into the mid lane. But again, I think Myth, they know it's a jet operator, so you definitely need to be a bit careful. They're going to go for the double peek. The one, oh wow, the flick will find him, and actually still completely okay. They peek him again for the double, you madmen. They're still looking for a Gideon.
Do it again.
They'll never learn, but PTC, he's dropping right back. Give him the 3K, looking for more, looking for the fourth. He now has to reload is the only problem for this guy, but he's able to drop back safely here into sight. He's taken 3 members alone, and that should just about be the round secured here for attack all around.
Oh, this is stressing me out already. I mean, he's slowly falling back. You know for a fact that this is a jet. If you're not going to double peek him, then there's no point in contesting this off.
No. We were talking about how we don't see a lot of Reyna because very rarely will enemies line up for you and give you a 1v1 for you to heal, but that's exactly what Myth just gave him the opportunity. That's going into his highlight reel.
Definitely. And I'm excited to see how far they can go continue doing this because, again, they can't make these mistakes. It's a complete stalemate right now. Nobody really wants to do too much, especially with only 2 sides coming in from attack on all sides, and they just have to stick with these tight corners and wait for those exit frags.
They're going to be looking to try and just secure some eco. They're going to have that max loss bonus here at the very least, so they should be able to afford another full buy here going into the next round, but saving onto those weapons is going to make that a lot easier, facilitating you to buy some equipment for your allies.
And especially for defenders, they're not going to be, too aggressive.
Oh no, Sheriff not in town here, as they're going to be able to get one more pick. Timer will be extending. They're not going to go hunting for the Cypher, and we'll be able to save that Vandal at least.
Yo, I was sweating that. I thought it was going to be... I was about to hit cast the script. I was one word away from saying, if they don't go hunting right now, and just as he was about to go hunting, he peeks out, at least he won that fight at the end of the day, so... Whew.
Yeah. Definitely. That was a close one. I can't believe, by the way, the utility on this operator. There's a few different stats that you can use to try and determine how efficient a player is with their eco, right? Damage per each 1,000 credits spent, right? This operator's been in action since round 3. It's not been dropped once.
Yeah, and I think they're switching it up here. Now that they've moved away from A and mid, they've dedicated a lot of people here on B side. They've already locked it off. They dropped some smokes as well towards Catwalk towards Catwalk's side.
That's the Omen ulti here. It looks like he's trying to decide where he wants to go. He is holding the spike though, quite unusually.
I don't think it matters too much because most of the times when you see Omen use his ult, it's more for information than anything else.
I got you.
They don't necessarily want to find a super cool flank angle.
God, PTC is going to open up the round again with a nice shot. Attack all around. They'll pick up the second and then the third even. The man in the back of sight here, holding it down. 4 members already down. Oh no, Myth. They're going to get at least one. That's the operator finally down, but the kill will strike back, and I think they're going to be able to even save this operator. The B hops right back on over.
Myth is doing an absolutely great job at just holding down their sites. Like they give it up, and then when their re-engagements here, when they come in to take over the site again, they're making sure that they are methodically doing it. They're peeking 2 angles at the same time. They're making sure that their gameplay is tight and clean.
Definitely. You can tell, attack all around, they read that. They knew. They had, I think, 3 or 4 members there in that site, but they didn't even need all 4 of them, to be honest. PTC getting the opening pick-off, but then the man back of sight really just doing all the work there. Yeah, holding his ground.
Well, right now, it seems like attack on all sides are just making sure that they're going against their name and focusing on one of the sides. They aren't really spreading out too much. They are pretty much giving up mid at this point, and stacking 5 once again. Breach is going to start off with the flashbang as they look to muscle into the site.
Lots of flashes committed here already for the take. He's going to hold on to one, but look at this, they're falling! The man in Garden! They will at least get the Sheriff shot off to, at the very least, looking to challenge the operators. Not going to work too well for him. It's up to Nugent here. Does have that ulti, but it's a 1v4. Spike down. This attack all around will now set up for the defense. Should be pretty good here. Should be just about around 1. Trying to get him with the shock arrows now.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing he can do about it. The spike is in the site. There's no way he can peek that out. There's too many people there. Now he just has to worry about not dying for the next 45 seconds.
I mean, really, he's just got a sheriff, right? So I think attack all around. They realize, hey, ball's in our court. We lose a lot more here if we die. He's just got a sheriff. Let's not give him anything here, right? No breathing room. We don't care. You can care. That sheriff did nothing for you this round. 1 kill, that's nothing. All of our teammates probably approaching at this rate, probably approaching max credits here. So attack all around. Their economy is in perfect shape, but they see no reason why they need that to change. They're not giving Myth any opportunities here to get back into this one.
I'm pretty sure at this point in time, attack on all sides, they're going to get close to capping out in their sorry, I keep thinking of it as goal, but yeah, their cash, their economy, and they want to make sure that they are healthy. But I mean, look at that.
Look at that.
All
you have
out.
2 members capped.
Oh boy,
this is not boding well.
Game.
Yeah, you can see the economy kind of in shambles. It looks like they can go for a full buy here.
Yep.
So attack all around. Of course, that's 3 loss bonus is 2,900, right? So you really can only get 1 if you're losing every single round. You get 1 every 2, right?
I mean, at least they're almost guaranteed to buy. Guaranteed to buy. Maybe not necessarily full utility for the next round if they lose here, but so far this is where they need to kind of break the mold. Because if they lose after this, it's just going to be a downward spiral.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's not like Ascent is particularly defender-sided either, right? If this was split, if this was something else, maybe then they can hold on, but this is looking very difficult. It's PTC yet again opening up the round with an op pick-off now, dropping back, holding another angle. Operator on operator action here, though, as we'll switch over to PTC on board here. No one wanting to peek, though. They got some mad respect for this man, and look at all the ultis attack all around even have, just waiting to be used here.
Oh, he's getting ever so close. You can see they're just slowly jiggling.
Oh, no. They're going to back off. They're not going to give us what they want. You made them work for it.
All right. At least he took the shot. At least he tried to bait out as much as he could. Now the smoke has come down to block down line of sight. And once again, they're just forced to kind of just take their time with this. They still have 48 seconds on the clock to make something happen.
But mid control here. Attack all around. Don't let them have mid. They're confident in holding the site, and it's been working out for them extremely well. PTC looks for the picks mid, immediately drops back. Doesn't want to give them anything.
Yeah, it looks like they're not even sending people down into B short there.
30 seconds left.
It's like they're just going to go and muscle their way into the market. They're going to cut off the spawn with their Omen smoke. Sova is still on site as they start to push down. That reach.
Ooh, that's going to be the opening up much to room, but they are going to be able to get them back aside. This member back aside last time was the bane of their existence to 4-on-4. The Jet looking for
10 seconds left.
Oh no, they're going to be able to kill the fight. Now that's going to be a 3v1, and just like that, attack all around are going to pick it up.
Yeah, just happened to be looking at the wrong place at the wrong time, and it didn't help with the counter all coming in from Newgen as well. It's well played all around. Well played all around.
Yep, attack all around. Well played all around. But again, just the retakes, just the hold. That member in back of B has been just absolutely saving round after round here for attack all around. Really, the game, so much about a tactical shooter like this is about delaying the push, right? As long as you can delay the push, buy your team more time. That's worse for the attacker. It's less time to plant that spike, but more time for you to get more bodies into that site, and that's exactly what they've been doing every single round.
Yeah, and also they've been changing it up with the midsection here. Usually they have Jet either hanging around A side or heading towards spawn, just looking down the entire corridor, looking out into the open grass area, hopefully to get a pick. And most of the times, the first 2 seconds, oh, I don't see anybody. Okay, immediately start rotating here.
Just right through the smoke. No, that is so unfortunate. That's not what they need here. That is a tough one now as this sniper game will be dropped. Oh, good peek there onto BTC. That's the operator down. Oh, he looked and he saw himself. Look into the void looks back into you, Gideon.
Yep, but now he actually has opportunity, but he has to reload his gun. He drills out the classic Newgen, box him right in the head. Or Wannafly is going to catch him off from behind, but well played all around. Oh goodness, this is becoming a little bit frustrating, especially if you are an attack on all the sides fan, because it's just they are just really not struggling, but really crushing it at this map.
Yeah, they are doing so. I mean, they barely have money to spend on. At this point, we're burying it. We're giving it away.
Yeah.
We're burning our credits. I mean, look at this. They're going to force buy. No, that's a half buy, rather. It's going to be a half buy out from Myth. to see if they can try and at least get a round back in favor. But against full rifles, I mean, what's even the strategy here? Your economy in shambles. You can't just keep giving away these rounds after rounds, but we'll see if the half-buy can make it work. The operator shot gonna miss, though.
Yeah, it looks like they are just, you know, they're changing it up. They're changing up the position of Jet every single time. They're always worried about where this off is going to be. And right now, with a broken economy, it's just that's the main issue, not to get picked off.
No. And we'll see if they can make it work as the Jet now will rotate back over towards mid lane. Attack all around, kicking it off though, getting the kill onto the Cypher. Nice smoke, should be able to block off the enemy Jet operator, but he might still peek on through. He's going to rotate back through B as there they go through the mid market. Gideon looking for the member in the back of sight. Oh no, they're not expecting him there, but he's going to make it 2 before they're able to trade him off. That is to be most of site control. We still have actually 1 member back in sight and just attack all around doing exactly that. They're just everywhere. They collapsed perfectly on the position of Myth.
Okay, they've done this setup 3 times in a row. They are very, very comfortable at thwarting people coming through that market side. It's a complete death trap. Every single time they've done it, they've switched up the variations. Breach was kind of just holding his ground, didn't make any sounds before he got that initial double kill. Should they have traded that kill much faster? Absolutely so.
Yeah.
But again, they were really caught off guard. Mid paranoia as well.
Yeah, that was definitely pretty brutal. And we'll see. I mean,
they could look to, instead of just muscling their way through mid, is maybe just to, you know, switch it up a little bit, go down through B short, and hopefully, you know, using your breach when he does have his ultimate, push people out of market side, and then immediately start rushing in through sight.
It's just every time they've gone right through that mid-market, to your credit, attack all around have just collapsed on them perfectly.
Yeah.
They're not getting the entry frags they need. It's that simple, unfortunately. If your duelist is losing these duels, as has been the case here, it makes taking the site so much more difficult.
Yep, it looks like they are going through B, towards B site here, but again, Sova just being an absolute nuisance.
Yeah, just being a nightmare there, shooting the arrow as soon as it lands. We still actually have 3 members of attack all around in A, so it's a 4v2, 5v2 now, but the ulti to try and slow them down with the Hunters. Fury, Kenny, actually into sight. Look at the damage though. Everyone is super lit. Well,
okay. I mean, they are quite lit right now, but they can slowly push out once the paranoia does come through. Jet drops the smoke quickly, but now they are blowing through. Shooting through the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Boom Barappa, he finds the first initial kill. He's on the side. Sova is
nice
getting the next to fall
rotation.
with a great headshot here. One more, nope, but Breach takes it away. Ginny still pushing through. He's on the side. He needs to wait for the rest of his team members. It's a 2v4 situation. It's gonna be tough.
It's going to be tough, Gideon, but can they actually get it done? Wow, look at that peek. He can use the operator as well. Now it's a 4v1. And for the first time since the opening round, I believe, attack all around, not looking too good here.
Definitely not looking too good. Finally, they've stopped them from pushing through that from spawn side. And now, I mean, it's just Cypher inside. Nice. Holding his way. Finally, attackers are going to close out that round with only 1 casualty.
Very good stuff for them. The 1 casualty part, I'd like to stress, very important when your economy is not doing so well here. But luckily, everyone has the funds to share and spread the love. The problem is, your enemy's in just that position as well. Everyone is super rich on that side. Looks like they might have even been capped out the entire time. Double operator strat.
I mean, they were that rich. I can't blame them.
Yep.
I definitely can't blame them.
Conrad's like, don't worry, PTC, I got you. This one's on me. Oh, there you go. Find another operator. The triple operator.
They've got some confidence here. It's 9-2, and it's fair enough. But this could easily turn around with, you know, a single bad round. 2 ops. If 2 ops go down within here, and they still take the round, that's really gonna put a dent in the pocket.
Yeah, it's the last round though, so right, so we'll see. As Myth, they're gonna try here through B short yet again. Let's see where these operators are holding. As they'll be picking up the ultimate orb. Here we go, one Puta. Oh, nice smoke though, but the counter ultimate immediately to nullify the ultimate there. That should allow some rotations. You can already see it through defender spawn, but it's kicking off now. Boomperag is gonna get the opening frag. Look at this! He's popping off. He's gonna find the double goal on the optic. We'll be able to get an additional peak TC. Looks like the double operator strat not working out to Myth.
Yep, they just look in the wrong place at the wrong time, and literally almost every ult has been coming out.
Switching
Counter
sides.
coming in from the breaches. The Hunter's Fury is immediately popped open. I'm surprised that the Hunter's Fury didn't actually get the initial kill, but it did chunk people out.
Now that'll be the side switch here.
All right. I mean, they're starting. I mean, they're back to resetting to the classics and ghosts, which is always nice. So, especially for Myth Attitude here, they really need to get this round.
They need this round. This round is so important. If not, you can almost be assured that we'll be looking at round 3, 11-3.
Oh my goodness.
But alternatively, Gideon, it could be 9-5 in 2 rounds.
Well, that's also fair. That's also fair.
Right? And hey, that's a lot better now for Myth. So we'll see what they can get done here, as they will be playing. Look at that. Look how aggressive that Jet is.
Yeah.
Positioned mid lane.
I think we also have to take note for how attack all around how exactly they're going to approach this map. Because yes, they were good on the defender side, but now they're going on the attack. It looks like they're trying to control mid here. Oh, quick peek coming in from Boombarappa. Doesn't see anything just yet, but they know that they're pushing up.
They're pushing towards B mid-market here currently. Nice rotations out through from Myth, though. This could be a big flash for them here, but they don't have the bodies in place to really capitalize on this, so it's just going to kind of spook them around. But here we go, as they will be now 3 people, 3 in the cubby.
Yeah.
How many do you expect really to be there at a given time? But they're going to peek one by one, but it won't matter if you land the first shot.
First person already goes down. They're pinging out for that. I'm pretty sure he only just spotted 2, so that means the rest of the team is still holding on to A side. They don't really realize here, but now you're already seeing the rotations. They're going to fall right into their hands.
Oh, this is... I mean, kind of, they've blundered into success here.
Wait, why are they
for the side of
rotating
Myth.
now?
Now they're going for the rotation. They're smoking off of A long, but in the rafters there with the utility. But look at that, holding his ground. He's at least get the trade there. The Love family versus attack all around, but they will be able to secure site and plant this one. That'll make it a 2v4. Have one up in heaven. Well, I don't know. Actually, both going to be coming through heaven. This is going to be a really tough retake.
Yeah, it really is. It's a 2v4 situation once again. We've already got one sitting down in hell as well. Oh, here comes the fault line, and that's just going to slow them down every single time. At this point, do they want... how badly do they want this? Do they really want to contest them here? They have to peek out, and that's what the first thing they do immediately in backside.
Gets 2 tags there. Spike, though, continues to tick away. They will be now going for a nice fault line. They're going to be able to pick up the Cypher, but look at that. The Omen with the counter rotation and great double peeking there. That will be only 1 casualty on the side of attack all around for the round.
It's just great great usage of their utility. Really efficient from attack all around. They just held on to whatever they had, baited out as many smokes from the side of Myth Attitude, and once they got the bomb planted down, they could just continuously slow them with the shock arrows and as well as the fault line. Really nice play coming in.
Whoa, excuse me.
All right,
5 Bucky boys here. It's going to be the strategy.
You've got to be so happy about this.
We were talking about how I love the Bucky.
Don't even hide it.
Honestly, Myth, I think they're just showing us what the new meta is going to be. No, but honestly, the reason they're doing this is they're hoping for these, let's be honest, a bit of a cheesy strat, right? Because they probably know attack all around. They want to secure this one. They have a full bot out attack all around. If they lose this, they're going to be screwed for the next round.
Absolutely. So if they can really get a couple of picks overall, that's not too bad. But how they're going to challenge these angles is going to be a very big question.
Yeah, we're up against rifles with the Bucky, not exactly a long-range weapon, even with that alternate fire here. But
and they're looking to control mid as well. So
contesting mid with a Bucky, you know, that's some new meta. Yeah, it's bold to say the least, right?
Yeah.
We'll see here. As then no armor even is going to be quite yet ready, but there's going to be the Jet smoke. Cyber Cage as well, holding his ground. He might be able to lurk on through here and get a kill or 2, but it's a bit too risky exposing himself mid lane with, again, a Bucky.
Yeah. I mean, overall, it's just a lack of utility. Ouch. Okay, first one to fall. He goes out again. He sees. This
is perfect.
No way. Here he goes. First one. No, but it doesn't completely clear him off. Eugen, he's gonna walk through the cage here, but then notice he finds 1. Okay, not so bad. Putop also finds another one onto the side. Okay, so 2 on site. It's a 2v3 situation here as the Wrath of Myth Attitude slowly walk in on them.
There's weapons to take mid though. There's weapons to take mid. They're in this. They're in this. A 3v2. Their breach is 1 hit. Luckily, they don't have any Buckies here on the side of attack all around. Otherwise, they'd kill him from afar. But they're going to be looking for the retake now. The breach utility being dropped. Lots of smokes as well. But with Bucky's, I'd imagine they've got a real big advantage now, as they're going to be just heading on in through the smoke. Once he gets sprayed down with the Spectre, the trade. It's a 1v1. What's he got? A Bulldog versus, I believe, another Bulldog here. Can they make it work? It's going to be attack all around, securing the round.
Yeah, but it looks like I think they got this in the bag at this point in time. I mean, Myth Attitude overall just really struggling to get any kind of pressure on the map, and more importantly, I just think that attack all around is just, oh no.
The Buckies.
They're doing it one more time, just one more time.
You know what? They'll never expect it twice in a row, Gideon.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. There we go. Committing to the Bucky. I mean, hey, that worked surprisingly well.
Yeah,
down
honestly,
to a 1v1 versus a full buy?
Yeah.
For 5 Buckies? I mean, hey, you know, a few trades go a bit differently, and you have that round, and all of a sudden you're sitting pretty. 10-4.
Pretty comfortable as well.
Enemy economy in shambles. I mean, even now, attack all around, they're still, if they full bot here, which they have, they're not going to have any money for a next round here if they lose.
Yeah, but once again, I feel it's so shocking to me that you're picking up Bucky's, you're pushing up through mid. You've already smoked it off, yes, but it's still a very contestable position, especially for release rifle.
Especially on split. I mean, sorry, not on split. On split, tight hallways, tight corridors, lots of really hard 90-degree angles. Makes sense, right? But here, with the mid game, obviously no one's really been contesting mid all that much, playing super far aggressive. It's yet again attack all around. They're going to be the first ones to swing around the flash. There will be dodge. Actually, it's a perfect counterpunch. They're trying to find this Bucky carrier, but look, another one coming from the wings is going to make it a 2 versus 1 trade as the Peak picking off the Vandal. They're not going to be able to actually finish up that kill.
3v3 so far. I mean, the rotations are coming in pretty hard. They need to get onto the side B. B is still wide open for now. They've opened up market here, but they can't seem to go through spawn. Omen has just gone there.
They're rotating back around. Take the Bucky out, my friend.
Do it!
It will guide you through these trying times. 30 seconds left. It looks like Myth will actually back off of sight now. Maybe expecting the play to be coming A, but I think this... Okay, no, the spike is down. The spike is currently being picked up, but they're just playing it super patiently. He's going to check the cubby. No! He wanted the gun.
He didn't realize that he was already sitting by Pizza there, and I think they should have made a call to look in through Pizza as well as Market, just to be really, really careful for it overall. But now, 3v2, can they hold this site down?
Oh, it's so difficult now. There's going to be the 3K this round for PTC. They can rotate it from behind. They know exactly where this last player is coming from. Hitting them with the breach utility. Will be dodged out, but the Bucky, can he get the kill? No! Who needs a Bucky when you can just click him on the head with the Vandal?
Attackers win this one once again. It is still a tough call, but now at least they can start getting some real weapons.
Have some more respect for the Bucky, my friend.
Well, I'm just gonna leave it at that. You know,
You're right. We got the 4 Vandals. We got armor on everyone but one here, and even an operator in the hands of Poo1 Tap.
Yeah, and I'm more interested to know how much utility everybody has here. It looks like everybody was able to get pretty much everything based on what I can see so far. So yes, full buys all around. Oof, defender side really struggling here.
Yep, match point here for attack all around is going to be lurking again, just taking the mid control. Myth have not been one to really contest that, and to be fair, now that has attack all around, they've been comfortable giving enemies mid control, just playing in sight, playing their games. They're going to be now looking to maybe lurk around, attack all around, playing this one very patiently.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is really, really smart here. They don't. I don't think they realize. Oh, by now they should have realized that the trap is already gone. They can start pushing onto the site, but they got to be careful for that corridor.
They might not expect them to be coming as well from a long. Can they actually?
Please.
Can they emphasize on this? There's very good utility, and now they've been scouted. The Vandals, unsilenced, are going to betray their position, but all 5 members of attack all around currently in A site, rotating on through heavens. Poo1 Tap trying to find whatever he can here.
Spike planted.
Still no one has dropped him, but there we go! There we go! There's the entry frag, a 2K early on. They're going to be able to convert into now a 2v2 scenario. 2 members of back of hell. 1 will fall, make it a 1v2. Can they double peek him? Yes, they will as they swing around wide, Gideon. We're going to keep the dream alive.
They're pulling it back, and that's why this map is defender-sided for sure. But overall, I do think this the way that they handled it was really great. They immediately knew, okay, A side, A long especially, they've got 2 members down there. Immediately look for the scout, have people ready looking at heaven for the time being. They've locked off the door, so that's good. However, person sitting in hell though didn't really necessarily have a gun that can shoot through, that had high penetration, so they can't really slow them down at that point in time.
Another full buy here, necessary, of course. It's every single round here is do or die for Myth. Still a bit.
Get out of my way!
This has been. I mean, this game has overall been really dominating for the side of attack all around here, but. I definitely think that this is. Are they just outperforming, or are they just, you know, taking a lot better decisions?
I think it's. Oh, wow! PTC is like, yeah, I can use the operator and I can use the ulti as well. Nice flick there. So air strafing, landing that shot. They're gonna be able to actually take B pretty decisively now as they're looking to try and finish off one, but no, PTC rushing in much too aggressively. He's gonna get pulled off around. Another Bucky, best gun in the game. Able to pick up Wanna Fly. They will trade off that Omen immediately, however, as it looks like now A is going to be the site to go to.
They're already rotating towards that, and Breach sitting there, going to be dropping down Spike by E-Box here, as Omen going to be making sure that he's covering with the Paranoia. Good Paranoia stuff there.
Door closed, but there we go. The hat being tossed. Rotations. Oh, trying to wall through there. I don't know. Can you wall through that one?
I don't think so.
Oh, but you can shoot it. There we go. Door has been demolished. Everyone a little bit lower here on the side of attack all around. 3v3 now. The Heaven Peak will be perfect. One tap coming on through. They're going to trade him off. Oh, no. Could not find the last one. It's down to a 1v1. The game in his hands. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to pull out the W. It's going to be attack all around, getting the first map.
I mean, they are really dominating in the sense here. They've done a really good job at their defense. The defense rotations, they never overcommit too much to it. They're very on the ball with their control. Even on attacker side, not too bad. Their mid control is there, and that's the big argument a lot of people have. It's like, do you want, when you're playing Ascent, do you want to control mid, or do you want to just completely give it up? And on defender side, we know for a fact they like to kind of give up mid, sit back a little bit more, let them come into the market side, and then completely shut them down. Or on attacker side, go through mid, see what we can find, play for information.
What surprises me is that both teams decided to take a very similar approach. Obviously, Bucky's withstanding because they were in a dire straits at that point, but that really surprised me. And obviously, our standouts, I would have to say, PTC and Ginny, both ending with 17-9 and 5 and 17-8 and 9 apiece. But really, that econ rating on PTC is not to be underestimated. Getting that op in the third round, holding on to it for something like maybe 7 or 8 rounds in the first half. I mean, just absolutely a dominant performance, and love to hear what our panel has to say about that one as well. As I think we will be throwing it back over to our panel, back with Avo Plus and the boys here in just a bit, as that'll be it for us now at the Caster's Desk. But we'll be back for game number 2. I think.
find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
To get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down.
Welcome back, everyone. Going live now for Game 2 here in just a bit. We're going to be on Haven with Attack all around, starting on Attack. I'm Seeking Strike. By my side here is... We're going to be bringing you the first round of our tournament here, as it will be Attack all around going into this one with a 1-game lead, and they look strong. Even against
good.
10 Buckies.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good overall. I mean, 10 Buckies was very surprising, but this next map here coming into Haven, that's going to be very exciting for either one, because again, I would hope that this is, you know, a more even playing field overall, because again, Attack all around just completely dominated from the beginning towards the end, even just absolutely nailing them.
Definitely. I mean, you're very right there. Now, these teams have played before, and they played on this map before. It's a 10-13 loss for Myth. So a bit closer here. I mean, I really just do think that Ascent is going to be Attack all around map. That's definitely going to be something that I think other people in Group A, as well as maybe heading into playoffs, teams will be taking into consideration versus that team.
I mean, everybody has to take note, especially in groups, because this is the place where you can get the most amount of information on your enemy teams, especially which maps they're going to be most comfortable on.
Yes, definitely here, as we are now just about to get underway. Probably likely to see a very similar agent composition here. Do you think there's anything special for Haven? And it's, well, three bomb sites.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of different opinions on Haven overall, mainly because of the 3 bomb sites is harder to rotate around, but I'm expecting the exact same thing. The only real difference is whether or not some people are going to be looking to play Phoenix or even Breach for this map.
Of course. The entry frag are very important here. You can afford to be very patient on attack on this map, just because there's you never really commit super hard on this map.
Yeah.
It's such an interconnected map. It's a really big, wide open map here, as we are about to get underway with our pistol round here. In terms of composition, nothing really too surprising here. Just taking a look. Breach. Reyna.
Yeah.
Reyna for Myth.
Reyna for mid, it looks like they're not actually using their, regular entry fraggers with the Phoenix or even Breach. They're going to go for the Reyna. So the Leer is going to be great. It's, a really powerful ability, other than the fact that it can be shot out of the air. So
yeah,
just got to be careful for that.
Yeah, you got to place it out of direct line of sight of where you plan to peek is generally going to be... Already you can see 2 members of Attack All... I'm sorry, make that Myth holding long A. It looks like, no, just one. There's going to be a bit of a skirmish going on through it. Lower A.
I think they're already pulling back out of that. They're pulling away from A. They're hoping that they're getting an overreaction coming in from mid this time around, just so that, Attack All Around can actually move towards this C side. Cypher has got it down. Oh, but Cypher is actually taken out. This is going to be huge for them. As the C has just been opened up, and the utility there will be useless. The camera isn't going to be able to give them information no longer.
That's exactly right. Now, Myth are going to be forced to rush out. Oh, Leer! Shot as well! Oh my god, that reaction, that was incredible! That's going to be able to set up for now the spike plants. 3v5 this is looking like another great round for Attack All Around. Yeah. Another good start, I should say.
Really, really good start here. Cypher drops the camera down by garage side, so they have to push through the Omen smoke here by the side. Oh, they pushed it. 3 people all made it through, but he missed the initial shot. The entry fragging is actually working out pretty well, but PTC, he gets the initial headshot. 1v1. Ooh! Nicely played coming in for Attack on all sides. Woo!
That was actually pretty risky to run through that smoke like that. Yes, you did have the spike down. Yes, it was a 2v1, but you were 1 shot, 15 HP left there on that Cypher, but my goodness, just really going for it there, and it definitely worked out. They're going to be able to secure that first round, and now they got some rifles coming out here already.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge entry frag coming in by Omen. Yeah, had he not gotten through there, I think it would have been a lot more favored toward Myth's attitude, just based on HP alone, but I could be purely wrong. Aim is such a big part of this game.
They actually thought rifles as well from Myth. They might not be expecting this, so it's going to be a force buy, I guess, a half buy, because they're not going to have enough for armor or much utility here, so something to be aware about. So Phantoms all around here for Myth.
Okay.
And a Bucky.
And a Bucky.
Of course.
At least he's holding some tight angles, Yes, he's not pushing up through mid. He's not trying to get through double doors too hastily.
As a man of culture, I can tell you the Bucky will not one-shot from that range, even with the alternate fire. We'll one-shot from that range, but looking up towards A lobby, you're not going to be able to get that one-shot, especially when they've got armor on. It's not going to happen.
Got it. I'll make sure I'll keep all the Bucky expert questions for you.
Yes, of course. Yes, I can tell you a lot about the Bucky, actually. It's the best gun in the game.
Best gun in the game, guaranteed.
Yep. Guaranteed. Attack all around. They're going to be rotating around. There goes the Owl drone. They heard it being deployed, so they were looking for the easy pick there. But Sova off to the side. Now it's the Bucky. Oh no, he's going to split the gap there in between the two. That's going to be the SMG out from Jenny picking up the kill there. As now the attack's really kicking off. Now nice wall bang there from A-Sticks, able to pick up much to room, and that should now be the site under control as the rest of Myth. They're going to have to be forced to scramble here. Do you just save? You have rifles.
Yeah,
you really committed.
I personally think that you should say, but I mean, they have 3 members, so they are relatively confident.
They have so much intel. They know there's at least 2 spotted going towards heaven. You can see they're positioned very nicely to defend this site.
Yeah, they're setting up crossfires here for both Jet as well as Sova.
Yep, there's the call being made by the IGL of Myth. They're going to be backing up at best, looking for some exit frags, but it's okay. This is okay. You go for a risky play. You buy on a second round after you lose the eco. It's a very dangerous position. So I think this is the right move to be making here. Obviously, the Bucky looking for exit frags is not going to find any. AAA, they probably recognize this. Not looking to give him any chances.
I think more importantly, so we have to look for the next round. How much of this investment of saving these guns will they profit themselves in the next upcoming round on round 3? Because if they don't, then technically it's like, what's the point, right?
Yep.
Oh, they have to play. Let's see the setup now. Once
what
again.
Is this guy, guys?
Bucky's! Guys. Everybody! I mean, they heard you. They knew it. They knew
look at that Wanna He's getting in on the action now. He's like, heck yeah, I want to play with my Bucky. I'm going to go lurk and kill him. You know what? The best, the Bucky is too strong. The only way you can really counter Gideon is with another Bucky.
Yep, it makes sense. It makes complete sense. He had Wanna he's taking the initiative. He's gonna start it up. I just saw Mushroom buy Sheriff and was like, you know what? I feel so out of place. Switches over immediately to the Bucky.
Yep. This team, you know, it's the real teamwork. It's they know. I mean, hey, they must have a strat here because they took 10 rounds off of attack all around here previously. So maybe something can work out for them here. As we'll be holding again these tight angles. Love family there, the tactical crouching.
Yep, just holding on. They're just holding on as the rest of attack on all sides, just, you know, looking out for any kind of information. The smokes are coming out from Omen here, but his smokes overall, they at the very least, they recharge. So he doesn't mind just expanding them as much as he can, just get that cooldown on, take some time, especially since there's a minute left in the round.
Yep. I mean, again, this map's so open, it really just leaves the attackers so many places to go. Really, it is quite literally an attack all-around map here, as you could really just kind of take your time, go anywhere you please. As we do see Omen getting tagged. Are they going to spot that Reyna to the left? Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, you need to hit him with the alternate fire at that range.
Yeah.
The Bulldog.
Your expertise on the Bucky never ceases to amaze me.
I don't know what to tell you. That should have been a one-shot even with the armor.
30 seconds
unfortunately, they were expecting the regular click to get it done. But now, it's okay. We still have 4 more Buckies. Actually, 5 more Buckies, of course.
I love it. I love it. But this post-plant situation is going to be really tough. Lots of wide open area. Lots of long corridors that they can just cover. Sova is already making sure. Yep, he spots out the Reyna here, and Cypher is going to be following quickly in.
This is tough. Beautiful shock. A beautiful shock arrow. Did his calculus there on that one and everything. What the heck? Ooh, PTC is going to drop. Actually, they were fighting. That was an exit frag as they were trying to check for anyone trying to save, but they got Buckies. They're not looking to save anything. They're looking to kill. They're going to get only one, though, Gideon. For Aztix is going to be able to trade him away with the double peek. And that Jet saving her Bucky for the next round.
But still, those shock arrows were really on point. Every single time the information that it gets, able to take out that Reyna, got really close to landing that shock arrow onto Cypher. However, it still required a double peek to finish him off. Overall, good round. Can it be better? Ooh, I don't know. 5 Buckies, it's hard to say. Look at that. Ooh, right on point.
Just nice and crisp in the perfect place. But now, actually, we've dropped the Bulldogs. We've upgraded our gear here for the side of attack all around. They've now got themselves, Myth, and I've got 2 operators here. Double operator strat sitting up towards one, looking for the early peak. I would be shocked if the other one wasn't watching long C, which seems to be the case. But of course, there we have the smoke there.
Jet can still see right over the tip of the smoke, just into windows. The rest of the team does seem to be looking down there. It looks like they're making sure that the doors are safe. They've broken the armor off of it and looking to shoot through it.
It's been tagged, so the armor they're taking a nice chunk out of.
Well, they're still okay. The smoke's coming down, and now they're pushing through. Imagine if they had a Bucky now.
Oh, they really were looking for the Bucky. The Reyna, though, not expecting the Omen to be hiding in the smoke.
Yeah, they gotta be careful for not to overextend in these situations. You are on defender side. You don't necessarily have to push through the smokes. You kind of want your opponents to actually make the first move.
Yeah, and it's not like you know your opponents have a good economy, but there we go. Poo one tap there, getting the pick onto Ginny. That's a lot of the utility taken out, but C has been well, actually they're just still chilling.
This gotta be careful. Silva's right by window, and Wannafi's gonna wide way swing. Immediately picks off 1. 2 more are pushing into side B right now.
Operator picked up.
Oh, nicely done by Boombarapa, making sure that he is covering these angles.
Love family still holding a tight angle here as the rotation will be made. Calls going over to A. Love family though with the operator smoked off from heaven though, as he will be taking his perch here, looking to be patient as they do have at least an even chance at retaking here. Looking at the numbers,
he's got to be careful. He does he misses the head. But unfortunately somebody's waiting down right on the side now. Doesn't seem to be connecting these bullets. They need to be winning these fights.
Nice pick there. Nice shot from A6. They tried to swing around wide, but you had, again, a perfectly executed double peek there. Even if you had that trade, you were definitely dying there to the extra team member for attack all around. I think, actually, they tagged him, but I don't think it was a one-shot. I think they tagged him through the floor of heaven. Yeah. Maybe hitting him, but unfortunately not getting the job done. And back to the Buckies it is then for Poo one tap. He goes, guys, I only use guns that can kill in one shot. Bucky and the operator.
I don't use anything else. Don't ask me to use anything else.
I don't know how to use anything else.
I refuse to use anything else. I only prefer the superior weapons, a Bucky and an Operator.
Indeed, here.
More, nothing less. This team already starts off the round, making sure that they are, you know, playing for picks here in hopes to see any kind of overextension coming in from Myth Attitude.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see that. Maybe Cypher, maybe a few points off of the ultimate there, hoping to maybe get that ult orb, find a pick, use the ulti, and hopefully try and stem the bleeding here. 4 rounds in a row now for Attack All Around, and Myth have... I mean, they've gotten close quite a few times. The Eco round was a 1v1. We're down to a 1v1 as well in one of the Bucky rounds, but it's so insane that I have to say one of the Bucky rounds. And you know what? I love living in this world.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Don't you love watching Valorant when 5 Buckies is absolutely viable?
Yeah. It's incredible here, but we do have a Jet here quite low. Does have that ultimate up as the rest of Attack All Around will now lurk on over towards C. We do have one member here as they will check the cubby. I think they might have scouted him over as the call is being made. You can see Omen rotating around quite heavily, but utility being dropped, forcing them out of the back of sight. Smoked off as well from that C connector. Oh, but one from Garage. Oh, the Guardian, they're going to miss those shots, unfortunately. Wannafly picking off the Reyna. 3v5 now is again. Nice job there, Wallet. PTC, that's the operator down. Boom, bro. What a place to be peeking there. He's going to find one. 2v3. The odds improving here. The Bucky, Poo one tap. He's in sight, down to a 2v2 now. One is super lit, however.
But this is a tough post-plant situation because, again, they have to use the smokes. If they don't have utility now to block line of sight, it's impossible. The Paranoia does come out. Now the drone is coming through as well just to ensure that they can't get onto this bomb. They're spamming the smoke to ensure it.
Hunter's Fury even. Wow. Oh, wow. Poo one tap, though. He's not able to get off a single shot, and it looks like the call will be made to save that Guardian, at least, from Myth. 5th round in a row then for Attack All Around.
You can just see the desperation of like, okay, we are making sure we are winning this round. The Hunter Furies comes out. They had nothing left at that point in time, 0 utility to work with. But at the end of the day, they still knock off this round in very clean fashion.
Yeah, I like that though. I like that call to commit the ultimate there, right? Because I mean, when else do you want to use the ulti, right? On a map like Haven, it's a bit more difficult because there's 3 sites. You're not going to have too many members stacked up at once. Yes, you can use it for the intel. It's great at that. But I think this is also a perfectly viable use scenario. I think, in fact, this is very clean. I have no complaints about this. As neither do you, of course. But I think I like it. I like it.
It's definitely ideal, and more so the fact that it's happening at post plant, so there is no way that anybody else would be anywhere but that angle.
Interesting to use it as an area of denial, right? Because usually it's kind of used more as a scouting or as maybe looking for an entry pick, right? Just spamming one spot, forcing them out of there. But that's a great use. I'm a big fan of that usage here. But
I mean, it's no showstopper for sure, but you know, it does the job.
No, it does the job in a pinch like that, right?
I think it arguably does the job even better just to make sure people don't, because there's 3 shots of it. So every time they go onto the bomb, it's just like, I'm just going to shoot another one. I'm going to wait for 3 seconds, do it again. Rinse, repeat.
Attack All Around. They're going to be playing it very patiently here as they're paying out the timings. Love family. Does hear lots of footsteps towards mid window. We've got an operator on the Jet here from mid, but they're playing it patiently. Lots of smokes, lots of utility already dropped, but Attack All Around still keeping their options open.
Looks like
there's always ticks. I believe he's been scouted, going for the trade here. Wow, he peeks him once and twice, even with the Hunter's Fury. Will be able to trade him off at the very least. In the meanwhile, Poo one tap is able to get the pick on the PTC, making it a 4v3.
Yeah, but I mean, now that they've fallen for this, they've over-rotated
30
towards
seconds
A side.
left.
They're getting onto C right now. Congrad, he's going to be looking, swinging backside, making sure he's watching that spawn side. They can't let them go through.
Operator in hand, new gen, be careful, they're right there.
Get out of my way.
He has no vision. Another smoke being dropped, though. The Leer ready to be used here as Omen standing just outside of the smoke. He's going to hear plenty of footsteps. He's going to get the kill on a 1 for the Operator with the no-scope, able to pick him off. Look at that, Poo one tap as well with the ulti, able to get at least 1. It's down to the 1v1 then. The clutch scenario. Cypher, though, he's got the intel, trying to spam through the smokes here. Spike ticking away. He needs to get this one fast, but so much smoke, he will be able to get the spray and does have the defuse. Myth will take a round.
Oh, that was so stressful. I mean, they already got the Cypher ult down. They knew exactly where it was, especially in a 1v1 situation. He's able to pick up the op once again, deciding on which skin he prefers. The black, the orange, which do you prefer?
Yeah, well, you know, it's... On my first match, I was told, make sure you take the enemy guns, because it has their power. And they really could use a bit of that Attack All Around power, can't they? That's their first round in 5 here. They finally have managed to at least get that first win bonus. It will reset their loss bonus here, though, so...
Yeah.
it's important for them to at least get a second round here for them as we take another look at that nice spray control there.
So
on that
nicely
Vandal.
done. So nicely done. I mean, the defense. The defense coming in from the attackers after they dropped the bomb. They only had 3 members to actually pull that off. They did a really good job bringing it down to a 1v1 like that. They are holding down the fort well.
Yep, very impressive stuff. Omen as well, just such aggressive positioning from attack all around. It's really impressive. And of course, Poo one tap, just amazing round there. Opening it up with the pick, with the operator, using the ulti to get a little bit of damage in, and even a second kill there to really let them take that site. So nicely done overall.
I love what Myth is doing right now. They've locked off a site completely, but still Omen and Cypher are just by Banana, and they are just speaking to like, we don't even want the information. We just want to get the frags.
Yep. I'm just here for the ulti orb, don't mind me.
Oh, this is great. This is
How do you think this Reyna pick's working out?
I mean, so far it's pretty good for follow-up, especially with the Leer. The Leer is a great way to kind of open up to force your opponents to get rid of it as soon as they can. Now that the crosshair is out of position, at least your entry fragger has an easier time. I do think Reyna is much better as a follow-up fragger than an entry fragger, but you know, with the Empress, that's where the big debates come in.
Yep. Empress makes your gun go burr, doesn't it?
30 seconds
Really
left.
does.
Really does.
I do hope that Reyna picks up an Odin at some point of time with the Empress.
Oh, goodness. Well, it's a pretty clean entry there as they manage to catch Myth unprepared for that one. They've got vision now. Owl Drone being sent in. I mean, this is crazy to even suggest this, but do you just save if you're Myth?
I don't know. I guess you just have to buy time, push it to the wire, wait for the exit frag.
But there we go. Reyna now going in. Going to land a opening kill now. That's going to be everyone just kind of running all in. Operator through the smoke. Not going to catch anyone now as AAA falling apart at the seams, scrambling around a little bit, but still having good control. That's going to pay off as they get 2 more kills. Jet, the last one standing. Poo one tap, though, looking for more as the Jet battle continues, switching over to the Classic to get a kill. But dropping to the bomb, unfortunately, so they will lose that operator in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they were pushing in really, relatively late. I mean, they got that initial kill. They were pushing in. The smokes were already down. Sova was already waiting down the C long, looking down at the bomb side, and they didn't have any lurkers to actually try to help clear that. And neither did they have the utility by the end of that round. So there's really nothing much they could do. Well played, going over to Myth Attitude.
Yeah. It's great stuff. Unfortunately, they had 2 just sitting at A, and you know, hindsight 2020, not really contributing a whole lot to the map control overall. So the rotations take that extra long. Sova does what he can to hold them off, but he's not particularly well suited for that.
Yeah.
So it's just nice job by A, reading that and just going all in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. It's a really good call, and right now, attack on all sides. They're just dominating in this map so far.
6-1 here, not looking as close as previous. Oh, but the Sheriff is in town here. It's the Love family. That's going to now be a kill onto the Lurker. Perhaps even a Vandal now in the hands of Myth. That could be a round changer.
Yeah, that really could. I mean, you can literally see the bullet almost flying in slow motion. Half a second too late to react to that. Really, what can you do? It's sad, but looks like they are just going to play for picks here, waiting for anybody to overextend for the side of Myth Attitude.
Yep, definitely. You can see we have a Jet lurking around A long, maybe trying to come from behind, try and spook someone, as they will now fake the smokes towards Garage and head towards that A site. There's still a Sheriff waiting for them here with a shorty, I believe that is actually. Ready to go here, so a tight angle to be peeked, but the Owl Drone is going to betray his position here. Ginny,
30
looking for the
seconds
spray, will get one through the wall, as with the Phantom, he's done quite well here himself. But there we go, finished off as he tried to rotate on right back. Heaven being controlled as through the connector, you have already one there. I believe it's going to be the Sova. 3v3, breach lit here on the side of Myth. What can they get done?
Yep, they're doing a great job here. They've dropped it forward. They're making sure that Heaven is completely locked off while 2 members are watching by spawn side here. It's not going to be enough in this
Oh,
situation.
it's so difficult.
How do you win from here? Oh, it looks like they are trying to take a risk here. Peeking out. Lots of rifling going through.
Just walling him. It's like a carnival game. Shoot the Reyna.
They're hoping to, I mean, they are hitting a couple of shots. She's down to 29. I don't think she's going to peek again. One more bullet could be it for her.
He's just looking for ego damage. Oh, nearly getting that Vandal out of the hands of attack all around. Unfortunately, will end up dropping and instead giving 200 credits for the kill to Conga Red.
Oh boy, this is just a really tough. I mean, they get the site, no problem. They get the site, no problem. They hold the site, no problem. the defense coming in from Myth Attitude really needs to be bucking up here because, again, they're spread really thin overall. And then, yes, they do have the Cypher. However, they're playing this very aggressive style of, you know, pushing, dropping the tripwires, but still pushing past that. So you don't even have the information of whether someone is there or not. You're just taking that big risk.
Man, everyone really just be going for Vandals now. We've seen Bucky rounds out from Myth, but now it's 10 Vandals, not a single operator.
Yeah, I don't think they would want to go for it right now, but looks like they are just very confident in their rifling capabilities. So they look to get some information. Yep.
There you go.
Drone there. Good
they know
drone,
one is in heaven.
They still have to deal with the initial problem with the person in heaven here. PTC going to be able to get on the side, clears the camera, and now the rest of the team should be making the call. We can start pushing in through B side. Yeah.
It is a fake. Are they actually planting B? No, but maybe they're looking for the wraparound here to catch the rotating members off guard. Poo wants that though. He's better than that, getting the kill onto Conga Red here. I believe from Garage, maybe even through the smoke. But Spike going down B here. Not something we see all the time, but maybe AA at this point, maybe just practicing. But Myth, let's see what they can get done. Barappa, I think he's just going for the intel. No, he actually has teleported straight into the line of fire, but Newjet into the site. Poo has gone down. It's going to be a 3v1 here. Mush to room, looking to try and secure it here. They know that he's somewhere in mid, hitting the shock darts as there he goes, unable to find the spray, but 3 agents ready for Myth to spray him down. Will yield them Myth's second round of the map.
Myth was doing a really good job here, and I think honestly, attack on all sides, they had a really good layup here as they were pushing up into B. They had Jet coming through A side, rotating and looking to connectors. She would have had 2 free kills if it wasn't for Cypher, who lagged a little bit behind, just in case there was a lurker.
Would you like to have seen them maybe continue on through B onto A to catch the rotating team?
Personally, I think that would have been a little bit risky. I would have preferred if they were pushing through towards C side, just to kind of cut off the 2 major points here almost straight away, because they're going to have central control over Garage side, and immediately that means that spawn is going to be completely cut off as well.
That's right. You faked A, so there's no way that they can be coming from long, so you can plant for long, hold long pretty confidently.
Yep.
I like that. I like where your head's at here, Gideon. We're going to have just a few sprays through smoke. We're going to see what you can find, but one tap, not finding any of those, as it will be, looks like an A push, and no one actually positioned in A whatsoever. We do have that Cypher camera down, which should at least give them the intel, but will it give them time to react?
I don't know. I don't think it is, but they got rid of the camera, so they're already making the call. Okay, B side, there's nobody. They're droning out C, so it looks like it's clear. Now they're going to quickly rotate over to the A side. They know it's for sure going to be A, but they can lag behind and send one person through B, but that's going to be a very long transition.
Wow, actually the spike being denied. So now they're going to have to go for a replant. Ooh, very aggressive play there. Love maybe got baited there. Conga Red able to finish him off from heavens. Lots of smokes here as the ultimate from the breaches will be coming through. Hunter's Fury as well. Lear being thrown down for that near side is Hunter's Fury. Trying to find anyone there. Smokes. Lots of utility to spray through the smoke as we have now a full heal, but it's not going to matter. PTC lining up 2 here with the headshots. Good rotations from Poo one tap though. He needs more. He's going to find it. Now it's going to be a 2v1. The breach hiding in the sewers here. Can they try and bait him out there with the diffuse? Ginny, he needs one more, and he's gonna find it. As I think they went to try and stick it, ending up in favor there for Ginny.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't react. I was surprised that he didn't react a little bit sooner to that, especially since I thought that he wasn't going to stick it, but eventually he did, and inevitably Ginny was able to pick that up. But let's see this instant replay one more time just to get a better idea. Here. I think overall Jet was in a great position. This fight, however, I don't think she was expecting him to go for that wide swing, especially since she knew for a fact that it was breach left.
I guess not. That was a bit surprising. I was maybe expecting even just a crossfire kind of setup, just peeking him twice at the same time, maybe out of utility, very likely at that point, but kind of unfortunate there for Myth. I think that round was definitely within their grasp and kind of just outplayed there by AAA.
Slipped away a little bit.
Slipped away from them there. Could have had it. So getting tagged here a bit through the box, trying to find the headshot there with the Sheriff. Will be unable to do so, and that's going to be A site yet again. Set up, and AAA, they've just been... They've had the luxury of time setting up for their perfect defense. This is the way they can do it. They have so much time.
I mean, they've got all 5 of their members here. Cypher is already dead. He wasn't able to hold the site single-handedly, so now this becomes an immediate problem as they look to retake this site. Connector is just completely trapped up here. Heaven is going to be smoked off for now.
Yeah, Boombara going to drop. This is tough because we're with Buckies and pistols here on the side of Myth. Oh, wow.
player
Oh,
standing.
wow.
Another one.
Where are you going? It's like Duck Hunter up in here. 2 off of heaven. Down they go, but bodies falling limp to the ground. That's going to be a
Last
flawless
round.
round for attack all around, as we will now hit our last round of the half.
Oh boy, that was really rough. I mean, you can see him duck hunting right here. Jumps
Yep.
immediately going down before the Lear even hit. So, oh, really rough rounds coming in from Myth Attitude overall. But attack all on all sides, making sure that they are just continuing to dominate, not giving a sliver of hope over to Myth Attitude.
Yep, double Odin strat, Operator, and 2 Vandals on the side here
Get out of
of
my
Myth
way.
Attitude. We have that Jet ulti to play with, as we now see that being used by PTC, looking for some quick picks here. They do actually have some people set up in A this time. Look at how aggressive they're lurking around, though. Lear being tossed on through Reyna, though, not committing, but they might know... Actually, they've probably got no intel here whatsoever.
Yeah.
So plenty of rotations now coming on through, as we'll take a look at that camera shot.
Alright, she
Get out
dashes
of my
right
way.
immediately on the site. I'm assuming that his capes is going to activate, but no, it doesn't look like he has any capes set up to take this site with no problems whatsoever.
planted.
Rotations are being made quick, easy. Connector has been cut off. Heaven's vision has been gone.
Eugen now is going to open it up with a pick.
Oh,
Spike is down. That's no, not Empress quite yet. Just
Yep.
1 point off. Hunter's Fury trying to get the intel. He's going to get a little bit of damage in onto 1. As all 3 smokes actually by that Jet used very aggressively, trying to swing around with the operators. Shock Art is going to allow the entry, but Ace takes. He's going to find 2, and the crossfire from Ginny. The Love family though with the Odin at least will make this a 2v2. It's not out of the question here with PTC picking it a 1v2 now. The spray control not there. As much to room is going to be now down to a 1v1 with knives still out from PTC. He's going to find it with the burst. 10-2.
Oh, that was
Switching
a chaotic
sides.
round. That really was, and I definitely think that Cypher needs to rethink his setup for A here, because his tripwires are in very interesting positions, mainly because he was trying to make a hard read on where the bomb was going to be planted. But like these fights are really starting to get messy. Like Myth really want to get really down into their
No
dirt.
charges
They're getting
left.
their hands messy, and the same goes for attack on all sides. They aren't afraid to go in as a 5-side to make something happen.
Yeah, and frequently, I mean, it's so hard on a map, even like Haven, right? But so frequently, they're able to just run into a site, clear 1 or even the no people that are holding it, and set up a great defense. Yes, this map is very open. Yes, it's very easy to rotate around, but when you have 5 members holding a site, it can be incredibly difficult to try and retake it.
Yeah, especially when they all basically had a full utility at that point in time as well. So just constantly slowing them down with each step. Aldrone first gonna come off towards double doors, making sure the garage is wide open. Oh, he's not looking in the right direction.
Oh
here.
no, we forgot to check the corner though. Ace takes now. Congress sweeping back around. Will pick off 2, and they're going to be perfectly holding on to this site. In fact, so far it's a flawless round for AAA on the pistol round. Who 1 tap at least will be able to get the kill onto Ginny. Looking for maybe some more eco damage here at this point. 1v4 nearly intact through the smoke. New one was coming, but it's not going to matter. PTC finishing him off with the ghost.
I mean, huge bait coming in from Gungara there. He just needed to show himself for half a second to allow themselves to be like, because naturally when you look at somebody and where their direction is, you're not thinking about checking those corners because you're assuming, oh yeah, that's the only guy there. There's probably a second person on the right. Those are the common angles, so there's no point actually looking on your left, and that's where Sova really took his time. He waited for half a second just to see if one more person comes out, eventually killing everybody off.
Especially, you're not expecting 3 and C. I mean, maybe in the pistol round, there's room for debate there, right?
Yeah.
Because your general setup is like 2A, 1 garage, maybe 1 C, 1 kind of mid and B, right? Something like this, right? 1 lurker in there. There's variance, but on the pistol round, he's probably very surprised.
They're doing it again. They're doing it
They're
one
doing
more
it
time.
again.
Oh, wait.
Unbelievable. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm bringing a shorty, but it's not going to matter. The spray will find 2. Pooh 1 tap with a shorty of his own, however, eventually finishing off Congorev.
Is he going to get one more?
Here.
And he's going to be rotating around here, jumping on through garage. As PTC, he heard someone jump in there. Look at that little side step there. She do be stepping though, as there they go. Wanna Fly getting the kill on Mush to Room, who was hoping to try and rotate through mid. C definitely under control here. It's AAA looking to try to make sure they can hold on to their angles.
I don't think they just need to just sit this one out. They don't need to do anything. They're not on the attack side. They're
Can
on
they
the defender
afford to
side.
do? I mean, they really only bought like very, very small items, right? They
Yeah.
didn't. They're saving for the next round here. If they lose this one, it's gonna be 2 to 12. Oh wow. Okay, well now 9 HP and a dream, right?
Yeah, there's no way he's winning this round. The spike is way too out in the open by the garage connector there. So he's
30
just gonna have
seconds
to
left.
one-tap people if he really wants to win this round. But 20 more seconds as the rest of the team is gonna. I mean, they are very patient. They're not actually going hunting for him this time round, so they're just going to wait for time.
I like the call here. It was, I mean, I guess at this point a full buy, right? It's just going to want to fly, who is going to be in an awkward spot and pick off the last Cypher standing. He's going to win that mirror matchup.
Match
Unfortunate
point.
indeed. Unfortunate indeed. But let's see how they play this out now, because now they can start buying, you know, some heavy duty rifles and make sure that they can start getting up getting some full armors as well. That's definitely going to be helping them out here. The op already coming up from Poo, one tap over, and overall, I mean, it's looking pretty good, pretty standard here. Some people are still maintaining to have their guns rather than upgrade them. Genie is one fly
I like
as well.
that. I like that. Just the insurance. You have, hey, it's 12-2. We don't need to go all out here. Let's not even give them 2 extra rounds. I like this. It's playing safe even when you're up by 10. Off with the operator. The opening pick is going to be won by PTC. He's looking for more as well. Looking to peek. He's going to find the headshot through the wall onto the Cypher. 3v5 at this point. A completely under control is PTC. He's looking for more as he's going to rotate around solo. Looks like he's lurking with the operator.
Let's look at this one more time.
Yep, there we go, and that's the flawless. Just like that, as the rifles are able to hunt down the last remaining members of Myth Attitude, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory for Attack All Around.
Whew, I mean, Attack All Around, they are very methodical and very patient with what they do. They aren't like too hastily doing it, but if they pull the trigger, they are absolutely committing to it. There's no stopping them.
They were just super confident, but restrained in this match. I would say they definitely showed respect to their opponent here, which is great, right? Because their opponents, they bought 5 buckies 2-3 rounds in a row. Obviously, they thought they could get something to work there. It almost did for a couple of rounds. So I think there's definitely merit within that strategy here, but definitely just a clean 2 games from Attack All Around. Definitely one of the teams to be watching out for here as we move on further into our tournaments here. As this is just our first round, best of 2 round robin, clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0 indeed, but we gotta talk a little bit about Myth here because they overall took their time. They took their time a lot of these maps, but they have a very different approach. Especially with some of these maps, you can clearly see that there's some people like mid, some people don't like mid. The way they actually approach these maps. 2 very different styles, even though they are from the same region, which I find pretty interesting because you would assume that they would play relatively similar, relatively same strats, relatively same comps.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And the decision to even go for the Reyna being a bit of an interesting one there. Not working out too well for them. You had at least nice plays with the Lear, but I think Attack All Around, they were just too on the ball here for this one.
And I think, they followed their name here, especially in this map. They absolutely crushed it overall. Like Haven, they made sure that they were controlling the areas. And I think what I liked about them the most is, especially when they were playing on the attacker side, they really took their time with it. They waited until the very last second until they had to drop the bomb. They even planted the bomb in B once and set it up for there. Well done to them.
Yep, definitely. Well, let's see what our analysts have to say about that as we'll throw it over to Avo Plus and the panel.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team team from Thailand and have been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not with. Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the panel, where we're going to spend a lot of time dissecting this last match. It seemed quick, it seemed easy, but there's a lot of complexity within this simple best of 2. My name is always Mr. Alva Plus. Join me, Yoli, and Zero. So, we just see AAA stomp Myth.
Completely dismantled.
Let's be honest, they were dumpstered so hard. It was like a landslide for them.
Behind the scenes, I go, right, one of us is going to be the nice person to them. And they both take the mean role. No shame from Yoli, swapping immediately.
I mean, come on, let's be honest. Like, we're sure there are good points and bad points that we both and all of us can agree on. But since we brought up the topic of what that game was like, summarizing it, it was a great game for AAA, for Attack All Around. Not so much for Myth attitude, for sure.
Yeah.
What was missing? But if you're watching that game, what do you think you're like, Myth, you need to do this better?
Alright, the one thing I believe Myth should just stop doing is stop getting the buckies. Stop getting the shotguns, and 5-man shotguns and everything. The economy is totally keeps wrecking here.
That's
like,
true.
Maintain, like, sure, I get it, it's maybe the first day of the group stage. Maybe they are still trying to try things out, but you also must remind yourself that each game is very crucial here if you really want to be one of the top two teams in your group stage to go towards the playoffs. So focus the economy a little bit better, right?
Yeah. I think it's also, maybe for the side of Myth attitude, they are maybe panicking a bit too early. Like, they are just being very, when they lose a round, they just start panicking, and then, you know, we have to force buy next round because we're going to start losing too many rounds. But that actually gives them an adverse effect, because that's going to affect the economy for the next 4 rounds.
Yep.
So they have to have a strong voice in the team that just says, you know, guys, calm down. We only lost 4 rounds. We can still make it a 6-4, make it an 8-4. Yeah. Like, we could see it affected their plays quite a bit when they were on the defending side. Like a single Omen just using dark cover, just using the smokes, actually baited so many rotations that they just gave up the other side. So they're just, I think, just panicking too much.
Yeah. That was just although, but then again, if you think about it, so that Omen play on the first map Ascent, right? Able to divert that attention, just his presence alone on that side. Like, hey guys, come over here. Like, come and check me out. And instantly, that whole divergence just opened up so much space for Team AAA. Absolutely, seriously, really well played for that.
Could go back to the economy that Zero was talking about, because it did seem like there was two completely different games going on, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one team is hard to judge their economy because they just weren't dying, so they just kept it. Went one full buy round, and it's like, oh, well, that's it. But I agree with you. It seemed like there was a lot of half buy or forced buy rounds on the Myth side. Do you think that's just a result of panic? Do you think there must have been, like, what was the thought process behind that?
It could be a conscious decision, or like, okay, if we catch them off guard with this this shotgun and light armor buy, maybe we can, you know, catch them off the close corners, and then we get a free upgrade that's gonna throw them off their mojo a little bit. But they just did it way too many times. It became predictable, and then they weren't really winning the gunfights either, whether it was a buy round or not. They just, whenever there was a duel, whether it was a one-on-one, close range or long range, it always seems that AAA would always be on top, whether it was true trades or it was just a pure 1v1.
The dueling was just absolutely one-sided for sure. But AAA is just always on point. Sure, you could even, there are some moments where we saw in the game where they literally, Team Myth had the opportunity. They had the first advantage. They picked first, but Team AAA is still able to follow up with it and just punish them really hard time and time again. Now, sure, I get it. Maybe all the Bucky buys and everything. Yeah, I'm gonna call it Buckies. Okay, I'm not gonna call it shorties because it's just sometimes it's contradicting with the actual other shorty guns that we know. So getting the Buckies, I get it. Maybe I wouldn't say panic. Maybe at the time they just had this full confidence. Like, you know what, guys, totally fine. We'll reset, buy the gun, we'll just run at them and just try to overwhelm them with speed and numbers and try to put them out of position. It normally works on certain teams, but not on AAA apparently. Like, just they're living up to their name. They're attacking all around. Like, I'm not even kidding, man. They're attacking all around. They realize you're going bucket again. They're like, okay, that's like an obvious thing now. So let's just get Vandals, get Phantoms. We're just gonna run at them because they know that they have the range advantage, and they just do it. They do it perfectly well.
Maybe it's also because of the fact that maybe that Myth attitude isn't comfortable playing from behind. They're always used to, you know, winning the pistols and then winning the round after, and always having guns in their hands. That's why when they are on these, you know, forced ecos, forced buy rounds, they aren't really sure of the best way to progress with the economy. So that just, you know, destroyed their following rounds because they just kept wanting to buy these guns.
That's actually I want to touch on that because the AAA team, it did seem like most of the time their tactics were considerably more diverse than we saw from Myth. In fact, Myth, as you mentioned, it seemed like their tactics was all or nothing. They used to kind of bunch up in one spot and hope that they can just outplay their opponents, and that doesn't seem like the best strategy when you're already outgunned, when the enemy has much better firepower than you do. What would you like to see instead?
I think they need to dive deeper into their tactics book if they have one, right? Diversify a little bit, like you said. Having not funnel into like a lemming sort of situation where everyone just runs down a cliff the same way, because we've seen them retake the sites so many times, and it's always, you know, 3 people in one entrance, 3 people on the other entrance. It's always the same thing over and over again, and sure, it might catch someone off guard. You're not expecting all 3 of them to come out from the same entrance one time, but once they establish a pattern, they see one place with a smoke, they know, you guys are coming out from here, then they can just train their crosshairs on that spot. You know, it's the name of the game right now for Myth attitude for the coming series is not to be predictable.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, I just thought maybe they just love surprising people. You know? Like, they surprised us. Yeah, they surprised us the entire time. Like, you know, like even Albo, you were just saying like, why did 3 guys inside dark cover? They're like getting ready to like retake the site, but like, why are you guys there? Like, what are you doing?
I was more surprised. Are they really gonna try this again?
Oh yeah.
I mean, there is that factor, right? Of like, I can't believe they're not gonna do this, and then they do like 3 rounds in a row. I mean, it reminded me every time I watched them, especially in the first map, it just seemed like I was watching, you know, those old cartoons where the people like get stuck like side to side in like a door, and they're trying to pass. Like, people are being very competitive. It felt that way. They're just kind of getting stuck at each other. They're trying to cross the same corners. They're getting one-shotted like literally one by one. It was tough to watch, to be honest.
It was rough.
Was there an element though there that might have been thanks to AAA? Because they controlled the map very well.
Yeah.
You think they might have forced them to play that way because they felt like they were out of options?
I think the map control coming from AAA did come into play as well. They got into the fantastic post-plan positions where there wasn't really any options except the only entrances available for Myth Attitude to come in from. So that might have contributed to the fact that they just kept coming in from the same entrance, or they just grouped up together.
Yeah.
But definitely, Myth Attitude can look to break through that vice hold they have. Try and maybe go double on one side to just clear that area out. Suddenly they have two places to look out for.
But that's where mentality comes to play, right? Like the thing is this: every time, sure, first 3 rounds normally people would just be like, oh, it's just normal, equal game, full buys, that kind of thing. Round 3, totally fine, throwing the game, totally fine, right? But this is, at the same time, I believe the first 3 rounds is going to be very crucial for the mentality of the players as well, because when you see such a dominating lead, and it keeps piling and piling, no amount of words or good words you can try to put on your teammate to say like calm down to actually really calm down. Sure, they may look like they calm down, but mentally up here is anarchy. It's totally chaos, apocalypse, right? So I guess it's worth an entire game. Yeah, you're laughing. I know what I know what you're thinking as well. Like, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Like after that first few rounds, they just started panicking, started saying like, you know what, fine, let's just go for it, just go with it. They stopped thinking, they stopped being tactical, it's no longer being strategic, anything about it at all. They're just like, just buy buckets, run them down, force buy, run them down, and it just keeps failing, and this not really helping for them at all.
You think there's an element there where sometimes they're just giving up mentally before the game is even over?
Yeah, I think being the less experienced team definitely came into play here.
Yeah.
We were talking before the first series started that some of these teams, they have that experience advantage, and Attack All Around definitely is the more experienced team. All of their players coming from different FPS genres, and right now they are dominating the Southeast Asian scene. They have a lot of experience in both winning and also losing. So they have that mentality. When we are 2 rounds behind, it's okay. We'll take the next 4 rounds. Always look for the future. Always plan ahead. Never delve on the past. You might have lost a bad eco round. You could have lost a gun round against full ecos, but you have to let go of that and just think there's another 10 rounds ahead. We gotta win the next few.
How do you do that? If you're playing from behind, and then obviously in Valorant, what is your game plan? Say you lose the pistol round, you lose, you get destroyed. Like you don't even kill a single agent in the enemy team, which is what happened. And let's say you lose the next round as well, right? And then either they're forcing you to buy, or they're playing like really safe for the enemy team, so you realize you're not going to win this economy. What is your strategy then?
Well, there's always a weak point. Whatever team there is, the chain is as strong as their weakest link, right? You always look for their weak link. You always find, which sides are always left undefended, which one player is always playing alone, and then you just exploit that, until they are forced to switch it up, and then you can start being more unpredictable.
True. And like, I guess there are some certain factors you can try to pull the thing, because sure, you can come up with whatever strategies you want. You can even be tactical before the pre-games, right? You can just start planning with your whole team, bring out the whole map of bring out the whole layout of a map, just start playing like, okay, maybe we can try and engage here and here and here. But no matter of research or preparation can prepare you for such a strong brute force of personal plays that is going to be able to bring up from the opposing team. We saw the firepower coming from the side of AAA, and then now also when I look at the past achievements coming from the side of AAA, I'm like, how did Myth Attitude took the win over AAA at the Ryzen Radiant Masters? I'm like, and by the way, that was 4 days ago, not last month. 4 days ago, they took a clean 2-0. So in this case, I could say that maybe AAA, I'm really happy for that. They managed to get that revenge match after that 4 days ago, that match.
You think could have been something like some strats they weren't expecting, and then now they were much more prepared because they already played against them. And we did mention that AAA is the more experienced team. So usually experienced teams learn much more from losses.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just maybe AAA wasn't wasn't playing at 100% during the Ryzen Masters, or they were just saving strats. This is the bigger tournament. This is the Royal Sea Cup, right? All their focus is gonna be on this tournament right here.
Every tournament till now has not mattered.
Doesn't
That's
matter.
essentially it.
Yeah, totally doesn't matter at all. 25,000 USD is a very big prize pool for sure.
Ridiculous price pool. Actually.
Very ridiculous.
Not top heavy though. Even if you come fourth, you actually make a fair amount of money.
Fair point.
Look at that, giving back to the community. Eat this. Go use our website.
Thank you guys so much, by the way.
but no, seriously, I agree with what you're saying though. There is maybe the degree of seriousness, you know, especially when an esport is starting. A lot of teams might not take it as seriously in certain smaller tournaments because they're thinking it's not the big leagues yet.
Yeah.
So it's hard to judge how well a team is even trying to perform.
Which is not bad. Which is not a bad thing for the more amateur teams as well. I mean, you get a chance to face up against stronger teams. You also get a chance to sustain yourself. You know, getting all these smaller prize pools.
Yep.
So it's a stepping stone. It's not that, you know, teams are not always serious. It's more of, you know, prioritizing whichever is the best.
That's why I was saying before the game even started, right? I was saying that it was really great. I was really happy for the 4 qualifying teams. By the way, congratulations again, who really make it to such a big, amazing.
Oh, congratulations today.
I mean,
I am counting in my head.
I'm positive, alright?
This man is so hyped. Like, you qualified to our tournament.
Exactly. Congrats, boys. You did it. You made it. But of course,
And now you got stopped.
Yeah. I mean, gotta tone it down a little bit too, right? But anyway, coming back, like, I was really curious about what you guys think, right? What do you guys think about the agent change in the second game in Haven, where Myth they swap out their breach for Arena?
Might be we were talking about this as some teams try to do as a clutch, or sorry, a crutch actually in this case, right? You do this in your ranked matches, it's much more effective because you're obviously much above the level of ranked. Then you go in competitive, you think, well, if I can just get my streak off, right? If I'm just playing better, there's a lot of outplay potential with Reina. Or maybe go back to 0 points. Maybe it was the flashes they wanted to use, or the nearsightedness.
Nearsight, yeah.
They wanted to use.
So the second map was Bing Haven. There's a lot of closer corners like a sewer or even garage. So that's where you can sort of interchange the breach with the Reina. But I would still prefer breach because the distance is just so huge.
Yeah.
You can flash off C from C long, like from the top of C long you can flash up C, and that range is just amazing, right?
And like maybe they just took into the account where like, all right, Reina, if they're able to pick off frags, then sure they will be able to fully utilize their kit. But I guess in this case, where they're just playing with this lineup, like, all right, let's go with Lear. Just constantly just flash to the side. We run it because the first game we already saw they've been doing all these shotgun plays, right? And I'm pretty sure they wanted to go with the same mentality where like, all right, we're just gonna keep running at them. It may not be shotguns, it just could be any other weapons, but we're just gonna constantly run at them and try to put them in a position where they're not really comfortable. But then again, we saw AAA. After experiencing them in game number 1, they're pretty much just used to it. They're like, all right, you're gonna run at us. We're prepared. We're not surprised if you got a flash. We will react to it. Then we will just punish you for any mistakes you're gonna do.
Yeah. I think one thing Reina is better than Breach at is being a counter initiator. So you're on the defensive side, they are flashing in. Lear is definitely easier to throw out than a flashpoint to try and stop them from pushing in. So fault line, it's good, but it has that charge time that you might not be able to react to. So Lear is definitely the better counter initiating tool, but in terms of initiation, I think Breach wins hands down.
And we did see it as well. When it came to AAA, who was using Breach the whole time. They were, I mean, most of the time, that Breach alone was essentially setting up for the whole initiation, especially when they were on the attacking side. Incredibly powerful with those fault lines.
Yeah, very powerful. But then again, I really want to talk about that one round where they actually went for this double up buy coming from the side here of Team Myth, right? And then
they actually made it work.
Yeah, they made it work. And amazing, like until now, like me and Jay and the rest of the casters, we're still like confused of how this Reina was able to pull off like
the no scope
op in the dark cover. He didn't even see the guy there. He just was like, I think someone is here. Let's just try to like just no scope.
No, his teammate died, like, so he gave the information. But still, it was like a no scope through the smoke.
Yeah, it's just, oh, that was crazy, man.
But that was an expensive round. They bought 2 ops. They only survived with one more player. Yeah.
Full buys.
So that again hurt the economy in the future rounds. I think they're panicking a little bit too much.
Oh, so you think that was a mistake, even if they managed to make it work?
They bought 2 operators and they
random.
barely won the round. They won by 1 last player remaining.
It was a plain full buy coming from the side.
Yep. Can we mention talk about that? I felt when I was watching the match that there was a bit of just a skill differential when it came to just the shooting. Right? I saw many times when they were perhaps picking at each other, they would see each other at the same time, and still you would have AAA always coming out on top. Did you guys notice that? Do you find that was also the case? AAA just seemed like they were better at the gunmanship.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of pure aim, I think AAA is if AAA is 90%, MIF attitude is maybe 60-50%. So the skill level in that situation is quite far apart. But even in terms of depth of tactics, I think AAA has it hands down. Like,
how do you deal with it though? If I'm faced with an opponent that's just gonna shoot better than me, you know, it sounds stupid, you know, simplifying the game, but like he does know how to shoot better, he aims better. How do I, as the opponent that I know I'm worse, quote unquote, deal with that?
I mean, that's pretty much why there's the existence of utility. Like, if you cannot make up, if you cannot like actually pair off like 1v1 during those duels, you make up for it with utilities, smoke, flashes, positioning, catching them off guard. That's pretty much all these amazing skills from all these agents. It's sort of to amplify the players, but also to help the team as well. But just want to come back to the point where you're talking about these 1v1s, right? I think in this case where AAA, in most cases, maybe their marksmanship or their gun style might be a little bit different to a more alert team. But in this case, because they are so used to the play style, they're really experiencing MIF like after so many rounds, 13 rounds, and they're like, all right, they're just gonna keep running at us either from this entrance or this entrance. They're prepared, they're alert. That's pretty much why they're a little bit more faster and more precise compared to MIF.
Yeah, I think something to touch on your point about using utilities is also using your teammates. Right? It doesn't have to be a one versus. It doesn't have to be a one versus one every time.
Like, hey man, be my
go out.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, that was a smoke play, right? They were funneling, so they had 3 meat shields and 1.
You can't shoot them all, right? You only have 13 bullets.
Yeah, only 13 bullets.
Yeah, but I mean, right? You can always, a common tactic is, one guy close peek, the other guy wide peeks, and definitely he can't shoot you both.
Sure.
So, like, if you win, if you are weaker in terms of like aim battle, instead of one person with 50% going up against another 90, why not put 2 people with 50% against a 90? So you technically have your 100%, right?
Yeah, it's maths.
Yeah, it is maths.
That's how percentages work.
Technically, that should work, right? That's one way, other than using utilities, to just come on top despite being behind in terms of aiming skills.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing maths in Valorant.
Do you think that... I got so excited. Do you think that, if we go back to the conversation we had before these games, the whole idea of would you like to play safer agents because maybe you know that you're just the worst team and that might be the better option. We did talk about Brimstone, for example, that kind of safer smoking option. Maybe they should have considered that?
It's like I say, it still depends on the play style. Like, I believe MIF and even AAA, like, they came into this first game with the thought like, all right, we played this kind of style in the previous tournament. It works. Let's just stick with it. As you guys know the term, if it works, don't fix it. That kind of, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? So they came into this game with a certain composition, with a certain play style. Like, if we're good at aggressive, let's just stick with aggressive. But in this case, MIF, I believe they didn't realize they pushed their luck a little bit too far. Like, after experiencing the first game, they tried to go into the second game and alright, let's still play this all in, and it still didn't work out for them. So maybe I think for MIF, if they really want to try to take even more points, maybe they should try to learn to take a step back. Like, if a certain strat doesn't work out, take a step back and just be like, alright guys, being all in is not gonna work. Let's just try something else.
Yep. I mean, it's not the end of the road for them. They still have 2 more matches coming up with, against Anbu and One Word Only. Is that team
Only
name?
one word?
Yeah,
Only one word. One word only. Yeah.
One word only, but technically it's not wrong.
Oh,
Yeah, but that'll be
oh,
you cannot
no,
have that.
no, oh, it's only
They
ow.
did it on purpose. They knew.
See, OW, now you know a new logo right now.
Yeah, let's talk about the other matches though, because I actually want to talk about the matchup specifically. Most people, when they were coming to this group, they were telling me, I was walking on the streets like, oh, you're hosting a Valorant tournament. Let me tell you, this team, the AAA was probably the favorites in Group A. Do you think it's better playing against the favorites to start, get that loss out of the way?
It
for
is.
Myth?
It is. Like, suddenly you have no more pressure. You lose the match that you're destined
only
to
go
lose. Yeah, you can only go up. You have 2 more matches. You're like, okay, we got destroyed the first round, but 2 more, we definitely can win. That can be a confidence booster. It's better. I mean, it's not better to lose your first game, but you have only to have good things to look out for. But if you lose the second game, then you'll be really demotivated. So
I mean, if you lose the second game, there's a high chance you're not passing.
Yeah.
That's what. But I can understand, right? Because if you're learning clutch it, like your last game this series, you're 2 points.
Yeah.
You need that last point to pass. And the last game of the series is against AAA. You're like, well, GG, you know?
It's over,
It's really tough because the pressure does get to you then.
I think it's best to play strong teams at the start or at the end.
Yeah.
You don't want to play them at the middle, especially if you only have 3 rounds.
Because at the end, you want to do the anime factor. I'm gonna...
Yeah,
the
one
main
last
character.
push, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Last boss.
Man, final boss or not, but I can also agree with you. Like even for me, like all the rest of or some of the team can also agree that it's always better to like start strong even against a strong team, because at least that way you sort of set that mentality.
Yeah. Imagine if they got like 13-10 against AA, they will be feeling really good about themselves.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
They're gonna go home getting a pat on the back. They're like, you know what, it's fine. They're a strong team. We had quite an amazing score.
We took 10 rounds away from them. You know, that's great.
Very wholesome. Only a pat on the back. That's definitely what I would do. Yeah.
I like, well, you wanna get? Let's go grab a cup of beer, man. Like, you know, that kind of thing. Let's just celebrate.
12.
A coffee. Coffee. Exactly. Yes. Late night coffee.
We're not gonna sleep tonight, boys.
Yeah. So talk about the other teams though, because we've mentioned, of course, the 2 tie contenders.
Yeah.
We still have, well, the other teams that we just mentioned. Anyone you guys think might be able to take on AAA?
I think
Between
if
Ambu and only one word.
only one word would be the other team that in this group that can take off at least one map
Yes.
from
Are they a bit of the dark
AAA.
horse?
Yes, they are the dark horse right now. We haven't seen them since CGA, right? They had I think they had one roster change, one player switching out. So they are not really the OOW that we are used to, and we're gonna have a sense of how they are playing right now as a unit against Anbu, who is technically not one of the stronger teams in this tournament. So definitely a measuring stick right now. If they are able to take the first 2 maps in very dominant fashion, they would be able to face up against AAA, at least making it a close match. But if not, if they are making it close against Anbu, I think AAA has this whole group hands down.
Yeah, it's gonna be really great as well. Like now, even if we're coming towards the topic of only one word, or we're just gonna call him OOW, right? OOW has been really, I wouldn't say I wouldn't be saying inconsistent. They were consistent. They don't really have enough tournaments to really back them up.
Yeah.
But they do have the experience. A dark horse for sure in this group A. Anbu, on the other hand, they did join several tournaments. They did. Sadly, they weren't able to rack up many achievements compared to the rest of the teams here in Group A. But they, like you said, they can only go higher. They cannot go any lower because currently they're at the starting line. They cannot get any lower unless the rest of the team is just gonna elevate themselves up with their amazing gameplay and mechanics all the way to the top.
Technically, you don't get lower. You're just where you were.
Yeah, you're not moving, right?
You're not moving.
Stationary.
Well, guys, I'm really excited to see what happens in the rest of the matchups because we have to move on. We have to.
Alright.
The panel's been great, but we have to move on to the actual Valorant. However, before we do, we are going to get a special content piece. We actually went all the way to the UK. We found this top tier
way.
content creator by the name of Ryan Central, and he's made some analysis of the groups. So in the next game, before we start the next game, we're gonna find out what he thinks of Group A, specifically about AAA.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, operators from across Asia and across the world. This is the VALORANT Royal C Cup 2020, part of the Ignition series, where 16 teams from across Asia are going to compete against one another for a total prize pool of $25,000. I'm Hound. Alongside with me is going to be Play of the J, and we will be serving as your casters for this game. So, Jay, it's great to be with you again here for another game of tactical shooting as well. One of the more popular games that is out right now is VALORANT. And without mincing any words, what are you looking forward to heading into this first day?
Well, I'm looking forward to a little bit of chaos here between all of these teams. Now, of course, this is going to be the best teams that we have here from Southeast Asia. And currently we have got 2 teams here that are going to go ham at it one another, as we do have Ambu Elite Gaming here going to be striking this stuff against only one word. Now, that's going to be Philippines versus the Hong Kong here. And I think from this, we should be able to see whether Ambu Elite Gaming, we haven't seen a lot of experience from them in the competitive competitive scene just yet here, but only one word. Definitely have got quite a big career history in a way, especially at the regional stage.
So can you please, I mean, we do not have that much information about Anbu compared to only one word. So with the amount of limited information that we have managed to gather over the past few minutes before we came online here, do you have anything that stands out for only one word?
Well, I think only one word, of course, is got to be on their key achievement at the end of the day, you know, which is getting third place at the Cyber Games Arena competition. And they're going to definitely come into this competition thinking that they have got a decent chance here. And of course, they still got quite a bit to do here. Let's not forget, of course, we had our very first match of the day. Attack all around, really strutting their stuff. And they're going to be really hard to take down. But let's not forget that only one word did manage to get such a high treatment. But we'll see if the compositions here is going to be weighing in a little bit. Of course, we have seen teams from different regions. So I think that could definitely play a big factor here as well.
A very big experience opportunity for the side of Anbu, especially considering that they are a little bit of unknown quality compared to only one word. However, we do historically have noticed whereby the Filipino teams are known to be pretty aggressive in terms of how they want to play it out. And looking at some comparisons between maybe regions like North America and EU West, for example, I do believe that the Asians tend to play a little bit more conservatively. As we load into game here, it is going to be Bind, chosen by Anbu, and for the attacking side, it's going to be only one word.
Oh, yeah, and Anbu, I mean, rather, only one word does pick the attacking side as the first spot here. Now, of course, Bind is not necessarily too biased one way or the other, but definitely there is going to be that preference for the Hong Kong team. So we'll see how they want to line up here for this very first round as we're about to get underway here, and we're already seeing straight off the bat there's going to be quite the heavy stack here over towards the B side.
Recon Vault going out, trying to get as much information as they can. Unfortunately, destroyed out. Ray's already trying to hold on to that spot, but will be able to take down Tin with a nice shot to the face. Will not be registered as a headshot, however, lucky enough for those right-click shots. Smokes there being dropped down, but it seems that another shot coming from another angle, putting Rafi into a situation where he won't be able to move that much inside the smokes that have been dropped down by the opposing team.
Quite a lot of utility being expended here from both sides, and they're going to be rotating a little bit more manpower here to the long side of things here, but it looks like Yu is going to get taken out there, and they're still going to persist going through arches here at the moment, but now it's going to trade one back, and now they're still funneling through, and now there's only going to be the one player left standing here. It's actually going to be going for the shower side of things here to try and get the plant, but the tripwire here is going to slow him down. Hy-B here has got a lot to do. There's still going to be the Cypher lurking over here by the pocket side.
Hy-B now holding on to the plant, looking to his teleporter, trying to get as much as he can, but nope, Shido drops him down with some really well-placed shots, and this is definitely going to help Team Anbu here basically get a big start in the economy for now, but if they win the next round as well, it's definitely going to help them out in terms of their loadout and what they can offer to us this fight. Some good stuff there being shown from the side of Anbu, as well as only one word. However, it was Anbu that got the better end of that stick and of that exchange, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we're looking at how they're going to be lining up here, it's going to be full eco coming out here from only one word, and they're going to be seeing the buy coming out here from Anbu as well. They do want to try and continue to persist. As you did mention, it's definitely going to come down to the second round win here if they can, but there's going to be early exchanges here already. You're already going to see that Hy-B here with just 15 health points here is going to be able to get away from this, and bringing Sage into this composition here as well for only one word. Not sure if there's going to be a little bit change up to their tactics, but definitely the heal, definitely going to be a big positive for them.
It's definitely going to be a positive, giving that ability to sustain. Oh, a little bit of Rimzel getting shot down for the count here, and it seems going to be a 5-3 advantage for the side of Anbu, and it seems that Anbu right now is looking to press more of the advantages that they have. With two-man advantage, they will be able to rotate a lot better. They do have quite a bit of firepower compared to members of OOW. OOW right now trying their best to push it off, but nope, it's not going to be enough as Rafi right now goes for the tap, and will be able to take down Jeff Van Bao with some really good shots. We do see now another push coming in, but will it be enough? No, OW's Yu being taken down Shido. Very nicely done. There's quite a bit of utility there being taken out from Anbu, but not too much. They still have the three-man advantage over. What was that though?
Oh, he's definitely trying to fake it out a little bit here, but currently the Cypher is not taking the bait here. He's going to actually wait for a little bit more backup, and now Yu with the Spectre, he's going to take down Kaja, but Rafi picks up the 4K here to close things out, and yeah, just turning that A short side into an absolute meat grinder. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate, but again, it's going to be a little bit of a throwaway round for the likes of only one word. This is definitely going to be their buy round where they're going to be striking back a little bit here, and of course we do see that Anbu Elite Gaming, they're going to have to continue using the guns that they had from round number 2, but that could be in their favor if they're going to be able to get at least some of the guns out of the hands of only one word.
Rafi definitely enjoying the 5 kills in his pocket, already pretty rich in terms of what he has to offer to the team. Now we do see that the teams right now for the side of Anbu keeping it very, very aggressive indeed, defending as much as they can, stacking into one side. I don't know whether or not that could be a very wise choice, considering that mid could be an opportunity for some of these teams to actually consider moving in and defaulting, or if they get enough information, they could actually rotate it out. But we do see that coming in from the side of Anbu, they are playing it very defensively, and they are spreading themselves out as evenly as possible to try to get as much information as they can. But oh, switch out there coming in from inside the smoke towards Jeff Van Bao. Jeff Van Bao right now trying his best to actually get the heals up. We do see some exchanges here happening from elbow, as we do see Rimzel, trying to go towards the site, as we do see Anbu right now, 3 men down, 2 and last 1. It's gonna be a flawless round for OOW, and it seems that OOW only knows one word, and that is persistence.
And persistence does pay off, and they're going to be able to take the first gun round here, and that's going to be a big positive for them. But of course, they would have been expected to take that here, but now we will see that the full buy is going to be coming out from the likes of Anbu. This could be their chance to really bounce back, as this is the first real proper gun round, as both teams really going to be having all the ample firepower that they're going to be able to need here. Now, and we're not seeing Anbu going to be pushing down A short here, as we did see them in the previous game. They didn't yield them anything, but we're already seeing that only one word is starting to rotate, move down the A short side of things here. Not able to spot them out. The smoke is going to be good enough here for them to obscure enough of the lines of sight.
Very good stuff being shown here. Utilities being spent really well, getting that value for money, that's for sure. But no! Rafi with a beautiful tap towards Heibi, taking down Tin, taking down 6 as well. Jeff Van Bao taking down Shido. It is going to be a bit of a cluster battle here between these two teams. However, it is going to be relatively even across them. There it goes down to the showstopper for the side of Raze to take down Tin. Very nicely done, as it's going to be a 3v2 advantage to the side of Anbu. Anbu right now more onto the defensive compared to OOW. OOW trying their best to push it in. We do see one coming in from the spawn side, from the attacker side here. Is going to be covered up from one member. Kaya right now being able to take Jeff Van Bao. Rimzel takes down Tony Banks, and it seems that this could be an opportunity for OOW to come back into it, but nope. Rimzel takes down Kaya. It's going to be a 1-to-1 fight here. Some shots coming down towards Rafi. Rafi right now looking to be the savior in this situation. Throws out the paint grenade. Will not be able to hit anything, but sadly it's going to be Rafi that walks away with the win in this fourth round.
Rafi has been putting an absolute shift in so far here for Anbu, and they're going to be up 3-1 here in this match, so really good turn of events there, as of course we did see it was a little bit more of a crossfire established here by Anbu on the A side of things here, and despite the long rotation we did have coming out from Jeff, it wasn't going to be enough. The Sage actually getting taken out by Kaja there, but it was a bit of an expensive round. They did lose a lot of their guns straight off the bat there, and only Rafi able to retain there. So luckily for the likes of Only One Word, that's going to retain quite a bit of economy for them. But now we're starting to see this B short push coming into Hookah. There's going to be 3 players here. We're already seeing Rafi going in for the rotate here, as now Shine Dope, he's going to be moving into Metal a little bit closer here, but oh, looks like the shots from the backside here in the form of Tony Banks is going to be good.
Very nicely done there. Shantos Hookah will be able to deny the bit of push there coming in. Empress already being taken on for a Rimzo, making that Vandal go brrr. Definitely going to be able to enjoy quite a bit of extra rate of fire to go down, but he has to be able to get into a very good spot. But Rimzo has been taken by Shido. Shido already takes down the last surviving player for the side of OOW, Jeff, and it is going to be another round that goes into Anbu, and it sees the unknown quality of Anbu and the historic aggression of Philippines as a region is definitely shining through in these situations, Jay.
Oh yeah, they've really been able to bring it to the likes of Only One Word, and Only One Word looking a little bit uncoordinated, I dare say. They all moving into B one by one, and not really a cohesive execute going on there. And now we can see the 3-player stack is going to be here on the B side for Anbu, as they're looking to try and repel against this eco round coming out from Only One Word here. Knives coming out here, and looks like Kaja is going to straight away take down Jeff Van. Not going to have too much luck there, but they've waited too many players over to that really long side. They're already at Hookah window and moving inside here, but Tony Banks is going to be able to catch him out. And as we see Orbital Strike here, going to force them back a little bit, and now they're going to have to reevaluate how they want to try and approach this B take.
Alright, some smokes there being dropped out from the side of Brimstone. Anbu right now using as much of the utilities as they can to drop out onto Hookah to make sure that Hunter's Fury there, will it be able to hit clean? No, it will not, sadly. There goes another recon stick. The recon stick goes out, the stick shakes, and will he be able to spot anybody? Oh, good shot there coming in from the side of Tony Banks onto Hybe into Hookah. That was a very well done, and we do see that one more surviving member for the side of OOW. Ooh, that one Marshal to the face. Sheriff's in town, and Shido is gonna get down for the count, as well as Tony Banks.
Oh my goodness, Q is going ham here with the Sheriff, and he's gonna ult straight into A. No
30
one
seconds
present
left.
here, but we're gonna see Rafi rotating through the shower side of things here. Might be able to offer a little bit of resistance here, and the wallbang is gonna be good here through Tetris, and he's gonna be able to claim that one. So I would say that's a relatively effective eco round coming out there from Only One Word, but yeah, they're gonna have to really try and get a little bit more back from that here, as really this scoreline 5-1 is really starting to stack in on Boo's favor, and they're gonna be running away with this here in terms of the overall economy. But of course, we would expect to see Only One Word coming out with a buy around this particular instance.
We do hope that a buy could be in the plans for OOW. However, we do see Anbu right now dropping off some weapons already, and a very good loadout here. 2 Vandals, 1 Phantom, as well as 2 Operators for Anbu. Gives them quite a bit of versatility, as well as the long range defensive capabilities against OOW, but they've got to be careful that they don't miss out on that first opportunity to take down the pixel that shows for the side of OOW. But again, Hybe right now taking down Rafi, very nicely done. The Zero being tossed down there, going to try to get that shot off. No, Rimzo will be able to take down that shot onto 6, very nicely done to get that trade for the side of Tin. It's still going to be in the favor of OOW, as Anbu right now trying their best to actually move into the A side from the teleporter side. So I do believe that that could be a very good opportunity for them to plant it down. OOW right now is going to be enjoying quite a bit of a defensive measure here, whereas Anbu right now is going to try their best to push into this situation. I do believe that coming in from OOW, they are going to be dropping down, coming in from Anbu, they are going to be dropping down some of these smokes. Ooh, Kaja with fan of blades to the face of Tin. A very nice usage of the Blade Storm there, trying to get his best into a very good angle. It's gonna be very gingerly though. Oh, some flashy stuff, but nope, it's not gonna be enough as OW takes that third round.
Oh, and finally they managed to wrestle control from Anbu here. Anbu just not having quite a bit of luck there, and they invested a lot into that. They had a double op setup, and yeah, they didn't get anything from it in the form of Rafi. He was there in front of Yuho, just not able to claim anything from this match, and yeah, Retake just not gonna be living up to standards here. And now we'll see how they're gonna react to this. Their economy is still gonna be good for another buy, but yeah, they're not really going for double ops again here, as the really just don't have the economy. But Kaja though is gonna pop up over the side here, but the refrag is straight away there as Hybe is gonna be able to claim that, and now B side is gonna be heavily weighted here towards only one word.
Very, very unfortunate towards the side of Anbu, as we do see OOW right now is definitely going to try to push it off into B. We do see that members of Anbu right now are going to try their best to get some of those long range angles down. Some good sprays coming in, but it's going to be Tony Bags as well as a U exchanging frags for one another. Nicely done here as Rafi will be taken down by OOW's U, and we do see that OOW right now slowly clawing their way up. Like I said, persistence is the name of the game for the side of OOW, and if they do not falter, they will maintain that spot. Very nicely done towards the side of Shy Dope onto 10, but it seems that a little bit of friendly fire is going to take down you. Very unfortunately, but Heavy will still be able to spike that plant that spike in, as we do see this instant replay right here. The jump shot is going to come, but it's not going to land, as we do see that OOW again with that third round of victory out of 8 thus far. We're going to go into round number 9 to see whether or not this trend will still be true for OOWJ.
Ivy clutching things out there, but it didn't need to be like that, as of course we did see that Tin unfortunately got the team kill from of course the showstopper there, and yeah, almost let Anbu back into the game, but of course we'll see if that's going to really be influential. But right now only one word is giving us a game here. They're going to be up to that 3 points, and we'll see if they're going to continue to be able to press this momentum that they have going for them. B-Long here is going to be again showing a little bit more presence here, as they've always been punching here. Oh, the one tap there from Kaja is going to be good. Tin is going to get the trade though, and now they're going to be starting their rotate over to the B side.
Alright, we do see some smokes being dropped towards Hooker, but we do see that there could be an opportunity for the side of Rinzel to try to get that little sneaky box peek from the top of the smoke, try to get some people off, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out by members of Anbu as well. Anbu trying their best to basically hunker down onto B. 2 members onto B, and we do see very sneaky coming in from 6, being able to take down Rimzel, but Jeff will be able to return revenge onto 6. Very nicely done. It seems that information is going to be rather effective for the side of Anbu, as Anbu right now will be on the retaking phase, with OOW enjoying one-man advantage compared to Anbu.
Oh, Anbu might be able to get the gun here. They already have the bomb here, but not able to get the Vandal there. And Shido is going to get the refrag. But I don't think he's going to really try and commit too much here. He's still trying to see if he can get a lucky pick, but oh, this dark cover is most likely going to prevent him from wanting to go in through. And Boombot here is going to be able to spot him out, and he actually gets taken down by you. The shots through the dark cover are going to be good, and that's an op that Anbu are not going to be able to take it through to them into this round number 10.
OOW now grinding out the equalizer here. One more round for them and they will equalize alongside with Anbu. Anbu right now not enjoying themselves that much in terms of the economy. That is definitely taking a hit, considering that OOW were able to climb back up. I do believe that that is going to be relatively even between these two teams. However, we do see that Anbu still can't rest on their laurels, mainly because OOW were able to grind out a big win. The capture op there being taken out and the smoke coming in at a perfect time for Kaja. Oh, he's got to be careful though that he doesn't get spotted out. Maybe even a slight pop of the pixel towards his head. Rafi takes down Habi with a beautiful wall bang off screen as Rafi right now pushing in. 6 taking down EU as well as Rimzo taking down 6 with a return. So we do see that there could be a focus towards A, as we do see more and more of these teams are focusing on towards that side and towards the A side, whereas OOW right now trying their best to push it off. And you see the spike carrier has been down for the count, and we do see a showstopper right there. Will the show stop? Boom! Shakalaka onto Jeff. Rafi, nicely done. Taking down 2 birds with 1 stone in that fell swoop.
Oh, and this A push is not looking good here from only 1 word. They're getting trapped here on all sides, and it's going to be a bit precarious for them. Ivy is going to get taken down. Rafi with the 3K is going to be able to take it. Now, they did make some significant inroads in their execute onto A, but yeah, I think when we did see that Tony Banks was able to use his Hunter's Fury, clear out the Heaven position, that was going to allow them to have an effective retake there. And now we're seeing really the economy from only 1 word is going to be a little bit on the dire side. They're still able to buy this round, but it's still going to be a bit of a tall order. But at the very least, there's only 2 rounds left here in this first half.
Yeah, there has to be very, a little bit of caution being practiced from the side of Anbu right now. Ooh, nicely done from Rimzel there. Nicely peeking it out, throws out the lair here. Will try to be able to get a little bit of shots off. Will not get anyone off, but it seems that 1 shot almost hit to Rimzo. Rimzo right now being very aggressive with his push, and it seems that the rotate may not come from the side of Anbu here, as Rafi will be able to take down Rimzel, and it seems that there is going to be a bit of a rotation coming in from the side of Anbu, as we do see members of OOW very nicely down on the side of Kaja. They're taking down 2, taking down 3. We've got some beautiful stuff being shown, but no, it's not going to be enough. Rafi will take down that final kill onto 10, denying Kaja that 4th kill. Very nicely done by Kaja with that very well timed Blade Fury, Blade Storm, excuse me, and showing the fury of the sharp knives.
Oh, Kaja really coming out with top drawer stuff right there, but the rotation was really slow there coming out from Anbu. So definitely Kaja are going to be really propping up his team there as they are going to hold that off. But now we enter the final round of the half. Anbu looking to win it, but can they make it even better here? They're going to be seeing if they can be this aggressive force coming out here from B short, but it's not really going to be happening too much. But we can already see that this split push is still coming out, and yeah, the Sage playing the lurking role all the way on the B long side. I think that he might have caught a little bit of a glimpse there. Kaja already backing up here to really try and fend off that, but they're already going to be here on the A side of things. But the spike is going to be all the way further back here, and I'm really not sure what is in the minds right now. Only 1 word here. They're already going to get surprise here, and now they're all coming out here in the final round of the half. It's not really going to be working out. I think the Omen here having some problems, but now there's going to be 2 straight kills here coming out from Anbu as they're going to be able to retake the site.
Very interesting indeed here coming in from the side of OOW. Very precarious choices, as we do see the rotate might actually come towards B. We do see that B is already open and shut case for them, considering that the spike has been dropped off and no one is looking onto the spike. I'm pretty curious to see what is happening here, as we do see that Anbu right now is going for the lurk. 2 members going for the lurk, whereas 1 member looking towards B, 1 member looking towards A. So I think this is a very safe choice, but we do see that they've got to be very careful though, as those 2 members may actually be pinched out by 2 members of Anbu as well, who are pushing from the back and from the right side flank. From the left side flank of OOW, if you're looking for OOW
10 seconds left.
So it's got to be very, very careful here, as we do see Spike has been planted already for them, and it's going to be very ineffective here. Oh, very nicely done for Shido to take down 2, and it's going to be a rather easy and free and easy defuse for the side of Anbu, netting them another win before we swap over.
That was a nice flank coming out from them, and
Switching
honestly, they're going to
sides.
finish the half on a high here with the 8-4 scoreline, so looking pretty good as they want to take this very first map. Now, there's going to be an opportunity, of course, here for OOW to be able to turn it back in their favor, and this is going to be paramount for them to take it away here with this particular match. Now, it doesn't look as though that they have any AFK potential members here, so I think that's definitely going to be good that they do need to have all hands on deck if they want to try and come out with this. Currently, we are seeing that there's definitely going to be that favor towards stacking up a bit more on the armor side for Anbu.
Very nicely done here from the side of Anbu, as they are going to be on the attacking side, whereas it's going to be OOW that's going to be on the defensive side. They're coming out from the side of Anbu, trying to deny that spot off onto Rafi. Rafi right now definitely enjoying quite a bit of high kills in this first round before the swap. So I do believe that this, before the swap, he did manage to get some crazy amount of kills. So we do hope to see more success coming in from him. But we do see that Anbu right now taking down 2 members. OW taking down 2 members, and we do see the trade coming in towards Tony Banks onto Rimzel. Very nice dash backwards for the side of Haybe to get away from that, as we do see OOW right now enjoying 5-man compared to onto Anbu, but we do see that the numbers are slowly being shaved off for the side of Anbu, as 3 members survive for the side of OOW in that exchange. Very nicely done, and immediately Yu takes down Rafi, one of the highest kill count leaders in the game for this matchup, already leaving behind 1 in the form of 6 for the side of Anbu. Anbu right now
30
being
seconds left.
being the hunted from OOW's hunter.
Oh, so this is going to be OOW really happy to be able to strike back here, as now they just have to try and close this one out. Now they found the last player here, and he's not going to be able to really come away with that. So OOW might be able to get things back on the right track here. Of course, you here really doing quite a bit of work here for the team so far, but they're trying to get more contributions. Now, of course, this is the first time we're seeing Reyna across the matches that we've seen today. See whether this is going to be paying dividends. Usually it's going to be an exception rather than the rule that you really see them come into their own, but duelist heavy lineup, of course, for OOW could be the tonic here, but we'll see if that's going to happen out, as we will be seeing that the intel has been working well for Anbu so far by having both the Cypher and the Sova on the board, but we'll see this split push coming out here, as we have 3 player stack coming here for Anbu through showers.
Well, Anbu coming through showers could be rather dangerous for them, considering that they do have some of the sidelines already pre-opted from the side of OOW. So it does create a little bit of a blender here, as we do see Jeff right now going for heal as well as some of the shots, and it's going to be you with 3. The rush onto Shida, Rafi, and Tony Banks was definitely a high-paying, high reward for OOW.
Yeah, so anti-eco working out here for OOW, and you're just using the Bulldog to fantastic effect. But now, of course, will be the buy round coming in here for the likes of Anbu. But we have to keep in mind, of course, that any kills that OOW is going to be able to get with these weapons here is going to be pretty good for them in the long run. They do want to try and deal as much damage as they can with these weaker weapons, I dare say. But now we're seeing the Sage Wall already going to be popping up here. Not enough players going to be on the side of Anbu to be able to take it down fast enough, and that's going to delay them a little bit and give them a lot of info, in fact, as they're all shooting it down.
Very nicely done there from Rafi, trying to go for those peaks there. Very quick switch mechanics coming in from him. However, this happy feet will not be paying off for him, as he is trying to push himself in to the mid side here. I do believe that this could be an opportunity to get into Hookah, try to get as much information as they can. If they're able to get into Hookah, it does create quite a bit of opportunities. Tracking down there, being thrown out from the Owl drone. Very good stuff being shown by Tony Banks onto Jeff Anbu, but Rimzel will be able to take down Kaja off our view. 6 as well, gets the exchange onto 10. With nicely done here, 4 members for the side of Anbu, whereas OOW only enjoys 2 members. All advantages point towards Anbu to win this round if they are so careful in terms of how they take onto A, because right now, if they go onto A, they will be able to go for their spike plant, and considering that members of OOW are going to be coming from spawn, it is going to be a very hard time for OOW to try to deny the spike from exploding, and of course to retake the site away from Anbu.
Well, the question here is whether they really want to throw away these weapons. It's going to be a little bit on the difficult side. Now, they're probably not going to have the better exchanges here, but Rims here is not going to care. He's going to take down one. Yuz takes down a second, and now it's even here at two apiece here. They're both going to be on the side of U-Haul, but now with the Reyna, this is where she's going to try and move in with the close quarters, but Rafi there is going to shut her down. Now, Yu is going to be moving in here. He's trying to get the dark cover on the plant, but it's going to be very limited what he can achieve here. He's not going to be able to really deal with this, and you can already see that the bomb is not going to be waiting much longer. So that is going to be it here for that round here. And now we're probably going to see OOW bounce back from that one, as this is looking a lot more promising for them. But currently with this 9-6 scoreline, starting to get into that territory where they cannot afford to drop too many rounds. But this is going to be a relatively even fight looking at the economies for coming into this round.
Relatively even, but still a slight advantage towards Anbu in terms of the economy, but they have to be relatively careful with how OOW has been operating some of these wildcard maneuvers as well. Coming in from OOW has paid dividends towards them, but 20 bags right now, not only one but two for the side of Anbu, as well as Shido being able to score kills for themselves. A very, very good start here for the side of Anbu. Already sees that Shido will be holding on to the spike here, as they are going to be holding on close towards A side. So A side could be an opportunity for them. No one at B, so the rotate could be in their favor if they so choose, considering that they do have the numbers advantage. But why risk it out? They do try their best to actually move forward towards A, throwing out as much utilities as they can, but they realize that the B opportunity could present itself more fruitful for them and a safer approach. So OOW's got to be very quick towards the rotation here if they don't want to be caught with their pads down and don't want to be caught onto the retaking phase and try to take it away from Anbu, basically with only 3 members on their team.
I think they are pretty aware of the pull for the likes of OOW over to the A side, just from the 2 kills that they're able to garner from Showers, and now they have a relatively clear path here. But there should be alarm bells ringing here for OOW, as I think they have to know that there's going to be a little bit of poking and prodding here over on the A side. They're gonna, or the B side rather, and they're gonna be able to take it unopposed. But likely we're gonna be seeing them just hold things out. I do not expect OOW to really try and risk it here. They need to save whatever guns that they can in this round, as they really need to plan out for the future, as this is a pretty much a gone case here. But now we are seeing that they are gonna try and still see what they can muster here. Coming through the side here, Tony Bank's gonna get spotted out at Cubby's side. Now they already have control of the back B, but it's going to be difficult for them to move in a hookah and the window. But Rims here is going to be able to take one down, but the delay tactic here, the strike is going to be good. Rafi gets the double there, and this is going to be precarious here for OOW. Not able to come out with it, but they do manage to reduce the numbers here by 2. But Anbu streaking ahead here in this game.
Anbu using coordination as well as a very well-placed Brimstone Orbital Strike to deny whatever defusal that was coming in from the side of OOW. OOW was very wise to push in, and I do believe that coming in from the smokes for OOW was a very wise choice. You was able to put them down and try to create as much cover as you can to try to go for the defuse. Unfortunately for him, considering the big area of effect that Brimstone's ultimate orbital drop has, it definitely is going to be a hamper. And I do agree with you that time stalling moments where a few seconds are wasted is definitely a big determining factor in some of these fights for the side of Anbu. What does OOW need to do in order for them to actually get back into this game? Because it is going to be the final few rounds after this if Anbu wins this, and this could be a very hard time for OOW to come back from.
OOW need to try and prevent it from spiraling out of control. Right now it's still pretty okay, because we do see that things are going to still be relatively close in terms of the economy. Now we had just a little bit of a pause there, but we have resumed the clock and should be able to get started here pretty soon. But I think that OOW, they have to be a little bit cautious. They don't have a lot of intel. They are going to have to really try and get more of these aggressive pushes out to get intel in its own right. But we've seen the effect that's happened, and it's not been very positive.
It hasn't been very positive indeed for OOW. However, we do see that Anbu right now will continue this trend of attacking. I think a very, very good split here coming in from them. We do see that two members are really trying to go towards into Hookah, gaining as much information as they can with the Owl Drone. And I do believe that this could be an opportunity for them to actually try to get a rotate or either focus onto a push here. But it's got to be careful though, because Spike Carrier has been taken out from Heibi. Heibi was very sneaky indeed, coming in with a very, very good lurk here. It's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out. We do see 2 to 3 members already fronting him down onto Heibi, and Heibi gets taken down by Kaja with a beautiful one tap to him. And this is going to be very unfortunate for the side of OOW, as Anbu right now does lose one member as well. So 2 members on, one member on each side already taken down for the count. What do you think is on the minds of Anbu here, as they're going to be switching from one point of the map to the other point, Jay?
Well, I think they're being a little bit cautious here, as we did see that Heibi move out
30 seconds left.
Deep into attacker territory here, but now we're getting 6 here. He's going in onto the B side, but this is going to draw all the attacker defenders away here from the A side of things here. The 6 is going to be able to get a second one. He's looking for more. There's both of the remaining players here from OOW, and he's going to get a third. 6 is going absolutely ham here, but he's not watching out here, as of course the player U here is going to be on the metal can side of things. So this is going to be precarious. He's still looking at elbow. He's going to be able to get the flank, but the damage has been done. 6 has really drawn out all the defenders here, and now the plant is down on the A side. So we're going to have to see OOW try and save whatever that they can from this round. It's going to be 11-6 momentarily, and with potentially just 2 more rounds, it's not looking too good for them here in map number 1.
It doesn't look good at all for the side of OOW. However, Anbu, the unknown quality, as we have said just now, seems to be enjoying the wildness that an unknown quality definitely brings towards the table here. Another round of 1 from the side of Anbu. I don't think that they can afford this next round or so for the side of OOW. If not, it could be game over for them. Now let's look at this beautiful neural clef. Oh, but it seems that it's not going to be shown to us. Apologies for those of you on Twitch chat, but we shall be watching accordingly here as the game progresses. We do see Kaja right now with the operator as well. Could be an opportunity for him to get some really good shots. We did see Kaja very, very well and adept at taking some of these exchanges here. Oh, as I said it, there it goes. Heibi is going to be the latest victims, and another notch on the belt for the side of Heibi. Very nicely done, and it was a matter of it was just a matter of reacting and who reacted first. You see, the Kaya was just one step too fast compared to Heibi, but we do see that despite that one member down for OOW right now still trying their best to get as much information as they can just outside of the teleporter exit here. They got to be very, very wary. Teleporter entry, excuse me. Got to be very wary that they don't get spotted out. Very good stuff there being shown. The cyber cage being dropped down as we do hear OOW's EU hearing out, but it's not going to be enough as Tin will be able to take the Shido. Shido will be enjoying the grey screen as Tony Banks as well as Kaja will take down another 2 members. 6 takes down Jeff Van Bao in a very, very good and neat fashion, but we do see Rimzel right now doesn't see showers, but nope, it's not good enough to tap onto him by Kaja, getting the 3rd kill in this round. Kaja, you're a beast!
Well, looking at this is Anbu really putting the pressure here on the OOW. They move up to map point here as they've really cleaned the house, moving on to the A side of things. Of course, yeah, I did start with the great pick there from Kaya, who was able to take down his opposite number. But I think looking at how the retakes are happening here for OOW, I think it's not really panning out too well. They are not trying to withdraw their team members when it's very obvious that Anbu is piling all players on the side here. But we'll see if they can come back from this one here. Kaja is going to take down Rimzel here, and that's again going to be more pressure applied to this B side. And you can already see that's getting the rotate here somewhat come out from you. But I think this fluidity from Anbu is really working in their favor, but we'll see if that's going to work out. Ivy here going for the flank here, but the Tripwire's going to be able to catch him out.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of OW, going on to smokes on the hookup, but we do see Kaja again with Operator, showing his operator capabilities onto Jeff with a nice little tap there, and it's going to be very interesting indeed as OW right now not going to be enjoying it. Oh, look at Heibi trying to be sneaky, but Rafi was like, nope friend, I'm not going to let you do that. Heibi gets smacked out of the game. Very unfortunate for him, as Anbu right now, the Filipino team, are looking to put their Filipino foot through the door, so to speak, keeping it as aggressive as they can with the 5-man advantage compared to OW that only has
30 seconds left.
We do see Showstopper has been taken off on the count here, will not be able to get anything from that. Spike carrier has been taken off on the count here. A pretty good sprays from the side of Rafi, but no. Oh, nicely done there, as stability will be picked up. He has the spike and he's going to go for the plant, but he's got to be careful though that he does not get spotted out. Oh, he's got to be careful. Check your corners! No! Very nicely done from you, but Rafi, what were you doing not checking your corners?
You and Tin pulling that round out from the clutches of defeat there for OOW, and Rafi not fooling anyone with that fake plant there, and now OOW is gonna start coming back into this, but it might be a little bit too late, but regardless, they're gonna be able to get most of the rifles that they need to work with this here, but so is Anbu. Anbu is gonna be able to still have that full buy, and we're seeing a lot of aggressiveness coming out from OOW, trying to push out from B-Long, and always there's someone trying to flank here through the market side, and yeah, you should have thought that Hy-Vee should have been able to get something better from that one there, but was going to get shut down by Rafi. And now looking at things here, we have the more aggressive hold here onto Hookah. Now Rafi is going to be a little bit precarious here, but we are seeing the wall coming out here, but Shy Dope and Tony Banks going to be able to take them down here, as there's only going to be the Reyna left for the time being in Hookah, but Rafi is going to be moving in around the side here onto the B side, might be able to influence things a little bit more.
All right, on to the side of Rimzel right now, playing the Reyna at Hookah, right? Doesn't have that much of options to move out. Does have a bit of a small angle to peek out from. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out. There could be an opportunity for the side of Anbu to actually go into the teleporter and get into that room that's just outside of OOW here, as they are going to be holding on and pinning them down for the count here, as we do see Anbu right now try to push them out and try to see whether or not they will be able to get onto this really high value spot
30
here.
seconds
I
left.
think we do hear Tin actually hearing him to jump up. Well, very nicely done. Despite the fact that Tin had a little bit of an advantage, it was Six that was able to flick onto him and find his head to call the winning shot. But we do see there now you as well will be able to take down one in the form of Rafi, one of the top rankers for the game. For Team Anbu has been taken off at the count. Tony Banks takes down Rimzel in exchange, and it's going to be a last player standing here as you right now looking towards getting down 6. Very nicely done. He has quite a bit more work, but no, it's not going to be enough. As Kaja rounds it off with our final kill for this round.
Oh, and it's going to be Anbu taking things here in the first map of our second match of the day, and they're going to be really punishing the likes of only one word, as they're going to be able to take it. Rafi really putting in the shift himself, but let's not underestimate the contribution coming out from you. He's had some excellent lurking and flanking maneuvers coming out here for his team, but I think that was a little bit too characteristic of what we are going to be seeing, what I'd say round after round coming out from OOW when they are on their defense. And to a certain extent, they started becoming very predictable. And of course, this is where having the Cypher on your side through 6 was going to be paying a lot of dividends in that sense, because he's going to be able to catch them as they're coming through the flanks.
I realized that coming in from Rafi and Kaja for them, what I really like in Anbu is the fact that they have been able to get the first few first bloods, and I feel that that's a very, very important factor, especially when those first those long range peaks that I feel that they always win them. And whenever they win those long range peaks onto whether it's Rafi or Kaja that were able to actually square it out and being able to get a lot more prime real estate for them to actually move in, it does signify for the side of Anbu that they were relatively able to get quite a bit of how to say real estate that could pay them off with dividends. And I feel that you're right. I do believe that some of these pushes that were coming in from Anbu can be said were, from a layman's point of view, it can be very reckless at times, right? But it all, there's order to the chaos. There's basically a reason to the chaos. And I feel that Anbu really played it well with their aggression.
Yeah, so Anbu really coming up with a very tempered approach right there. And I think from that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a little bit of a breather on our end here as we await for the second match. So we're going to be throwing things back here to the analyst panel. So we'll see you in just a short while, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Player the J, he's the Hound, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yes.
Indeed. The reason why Yoli is not here is because only one word lost. It is shame. Forced him to just exit the panel. He got yeeted out of the panel.
Yeah.
Instead, we got this wonderful cast.
We actually had the Hound in between the 3 seconds that he threw over to us. We had him run on over and Muay Thai kick him in the face. And
all planned.
I mean, it was actually really easy because the Hound trained.
Yeah. So, that game, I presume, was an Anbu win. Looked like OW was bringing that one back, actually, near the end. We saw a really sick 2v5
Yeah,
hold,
2v5. That was round number
on
19.
match point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was really impressed, particularly by how aggressive they were being with the op. Now, Bind is particularly a map that has a lot of sharp corners, a lot of cubicles, a lot of, maybe to the frustration of some players, like, what, U-Haul? What's the point of U-Haul? How am I supposed to peek elbow if I'm going to A? It's like these very hard things. A lot of discussions about, can we rework the showers, stuff like this. But being the map the way it is, I think it's actually really cool because you can see these really aggressive plays with the operas, and I was really impressed by what I saw here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the maps where, the op really shines. There's just so many long angles that you can look out for. You have B long, you have A. Like Heaven, you can look out to a short and showers. There's a lot of places where you can use the defensive op. And I think for the side of Anbu, they really shine with or without the op. They were just really solid holding on these sides.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed because they were kind of the dark horse going into this tournament.
Yeah.
Relatively new roster. I believe they might have been the team that failed to qualify for one of the previous tournaments. Actually, they got second place in the Filipino qualifier, so they didn't quite make it to the tournament. So a bit surprising to see them actually pull out this win here personally for me, just because I wasn't really knowing too much about them. So
it's the beauty, right, of having a scene that's just about starting to evolve, right? The SCA scene. I mean, when this tournament got announced, a bunch of people were like, "Wow, SCA Valorant is starting to really pop off," and it's the reality, right? So these teams are taking leaps and bounds to improve each other. But of course, it's not like only one word is a proven team either, right? Not completely proven. I mean, we were talking about this in the panel earlier, right? They have had some decent performances. We haven't seen them in a while, so we don't know how their level has changed. What do you think was it that went wrong for them in that matchup?
I think their hero picks are still the agent picks. Sorry, the agent picks are a little bit off meta. Like they still went for the Sage. They did not go for a Breach. They went for Raze and Reyna, in fact.
Yeah.
So which was a little bit weird, especially for a map such as Bind. Reyna is fine in Bind. So is Raze, but you would still want that Breach and Sova or Cypher. They had no information gathering agents whatsoever.
It's
so
kind
it
of
was a
weird
bit
because
weird.
they started attack, didn't they?
Yeah,
right?
they started attack.
I could kind of understand the point you made about Sage because you can wall off. I believe it's the
showers
or
showers,
right? You wall that very effectively. Then you don't have to cover U-Haul. You can really hold that down, of course, for the 30 seconds that you get, right? gives you a lot of information. You can really actually save your team a lot of trouble if you wall off very effectively. This has been nerfed from, I think, 1.06 when they wanted Sage to be played a little bit more defensively and not as a reactionary place the wall down, so they actually have the cast range of wall, because before that was always the play on defense.
Exactly.
They're coming in short. Wall it off, let the team rotate on through, maybe you force some rotations, burning time. That's changed since then, so I completely agree with you, especially on attack. I was very shocked to see it, but yeah, kind of off meta picks. Maybe it's just kind of the comfort agent there,
Maybe.
but I think maybe they should look to try and switch that up a little bit for them. I think they'd be better suited for something like the Breach, for example. It's a much different type of play style, but I think you can maybe swap around the Rays and see if you can get something, a working combination.
Is it possible the comfort and these specific heroes are, because we're talking about, for example, some of the Intel Gathering and also Breach, they're quite of the high skill heroes. Like if you haven't played them before, you need to know the spot specifically. For Sova, the arrow is a whole mystery of its own.
Of course.
So maybe that's why it's a bit too dangerous for them to experiment just yet, especially within a big stage. Do you think that could come into play? They'd rather play in their comfort zone because they know at least they can win that way?
I mean, it just seems like now's the time to do it, right? I mean, it's round robin, best of 2 group stages, so you don't. I mean, if not now, when?
I mean, but it's such a. I mean, we are running. I mean, this is our tournament, but it's a death round robin.
Yeah.
Like you're playing 5 games, and after these 5 games, well, 5 series rather.
Yeah.
And after these series, you're done. You know exactly your place in the spot, and you know if you're qualifying or not to the playoffs. That's the pressure is quite high.
Yeah. I mean, it's still early, right? It's still only their first map, so maybe they can pull it out. But do you think it'd be weird to see a team kind of change their play style like that? What's your opinion on it?
If they haven't really tried like all these new agents, especially like Breach or Sova, they will not just jump into it, because these agents take practice, right? You can't just give anyone Sova and you expect him to be useful on it.
Yeah.
Right. The angles, places to start off, the lineups. It's all, you have to practice all these lineups, and if you don't play Sova, you just don't know all these lineups.
What about Cypher though? Because Cypher is the easier intelligence gathering.
I think it's not as extreme as Sova.
Yes.
Because the arrows, is it a 2 bars? Is it a 2 bar 1 bounce? Is it a 2 bar 2 bounce? Do I look at this cloud? I mean,
turn 5 degrees to the north.
It sounds like I'm joking.
Walk
but
2 steps.
This is kind of what it's like to play Sova, especially for some of these more advanced arrows for the scouting.
Yes.
Whereas for the camera, yes, it's not that hard, but you still need to know some decent spots, right? You need to have the intel, which is you're going to have generally, because when you play against Sova, you need to check these spots for cameras anyway. But you need to know, okay, if you enter through elbow, right, where's a good spot that's going to force them to ideally 180, completely change their plane of aiming so that they're not at head level, they're not at body level, to make it as difficult as possible. So there is a bit of skill in there. There's a bit of skill in finding the good spot to really have them be super exposed, super vulnerable, and not have their reticle anywhere near you guys. I think that's really the tough part for Cypher. As well as actually Cypher, very important as well. Everyone's always going on about those cameras. And for a fair point, it's a very strong ability, but it's a lot about those tripwires as well, because you can completely shut down on the attacker side, because remember, it's 2 sides, right? If it's 12-12, you want your Cypher to be useful, right? You don't want your Cypher only to be good on defense, because then you'd be better off with something that can get you rounds on both attack and defense. So you need to have the type of player who knows where these lurkers are coming from, knows where to put these traps on, knows where to put a camera on attack, because it's a whole different skill set.
Yeah, I think I really agree with what Sig just said. Using Cypher on attack is way harder than using Sova, because the amount of... You have to outthink the opponent, stop the lurkers, know when to place your aggressive cameras. It just makes it... It's a lot harder than just aiming an arrow to the sky.
Yeah.
So definitely making a Cypher useful on attack, if you can master that, I think you can stick to Cypher forever.
Yeah, I think learning Cypher on defense is, like, that's not enough. You need to know how to play Cypher on attack as well, and it's a very different playstyle. It's a very different playstyle. So it's kind of difficult, actually. Maybe it's a kind of a role for an IGL, just more information. Yeah, information, being able to say, hey, like...
Or even a lurker, right?
Even a lurker, yeah.
So I wanna go a bit back here, because we've spoken, yes.
Yeah.
We said, all right, so these heroes these agents, maybe not what we were looking for, but we have this master craftsman, which is Zero, who has been showing off. He's saying, Viper's kind of viable. You just need to play it right. What map do you pick up now, where you can utilize both these unorthodox agents to its fullest potential? What are you seeing here that they could actually take advantage of if they keep the same lineup?
if they keep the same lineup, I personally.
No, friend, are you zero?
Without a
Are
breach.
you the master craftsman? No, I'm
You're
listening.
right.
I'm listening.
I
Look,
apologize.
look at his face.
With Sage.
Yes, I want to hear how you justify the Sage. Yeah.
Right now, I think the only viable on Sage map on Sage is probably probably Split.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Sure.
Definitely.
Sure, mate. Yeah.
Definitely.
Mid control on Split is for Sage is still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You can drop the wall early or drop it late, but preferably early thanks to the 4-second lower HP on the barrier orb.
I have a counterpoint for you, because I agree with your point overall, but I think it still kind of suffers from the same problem that it does on Split, where you really only want it for the defense.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Yeah, you can use it on attack. Say you're coming up from garage on towards B side. You can wall off the Heaven area, so you can cross over.
Yeah, but it just seems like Heaven's not really the place that Sage wants to be because of her kit, right?
Yeah.
Because ideally, Sage has the ulti ready. She wants to be kind of
Inside,
in
yeah.
back of sight, right? Ready to heal or revive a
Yeah.
teammate if she can. She doesn't really want to be the frontliner ever. That's why you don't see a Sage carry a bomb into the site,
Yeah.
right? So I agree completely with you, because you can waste a lot of utility mid lane,
Yeah.
and it's so hard to take a site on that map. It's one of the more defensive-sided maps currently
Yeah.
in the rotation here. So I don't know. I think it could still suffer from the same problems, but I agree. Split is definitely the map to do it on if you're gonna try and
Yeah.
go with the Sage.
If you have to play a Sage, that has
Yeah.
to be the only.
It
map.
has to be Split, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a contingency plan though. That's
Yes.
good. What are some small changes? Because of course we mentioned changing to Breach, changing to Sova, probably pretty difficult. But some of the other agents, possible, right? They had a lot of unorthodox picks. Is there anything you think? All right, this is easy. Just swap it out. It'll make your lineup much easier. If we're talking about obviously only one word.
Maybe switch the Raze to a Breach.
Yeah. I
You
think
think
that
they can run the Breach still, huh? If you
Yeah.
haven't practiced it.
Breach is easier to use as compared to Sova.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, especially because of you're going to be choosing the map, so ideally you have good knowledge of the map. As a Raze anyway, you kind of already need to know. You need the knowledge. Okay, so what does Raze do, right? Raze,
Yeah.
she's got the bomb pack that she can use to be offensive, or she can use it for mobility. But most importantly, the cluster grenade, right?
Yep.
That's you need to know where enemies are hiding so you can force them out from there. So you already know with that knowledge, if you can play Raze, you already know where they're likely to be holding the points, right?
Right.
So with that knowledge, you can
Using
then
facts and
turn
logic.
and just flash. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can then. I purport that you can then kind of just flash through the wall and pre-fire those spots, right? Because FPS players like these, they know, right? They
Yeah.
can put themselves. If I'm in the other position, I would
Where
be
would I
peeking
be?
this angle,
Exactly.
right? And then they make decisions, they do the mental calculus, and that's where you see some players really start to outshine each other, right? It's that intelligence and mechanical skill that combined that's really a thing. So I think, yes, because you're already on one of these agents that has to have some sort of map awareness, you have the boombot to scout as well. That does help it, make it a little bit easier on the Raze, but I think you can really get away with still going for the Breach, especially because it's one of the easier utilities to land. It's point and click. It's going to go where you want it.
Yeah.
Would you
And
agree with
Breach is great in Split as well, so they can pair it up with a Sage.
Yeah.
He's thinking. This guy
Yeah.
is like, I know. We have to make the Sage work somehow.
I mean, I have a 33% chance of getting the next map correct, so
Yeah,
I'm
there
hedging
we
my
go.
bets over there.
That is
you go.
not a bad idea. And for Ambo, I mean, we've talked about all the things that only one word has to change. But is there anything that you would like to see from the next match? You're like, oh, maybe there was a couple mistakes that you saw, or something that was really obvious about their play style. Maybe something you really liked. I mean, we didn't really praise them enough.
I didn't really. I mean, I'll go against the grain here, even though they played fantastically and
play
they ended
really
up
well.
winning. I didn't really like how they took site control. Like they for example, that last map on Split, I think they took A or B, and then somehow still lost a 5v2 when they had all 5 members in sight. And maybe it was confusing. It's like, okay, like we have too many people here, we don't know what to do. But that is kind of unbelievable that they lose a 2v5, right? Obviously, OOW, they're going to throw everything they can because it was match point at that, so maybe they weren't expecting that level of aggression, but like it was a bit disappointing. They need to be able to set up for sites, especially since, I mean, Split is one of the more open bomb sites, right? A is kind of random, B as well is completely
Huge,
open. In these other sites where it's going to be very tight angles, I could maybe see them having some problems if they're not properly set up.
What about you, Zir? I wanted the counterpoint actually here. I want to see some of the optimism from what they
I
did.
think Ambu plays really well as a unit, but when they start splitting up, that's when you see them, slightly fall behind. Their aim isn't that isn't as good as say attack all around, but they're really good in trading, right? You lose a guy, but you definitely get 1 or 2 in return. So that's where they are really good playing off each other. But when they start splitting up and playing all alone, which is what happened in that 2v5 scenario you said, they just start splitting up and try to hunt these two players down, but they just kept losing all these 1 versus 1 fights. So if they can continue, playing as a squad, maybe as a if you have to split up, you split with 2 and 3, then they are able to tighten all these loose ends that they have.
I agree completely. A lot of the things that they do really well is not only the crossfires, but the dual peeking, which is especially important on attack, right?
Yep,
because
exactly.
you know someone is going to be in that site, right? And the defenders have that advantage because they get to set up nice and early and place down all their fun things. And if you're going to be double peeking, right, you need to make sure that you're communicating that very clearly. Otherwise, you're just going to chain feed 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 to the defenders.
So if you're only one ward, could you take advantage of that weakness, perhaps? Try to force them to split? Because that as you mentioned, both of you agree on this, right? They're the weakest when they're not playing as a unit.
Yeah.
Is it possible that you could force them?
I'm trying to think of how you would try to accomplish that. I suppose if you played maybe a bit of an aggressive lurker, even on defense,
that's
right?
one way.
Just try and throw a wrench into the works, try and cause just a little bit of chaos for them. Maybe spam out a Hunter's Fury early into the round, just to kind of throw them off, for example. Because I think you're completely right. I think if you give them a scenario, if you tell them peek in 3, 2, 1, they're gonna ghost recon you. It's not gonna be a fun time because they do very well in those scenarios. Sure, you're gonna trade 1 for 1, and one agent's gonna die aside, but they're gonna come out on top naturally because there's only gonna be 2 people in the site.
Yeah. I think you're on point there. Playing aggressive is the way to start splitting them up, or just throw a wrench into their plans. They wanna get into their positions before they execute into a side or just start double peeking. But if you have a guy who just comes up behind, starts shooting at them, they're gonna go into chaos.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. They know where enemies like to hold, right? I mean, a lot of people have that knowledge even at the higher pub levels. They know where people are going to be hiding, right? So you can expect to counterplay that with good team coordination. It's when stuff starts to hit the fan, when you need to have an audible on the fly, when your IGL and the comms need to be very clear. This is why it's always really cool when you can get into the comms, or you can listen to the comms, because usually it's extremely clear, concise information.
Yeah.
And the teams that sometimes they don't get to practice as much, or maybe
No, it's an online tournament though.
the online tournament can have some difficulties as well due to the nature of it.
You are
sometimes
using Discord.
that can get a little bit hairy in the comms, and then it's just chaos. Because I think if you give them time, if it's just nice and calm, I think the better teamwork is going to prevail there on attack specifically.
So the element of chaos here is something that could do it. Like we did speak about this actually last match with Uzier, that you were saying that there was just no diversity in myth strats, right? But we will have to see what happens, because I'm excited to see the chaos. I love anarchy, I love chaos, and I hope that only one word can bring this into a 1-1, so we can have a nice little tie and some excitement here. But we're gonna have to watch as we go now into game number 2. My name is Owl Plus here with Seek and Strike and Zero. Thank you for joining us for the analysis, and let's get into some exciting Valorant.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here for map number 2 between this exciting match so far that we've seen coming out from Anbu Elite Gaming, and only one word. I'm Play of the J, he's the Hound, and we are looking forward to getting stuck into this final match here for match number 2. Now, looking at how things went in the very first map, what do you think that OOW needs to do here if they want to try and change things around and share the spoils here?
I think I do believe that they do need to be a little bit more coordinated, less chaotic. I do believe that some of the opening picks that they need to do, especially against someone like Kaja as well as Rafi, they need to stop losing out on some of those picks, because when those picks happen, you realize that members of Anbu were able to basically get so much real estate and were basically forcing members of OOW to move from one end to the other, and it creates this kind of like mid part whereby there is a shortage of resources, and when there's one flank that's folding, it's either you decide to change to move resources to one flank or keep the resources there, and the tempo is immediately in favor of Anbu. So I do believe that coming in from OOW, they need to take away a little bit of the tempo from Anbu.
Yeah, Anbu were really able to quite harness that quite well, you know, and I think really take advantage on the tells that were given by only one word, of which there are quite a few here, and of course it did benefit that they had the intel operators, but ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready here to get stuck into this one. We can already see that the Killjoy, the first one of the day, is already going to be brought out here by Rafi and the rest of Anbu, and I think it's going to be another interesting set of games here, looking at very diverse rosters from both sides.
I do like the fact that Killjoy was picked up. Killjoy is kind of like Cypher in that sense, whereby the turret will be able to function kind of like a camera in that sense, as well as the ability to use the lockdown that can deny whatever pushes, as well as whenever a plant has come in, could actually benefit them. So I do believe that this could be very interesting, but we do see that coming in from the side of OOW, they are not looking to rest on their laurels like how they did in game number 1, and it seems that a little bit more coordination is coming in for them, as we do see that the first 2 casualties for the side of Anbu is going to be towards them.
Yeah, and now this rotation over to the A side is going to allow the space for the likes of OOW to move in here, but the garage window side here, Kaja is going to be able to come out on top of that one. Now the plant's going to go down quickly here in the smoke as long as they can, but this rotation is still going to be quite slow coming out here. The breach is still going to be rotating past the spawn side of things here, and with this plan here for that C long, it's going to be very difficult for them to get out from this position, but we still might see Anbu try and do whatever they can. They already managed to get 1 kill just now. They might be able to get another here, but we're seeing the push coming here into the garage side of things here. It's going to get shut down. It's a 4v2 situation, and now this retake scenario not really working in their favor, and that is actually going to be the initiative here taken by only one word.
And it seems that only one word has already adjusted in terms of their coordination comparatively to Anbu. Anbu was a little bit headless chicken in that first few exchanges, and I felt that OOW were basically able to steal away quite a bit of tempo, like I said, from Anbu. So I do believe that OOW can actually score this out relatively well for themselves if they continue up this pacing. But we do see that coming in from the side of OOW, they are going to be very aggressive with how they're going to be taking on onto B here, onto the mid-side window. I do believe that that is going to be very interesting indeed, considering how split up members of Anbu are. Oh, very quick goes for that curveball, but it's not going to be enough, as you will be able to take down Shidope, as Heibi takes down 6 as well. We do see that OOW right now. Oh, Kaja from Anbu being able to take down Rinsley, and the spike has been planted already for A, and it seems that the rotations coming in from the side of OOW is leaving members of Anbu with 1 step behind members of OOW here in this particular instances. We do see that Anbu as well as OOW right now have switched sides already, as Anbu will be the one trying to retake A, as OOW will be the one defending it.
Right now, OOW trying to hold on for dear life. Now they did lose 2 guns here in this game here, but looks like Jeffman, he's going to be able to trade 1 back here finally as Rafi goes down, and it looks like we're not going to have too much more push coming out here from the 2 remaining players from Anbu. They're going to be happy with the 2 guns that they managed to garner from some of those earlier altercations. Now OOW, they could have taken it a little bit more decisively. They did have 2 of their players get out of position. Heibi in particular went towards the A-Link side of things and was absolutely run down there by the Anbu players. But Anbu, they were aggressive from the get-go here on their defense. Of course, this is their pick in terms of the side. This is still going to be an OOW map pick at the end of the day. And yeah, it didn't really pan out, and now we're here at round 3 where they need to bounce back.
And it's got to be very, very wary indeed here, as some folks that are going to come out towards members of Anbu, towards OOW, excuse me. Very wisely done here, coming in from the side of Anbu to be able to slow them down just a bit here with some of these smokes. However, we do see that the response coming in from the side of OOW to push into some of these situations is definitely working out for them, as Anbu right now looking towards ending 3 members already, as Rafi as well. Rafi will be able to score down onto Heibi, as we do see OOW right now would be the first flawless round for the side of Anbu here. They keep this up. Very nicely done for the side of Anbu here. Spike carrier has been taken down for the count, and I don't think that's going to be a very, very good start here for the side of OOW. Very good shot there coming in from Kaja. 3 kills for the side of Kaja, and Anbu keeps it flawless, keeps it steady with their first round win of this match.
Yeah, I think this is exactly how you want to bounce back in the round 3. So the full buy proving to really be the difference maker here for the likes of Anbu. But we'll see how OOW are going to respond. Now, the problem is that they did lose a couple of their guns earlier on, so they can't even get a proper full buy here, despite the fact that they did win the first 2 rounds. So that's again going to be something that watch out here. But the peek here is not going to be good for High B. Gets spotted out by Kaja. Going to be on the B box, and surprise that player coming out from OOW, but now things are dicey here as they're starting to push down A long. They managed to get another pick here, and that's starting to swing things a little bit more. Yeah, just a quick replay there so you can catch out that amazing op shot coming out and be the difference maker here early on.
Very nicely done from him to be able to get that tap down, and it seems that Kaja will be the determining factor, denying whatever peaks that are coming in from the side of OOW. So we do see 6 right now, getting some of the shots onto Jeff Van Bao, but it's going to be Tin that gets the revenge onto 6. We do see that 3 members are already onto the side of A, as OOW's EU is going to be going for the plant. Very nicely done here, and it seems that the big little dark steps there is going to go up towards this side here, covering up heaven. So I do believe that this could be a very smart choice here. You see some shot, let's go 1, but nope, it's not going to be enough. Rafi gets taken out by you, but Tony Banks comes in and says, you sit down.
Oh, and he's at least going to get 1 kill for his troubles, and now it's a 1v2 clutch situation here from Tony Banks. Not quite able to clear out the site here, but I think he's stuck out there as the top of ramps here. But no, he's going to take down Tin. It's a 1v1 situation, and now the Phoenix has to try and make some inroads here, and he's going to get it halfway at the very least here, and Tony Banks comes out big here with that clutch here. He might have just enough time, and he's going to be able to tie things up here for Anbu. What a play there, and he's going to be able to shut down those 2 OOW players here. And yeah, I think they really needed a little bit of luck on their side in that sense, but good clutch out regardless.
I don't know how spicy Filipino food is, but that play was very spicy coming in from Anbu. Definitely mouth-watering indeed for Anbu being able to get that diffuse down and out and getting that clutch for the side of Tony Banks. Very, very good to be able to go for the diffuse, get that audio cue and try to pull out with that last surviving member for the side of OOW. But ooh, Kaja! Very fierce indeed. There goes 1, there goes 2 for the side of OOW.
Oh, Kaja is just getting the better of all these exchanges, breaking that over from map number 1. But now it looks like they're pushing here onto the A side, but it's going to be a little bit of a distraction. But again, they're dropping players on all sides. Kaja is going to pick up his 3rd here from Garage, and now Tin going to be the last remaining player, only has the ghost available to him and might actually just play this out a little bit longer here, and yeah, proves to be absolutely devastating there. Of course, this is going to be a bit of a throwaway round here for OOW, but yeah, I think they still invested in an operator themselves, as we did see High B getting taken out there right at the start.
Very unfortunate here for the side of OOW to see their plans end up in shambles, as we do see Anbu right now could actually enjoy another flawless round. Anbu holding on towards some of these tight spots, but Shidope says hello to Tin and introduces him to the flawless win that they won in this round. So we do see that Anbu right now definitely in high spirits here, as we do see Kaja as well as Rafi doing quite a bit of work here with the double operator setup.
And alt economy definitely going to be in Anbu's favor. They have 3 available to them that they can really flex themselves a little bit here. Currently 3-2 up, and we're already seeing that might be a little bit more of an aggressive push out here onto the A long side, gather a little bit more intel, because let's not forget Anbu, they didn't take much in the way of intel gatherers. They don't play crossover this time, which they used to great effect in map number 1, but now we'll see this push here coming straight onto the B side. 3 players here. Riz here is going to be able to catch it out. Rafi won't be able to stop too much there, and that's going to be some wasted Molotovs here. But now you see Shydom starting to move back in here, using the run it back, not able to catch out any of the players, but gets vital info.
Very good stuff there, using the run it back not only to try to get picks, but also get as much information as they can. So we do see that some of these teams right now are going to be exchanging off against one another, with Anbu right now 1 man down for the count, but 20 bags will be able to even out the score onto 10. OOW loses 1 man as well. We do see the spike has been planted in their favor, as Heibi will be able to take down Kaja. Very nicely done here, as Heibi will be able to take down one of the best oppers in Anbu's team, as well as Rafi already being taken out for the count. So we do see you right now being very aggressive indeed, pushing it out, but no, it's not going to be enough. As OOW cinches out this round effectively.
Oh, and they're going to really drive it home here against the likes of Anbu Yu there, with the precise plays there and able to surprise them from the dark cover, working to great effect, as just having 2 lurkers there right at the end. We're tied at 3-3 apiece here, and so far so good in terms of being a very tight matchup. I think looking at some of the rounds that we've had so far today, definitely we are seeing things being quite even here on the map pick here by OOW.
Well, very nicely done for the side of OOW to be able to cinch out the round and even it out, but they've got quite a bit to work with there. Some shots being exchanged by both these players for the side of Anbu and OOW. Heibi right now trying his best to actually get those shots off, but will not be able to land it on anyone for the side of Anbu, and it seems that patience is going to be a virtue for him, as Rafi right now switches over to a new position and will be able to take down Rimsley. Nicely done with a beautiful operator shot. Takes him down with that 1 shot. He's got to be careful though that he doesn't get spotted out by anyone here. We do see that members of OOW right now are going to be coming in. There goes the cyber cage off, and another smoke being dropped down from the side of Brimstone here. Very nicely done to be able to stop any of these advances for the side of OOW, for the side of Anbu, if they want to be taking back onto the B side here, as OOW has full control.
Oh, but they have only just got down the flank here, but they're already going to spot out some of the players here. Jeff Van stepping a little bit too far away from safety, and he's going to get taken out, but the trade comes out here from Tony Banks and High B, but it's 6 here who's going to come in from that A-link side, and I can't help but feel that's always going to be a very difficult proposition, especially to plant it exactly where they did on the B side, as those smokes from Brimstone only going to offer some momentary respite for them to get on site. But I think when you don't have a lot of the control from either the links, it's always going to be a difficult proposition to try and deal with that.
I totally agree with you, Jay. In terms of members of OOW as well as Anbu, I think it's a really close game compared to the first matchup which we had on the Bind that was chosen by Anbu. So it's definitely working in the favor of OOW here, considering that Haven was picked by OOW and the defensive side was taken by Anbu. So if OOW is able to still keep this relatively close by towards Anbu, then maybe, just maybe, they will still be able to keep it up. Rafi right now taking down Heibi, and it seems that we're having a bit of an issue with the live feed. Hopefully you guys are not having the same issue as well, but okay, we're back again, as we do see you being able to take the High B. We already lost another 4 more members on the side OOW, as Anbu right now pushes on to the A side, Jay.
Oh, and I think they caught them all out moving across the A lobby, and now Yu is the last player left, but he's going to get found out there by Tony Banks. Unfortunately, weren't able to catch all of that here, so we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. But I think from that, that's Anbu trying to really grab the game by the scruff of the neck here, and they wanted to make sure that they could take a little bit more initiative and prevent any of these OOW players from really coming out from it. And now there's going to be an eco round coming out from them as a result. I think they can't decide whether they want to do a full buy or not. They won't be able to, but they are going to go for a little bit of a split buy here, I would dare say.
Very interesting indeed here, considering that economy is a very important thing, but we do see a 5-man sack out to C here. Very interesting indeed. It seems that the ultimate orb capture is more on the line for the side of OOW, as we do see the pushes coming in. Got to be careful though, all of them stunned and dazed. Tony Banks being able to take down Rimsey. There goes the Stormblade. Then boom, shakalaka, Heibi onto Kaja, but it's going to not be on his watch here, as Tony Banks will be able to take down, oh my god, an ace for Tony Banks!
Tony Banks going ham there, and wow, he's going to be absolutely thrilled with that one. Anbu, of course, was facing off against the eco round there, but I think it was a wasted opportunity. High B used the Bladestorm only right towards the end, and they kind of all funneled down the C long side of things. It wasn't going to be something that they could really work with here, but I felt that it's a waste of the Bladestorm, as the Jet didn't quite get onto site too quickly. So see what High B can do in this round here. I think going to be able to buy together with the rest of OOW as they look to try and get another point on the board.
Very nicely done here for the side of Anbu as well as OOW, but it seems that Anbu right now double the numbers in terms of lead here compared to OOW, and it seems that this could be a signifier of Anbu enjoying a 2-0 game if they keep this up. However, OOW is slowly nipping at the heels of Anbu, but again, we have seen a little bit more consistency compared to OOW in the form of Anbu. Anbu being able to be a little bit more tactical with how they push in. So very good smokes there being dropped down onto Heaven to make sure that there is not going to be any of those shots coming over the top side. Jeff Bao trying his best to actually push it out. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out. Goes out with the camera already to gather as much intel as he can, Jay.
OOW is really going to be pinning their hopes on this round, as they really do need to take it out. But looks like Hybe is going to take down 6. Now they're still going to be in the back pocket. The orbital strike here, but Kaja is going to take down 2 straight away on the retake, and now they're going to be moving down towards the A lobby side of things, and they're still trying to get enough map control here. I don't know where the orbital strike is, and actually the defenders are going to come away with that. I'm not sure what OOW was thinking there, as that was a perfectly good ultimate that could have been used and really swing things back into OOW's favor, as being a gun round. They really needed to drive that home if they want to get back in this game.
Very unfortunate for the side of OOW, and it seems that miscoordination or maybe miscommunication was the key here in that particular exchange, because the Brimstone, in my opinion, needed to be a little bit more out there in terms of what he had to prove to the table, what he had to bring to the table. The orbital strike could have been an option for him, but it seems that that lack of communication or maybe the lack of charges were the biggest issue in that particular matchup.
Yeah, and Kaja is down here for a change to start things off, putting Anbu at a disadvantage, and we can already see that there's a little bit more apprehension about the Filipino team, as starting to see a little bit more of their utility being triggered here in the garage, but it's going to be a bit of a split push here between the B side as well, as now the wall of flames here is going to be allowing them to move into sight here, but Rafi there is going to be able to take down Yu, but he's going to get traded back straight away. Now, Six making himself known here. He's going to get the near side going here through the paranoia, taking down High B, and it's a 2v2 scenario, but already resetting a little bit here. But Jeff he's going to be able to clean up Shido, and now 6, he's all by himself, as he's trying to get back onto that seaside. The plant is already down here for OOW. But now, this is what he's playing long here, but he gets caught out there! The Brimstone completely unawares. It's now a 1v1 situation. 6 can bring this home. He's trying to check out where the last player is. He's not able to take it, and Jeff will be the one to be able to driving home here, but that was at quite a bit of cost here to OOW.
Very, very classy indeed coming in from OOW, being able to send that around. And it seems that Anbu will cut their pants down a little bit in the chain, in that exchange there. This is the last round before the swap, and Anbu will be on the attacking side, whereas OOW will be on the defending side. So I do believe that this is going to be a very interesting round indeed. Everyone buying up as much as they can here in terms of whatever that they got. And I do believe that Anbu now poised to basically try to steal it away. The Blaze coming up, try to go for that ultimate capture. The ultimate orb, excuse me. One more charge away from being able to run it back for the side of Anbu. For OOW right now. Ooh, very, very well done there. Being able to get that much information done. And it's going to be Jeff Van Bao that takes down 6. Will it be enough though? Will it be another one on the table here as members of Anbu right now try to push it up? But Shydop will be able to take down Heibi. And Tin will be able to take down Shydop in that exchange as well. So we do see OOW right now does have a man advantage. It takes a little bit of AoE damage. The spike has been planted in their favor. And OOW could be able to win this out with their one-man advantage, and the fact that they're going to be holding off against Anbu, Jay.
Oh, and they're starting to push in here. The dash forward here for the Jet is coming in. Makaja has got a lot to do. Still gets the shorty kill. They're onto you. And now we pick up the Vandal, but not working out there. As Rimsel here going to catch him out. Jeff also completing the crossfire. And finally, we see OOW take another
Switching sides
here on the final one actually for that half. So they're going to be thankful for that. In the end, it turns out that Orbital Strike didn't play a huge factor in closing out some of the rounds, and definitely one of the key benefits of making sure you have Brimstone in your lineup, who they do bring him here as a little bit of a flex pick, considering that they also have the Omen. But we'll see what's going to happen now as we swap sides.
Very, very nicely done here for the side of OOW as well as OOW. Trying to get their best defenses off and running, and a very good CCTV camera there being put up for the side of OOW, gathering as much intel as they can. Really like the spy cam being pushed up, and we do see that coming in from the mid side here. Very good paranoia there coming in. Actually, the smoke there definitely going to drop out, and we do see some gunfire coming out from that particular side here. We do see a little bit of a slowdown from the side of Anbu.
OOW actually stacking all those players. They're going to really make Anbu reconsider whether they want to push A or not. Currently, they're going to play a little bit on the passive side here while they decide what they want to do. Rotation already coming out here. And now we're starting to see that Heibi is going to take back residence. And he gets the headshot there at distance onto the B window. And now that's going to be a firm advantage here for OOW. But little do I say that Tony Banks is going to be able to get the trade back here. He's going to burst in onto the side here. But the crossfire coming out here. But Jeffan, he's going to get traded down here by Rafi as he's trying to take the initiative himself. And now we're going to see a little bit more rotation here from the attackers all the way to the A side.
Very nicely done here, as A side is going to be where Anbu wants to put all of their focus on. Very nicely done in terms of the plant here. Not going to be planting to an A long, so they are going to be denying that shot. But you see that Rimsel will be able to take the Shydop. Another one goes down for Rafi as well, and it seems that OOW will be poised to go for the defuse, and this could be very, very good for them indeed, as they score out one more win in their favor, drawing out the lead for Anbu closer and closer for OOW.
Oh, but this is a second pistol round win in a row coming out here from OOW, and demonstrating that they have the stuff here for their given map pick. But again, we'll see whether or not that this is going to sustain. They are likely to again take this next round win and see if they can maintain that, because we saw in the first half that after 2 wins, OOW kind of fell off, and that was allowing Anbu to get back into this here. But we can already see them busting out the Vandals. Will be able to hold these longer angles here, but Yu here is going to get taken down by a classic here, but Hy-V is going to be able to get the trade back. So again, not going to be investing too much into that side.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of Anbu as well as OW. Both of them getting exchanges as much as they can in these particular fights, and we do see that it is been hell for the side of Anbu here, as they have only one surviving member in the form of 6 playing Omen. So I do believe that this could be a very, very bad next half, bad half games here if he isn't careful. Haby getting his 3rd kill of this round against 6, Jay.
OW though, they didn't really buy all that much in the previous round, so they are going to be able to pull by to the certain extent here. Tin though still going to be using the Spectre, but now this is the crucial moment here for Anbu. We're tied at 7-7. They really need to be able to seal the deal here in this round if they want to try and really go on that final stretch, as I don't think that we're going to have the loser coming out from this round really being able to have a better economy to go into later stages, but now we're starting to see no one being placed here on the C side at all. But the shot here from Hybe is going to get the better of Kaja, but getting a little bit too aggressive, and Rafi is going to be able to trade it back. Tony Banks now swinging things in the favor for Anbu.
Rafi saying hi B, goodbye B, as he gets one shot off and will be able to take him down for the count. Very nicely done here, as Anbu right now enjoy 4-man advantage compared to OOW's 2, but we've seen OOW being able to turn it around here if they are careful, but they gotta be very wary of the fact that, number one, there are 3 sites for the spikes to be planted, and there are only 2 of them on OOW side, so we do see that there is going to be a quick rotation towards A side, so that could be where the spike is going to be carried to. And we have seen it time and time again coming in from the side of A, that once a lot of these players are already stuck in some of these corners, the tight angles that have been covered already, it's almost virtually impossible for them to push it out. It's got to be very careful of your corners here.
Here they're gonna lock things down here. They managed to trade already there on the tin. You is gonna follow soon after, and they're gonna start swinging things back, and this is looking like a little bit of a repeat of the order of events that we did see at the start of this map, and now we're up to 8-7 here in favor of Anbu. OOW, they have to eco this round. It's not looking too good, as really just losing too many players early on wasn't working well in their favor, but we'll see now how things are going to be changing up a little bit. Right now, it does seem that the Cypher is going to have a little bit more presence on that C side, where they left it kind of vacant in the previous round.
Very, very vacant indeed, and I want to actually pay a bit of close attention as to how Anbu is actually going to go for this. They are going for a 3-2 split, with 3 going to C and 2 going to A. But the spike, where is the spike though? It's at C, so this is going to be very interesting indeed here, as Shido will be able to take out OOU and runs it back immediately. So it is going to be very interesting, as C already, they are going to be committing to it, and the spike is definitely going to be planted there. Very nice coordination being shown for the side of Anbu here. More and more members being taken down. 6 is on fire! He takes down 3.
Oh, what was that split push doing here, as they're just really selling the fake here on the A side, but 6, he had other ideas. He's gonna get a 4K here to close things out, and this is exactly the tonic that Anbu needed to continue to pile on the pressure, and OOW, they're in a bit of a pickle now, as they have to really try and get this round win here. They are being having their economy reduced down to 0, and a little bit of a buffer being built here by Anbu. So there could be a little bit of a sticking point here if they're not too careful. But currently, not much in the ult department separating these two teams. Though we could see a little bit of a lockdown coming out from Killjoy.
Well, we do see that the lockdown is going to be a very, very good area denial, and we've seen this time and time again from OOW. from Anbu just now, but we haven't seen it come out from OW, but we do see that. Oh, we just saw it. Kaja gets immediately punished, and some good shots there try to go through the wall from the side of OW. Will not be able to take down Rimsey as well as Habi will be able to take down one each, but Rafi comes up and says goodbye, Habi, with a beautiful shot towards him. We do see now 2 members on the side of Anbu survives, whereas 4 members on the side of OW are remaining. No, I spoke too soon. 6 again! What is going on, 6? Spanking people left, right, center, back.
He is feeling it right now, but Rafi's gonna get taken down there, but it's Jeff Van who comes out with it in the end. And good plays coming out from OOW to take it in the end as, yeah, it looked a little bit like Anbu was going to be able to really go against the run of play in that particular round. 6 again, having 2 rounds in a row where he's just been on fire, but now this is going to be just a 1-point game at the moment here. We haven't even broken into the double digits as this is proving to be our closest match so far.
It is going to be one of our closest matches thus far. Considering how the first round was for Anbu, I do believe that OOW is looking towards maintaining their spot here, as they are going to be trying to keep it as competitive as possible, but we do see the push coming in from the side of Anbu here is going to be able to take down not one, only a 1 in the form of AB. Oh, that's 1, but Rafi comes in and gets Tony Banks back immediately. Shido will be able to take down Tin as well. So we do see some really good shots there. The play is coming down onto the side of Jeff Van Bao. Jeff Van Bao goes immediately off. We're going to go try towards heaven. This could be an opportunity for him to get some headshots.
3-2 situation at the moment. Jeff Van has got a lot to do here. He's really going to have quite a bit of angles to work with, but it's not going to be panning out here. Shido gets the 3K, finishing him off. And yeah, looking at this Anbu, they're going to be trading blow for blow here, but there's not many rounds left here in this match. I think OOW, they need to string together consecutive rounds if they really want to come from this one. But now they are going to be in a little bit of a dicey situation. They are not having the best of economy, so likely they have to save this round, and only then they'll have actually the full buy going next round. And really, by that point, you don't really have a lot of breathing room left.
And I agree, breathing room is definitely something that they want to have. And we do see now Tony Banks right now in a little bit of darkness here. So the temple does get spotted out. Very nicely done there. Coming in from Tony Banks onto you to be able to get him down to the count here. We do see Habi right now taking in some shots onto Tony Banks again. Tony Banks getting onto the kill feed again. 5 members still in the pocket for the side of Anbu here as OOW experiencing casualties. Not just 1, but 2 in total. And the 3rd casualty already for Rimsey. 6 is just coming up on their 6 and taking them down.
Oh man, all these picks that are being given away here. So Anbu is really doing a number here to OOW, but at the same time, this is going to be a little bit of a round that they're not really expecting to get a lot much from it. But of course, if they could get a couple of these guns out of the hands of Anbu, they will put them in better stead for the later game here. It's Shy Dope. He's going to be able to catch out another player here, but 6, he's going to get the last one here as OOW just not able to come away with this. And I think this is going to be the most crucial round coming up here. And again, we're not really seeing the kind of buys that would be ideal here, as we're still going to have you not having enough ideally for the best buys. So they're trying to juggle it around a bit. But OOW, what do you think that they need to do coming into this round here, which is pretty much a must-win scenario?
It is a very big must-win scenario for the side of OOW, and I do believe that they need to be very, very wary. They need to make sure that Habi gets some of these picks off onto Rafi on the side of Anbu, trying to be able to deny whatever pushes is coming in, because the amount of space that Anbu creates for themselves with some of these first picks is paramount towards them getting more and more real estate. The more real estate that they can get, the more breathing room that they can get, it's easier for them to formulate strategies around the deficit that OOW experiences, Jay.
Yeah, and right now they are trying to hold on to quite a bit of territory, but it's still going to be waiting to see what Anbu is doing. They're currently not being able to get too much of a glimpse into the plans for Anbu, who have really been shaking things up here from round to round, as making themselves as unpredictable as possible. But currently, look at the stack here by OOW. They might have the raid a little bit, and we already see that they're going to actually have presence there on the A lobby. You can already see pings coming out here, I believe, from the Anbu players, so that could be them walking right past the Brimstone and getting the perfect intel. He's going to get 2 players here for his trouble, and that's really going to be putting a dagger here onto this push here. They're still going on to the A side, but we can already see the ult coming out here from the Omen, and he's going to be able to get into heaven straight away, and we can already see the spike heading 180 degrees.
Very, very nicely done here as Whimsy will be able to take down Shido right now. 10 more seconds on the clock here. One more surviving member for Anbu, and it seems that nope, it's going to be denied in this particular situation here as OOW gets another win in their favor, and it seems that the score is getting closer and closer from 3 to 4. Now we're down to 2 with OOW not too far behind on Anbu.
And they managed to maintain quite a bit of squad strength in that particular round, so that's going to allow them to carry forward their guns, and now they are looking pretty good here. But again, this is still going to be a buy round on the cards as well for Anbu. Kaja gone a little bit cold, I dare say, since maybe the start of this map, and also on Mind as well. But going to actually spot a high beat, just not able to land the connection here. But Tony Banks, though, he's going to actually get the first pick here on the one who was quite decisive there on the A long side in the previous round.
Some wallbangs there coming in from the side of Anbu, not being able to land onto Hybe. Hybe right now trying to be very aggressive with some of these shots here. Some very good clouds there being dropped down. The smokes are good, but no. OOW's will be able to take that Shido. Shido hanging out over at the bottom side there will be taken out for the count, and it seems that it's going to be 1-for-1 in exchange with each other for Anbu and OOW, and it seems that Anbu right now a lot desperate to make sure that they get as much real estate as they can to give them the opportunity to either rotate, commit, or pull a fake.
Oh, Anbu, look at them so spread out here. Not really setting themselves up for fakes, but it doesn't matter here as Tony Banks able to get one. Might be able to get the second here if he's careful, but it looks like it's a 3K so far here for him. And with that, they're actually going to rotate all the way around the side. They already have the presence on C site at the moment here. The plant already going
30
down
seconds
to
left.
Kaja. And now we're already seeing that OOW being strung all over the place, and now seemingly Intatter's not again able to get consecutive wins.
Well, what's also interesting to note is that coming from Anbu, they already have put down the spike already, and we do see that there are only going to be 2 agents left in this particular situation. Is going to be planted for long, so this is going to be very, very tough indeed here. But I do believe that there could be a Molly attempt here. Oh, some shots there coming in. There goes the fault line. They've got to hurry up though. What is going on? Very nicely done coming in from Anbu, knowing what they had to do. It was a relatively close one coming in from Anbu here. Luckily enough, they're able to get the utilities off onto OOW and deny them to defuse. Just one tick away from an upset. Coming in from OOW.
Doing it there, obscuring the vision, but next level plays coming out from Tony Banks, his fault line completely taking him off the defuse right when it mattered the most, and they were able to close things out just as the cover dissipated. And that's again going to be a dicey situation, but yeah, we can see him being pushed off the spike there and proving to be to their detriment. But now we see that Shiny Dope and the rest of Anbu moving down this A side. So far it's been pretty good for them, but they are going to suffer losses in the mid side here. Ribs here going to actually pushing out, but High B though, he's watching the sewer from the sewer side, able to catch one, and he's going to dash away.
Well, it is going to be very interesting to also see how members of Anbu right now are going to be participating in this fight with a 2-man deficit, as we do see OOW rather flawless in their roster. However, it is, I think, a member that is fairly hurt and very low in terms of what he can provide towards this fight. One little tickle of a feather and he's going to go down like a sack of bricks. Kaja, nicely done, but it's not going to be enough as Habi will be able to take it out. And look at that. It seems that OOW's you as well, pushing it in. And they are using as much as the advantages as they can as Rafi right now. Looks to hold on to it, but nope, it's not going to be enough as Rimsey will be able to take down Rafi.
So Anbu not really setting themselves up for trades here, I feel, and that's really allowed OOW to stay in this game. But you know, being on the map point here is still going to be putting the pressure onto OOW, who has not really been able to string all that much together here. The only consecutive round wins that they've had are maybe the rounds 1 and 2 of each half, and also the last 2 from their defending side. So we'll see if that is going to, or rather their attacking side, we'll see if that is going to be changing up here, as it definitely needs to go to overtime if they're going to be able to take it.
Well, I love me a little bit of overtime here. But at the end of the day, it's all about good plays coming in from both sides. You see Rafi right now holding on, very nicely done there. There goes one, will not be able to get two. He will be able to pick up the spike again, as we do see a very, very interesting split here from members of Anbu trying to get as much information as they can onto the C, B, and A side. It seems that A side is not going to be as effective as they can. Kaja as well as Shido will be able to take down one each in their pockets here, as OOW right now is going to be on the receiving end of a flawless victory if Anbu keeps it up. 2 members surviving for the side of OOW.
And this is not looking good here for OOW. They're going to be dropping out of their map pick here if they're not going to be able to pull off quite a bit of a clutch here. Situation not looking good here. Shidope is going to take him down straight away. It's all up to 10. He's still in a bit of a pickle, and there's still going to be 6 coming up behind, but Shidope will clear things out. 13 to 10 here as Anbu Elite Gaming. They're going to be able to take it away, and that's 2 maps that's going to be helping them towards the next stage here at the Royal Sea Cup.
Very nicely done from the side of Anbu against members of Only One Word. As you can see already, the numbers do not lie. Tony Banks, Rafi, Kaja were some of the high-scoring first bloods that they got for their respective teams. Hybe as well as Yu and Rims were getting some high score first bloods here. In terms of KDA, it's a relatively mirrored across the board, except for Tin not doing so well in some of these exchanges. But we did see someone like Tony Banks, Rafi, Hybe, Shido, Rimzel definitely putting in as much weight as they can in some of these fights. I do like what we have been seeing thus far from Anbu, and I do hope that Only One Word sticks to what we said, persistence. Hopefully that they're a little bit of a slow start here. They want to get used to some of the playstyles that could be different for this particular region, and I do like to see a little bit more of Only One Word and their capabilities at fighting at this level.
Yeah, and of course we could say that there's more footage about OOW out there that Anbu might be able to take advantage, but of course everything is always evolving here in the Valorant scene, and we're likely to see more changes coming out. We've seen some very diverse lineups coming up from both of these teams over the course of Map 1 and Map 2, and honestly that's been making this a very pleasurable experience. Definitely catch a lot of interesting plays coming out from these teams, but they'll be looking to optimize this, I think, because of course we're still having all the other matches from Group A later today, which they'll need to really try and refine and change things accordingly.
Well, there's not much that can be said about that. I mean, it's definitely something that we have to consider, and at the end of the day, it is going to be the second day, and I do believe that there is so much more for us back at home, for people back at home, and for us to be breaking down and to be able to work with moving forward. But anyway, I guess that's enough from me, Hound, and him, Player of the J. We're going to be right back with more action. So until then, join us for all the stats.
On the line. What that sounds like is like he got freaky with like the third pedal in his car. Fucking, that's... Hello guys and welcome to the Royal SCA Cup. We're here watching some great Valorant, of course, provided to you by ePulse, the one and only company that trusts Valorant and SCA and
looks to push it even further. My name is Mr. Apple Plus, and joining me as always on the panel is Mr. Seek and Strike and Zero.
Not always. Yeah, that's why you have to come back and check every single time. Who's on the panel? Is it Seek? Is it YOLOly? What if I told you? Where is it? I had it here. It was for a bit. Here it is. What if I told you I am YOLOly?
Whoa.
Oh. Stolen identity. Identity theft is not a joke.
So we just watched a wonderful match of Valorant. It ended in a 2-0 though in the end, but it was much closer than our first matchup. Especially, you know, we actually already discussed the first game, the first map. Let's ignore that for a second. Second map, even closer than before. But I just want to talk about this. They played with a completely different agent pool. Can someone explain to me what happened here?
I think they actually played good agents, right?
Okay.
they had a Cypher, if I'm not mistaken. They had a
Yes, they did.
Cypher
And a Brimstone.
and a Brimstone. So that's a lot more site-taking heroes, a lot more information, a lot more delaying as well. So I think that changed the dynamic of their game quite a bit.
The delaying is the important part on a map like this one as well, right? With the three sites, with it being so wide and open, with how easy it is for attackers to poke and prod and really take their time choosing a site. They don't really have to commit themselves until they are basically in the site. It gives you a lot of flexibility on attack. So having these heroes on both offense and defense that can make you a lot of space, give you some time, just give you some breathing room. It's used for different purposes on attack and defense, but having a hero that can do both of them is even better. Sorry, an agent, that is.
Of course. And what do you think they started with those odd picks on the agents?
Maybe they were trying something out, maybe trying to play by the old meta, you know, with the Sage and just mainly fraggers.
Okay.
So they just adjusted for the second game. Like we can see from the score, they did much better.
Yes.
But unfortunately, I think Anbu was just way too coordinated as a team to actually lose out on the second map. It was close. It was 13-10 in the end.
Yeah. They had a couple. Rafi stood out both matches, for example. First in the Breach, then Killjoy in the second match. They did change that up a bit. What do you think of that Killjoy swap out?
It was better. I mean, respectfully, it wasn't hard to be. It was
Killjoy.
Yeah, right. It's Killjoy, right?
You put your turrets and then they'll do work.
You put your turrets, you put down your nades. You know, it's a very strong agent right now. But I think still more in the balanced aspect, right? I think now that the heroes had a little bit, the agent's been in the meta, out of the meta, right? There's been some fine-tuned adjustments there, and I think it's in a pretty good place. But it's still real strong. Just that AoE denial after you plant, or just to try and force people away from the site, because
that's huge.
It's a ridiculous range, to be honest. You know, we even saw the benefit of having the Killjoy when they were diffusing through smoke. They couldn't really find it. Killjoy's like, don't worry about it. I have like 2 big AoE things. I got you, right? So immediately you can see the benefit there pay off.
Yeah, Haven's one of those maps where you can really make a Killjoy shine. There's so many places where you can deny entry. Your turrets can be useful in a lot of different situations as well. So Haven's definitely the map that, you know, makes all these more niche agents work.
Yeah, I agree. Especially we were talking about how Cypher, yes, he's pretty easy to play on defense, and I think actually Killjoy falls into the same pool. It's a bit harder to play a Killjoy on attack. I think we saw a pretty good example last time, like we just were saying, with the diffuse through the smoke and denying that. But also, you can place your what's it called, your turret outside of a lobby, so that it'll shoot anyone that is hoping to lurk. So that gives you so much information, because if your turret shoots someone, if your turret dies, you're like, oh, there's someone behind us, so I can go kill him, right? It's almost it's the same benefit as Cypher, to be honest.
That's why they are under the same category as Control.
Control or Sentinel, I think.
Sentinel, Sentinel. There we have it.
Yeah, so lots of information, a lot of control on these guys, and it definitely pays off for them. I mean, we saw the matches were a lot closer, and it was one heck of a good series. But in the end, that's going to be it, right? It's going to be Uv falling.
Yep. Unfortunately, they do lose the first series, but you know, it's not that big a deal, especially if you have such a close series. YOLOly is just gone now. But even then, I think that, you know, the first series against some guys that actually came really strong. Now you're up against the big contenders, which is attack all around.
Yeah.
And I want to ask, actually, again, the master coach here, all about mentality today, Zero.
Yeah.
How do you prepare for this match mentally? You just lost a match against a team that you could have won against, right? You actually had chances. Now you're up against perhaps the champions, the Titans, let's call them. What do you say? If you're the IGL, how are you talking to your teammates right now?
You know, we played very bad the first round. Second round we did a lot better. That was a hell of an improvement. We just have to keep building on this. We lost first two, so we have to take the next two maps to even stand a chance to qualify. So this is like our Hail Mary, right? We have to win this. That's the only way, because they just lost against one of arguably the underdogs of this group.
Yes.
The next one is gonna be the big boss, right? So they have to really get together, bring the old OW back, the ones that got third place in CGA. And if they can get themselves into that mindset, they stand a chance. If not, I think we might see them going home.
Yep, gotta be. It's as easy as saying, guys, come on, this team didn't even qualify. We got third place. What are we, it's not even any close. But that is the team they just lost to.
Yeah.
So significant
They
improvements out of
played really well, though.
Of course. I mean, they deserve that win. You know, that win didn't happen on accident. It was good plays, good execution, good in-game leading, and I'm not saying that, but they were able to take the win. So 2-0. So that's gonna set up Anbu quite nicely here, to be honest. A 2-0, especially in best of two, is gonna yield you 3 points instead of the 2 or 1 that a draw will yield. Most importantly as well, winning by a large margin can difference as well in tiebreakers, right? Because if it's a head-to-head matchup and you tied your opponent, it's going to go to the round difference. Now, I was taking a look. Attack all around, they currently sit at a plus 20 round difference in their favor after their first map. So they've got, hard to beat.
Are you even considering that these guys are going to be in the tiebreakers, though? Like, these guys are the titans in the group.
No. That's a pretty scary stat to be heading into, you know? It's like, we're about to play a team. What's their goal difference? Yeah, you'd be like, oh my god. It's over. Yeah. I mean, it's really scary, especially because you just saw them in that first game. They looked pretty good. They went up evens against 5 Buckies. Nothing could stop them.
Okay. All right. A little memer here on the panel. You talked about this, Ozir, earlier, that when you facing against the best team, it's actually one of the worst positions to be in if you face them in the mid-day. Especially after a loss against the underdogs. That's true. VALORANT is quite unstable right now. Yep. It's not like your core mechanics are missing, right? For when it comes to, yeah, exactly. I mean, you are a gamer, exactly. Or maybe you haven't even gone to bed. Who knows? Stayed up all night playing Valorant. Exactly, right? I mean, all right. So we're kind of talking about this matchup. I don't think we dissected the other one a bit too much, in my opinion, especially the last one. I particularly really enjoyed the gunplay that we were seeing. There was a lot of reliance from. I'm blanking on their name now. Please help me out. The team that won, Ambu, thank you. There was a lot of reliance on Ambu. You could see on Rafi, for example. Actually, both of their operator users, which they did. They used actually multiple rounds, the double operators. We have seen a lot of success from actually even last time with Myth. They actually also managed to do that. Is that just because operator is a bit too strong? Or does it really make the better players shine? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the thing. Times is good. Let's say you got different HP, right? An offer at 1 HP, effectively one shot. You can breathe under the guy. He is just as effective as the rest of us. That's the scary part. You play like RTS games, it's like StarCraft, right? Just slug it, there's no way this is real life. There's no telling they still do big damage, right? In this FPS type game, you don't get that bonus round. It's really a big deal because you need to match two body types and one type of time. That's what makes it easy. That's why it's so hard to balance.
That's what Rafi was doing, actually. A lot of the times we see this over and over again. Because nobody else can.
Yeah, because nobody else can. Because you can get out safely, right? I don't know. Maybe the way you balance it, maybe it's a jet specific thing. Maybe you can go. You drop your option. You range drop off. You know all the good stuff. Right?
I would love that. If part of the lore is Jet's arms are not as strong as her legs. You know, it's not like hitting and evading is easy either.
Yeah, but it takes the punishment of using the operator out of it, right? That's the whole point. Move slow, good. But it costs, right?
Yeah.
Having an agent that, yes, can only do it once, but once can be enough. That can really change the game.
And it goes back to the high priority target you talked about. What if your high priority target is the most elusive person on the team? That seems a bit unfair. Imagine if you're playing League of Legends, your carry is also your tank, or your ADC, sorry, is also your tank. You can't have that, right?
You know what? I really hope that they can find a way to balance the gun inside of Jet. Because before the Jet operator meta was everywhere. Well, yeah, got that. But it wasn't really. It was really super. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But now it's like Jet operator. I love it, honestly. It's really fun to see, but I think for the players, I think it's very easy to get frustrated. Riot went into that this as well.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see these really crazy players. Raja especially, really impressive.
Yeah.
Really popped off quite a bit.
I mean, yeah, we keep calling them the underdogs, but I think that in general the performance was incredible, especially just the gunplay. You know, when you see the every time you talk about underdog teams, I find that FPS is so easy to just negate their basic mechanics, right? Because most underdogs, that's what they're lacking. They just need more experience. They just need to get better at shooting, honestly. But in this case, it wasn't like these guys. They just needed more time. They just needed more time. They just needed to actually find tactics that worked with them, and now we're seeing them shine against OW.
Yeah. I mean, here's the problem though. Attack all around is not gonna be
No.
They are not gonna be attacked. They're gonna be attacking everywhere. They're gonna be, this guy MC hopped all the way through our connector, Here, they're mid. They just like to kill mid and run at us.
That is actually true.
It's kind of scary because you can't rotate if the enemy has mid control like put on a map
So what do you do? How do you take that B control away from them? Sorry, mid control. Yeah.
You can play the sites much more defensively, especially if you're on a map where it's a bit easier to play. I wouldn't recommend it on split particularly because they have to really strike it back in. But maybe if
Oh, yeah, they can. Straight up.
That's what I mean. So we'll see. I think mid is still very important against.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to see. I'm actually very excited because, like you mentioned, we talked about the chaos before with Myth. Myth was unable to do it, but we have seen a bit of a better performance by only one word. So let's see if they can get only one map, as the first map is about to start. We're gonna move you guys with the wonderful casters, and they will delight you with their narration of this interesting matchup.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand and have been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all four of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the four teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, But if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack all round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Okay, you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Royal Sea Cup, part of the Ignition series. 16 teams from across Asia have gathered here today to fight off against one another for a cut of the $25,000 prize pool. I'm Hound, he's Play of the J, and you can check us all on ePulse Gaming, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Multiple languages are available, so hope you guys are entertained in whatever language you choose to watch. Anyway, Jay, we had a very interesting game that just passed us just now. OOW going up against Anbu, Anbu getting the upper hand. What do we have in store for us that's coming up right now?
Oh, we have OOW, or only one word here, going to be featuring yet again. But this time they are going to be shaping up against Attack All Around. And of course, we are playing Group A today, ladies and gentlemen. So it's round robin format. Each team is going to be playing each other in a best of 2 format. And each map win is going to be able to contribute to you getting into that top 2 spot, which you need if you want to carry on to the playoffs starting this Friday. So I think we did also see in the game 1 of today, we did have Attack All Around, putting in quite a shift there against Myth.
Yes, and I do believe that there was quite a bit of a spanking that was coming in from the side of Attack All Around towards Myth. I do have to tip my hat, proverbial hat towards Myth for a very valiant effort, but it was Attack All Around that showed them why they have a very all-round kind of playstyle, that they were able to beat members of Myth to the punch so eloquently well. We are going to be going to Ascent, which was picked up by Attack All Round, with defense being picked up from the side of Only One Word. So we are going to be going into the game, and I can't wait to see what kind of action is going to be displayed for us here today, because it is going to be a very fantastic pistol round between OOW and AAA. So we do see that previously it was very interesting indeed to be focusing on the fact that OOW had quite a bit of stats that put them in favor on paper against members of Anbu, but Anbu, being the unknown quality that it is, was able to basically tell you, hey, your stats mean nothing, and we were able to basically steal away a big win. However, could the same be said here between OOW and AAA?
Well, we'll have to wait and find out here, ladies and gentlemen. And straight off the bat, Hy-Vee is going to get OOW in the lead in terms of the man advantage here. And he's going to be able to get that one here at the top mid side of things. Now, there is going to be that mid control already here for Attack All Around. They are going to be lurking around the sides here, but there's going to be the double push coming out here from B main, and that's going to yield them 1 kill here, but they're going to pick up a second one, and now we're looking at a very even game. It's 3v3, but this is opening the door here onto the A side, but they are also going to have that presence in B. The plant seemingly going down already here, right under the noses of OOW.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of Attack All Around, showing what they can do here. We do see that coming in from PTC right now onto the rafters already, coming off from Heaven, so this could be a very interesting opportunity here. Some shots there being exchanged, but it seems that Congarate will be able to take the Rimzel off of our view. Wanna Fly right now, trying his best to actually go on towards B main, holding on towards that part there. We do see A Garden right now coming in. Jeff very, very ginger with his steps, looking towards getting some pickoffs here. Last surviving member, all hope on his shoulders for Jeff Van Bao.
Oh, this is getting the right start here going, but Jeff Van is going to be able to clean out the Omen, but again, it's not going to be very consequential. It's still going to be a round win coming out here from Attack All Around, and they're going to be pretty pleased with how things have started here on their map pick. But this is what we would expect. Let's not forget, of course, the match against Myth Attitude. They did win this out 13-4. So it's up to OOW to try and upset the flow of play. Now, I know we've only played one match, but if the prowess that was shown by AAA in the first match of the day is anything to go by, they're going to need every little bit of momentum they can.
Very interesting indeed here, coming in from Attack All Around, going for the SMG pickups. I think it was 2 Bulldogs picked up with 1 Pistoler on the side here. Some very good shots there coming in from PTC, but PTC will be taken down by Jeff, and he sees that OOW right now coming in towards getting some of their revenge here. We do see Smokes there being hit towards mid side. We do see Cubby as well being held up from the side of Tin here, trying his best to actually get a little bit off that off. And we do see you right now taking that one to fly. Very nicely done. Teleports across and away. As we do see you right now trying to create a little bit more opportunities for his team. Tin right now being able to take the Genie. Very nicely done here. Goes for the blind here. Conga Red holding on towards it and will be able to take down Tin. Nicely done, but not enough. Rimzo will be able to take down 2. And there goes the win for OOW, tying it out with Attack All Round, Jay.
That's absolutely immense. OOW with an eco round, able to take down Attack All Round. That is gone a bit against the run of play, but at the end of the day, we are establishing a new set run of play, and we're going to see how things are going to shape up here, as not often that we get to see such a round coming out. And let's not forget that Attack All Round, they went anti-eco. They didn't exactly hold back in terms of their buys, and now they're going to have to be forced to really have a weaker economy than they would have liked.
Well, a very, very uninteresting start here. Oh, very nicely done from Jeff. Jeff tried to go for 2, but will not be allowed the opportunity. Rimzo takes down 1 as well. Another one for the side of Rimzo. What a fly, Conquer Red. The casualties for the side of OOW will be able to reap the rewards here. Havey will be able to take out Ginny, but PTC with a nice blade storm will not be able to land that down. But no, you takes him down.
Oh, wow. With a 3-man advantage as well. Excellent stuff coming out here from Only One Word. It looks as though they are going to be bouncing back from the blues that they had in the previous match, and going to really try and do it against the current leaders of Group A, and that's in terms of map wins and also the differential. Let's not forget that currently the differential is 26-6 for Attack All Round at the start of this game, but now this is looking like it's going to be in jeopardy, and this is exactly what OOW needs. They need to get something from this game, otherwise they are not going to be able to get through into the next round. And Tin, he's going to be aggressive here, try and get all or going for him, but we see Rimzo rotating all the way through B main here, but he's not able to connect here with the showstopper. He's going to get taken down, and now things swinging distinctly into the favor here of AAA.
Very nicely done here for AAA, as they are still able to flawlessly keep 5 members above their heads here, as OOW right now only enjoying 3. Very nicely done coming in from the side of OOW to try to get that information off. Not enough, though. There goes the trip, but it's not going to be up in time. PTC takes down Jeff, and we do see that AAA right now rushing into the B side here, trying to go for the plant, and this could be an opportunity for them to actually get that spike planted out, as we do see it. A sense of urgency is going to come under the feet of OOW.
Yeah, so I think with that, it's really started to transpire how they like to set things up here at OOW, but I think that was a little bit ill-advised from the race to really push out in that manner. But again, it could have easily yielded 1 or 2 kills depending on how things went, but it's not going to pan out this side, and in the end we're going to see 2 guns being saved here. So this is going to tie things up 2-2 here. So I think with this, we're probably going to see that Attack All Round is going to just continue to grow into the game. Let's not forget as well, they're taking the same lineup that they did bring in map number 1 or match number 1, excuse me. So this is something that they're just going to continue to build on. They just want to continue this momentum that they have going for them here in the Royal Sea Cup as they look to advance to the later stages. But it's going to be early days here. It's only going to be tied at 2 apiece here as we start off this best of 2.
2 apiece for OOW, as well as Attack All Around. Only One Word still keeping it as persistent as ever, and it seems that the defeat coming from Anbu that was served towards Only One Word has lit a fire under their feet, and you do see them playing a little bit more coordinated than they did in the previous game. So I do believe that it is going to help them out in this particular situation, try to go for this here, but nope, it's not going to be allowed anything as the smokes are going to come down towards that particular spot. We do see that there is going to be a push that could come in, but Haby, as he turned around, PTC taps him down. Tin goes for the revenge onto PTC. Wonderfly goes down onto Tin as well. Very nicely done here. Some good exchanges as Wonderfly gets another one onto OOW's U. We do see that AAA right now attack all around, showing their capabilities here as they are going to be holding on. Heaven has been opened up here. Jeff Van has been revealed, and this could be a way for them to actually lock onto him and try to get as much as they can. Location already revealed again. Tries to go for the utility, but decides to back off.
Yeah, they're already going to be taking positions here, not even going for exit kills, and quite rightly so, as the economy not going to be super ideal for only one word. They're going to have to really try and rethink and see how they want to try and approach this, as this is going to be the second consecutive round here for attack all round. They're going hunting here already confident in the amount of money that they've been able to garner and are continuing to garner here and conquer Red here. Is going to be able to take down Jeff Van. Not a lot of luck for him here, but oh, it looks like Rimsel here is going to get one, but he gets instantly traded, and now that's really going to do a lot of damage here to OOW. They really needed those guns as best as they can, and likely we're going to have to see them play really up close and personal, but I'm not sure we're going to see the same thing that Myth Attitude was bringing in match number 1. They brought quite a number of shotguns, but probably not going to be featuring here in this one, but we'll see what's the flavor coming out from OOW.
Okay, there's a little bit of a visual glitch there. Hybe was showing Phantom instead of his operator, so I do believe that this is going to be very interesting indeed here, as Haby right now is going to be holding on towards this particular spot onto B side. Has to be very, very careful indeed that it doesn't get rushed down. It's going to be very, very aware. The run it down, run it back from Tin, not being able to get any information, and we do see that no exchanges here coming in for the early side for either side of the team, as 50 seconds has passed by already. We can see a bit of a push there. It's got to be careful, but nope. Haby says hello, Aesthetics, and takes him down for the count.
Oh, that is going to give away their intentions here. They knew that there's going to be not a lot of presence in the middle of the park here, but now they do see the rotation coming out. They shoot out the Cypher camera here for OOW, and probably going to be telegraphing that they're rotating to A here at the moment. There's not a lot of options available currently. That's why you see there's still going to be enough players still kept here on the A side of things here. But he's going to paranoia straight away here. Try and slow them down. Rotation's coming out too small here.
30 seconds
here.
left.
Going to get one. Going to get traded back straight away. But here, he's coming in with a double kill. And he's looking for one more. He gets the third. And that's Ginny going to be sat all the way back down here, as we're going to see AAA having a 3-3 scoreline here, featuring after just taking the lead just a moment ago.
Very nicely done from OOW to be able to turn that around in their favor, as AAA attack all around, gets taken out for the count, and eventually equalizes themselves with OOW with that loss. A very, very well done indeed from OOW, but will they be able to keep it up here? We did see that attack all round has been rather ineffective in some of their attack strategies here, but we did see that attack strategy has been able to change it around. Very nicely done there. Sees that gets the tailwinds it out of there. As we do see Tree right now is going to be coming in, Rimsel holding on towards that position there, trying to go in onto members of AAA. Very quiet indeed here as it comes up from Tree, trying to go on to mid. That could give them an opportunity to get some of these rotational spots here. Some shots are being exchanged. None of them going to be landing onto anybody in this particular exchange, Jay.
A lot of intel being gathered here by AAA. Very patient. They're still hanging out by the main side of things here. I think with this is going to signal the intention here. And now they're starting to stream it to the side here off the back of the off here. They're going to be able to take down in, but there's still going to be more pressure here coming from the sides. But A Short is going to be met with another loss against OOW. And now they're starting to put pressure onto Heaven here. Jetman trying to get whatever vision that he can. Ivy actually going to have the Bladestorm available. Not going to miss that one here. Now he's focusing on the last two players here. Might need to be a little bit careful. They're not exposing a lot here. That Wannafly, he's going to be watching the angle with quite a bit of attention there. And AAA is going to streak back into the lead.
Very unfortunate there. This was the attempt coming in from you, as you can see on the instant replay, being able to take down two. Very nicely done with that flank. However, it wasn't going to be good enough in their favor there. It was a relatively insane coming in from OOW to actually try to go for that, but it seems that when you have AAA being very, very coordinated in how they want to be taking the site, it's definitely going to work in their favor.
And looks like we have a bit of a stack here onto the A Short side for OOW, but not really going to be pushing in just yet. As we're already seeing straight off the bat, there's going to be a little bit more obstruction here in terms of the vision. Going to see dark cover being placed down there, but haven't really seen a lot of aggressiveness except for that A Short side here, but we're already seeing Huntress Fury coming out here, looking to clear out a little bit onto the B side, but we're seeing Hybe going to be using updraft. A little bit unnecessary, but it's going to make sure it doesn't yield any damage here, but the Cypher, he's going to get picked off, and yeah, again, that's less presence here on that mid side.
Less presence on the mid side does allow for a little bit more freedom of movement for members of Attack All Around. They do have 5 members, so the numbers advantage is definitely in their favor here. We do see Hybe right now holding on to the B-side boxes here, trying to get a very sticky shot. Very nicely done indeed. Hybe will be able to take out Ginny. Ginny has been taken up with the cup. PTC goes for a kill onto you, but Rimsey gets the reply as well. Congarate takes out Sin. Very nicely done here, and it seems that the fight is going to be all
30
around
seconds left
at the B sides.
Conga Red here, last player alive, as the Conga line here didn't really work out too well here for AAA, but it looks like Hybe is going to be well aware of that final player, and they're going to be able to tie things up here at 4 apiece, and wow, we're in for quite the cracker of a game here so far, and yeah, I think we're seeing the coordination coming out from AAA being countered quite a bit here. Now, they did stack up on the B side, and let's not forget that we did see Attack All Around get the first pick as well, but they managed to turn it in their favor, which I think whenever we have these 5v5 scenarios, it's always going to be a huge difference maker, but yeah, we'll see who is going to be able to get the edge out here in round number 9.
Alright, as we're going to be seeing it here, OOW as well as members of Attack All Around moving into the mid side here. We do see Courtyard right now is going to be the highly contested area for the side of Conga Red. Conga Red holding on to his position here. I think it's a very wise choice for him to be able to hold on to that position, and it does create a little bit more angles for him to actually go around, but it's got to be very wary of the amount of real estate that he's going to be controlling here, because it does give him quite a bit of opportunities for him to go through, but at the same time it is going to be tight angles that he has to navigate through.
Oh, and they are starting to pile on the pressure here at mid-side, but they're already getting pushed back from you. It's going to be busting out the Paranoia, but not really much else to go. He rotates all the way back to the A side. But that presence over at Pizza, they're going to move in relatively unhindered here in towards the B side. They are going to be aware of the potential pressure here. I think they spot out there. Jeffon, but Jeffon will be able to get the better of them. The third triple kill working out in space here. He gets 4. Can he continue?
30
no.
seconds
Looks
left.
like we're only going to be having 1 remaining player here. Ginny is still trying to do what he can. Spots out 1 player, able to get the second one, but not before Rimsel. He moves in, and he's going to seal the deal here for the defenders.
Very nicely done from Rimsel on the side of only 1 word to be able to send 1 word towards Attack All Round. That's defeat for that previous round. Very nicely done from members of OOW. However, we have to see that AAA as well. We cannot count them out because they do have their shining moments. We do see that it is going to be very interesting indeed. Economy is going to be in favor of the side of OOW. AAA right now may not be going for that much buys here. Very interesting indeed, according to what I just saw. Only 2 Phantoms.
Oh, and they're going to have to make do with that little bit of firepower that they do have. PTC here still trying to use this ledge here to the best of advantage, but he's taken so much damage here already. This is already prompting Rinzel to move out here, and the showstopper gets one, but Yu is going to take down two himself. Rinzel and Yu combine in scintillating fashion there in the flawless round, and getting shut down immensely, but again, going to be a little bit on the weaker side, but again, when you get two Phantoms and not able to make do with it, maybe you're better off just having gone for a full eco buy instead.
Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of OOW to keep it very aggressive indeed, with members of Attack All Around having a weaker loadout comparatively, so it did work out in favor for the side of OOW. The amount of aggression that comes in towards them, towards members of Attack All Around, was definitely something that they did not consider when they wanted to push out towards B.
Yeah, and now it looks like mid control here going to be the focus for Attack All Around. They are going to have two opponents there, going to be hanging out by the lower mid side of things here, trying to take advantage of the dark cover, but PTC here is just better. He's going to be able to get Yu all the way back down, but not before Jetfan comes out. I think they thought it was a little bit too safe, and now it does look like A side here is going to have quite a bit of freedom offered to it here, but Jetfan is going to claim another one. Rimsel as well. This is going fantastically in OOW's favor.
Exactly where you are.
Rimsey being able to get that grenade off, as well as some of the shots to get off some damage there. Very nicely done towards members of AAA right now in a little bit of trouble. PTC was able to take down Haby, but nope, Jetfan will say goodbye, PTC. Very nicely done from the side of OOW to bring the fight towards the members of Attack All Around.
It was a little bit expensive, I dare say, in terms of the amount of guns that they lost, but I think it's totally worth it here to bounce, or rather swing this round in their favor. So now we'll see how this final round of the half is going to be panning out. Of course, this is a slightly defender-sided map, so we would expect to see only one word to be leading here. But again, you know, on the flip side, AAA in their first match of the day, they did manage to have a pretty good half on attack as well.
And I agree, there is quite a bit of interesting halves. Excuse me, there is quite an interesting score that is being accrued from the side of AAA, despite the fact that this is a very heavy defender map. And we do see that coming in from Attack All Around. They are trying their level best to actually get as much leeway as they can in terms of being able to push it out. But then again, with the limitations that the amount of cover that they have, pushing into some of these spots will sometimes not allow them to be able to effectively fight, and some of these fights may not be in their favor here, as we do see that members of OOW standing by for the fight that's about to come.
Oh, and the recall is going to unleash here, but the crossfire is amazing here. Rimsel and Yu going to continue to do the work here, and that's got to be 2 rounds already that we've seen just 2 of them really take down the entirety of AAA, and they're going to be able to move on to the second half of this one here with an 8-4 advantage. So they are streaking ahead, but now with this defensive side available here to Attack All Around, this could be the tonic that they need to bounce back.
And I agree in terms of what they need to do here. It was a very disappointing loss for OOW to lose out against Anbu to 0 in that previous round. However, there's a lot of opportunities for OOW to come back into this game with the members of Attack All Around right now. Half the score discrepancy away from OOW. It seems that AAA Attack All Round has quite a bit of work cut out for them.
And they have to really be vigilant here, as look at this push coming from OOW, very concerted, having the split here between main and short here. But one tap is going to work out for Conquer, and not able to get the second here. But now, looks like the push here coming through the main side of things here. It's going to be a trade on either side, but the plant is going down at the moment. PTC here trying to open up the door as fast as he can to influence proceedings, but it's a 3-on-3 battle here with 2 players going for the retake here on the Heaven side.
Very nicely done here. Heaven is going to be coming in where the retake is going to be towards members of Twins members of attack all around. There goes the recon ball, trying to get as much information as they can, trying to wall bang it through from the top side here. There goes the flash. The jump is going to try to come through, but it's not going to be enough. Nicely done there, coming in for the Celtics. But Haby will be able to take down another one from the Celtics on the Ripsy. Cheeky takes another one. Genie takes another one as well. And it's going to be the defuse for the side of attack all around, Jay.
Cetix and Ginny with the heroics on the retake, and they're going to be able to swing things back here towards their benefit. I think with this is going to set them on a good course for their defensive half here, as after they're going to get that pistol round. But now we'll see how things are going to be shaping up. We don't see any force buy coming out here from OOW, so they're going to make do. Oh no, sorry, actually they are going to try and counteract this, but it does look like a semi anti-eco round coming out. Oh no, sorry, it's actually going to be almost a full anti-eco coming out here from OOW.
Very nicely done here. OOW thinking ahead with a little bit of foresight to deny members of AAA here, and I do believe that this could be a very interesting turn of events for the side of OOW here if they decide to go for it. Very nicely done for Conga Ray. Conga Ray takes 1, takes 2, takes 3, but he will be the one that takes down Conga Red, but PTC will be able to take down Haby, and man oh man, it seems that OOW have bit off a little bit more than they could chew when they were trying to go down that road against members of Attack All Round.
Oh, Conga Red with the amazing one-way smoke there, just working wonders, and yeah, seemingly one-dimensional coming out from OOW, and especially considering that they actually bought on that round. They really needed to get something out from there. We didn't see any flashes coming out from the Phoenix, so Tin was a little bit one-dimensional in that sense. And while his teammates have been popping up, he has not been having a great game. So he's currently 2-10 right now. So this is going to be again an eco round coming out from OOW, but it's a full buy for the remaining guns for the likes of AAA.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of AAA. Gonna go for the info gathering right now with the Owl drone. It seems that that's one already tagged in onto the side of outside of B long, actually outside of B side here. Another shock dart gonna come in. Will it be able to land on anybody? No damage being done, and we do see that Haby as well as 2 other members of OOW decide to bail on out and go towards the mid-side courtyard.
Yeah, this third round of the second half is going to be currently 5-5 still, but they are looking to change things up, moving down lower mid-side of things here. But PTC here, he's going to be able to surprise them. He gets 2 here so far with the off. He gets 3, looking for more to pile through the market side of things here. But Ginny going to be helping out. Wonderfly comes in here from the catwalk, and that's going to be a systematic destruction here of only one word, as really just not able to get anything going here. But again, that this is not going to be the eco round. This is not the end of the world, but this is when they need to bounce back. We've seen that they're able to deal with the likes of Attack All Around when it comes to the defensive side of things here, but they've been a little bit unproven so far here on Attack.
Attack All Around showing what their capabilities are with some really good sniping from a PTC to take down 3 members just now, and I feel that that was just a very bad choice coming in from the side of OOW to chase against PTC in that particular situation. You don't want to be chasing against him, especially when he's got you zeroed down, and I do agree with the sense of urgency that was coming in from the side of OOW, but it seems that PTC's Twitch reactions were definitely working in his favor and became the bane of OOW as they were trying to push it out. But let's move on towards this next round here. Some shots that coming in from the side of Conga Red, none of them connecting to the mark here, with a reply coming in from the side of OOW. Could be a flanking opportunity as he goes to the paranoia. He's got to be careful though that he doesn't get picked off.
A bit one-dimensional at the moment here, but they do manage to get a kill for their troubles, and it's through the dark cover as well that's being set up here. Congred here starting to take a little bit more of aggressive angle, but now the rotation coming out from only one word as they're heading towards A main side of things here. But there is going to be the operator waiting there for PTC. He was a monster in match number 1 today. Now he's going to pop a couple of smokes
30
here.
seconds
Try
left.
and work a bit closer here, but not able to connect with the shot there. In the same time, Heavy through the smoke there. He's going to be able to catch his counterpart, and now things are setting into a little bit of chaos. The attacker's not able to pile in here, and now the Sova bolt here is going to be granting them a little bit more intel to work
10
with.
seconds left.
Very nicely done there coming in from OOW, but it seems that time is not on their favor here, as Attack All Round will be able to wait this out. Very nicely done from the side of Attack All Round to just basically waste the time of members of OOW, slowing down their push and being able to just take it away from them.
And for any of you at home that was afraid that we're not going to be seeing Attack All Round live up to expectation, the Thai squad managed to win 4 in a row to start the half in style. And now, only one word. They're up against the ropes here as, I mean, they still got a chance for sure, but the momentum is definitely not in their favor, and it's a very polarizing matchup here between defense and offense.
Well, there is going to be a very interesting matchup here between these two teams. I can't wait to see how that dynamic is going to be flipped on its head, whether or not it is going to be flipped on its head once the swap comes. However, we do see that this is going to be an opportunity for the side of AAA, Attack All Round, to score back into the game and try to get the taste of the lead again. We do see Ginny right now going for some of those flashes, not getting hit, not hitting anything, but we do see that audio cues are going to be played off. Another flash coming out. Will it be a good one? The flash is good. Some of those shots are not going to be hitting, but what just happened? Rimsey was like, nope, you can't just flash me. I will punish you back. And Setix will be able to get the punishment back on to Rimsey.
Oh, this take here not working out too well here for OW, but they're going to be able to settle the score a little bit here with PTC, and it's a 2v2, but we're still seeing that it's a bit separated here, but the Euro Theft here has gone off, and they're going to be completely aware of the positioning here. The 2v1 scenario going to work against Cetix as he goes down. Now, Conqueror, he's the last player left alive. Paranoia coming out. He needs to try and get some decisive kills, but too much time is expended, and now they're going to have their vision back. Blazestorm coming around the side. The right click is going to be good against the last player there from Attack All Round. As finally, we're going to be seeing the likes of only one word getting around back here, and their first of this second half.
Very, very nicely done here in terms of both these teams showing up and being very competitive against one another. However, we do see that this matchup between OOW, only one word, and Attack All Round is definitely a barn burner of a matchup here, considering how close they are in terms of the score gap. PTC right now could actually be coming out, but nope, will not be able to get anything considering their vision has been blinded. Will not be able to get those sidelines off. There goes some of those cluster grenades going off, but nothing is going to be hitting, as we do see that B side could be where all of the action is going to transpire.
Oh, this is kind of being telegraphed right now here. All the utility in form of the paint shells and the boombot coming out, but I think they thought a bit against pushing in here. Both cyber cages being used there on the AAA side. So now that's actually going to be forcing this rotate coming out here. Now they are going to see about B, but they still have a little bit of presence there. Cetix is still going to be hanging out by the B side of things. There's still going to be that 3-player presence on A. I think they're not sold that things are still going to be directing away or not. But I think now they've actually triggered a little bit more. The rotation's coming out from both sides, and it's going to be a little bit hard to see if they're going to be meeting
30
up
seconds
again
left
here before the bomb is planted.
Well, as we do see here, we are going to be onto the A side, and that is where all of the action is going to be going off. Some good shots are coming in, but it's not going to be enough, as Butterfly will be taken down. PTC as well takes down Rimsey. So good shots are coming all around, but it seems that the advantages is going to be in favor of attack all around, considering that time is not in favor. We do hear this audio cue from Spike. Spike has been planted. We do sense a little bit of urgency here coming in from PTC. PTC misses his shot, and we do see that AAA right now trying their best to get it. Haby will be able to take down Conga Red. Ascetics has been taken down. Has taken down Haby, as we do see that PTC right now going for the Blade Storm. Will he be able to find his mark? Will his knives be sharp and through? No, it will not. Ascetics will be taken out by Jet. Jet has been taken out by PTC, and that could be all she wrote here, as the time is running out for the side of AAA. Very nicely done from the side of Double OW.
What a gritty performance coming out from them here to take it. It looked like it was going to go sideways a little bit here, as of course we did see that of all players, it was actually going to be Hy-Vee that was holding on to the spike here, but in the end, still able to get the plant there and get something going here. You able to clutch things out, but yeah, I think the attack all-around players just really lagging behind in the intel game on that one, as really getting all caught out of position, opening up the site for that take. And now we're going to be seeing that's a 2-round advantage here in favor of only one word, but they're still going to be focusing here on this main side. And really, the mic is in play here, but Wannafly, he's going to sit hiding down. He's going to be a bit more mindful of these push-ins.
Oh man, you from OW takes down Wannafly from Attack All Round. Only one word, has only one word in their mind, and is winning this round. And it seems that this could be working in their favor, but no, Jeff Van Bao says no to Conga Red, despite the fact that he was taken down close to 70% health. He does have 30% left, so it is a very wise choice for him to actually get back out of there, gets the shot off against that lone member of Attack All Round, and goes back to get his bearings again.
The 2 picks here by only one word has drawn all the remaining members here from Attack All Around to the A side, but
30 seconds
we didn't
left.
really see too much movement coming out from only one word. They've taken that mid control, but they're actually starting to force things a little bit here onto A short. But I think they're a little bit wise that there could be a little bit too much company there from the remaining 3 players, and they want to try and press hold this advantage as much as they can. But C-Tex, he's going to level things up here. It's a 3v3. They're storming into the B side. Now this is going to prompt that retake scenario, but we're already seeing the Hunter's Fury coming out. He's going to pick off Rinzel as he tries to plant there, and the time runs out as a result. So C-Tex with the clutch play, he's going to be able to seal the deal there for Attack All Round.
Oh, very proactive. They're coming in from Ascetics playing the Sova with the Hunter's Fury. Very well done indeed to just stall out the time, and it was working in the favor of Attack All Around. So I do believe that that was just beautiful stuff being shown by Attack All Around to be able to just use that Hunter's Fury by Ascetics to just delay as much push as they can to stall out the time and expire the timer. But we do see now that coming in from the side of Wannafly is going to be holding on towards this A side again, and this could be an opportunity for members of OW to push in from either the mid side as well as this side here that we're seeing being watched by PTC, and Hy-Vee is going to be the first casualty. First blood is going to go over towards PTC. Will he be able to get another one? Oh, Rimsey takes down Conga Red. Very nicely done here, but it seems that one member has already been blinded for the count, as well as the trap wires. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out again. But no, Wannafly as well as Ginny will be able to take down Tim and Rimsey respectively. Enemies have been revealed already. The information is going to be clear, as we do see that the plan is going to be good for the side of OW.
Oh man, and this defense here from Attack All Around is working wonders. They already managed to get the spike dropped here by OOW. They best
30 seconds left.
Thinking of how they want to try and approach this, as currently just has 36 HP. He's going to get taken out by PTC. they're probably going to have to save this last one here. But CTX is currently watching Glass and might be able to halt this advance. But he's got it covered, and really not a lot that he can do there. Now, it is going to be 10-10 apiece now, and we have got quite the game here as, of course, we're seeing this Thailand on Hong Kong action as really being quite the top stuff here at the Royal Sea Cup.
And I totally agree with you on that, mainly because of just the amount of action that's being shown from the side of WOW as well as Attack all around, mainly because of how both these teams are just keeping it very, very competitive against one another. It's anyone's game thus far, as we do see that this could be an opportunity for Ginny as well here, holding on towards the B side. And it seems that some information has been communicated to him well enough. And there's another opportunity towards Aesthetics to get that shock dart off, try to get some damage ticks onto members of OOW as they are trying their best to push on towards B. But it seems that a rotate could come in there. Could come into their plans here, considering the amount of fire that is coming in from members of AAA and the resistance that they are giving.
Yeah, and this Sova intel is proving to be invaluable here. Not overloading on this side, but there is going to be the 3-player push coming down through market side here that they have to be a little bit wary is. PTC here, he's moving in, try to give some off support, misses the shot. Rinzel is going to take out Jimmy though, and that's going to give the foothold that OOW needs to move into this one here. But PTC, Congruent, and Ascetics all going to be able to clean house here, as now there's only going to be 2 players remaining here for OOW. They are already trying to go forward to the plant here, but it's going to be difficult to hold these long angles. You got PTC holding the operator like this. Butterfly takes down Dimman. Now, it's a 3-on-1. It's not going to happen though. The plant is going to get the valuable money, as it was a little bit of a broken buy from OOW in that round. And yeah, they're going to really need to buy whatever they can moving into what could be the penultimate round.
The penultimate round could be in the favor of Attack all around if they play this very, very well. And right here, we do see that WOW is going to be in a very interesting spot here, as they are going to be on the attack, and they are going to be the ones that are going to try to push into this, as we do see that defensively coming in for team Attack all around, they are doing it pretty well compared to OOW, and it seems that the much needed win for OOW is getting harder and harder to achieve.
Yeah, so they have to really try and score it from this one here, but it seems as though they're getting to be very predictable looking at some of the pushes that they've had. The only time that they actually move over to the B main side of things here is going to be telegraphed to the Sova, but that's again the advantage of having such intel gathering on that side here, and definitely Ascent going to be one of his best maps. But look at this pressure that's still going to be halted. They're all parked in mid, just not able to get anything going just yet. There's not a lot of peeking going down on the mid side either. Pretty happy to sit on site. Ascetics though, he's going to actually be peeking out of B main, and he's going to actually get a kill here for Strubbles.
Very nicely done there. Congruent take now Jeff Van while he was taking a look in his spy cam. But the trade is going to come in their favor here. There goes another shock dart from member from AAA's Sova.
30 seconds
very nicely
left.
done, very nicely aimed with the bouncers. Will not be able to take down anybody. There goes the ultimate coming in from the side of Ginny there, getting a bit of disarray. A side dish of disarray for the side of OOW as they feel a little bit of the pressure from both sides. Again, the timer is gone down to 10 seconds as
left.
Rimsey right now goes down for that kill onto Ginny, and Wannafly goes down for 2 in Tins and Rimsel and wins this round. This could be the opportunity for Attack all around to steal it away from OOW. This is match point round.
Only one word, just really taking a little bit too much time in that one until they really had nothing to work with, and it was going to be easier enough to kind of strangulate the hold on that game from Attack all around. They're looking pretty here on to the first match point. as they're gonna be 1 round away. They are looking good for it here, as they've been able to really halt the advances here quite significantly, and it's been really a quite uphill battle. But oh, looks like Honeybee here is gonna be going for the dash forward, able to take down his opposite number, but he's gonna get traded back straight away. Now they are aware they're pushing in here through tree, but it's not gonna be stopped there by Conqueror, and now it is only gotta be 3 players remaining left here for the retake. Now, Ginny, he's trying to go through A short here, see if he can catch off guard the Rinzel here. He's not able to land the shots there, and he actually gets taken down from the opposite side here as Acidics moves in here through the garden side. They're playing for a retake, but look at the teleport coming out here as the Omen is going to be able to plant here in an unoccupied B site.
Very nicely done there, coming in, but it's not going to be enough as Waterfly will be able to take out his 3rd kill onto the side of you. 1 more player left here. The last surviving hope for the side of OOW to clutch this out. He's got to be very, very quick indeed, but it might not be enough as he has been taken down to the count, and the defuse has come in. And Triple A walks away the winner in this round, and walks away the winner of this match.
Oh, attack all around. They were looking like they were going to be in a little bit of trouble there after the first half ended not in their favor, 8-4, but they come streaking back. Only 2 rounds put on the board since then by the likes of only 1 word, and that was quite the impressive performance, and they show exactly why that this is their map pick. And yeah, I guess whenever you have these more asymmetric maps in terms of attack and defense, you're gonna get these kind of situations. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a cracker of a first map here between these 2 teams. We're looking forward to getting into the second, but first we'll take a short breather and we'll be passing things back over to the analyst desk. I'm Player the J, he's the Hound, and we'll see you in just a bit. Well, actually, I think might.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand and have been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming 2nd in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the Royal SEA Cup. Sponsored, of course, by Epos. We're here bringing you the best Valorant you could ever ask for. And we just saw an incredible match, probably the best match of today, between Attack All Round and OOW. Only one word. My name is Mr. Alva Plus, and joining me on the panel is going to be Yoli and a new addition, Gideon. Welcome.
It feels nice to be finally on the panel for once. I see you guys have too much fun here, and I'm stressing out in my cast thinking what's going to be happening next, and you guys are just breaking it down. So it's good to be on the panel for once.
I was just admiring his casting. I'm like, can we get this guy, on the panel?
On the panel, right?
Yes.
Well, everyone loves Gideon and Q. Like, come on.
Okay, now you're just rubbing me. Oh, you were just rubbing me the right way.
What have I done? Oh. We also have new additions to the panel, though. And you guys will be wondering, who are these things? Well, we have new props. And you think, why would you ever do this? This has no sense in the theming, but no. We at Epos, we are fans of symbolism, right? Because the reality is these two containers, they represent life. Life can either be salty, or sweet, all right? But the truth is that if you live life and you are sweet, you will have a much fuller life than if you're salty. And this is the message we at Epos send to anyone out there. Try to be kind to your fellow man. Now, on with the Valorant.
Yeah, well said, but I just want to add one point before we talk about the Valorant. That's a lot of things that could kill me right in that jar. So, yeah, don't be salty.
Because he's allergic to peanuts, not because... I don't know what else we could do with this jar.
I mean, salty environment is also quite intoxicating too. By the way, yes, coming back to this amazing game by Team AAA versus OOW. Absolutely insane. I just want to point out as well, if you guys just joined the stream or just joined the panel as well, that OOW or AAA in particular came back from an 8-4 score lead, and that's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was honestly, it was really tough. I mean, looking at both compositions, and even in the previous games, I think AAA and especially OOW, they really kind of got themselves together. It's like, you know what? Okay, let's pick up the ciphers. Let's get all the regular parts of the proper composition. Not go for 3 duelists and looking to just fight for one side.
Yeah. Exactly. We saw him much stronger than the last games or the last series.
Very
In fact,
much
we were talking with Zero, who is not on the panel right now, but he was telling us, they just seem to bring their A game when it comes to these really difficult opponents. Because without a doubt, Attack All Round is probably the strongest opponent in this group.
For sure.
For sure. And the thing is, like, it also really forces OOW to really step up. I mean, for sure, after witnessing the first game, we're just like, oh, maybe OOW is still warming up, or maybe same goes with Team AAA. But when you see both of these teams was literally warmed up already, and they see such great creative plays, especially from Conga Red with that dark cover placement, I'm like, yo, I never knew you could actually do that. Purposely targeting, exactly understanding the positioning as well. This just forces like both of these teams to really step up their play, and they're like, yo, this is ePulse Royal Sea Cup. We cannot hold back anymore. We have to go all out because this team is not going to let us relax at all.
I think that's true, but I think all around, overall, when it comes to the map of Ascent, it's just better than a lot of these other teams. Checking their stats, they haven't lost at Ascent at all.
Yes.
At all. Like in previous tournaments as well, they refused to lose a single one of these games on Ascent, and it really, really shows the one-way smokes, the way they utilize the A side, making it really, really tough for a lot of teams to actually push them off the defense there. But also on offense, they really know what they're doing.
Yes, and also on the map of Ascent, especially for Team AAA, this is by far like one of their best winning maps as well. They have literally 100% win rate, but this of course is just generally on how many times they play. They play on this map at least 4 to 5 times already. 100% win rate, and their defense is 77% of the time. So that's just absolutely insane. Same goes for the attacking side.
I'd like to talk about that because we were discussing, this map is quite defensive favored. And would you say that 8-4 at the beginning was expected? Is that what you would expect from a defensive side on this map?
For sure, for sure. I mean, especially when you are playing on Ascent, defensive side is looking to get as many points as possible before actually switching over to your opponents, and then at least you can kind of close the gap before they get to that point of the game. But I think overall, playing around the economy, I think Attack on all sides really kind of just took their time with it, really looked at the economy, looked at the weaker points, and more importantly, just made sure that they didn't follow the same bad habits. They kept mixing it up every single time. Instead of peeking from the same angle, they just a slight variation to make your opponents like question themselves, like, where should I place my crosshair?
And also it was really crazy that the fact that in the first 4 rounds, both of these teams, like normally if you lose the first round, you tend to fall back and equal, right?
Yep.
But no, each of these teams, they're like, no, we are confident, full buy, go for it, and they keep picking round after round. They're trading rounds. It's not like one side like, oh, we forced buy, then now we had to equal for the next 2 rounds. No, they're like trading it off. And I'm like, that takes a lot of confidence. Like, especially realizing that your opponent is on another level after experiencing the first few BO2s. I think this is really great for them.
Let's go for the econ now. The first 8 rounds actually went 4-4, and they're almost all half buy or forced buy rounds, right? What do you think of that? They didn't go for econ at all. You talk about now here about the confidence here. Do you think it was the right move though?
The thing is this, right? It literally, like I said, it always comes down to a certain mentality, right? When you realize, and especially when you're sort of full of vigor and motivation, right? You pretty much just tell your team, like, you know what? Forced buy, if we take the win, then we can ride this tempo. And pretty much that's exactly what both of this team did in each of these rounds. Sure, they did trade it off, but they're still pretty much still in that motivation, that sense of vigor.
Yeah. I don't personally feel that way. I just feel like it was a risk, an unnecessary risk that they had to take. I mean, once it's like around 11 to 10, then okay, it makes sense to force buy then because you don't have any other choice. But overall, I think they could have waited one more round, really gotten their eco back up to standard, and then look to actually take another one of those fights. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a really safe player overall, but.
Who are you talking about here? Who should you think should have played the safer way?
I definitely think that OOW should have played a little bit safer.
Right.
Attack all around. I think at the end, the way that they handled it, forcing out the force buy at the end, makes sense. It completely makes sense. It's just that OOW, that one bad round, really hurt them. And I think that also kind of
round 10-ish.
When
they were getting to the 10.
When they were getting to that 10 mark. But more importantly, the 13th round, that wipe coming in from Omen. Really well played there. 3v5 situation, and you have 2 people covering 2 sides. They start pouring in, and just like Seek and Destroy said, having 5 people onto a site is difficult enough, but like gunning 3 of them down at the beginning is like a great start.
I'm glad that Seek and Strike got upgraded to Seek and Destroy here. He is a level above for Gideon.
Exactly.
Can I play a bit devil's advocate though here for your safe style? Because you did mention that you're actually trying to get as many points as possible as defender, right? But obviously as the attacker in this map, because it's so fair for defender, you're just trying to muster as many, you're trying to waste as much time as possible, right?
Yeah.
Waste as many rounds. Wouldn't you say that if you do the force buy really early like they did, you're actually putting the attacker or the defender in a really difficult position?
Well, it's risk and reward here, because in a lot of situations, like even if you do decide to get a Spectre, if somebody has a Ghost, 1 headshot, and you don't have enough armor to protect yourself, you still die anyway. So those early rounds are super, super important for a lot of these teams. We have seen some other teams kind of, force buy, get the Spectres. Oh no, we lost 1 or 2 of our pistolers. Okay, let's just pull back, wait until next round, buy full body armor, and still maintain the gun.
I mean, that's pretty much why there's the term like high risk will have high reward, that kind of situation. And the thing is just like, when the early stage of the game, yes, I agree, there are some situations you need to play a little bit more safe. But I believe in this case for the first round, this Team AAA was pretty much fine with trying to go for this force by being a little bit more aggressive because it's still early into the game. But then when they started going towards the score, when its example was 8-4, then only they realized, all right, we cannot play this anymore. It's going to go towards its end, fall, but take one step back, even though you take one step back, start going for this a little bit of that eco, go for the pickoffs, and then finally gain that advantage. And that's pretty much what Team AAA pretty much did after that 12th round.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, again, as you mentioned, risk and reward. Personally, I don't believe in it too much, especially in a game like Valorant. It's, well, because the safer option usually is, okay, couple of rounds, or you're already in a couple of rounds, and it's like, by then, you can play 2 or 3 rounds afterwards with no problems. If you're hurting your economy now, what does that leave you, you know? What does that leave you? Is it necessary to win on this round? And I didn't really think so. I definitely think they could have played it, you know, if they wanted to be more aggressive, they could have done it much sooner, or even at round 5 itself, but
you're referring to that late round forced by that OOW did, right?
Exactly.
Because that was, I mean, that is the kind of risk reward. But it's hard to gauge though. It's hindsight 2020. They lose that round, so you go, of course that was the wrong play to make. But it's you're right. The safer play might have helped them out a lot. I do want to speak though about that swap, right? You get the swap from attacker to defenders. It's all of a sudden attack all round who actually gets the beneficial position, and they start dominating. Can you explain to me what they did there? Well, obviously the swap helped them. How did they play that? How did they make sure that they could keep that lead and not lose? Because they were 8-4 by that point.
Well, AAA, I mean, naturally when they're on the attack, when they're on the attacker side, they were looking to go through mid more often than they should. And eventually, I think OOW really picked up on that very quickly because they got that last couple of rounds to bring it up to 10, and that's when they really started sweating. They started switching it up. All right, we got to focus on making sure that catwalk is safe, and also looking to actually push through a short. And through that alone, especially when they have access to Sova, it just makes it so much easier. Owl Drone comes in, you have the follow-up, you have those entry frags as well. Jet still pushes in every single time without fail, goes in, boom, straight, and just hopes to God that she doesn't die.
Yes, and like, I just cannot fathom just the amount of positioning and utility coming from the side of Team AAA as well. Like, a genius idea just putting Solver, or in this case, Actis on the side of B, because he's just so full confident he can hold out that B long. He has enough visioning with the Owl Drone and the Sensor Dart. And coming on towards the A side, we have PTC who was on the Jet, and Congo Red with the Omen. And I can't even talk too much about Omen because like Congo Red, knowing with the place on the dark cover, knowing exactly when they're going to be pushing it as well, and just with all its positioning and just this zoning, just forces OOW in a position when Team AAA was defending to literally figure out like, all right, we can't push here, it's too risky. We can't push on the other side because the presence is a little bit too big. Then they are forced to make a decision where we have to force push from the A main, from that literally that one tiny gap, and they pretty much keep getting gunned down time and time again. Although sure, there are times they were able to push through with the flashpoint and everything, but PTC just constantly just picking them off and punishing them for pushing all the way towards the side.
Okay, so I like your just love of what they were doing. You can really tell, but I want to know now, if you're actually, I want to go for the OOW side, of course. Underdog is always lovely. What are you looking to do in this next round? What map are you looking for? And, I mean, mainly that. What map are you looking for to make attack all round be a bit uncomfortable? Is it possible? I mean, there are not that many options.
Yeah, it's definitely not that many options either. It's like,
is there anything special that you would like them to see? You would like to see from OOW to get this upper hand?
I think in this case, like OOW just really needs to be. I feel like if they fully understand like what kind of play that Team AAA is really trying to go for here, I think they should really just try to play around it. Maybe a little bit more smokes, a little bit more aggression. Because in that round, right, maybe that breach, if they had a breach that's instead of the Phoenix, right? I mean, sure, Phoenix has always been a great duelist, right? But I feel if they had a breach in that round, it might have just been a little bit more easier for them here.
I think what's a really good point is the fact that, you know, Phoenix is a little bit more versatile in terms of where he chooses his fights. It doesn't matter, oh, it just happens to be this corner or this corner. Breach specifically is really good at getting onto the A side, especially if they get through the backside. Oh, heaven and hell, no problem, you're sitting on heaven. I'm just going to have to fault line whoever's in hell and get your person to drop off immediately, picking off that kill. That situation is so good. It doesn't necessarily translate throughout the rest of the map.
Yes, and it also still works well against Jet's op combo because time and time again we see Jet, or in this case PTC, always picking things off. How many times have we seen a double or triple kill in every round being made by him before he fell? And that's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's the operator that is the power of the Jet. We've spoken so much about this agent. I don't think she's very loved in this panel, but you know, she is valuable in the matches for sure. But we're gonna have to see, because the next match is about to start. This is the deciding match between only one word and attack all around. AAA versus OOW. They all have the same number of letters, but will they have the same number of wins? We're gonna see very shortly, so please take it away, wonderful casters. Play the J and the Hound.
Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen, and we are about ready here to get stuck into our second map here from this match with attack all around, and only one word. I'm playing the J, he's the Hound, and we are absolutely psyched to get into this one and see whether or not OOW are going to be able to bounce back and not in their map pick.
Well, what's really interesting to note also is the fact that OOW was able to actually come pretty close to its attack all around. However, attack all around just showed what was up. Basically, it was a very, how to say, it was Ascent. That was our first map of that match. And now we're going to go over to Split, which is picked over by OOW, whereby AAA is going to be playing defense. So what can you tell us about Split, and how do you feel are the chances of OOW to steal this away from attack all around?
Well, they're going to definitely have a strong attack side here. A Split is definitely going to be a defender-sided map. It's even more so than what we see on Ascent in our two matches that we've seen on that map. This will be the first time that we see Split today and for this competition, so it could really set the pace here for how these teams want to do it. And yeah, they have to really try and make sure that they are able to deliver, because like when we look at the previous map, right, whereas Ascent was defender-sided as well, is an 8-4 half in favor of OOW, which is fantastic, but not able to deliver, only getting 2 rounds on offense. So, are we going to see a similar thing here or not? That's the thing.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm mainly curious to see what kind of agent pickup that they're going to be picking up on, especially with Ascent. Are there any kind of agents that you feel is a high priority pick for Ascent, whether these two teams are concerned?
Well, I think, you know, when we compare last map and this map, we might see some differences. On Ascent, it's quite standard. When we come to, say, Split now, there might be certain agents which are less optimal to bring. You know, definitely Raze has been popular so far today. We're probably going to see her again here. We're going to see in just a few moments whether that's correct or not. Sova, not as likely, but again, we actually do see that AAA is going to prove me wrong. They've actually been taking the same lineup regardless of map on all of their matches so far today, but we're seeing the triple duelist comp coming out here from OOW. Let's see if it works out. They're going to be bringing Reyna here, so see whether they can do better here than Myth Attitude in match number 1.
Very interesting indeed here, as it's going to be attack all around that is going to be holding on towards this position within B, and we do see a 5-man rush on to A here. It's going to be a very interesting one here. It seems that members of OOW not going to be wasting any time here. Lost 1 member. Some shots there coming in, and he's going to get taken down. PTC, nicely done, comes in. And the spike carrier has been killed. Jinli as well, taking out Tin. What is going on? OOW getting massacred.
Oh, the ingress onto the site, just not clinical enough, and free of altercations. Now, of course, they were the 2 players that were on the site, but really just not picking them up here was going to be quite terrible in that sense. Acetix, he was hanging out by elbow side of things here, able to get some nice clean shots there on the high B, as we saw, as they got a little bit too distracted and really all focusing their attentions on the same place. But OOW coming out with a straight push there onto A side in round number 1. We might see something similar here. We do have the Reyna to run a bit of interference on the middle side of things here, but there's not a lot of commitment there. But PTC is going to shut down Rimzel here.
Alright, PTC right now. Excuse me, Ascetics right now going for the shock dart, goes for the out drone as well. Some good exchanges here coming in. Wanna fly, takes out Heavy, but you takes out Wanna fly in return. We do see Tin right now trying to go for some of those shots off. Goes for the right clicks, will not be able to land anything. Switch over to Spectre, but will not be able to get that kill off onto PTC. Ginny as well, taking down Jeff. Nicely done, coming in from the side of attack all around, showing what is up. Goes for the teleport there, very nicely done. But the recon bolt is gonna most likely just keep going off before he goes for the switch here. Could be an opportunity for him to go for the shots. Some shots like Conga Red into the smoke, not being able to hit anybody here, as U is going to be holding on with the Marshal. Sheriff is in town with a 6-shooter.
Oh yeah, he's just waiting for the right angle here, maybe to claim what he does. Conga Red gets one tap there, and that's
30
for
seconds
2
left.
players down already here for AAA. Now, this is not a round that we expect here for OW, and it looks like the Ascetics here are going to be able to take him down. But it's, yeah, he's just doing some of that early economic damage, forcing out some more of these guns to be bought by AAA here, heading into the 3rd round. And it's going to be a full buy, except for you there, as of course he did have the Sheriff really just eating into the amount of money that they have. But this rifle round might work out well for them. There's still going to be sufficient rifles as well for AAA, as just based on losing the 2 of their players, they're still going to have 2 Bulldogs to supplement their additional buys here. But they're going to have control on the mid side straight away here. But a flash onto PTC. He's going to use his dash, get away just in the nick of time, and already look at this presence by OOW in the center of the park.
Very nicely done here for OOW to try to get that center control. I think that is going to be very paramount in terms of getting the freedom to move from one side to the other. We do see Heibi right now trying to move up towards mid side here. We do see Vents as well. Ascetics is going to be holding on. Oh, some shots there coming in, but nope, is going to be traded away by Jeff onto him. But Ascetics will be able to take down a U. Very nicely done with some good aim towards you. However, it was Jeff that got that trade in his favor, so it's gonna be 1-for-1 for both these teams thus far.
Oh, that's actually pulling attention here onto A Heaven, and they're going to be able to have a relatively clear path here onto B side. PTC, he's going to go down as they stream in here. Conga Red here by the pillar side. He's going to be able to take down Tin. He's not having a great day 1 here so far. The Paranoia is going to land here, and he's going to be able to claim the 2nd here. Conga Red, he's done well.
Last 30 seconds left.
He has, but all the shots coming out from Jeff, he's going to be holding on. He actually rotates all the way around through Ramen here. Will be able to get back. This is just time that needs to be burned here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen regardless. Rimzel's going to win the one-on-one, and that is actually really swinging things back here for OOW when it matters the most.
OOW definitely going to be enjoying this little surge of economy here in their favor. Big win for them, pushes them back into competition, and we could see another sign of foreshadowing, basically, Jay, in the sense that both these teams are going to be giving out their best efforts here, and we could see another very close score between these 2 teams.
Oh, absolutely. And right now, it looks like A has been the preferred site here to attack for OOW. Let's see whether they're going to be more successful. Of course, the first round going to be a little more of a mixed bag here, but triple peek here at the same time. Wanafly is still going to be able to catch one of them here. It's now overtaken coming out here, and just with the classic, Ascetics is going to punish Tin. He's still not able to contribute as much as he would like, and look at this push here already. Hy-Vee strolling onto that A site, going to be right next to PTC. PTC going to be able to catch him out. Didn't do his due diligence, loses the off for nothing here, but PTC not able to take advantage of the situation, and he's gonna still have the off to watch down this A main side.
Very, very nicely done there by Jeff to be able to deny that, but PTC, though, that was just unfortunate for him. Will be able to walk away with a beautiful, beautiful operator in that particular situation. Lear has been pushed out onto the side of onto Rimzel here, but it's not gonna be enough as Conga Red tries to go for the flank. Will be taken up by Jeff.
player
Very
standing.
nicely done here, making sure that his partner's back is covered. We do see that coming in from attack all around is going to be one member left in the form of Ginny playing the Raze, but it's not going to be enough as the third kill will go over to Jeff. Nicely done in the face of Ginny.
And this shoehorning style that we're seeing coming out from only one word, which has happened pretty much on 3 of the rounds here on A side, has proved to be more successful now that we are well and truly into the game. That gun round working very well for them. But we're already seeing Tin here. He's kind of resigned himself to taking the Spectre here. Now, again, that's going to be slightly less than ideal as we're seeing the full buy coming out from AAA. But a little bit of a different change-up of things here. They do want to try and take that mid control, which is ever so important on split. It does help them to take whichever side they do please. But oh, look at this, hiding in the dark cover. PTC, he's going to be right there. He's not affected by turmoil. He's too close range here. He's going to be able to back out, but he's got Tin moving right up the front here. Jenny going to be able to trade him back. But now, this mid-control could be difficult. There's only 2 players left here. And now, look at CTX. He comes out. He doesn't actually take the shot. He gets splashed in the wrong moment here. And that's going to be exactly when they take advantage here. OW takes 2 players down. They're trying to take down another here, but Conqueror, he's going to get one back.
Very nicely done here from the side of attack all around. However, it's not going to be enough as Jeff as well as Habe will be able to sweep it up and go for the lead for only one word, and only one word. Definitely doesn't want to go 2-0 again. They definitely feel the urgency underneath their feet, the fire that is burning their feet and giving them that sense of we need to win this big time, and it's definitely showing in their gameplay. So I do believe that this is an opportunity for the side of OOW to not count it out, because there is a lot of opportunity for the side of OOW to come back into this game. We may see an early recon ball here. Recon ball comes out from the side of the CTX, who will be able to spot out at least 2 members here. One's go inside the smoke. It's got to be careful that mid control is going to be given up. Rimsey will be able to take down the CTX. The CTX now goes back for the count here as OOW. Jeff Van is going to be pushing up again from the mid side, as well as other members. Conga Red takes down 1, but you gets Conga Red with the trade. Very nicely done. Jeff right now giving in a little bit of support. We'll be able to take PTC down with the jump.
PTC missing with the Blade Storm. It's going to prove influential here. Wanna Fly. He's able to get one of the kills there with the shotgun, but just not enough to make it happen. But I think they might have done just enough damage here to really try and influence things a little bit more in this first half. But look at this, 4 rounds in a row here for OOW. This is looking fantastic for them. So they are on that roll. They got the confidence going here that they didn't have in the very first map. And actually, you know, I dare say that this is actually their map of choice here, rather than what we saw Haven in the previous matchup.
Can really see that they are definitely working out in their favor here, but unfortunately PTC has been blinded in that particular exchange. Was going to try to go for the punish onto OOW. OOW right now looking towards getting their mid control. The amount of priority that's given towards mid control for the attacking team is definitely paramount in them getting the choices that they want to make in terms of the rotation. So I do believe that OOW is definitely going to be trying at their level best to get that mid control and try to keep it as tight as possible, because considering that AAA is going to be holding on to some of these points relatively hard. Very good dismiss there coming in from Rimzo to avoid some of the damage there. Good tap onto the members of AAA.
Oh, this is a great sight take coming out from OOW, and as you said, the dismiss was actually sublime right there. And now, this is a little bit of a difficult proposition, but they've left the spike all the way back in market, so this is really slowing things down. But thankfully, it's not a lot happening here from AAA. They're not going to feel too hard
30
pressed
seconds
to
left.
really take this unless the plant is going down. But it does look like that gives enough time for 2 dark covers to come out here for you to really try and slow things down. But now, Evan They're trying to move in through the smoke here, but you're not able to capitalize on this here. Jeff is going to be able to take one down, but the refrag is there here through the breach, but now he's moving on to the site. He does have the CT bounties from the CTs here, and able to tap onto Rinsel's head. They are starting to move in. There's only one player left here, and Hy-Vee not able to get anything going here. It looks like AAA, they're going to finally bounce back after losing 4 rounds in a row. Might be able to get back to winning ways here on defense.
AAA playing it really smart. Playing it to the timing of the abilities as well as the movement of the agents. I do believe that that was just sublime planning, and just watching a plan fall into place is always a very satisfying feeling, Jay. But then again, we've seen it time and time again. Sometimes the plans go down the window, especially when things are not working in your favor. The question is, how long can AAA attack, can they actually keep it up and basically keep up this tempo that they want to be able to steal it away from OOW? Because there is quite a bit of action here that's gonna pop up in the middle side. It's got to be careful that he doesn't get peeked out.
Oh, but the Leer! The perfect timing on that here, and they're going to be able to get the pick there onto PTC. PTC going down, finds Mirror, and now look at the rotation coming again to the B side. But this is exactly what the likes of OOW wants here. They're going to be backing out, but they're not quite moving fast enough here to A. They left the spike here again in market. It's going to slow things down considerably. I'm not sure whether they're going to really be able to get the kind of advancement onto the site that they want.
As we do see the advancement onto the side may be stifled a little bit in terms of the rotations, but we do see that the numbers advantage for the side of OOW is being used to the best of its ability, despite the fact that we do see that there's going to be a 3-man push here coming in towards the site. It's going to be very interesting to see how he will be able to take down Conga. Red Genie takes down one, CT takes down one as well as Wannafly. Haby takes down his 3rd kill, and this could be an opportunity for him to get that plant off. And we do see that there is one more surviving member for the side of Attack All Round, and we do see that could it be that Wannafly will be able to cinch this out 2 for nothing? And will he be able to time it up? Some good shots there, but it's not going to be enough. 4th kill for Hy-Vee. And Hy-Vee, man oh man, was he a force to be reckoned with in that previous round, Jay?
Oh, that was crucial from OOW. It was a little bit of a broken buy there, despite the fact that they won 4 rounds in a row. The damage that has been done by Attack All Round during the course of those rounds has definitely weighed in enough. So it was absolutely paramount for them. And it's looking a little bit odd to see, of course, but attack sided here, or rather the attack side here has the lead, 5-3. Again, going to see a little bit more of a split push. Again, just going to have Jet giving a little bit of presence over here on the A side. That bit of map control is going to keep the players here from AAA honest. Looking at the positioning here from the Cypher, there is actually going to be a bit more in the way of utility here in B Heaven, and they're just waiting for them to start streaking up here. But hey, I think they realize what's up. You already starting to scan out on the vent side of things, but they're starting to head for the trap here. Bucky is going to be here waiting for Wannafly as he's looking to capitalize on all his traps here. He takes down one with a headshot, and now looking for one more. Tim, he's going to still be in the corner, not influencing things here, and that's going to prove detrimental to him. But the refrag comes through here, but not for much longer. And there it looks like AAA, they're going to finally bounce back here. And of course, they did have the likes of PTC moving in from the vent side, and that was going to be able to get angles from all sides.
Very thrifty indeed coming in from the side of Attack All Round. Those 2 shotty shots, those 2 Buckies were definitely something to be considered about. One to the face and one more one-shot definitely changed the outcome of that particular push for the side of OOW. We do see now that AAA is very much poised to be holding on to some of these positions here. We are going to be watching from Jeff Van Bao. Jeff Van Bao right now goes for the smoke, and will he be able to get it? Nope, it's not going to be enough. You have to take it out for the count, and you see that Spike is going to be down onto the side of A. So we do see that this is going to be very, very bad for members of AAA here, as they are going to be trying to hold it off. Hybe has already pre-marked his enemy, but no, Hybe, what happened? Was that a break for Hybe? Chili takes 1, takes 2, takes 3! What?
Oh my goodness! That is absolutely insane from Ginny, the 1v3 clutch. He was in the sights of the operator, and he still got taken down. But Ctix, what a play as well here. He did manage to get 2 of the initial kills here just by heading out by default side of things. But Hybe, oh, he's going to be cursing for missing those shots, and not to mention the next 2 players. It's Ginny coming up huge.
Definitely coming out huge for Ginny. Definitely is going to get a raise once he gets back into the office. But all jokes aside, we have to consider the fact that both these teams are still very much evened out against one another. We do see Ginny, Aesthetics, PTC, and the rest of Attack All Around are going to be enjoying quite a bit of money as well as quite a bit of credits as well. So we do see that coming in from the side of AAA. They are going to be trying their level best to defend whatever push is coming in from OOW. We do see a counter rotate here towards the mid side that is coming up from OOW, so this could be an opportunity for them to basically be very, very good with how they want to be pushing out. We do see Heaven right now is going to be opened up. The run it back is going to go over towards one member of OOW, getting as much information as he can. We do see Wanna-Fly right now gets a little bit of that information being communicated to himself.
Oh my goodness, and it looks like OOW, they leave the spike in spawn, and this is the kind of thing that you only expect to see in rank here, but it matters not here. They're rolling over AAA, but Congred here is going to get one back onto Hybe, and now it's looking to see, can he get any more picks going for him? AAA, they've done well to get 2 wins on the trot, but this might be the end of it unless we see another clutch out performance coming out. But this time it's going to be coming from Congred. Oh, he teleports while standing wide out in the open. That was a little bit of an error, and that's going to be capitalized upon here by OOW. My goodness, you don't want to have that happen to you, do you?
Last round before the swap, before we switch sides, and OOW is going to go to the attack, and AAA is going to go on the defense. So we do see that looking at what has been offered here, this could be an opportunity for OOW to get an even bigger lead on defense, excuse me, on offense here. We do see that members of Attack All Around have been struggling, not to say struggling, but have been having a little bit of issue with holding on to certain points here. Oh, very aggressive push here. There goes 1 by PTC. Wanna-Fly takes 1 of his own as well. Smokes have been dropped by PTC, but PTC gets taken down by Yu from very close range. Ginny takes down Yu as well in return. We do see a Ctix right now moving on to another spot. Rimzel gets taken down as well. Jeff Van, the last surviving member, is going to be on the sights and on the horizon.
Not a lot that they can do from this right now. Jeff here is going to go down as well and lose his weapon to boot. So a little bit unfortunate.
Switching sides.
And we're going to actually see the half end here at 6-6 apiece. So I think we can see that OOW are going to be pretty pleased with the turn of events. They're finally going to move over onto the defensive side for their map pick. And yeah, it looks as though they might be able to take this one back, and it couldn't have come at a better time, because if they don't grab this map after already having lost 3 maps so far, they would really be hard-pressed to qualify a little bit further on. But we'll see how the rest of this is going to be developing here. Pistol round going to start imminently here, and AAA stacking more on that market side.
Definitely going to be enjoying that market side here. We do see that Coming in from the mids, coming in from AAA, they are going to be a little bit more split off. We do see a few members actually splitting off towards the mid side, the 1-3-1 kind of formation that they're going to be adopting here before heading onto the side. PTC being able to take down Jeff onto the A side, so this could be a very interesting opportunity for members of AAA to actually get back into this fight. Some good shots that coming in from Rimsey, but it won't be enough as from PTC, but it won't be enough as Rimsey will be taking him down. Wonderfly takes down OOW's U with some really well placed shots, but it's not going to be in the favor of OOW here as they are going to be fighting for the retake.
Oh, and they got 3 players only to try and deal with this, and they're going to lose Tin as well. He's going to get tapped in the eyes here now, trying to get pushes onto the side here, but not able to do an awful lot with it. And AAA, they really made the best of that, and it really came down to OOW being pulled out of position. We did see PTC get the first pick there onto the A side. We saw all the rotation coming through the spawn side, and really just no one to stop the push coming in through that B main. And yeah, I mean, we did have a little bit of presence there from Congrid, but it wasn't going to be enough to halt the push and the first plant. So it looks as though we're going to be off the winning ways here again on, well, not again, but on the attacking side. And see how they want to try and deal with this. Already Shorty's here going to be purchased by the likes of OOW.
OOW right now trying their best getting all close quarters. Some really good shots that coming in from Rimsey on the Conga. Red, nicely done. Goes for the heal, and it seems that this could be an opportunity for the side of OOW to get back onto the tie-up here and tie up the scores between themselves. PTC gets the kill onto Jeff Van Bao, and it was a very good one indeed. 1-for-1 for both these teams. Hybe will be able to take down CTX. AAA takes down 2, Tin as well as Hybe on some really good plays, but we do see now that OOW is going to be the team that has a 2-man disadvantage compared to the advantage that is being garnered by AAA with 3 men.
PTC is just being so good at pulling the likes of OOW out of position here. He got the frag, and that really stretched things. They are able to get a pick in mid as a result. And now he's going all the way to vent side, and he's going to be able to give that information to his teammates. They're already rotating here through the sewer side of things. And yeah, PTC really just double tracking here to really make sure that there's not going to be any mishaps. And just like that, they're going to have clear access to the site. And AAA, they're going to be most likely able to string 2 rounds in a row together here. Not sure what they can do. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it does look like you still only has the Shorty available to him, but he might be able to use the dark cover available to him now, waiting for the second one as well to pop, and then he still does have a TP available to him.
Well, the smokes have come down, denying the range, denying the angles that are going to be held, or at least going to be peeked through by some of these players, giving them as much advantage as they can. It's got to be careful though. It seems that he's spotted already. Some of the sprays coming in, and into the sea he is going to go by PTC. You are sunk into the smoke. Nicely done coming in from the side of AAA. Attack all round.
Oh yeah, they are having a good start to this half, and this is exactly how they needed to happen. And definitely exceeding expectations, I think, from both halves so far in terms of how the attack is able to deal with it. Considering that it is split, of course, but hey, you know, everyone's bringing different things to the plate. Of course, at the Royal Sea Cup, we are seeing quite the diverse set of countries all competing here, best from Asia, and yeah, I think we're being totally blessed here to be able to see such great plays. But oh, we're starting to see more annoyance coming out from PTC as he's drawing all the attention. Bladestorm popped here at the moment, and making full use of the Cyber Cage there at the expense of Jeff, and now he's going to actually get taken down, not spotting him out. And a little bit dicey here as they might get a little bit pinch here on the mailroom side.
Very dicey indeed, as we do see a little bit more smoke being dropped down there as you takes down another. Could be a flawless round on the side of OOW. They played this right, but no, I spoke too soon. Wonderfly takes down Hybe, and this could be an opportunity for the side of OOW to use their man advantage and try to push it onto members of Attack All Round, but Attack All Round keeping it pretty simple, keeping it pretty straightforward in terms of where they want to be on the map and where they're moving. We do see Ginny right now going into the sewer and turning back, maybe trying to create some sound cues to see whether or not people will come running and try to go for a pick. Other than that, we don't see much
30 seconds
of
left.
anything else. They might actually go into suicide, and this is going to be a very, very dangerous spot here because a little bit of sound cue and there's a lot of space for you, a lot of straight space for you to cover here. And in my opinion, this is one of the most unfriendliest long straight hallways to navigate through.
Yeah, and they're actually going to get caught between the crossfire. Now, they did manage to get the first pick there, but yeah, it was going to, of course, be a bit difficult. Rinzel here, able to lead the way with 14 kills with the Reyna. It's definitely been working for him so far, but we have to see whether that can continue. Looks like first win of the half here for OOW. This might be exactly the kind of kick in the noggin to really get them going for this defensive side. But you would expect them to do that, but so far, of course, both teams have been bucking expectations, but we've seen a lot of this shoehorn style going on between both of these teams. But this time, we are going to see that Attack All Round is going to be waiting a lot on this A side here. Might be able to influence things a bit here. I think they will be able to get a lot of intel, but Jeff, he gets taken down there. PTC having a clear angle there with the operator, and now we're seeing the retake starting to come in. Hybe there is going to get taken down as well. So now this is a 3-on-5 situation, not looking too great, but looks like they are going to be able to finally get one back. But little do they do that there's already going to be another of their players lost. So this could be a round that they might want to try and just hold on to the weapons that they have available. There's not a lot that they can do about this, as they can probably go for some of the exit frags, but that's probably it.
And as we see it, right, coming in for the side of OOW, they don't have that much of opportunities to basically push it out against members of Attack All Round. They do have the spot covered already, and it seems that OOW... Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. The Celtics was taken out by you, keeping it hot, keeping it sexy, and swish onto another one. That's another kill, and they win it again. But nope, excuse me, they were able to take them down, but they do not win it, considering that the spike went kaboom. So, very sad coming in from OOW, but they were able to salvage up whatever that they could in that round. So there's still a little bit of a silver lining despite the cloudy cloud storms that are on top of OOW.
Great exit kills coming up from them. 2v3 to add insult to injury to the AAA players, but they will get the round win for that, and they're one step closer here to taking 2 maps here against OOW. OOW still have got plenty in the tank if what we've seen is anything to go by, but of course I'm going to give them the Cassis curse, and Hybe who's going to go down here. PTC moving in there, he gets another 2 kills there. Tin and you not able to stop him at all, and just out of nothing here we have AAA on the precipice of taking their 10th round win here, but PTC not able to continue that hot streak. It's gonna go down, and again we're seemingly going to be having just 2 players for OOW to try and deal with this, but PTC so aggressive and has been working out so well.
And it is working really well in terms of the aggression of AAA compared to OOW, and I feel like OOW needs to pick up the pace a little bit more and get some of the more consistent picks compared to Attack All Around. Attack All Around showing what only one word knows, and is defeat if this keeps up.
Oh, and it does look like they are going to be moving out here just to seal the deal. No more exit kills coming here for OOW. They're going to have to do things a little bit on the harder side here with the full guns available to AAA. Don't know if you saw last round, they were all on light armor right there, so it's going to be able to upgrade a little bit here, but it seems as though they're not too overzealous to kind of spend all their cash, but we'll see how things will change up a little bit. Right now, they are going to have a little bit more of a split push again, and have a bit more of a measured approach here and see how they want to try and approach this round.
I really hope a measured and calculated approach is going to be the way to go for the side of OOW. We'd like to see a little bit more of OOW and what they have to offer. Ivy, as well as you were able to take down 1 and 2, and also take down the spike carrier, despite the fact that you have been taking out Conga Red. May actually push up. There goes another recon bolt, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to try to surpass, that's going to try to give pings towards AAA and give them as much information as they can. A little bit of peak wiggling there coming in from Jin. Rinzi's got to be careful, and Rimzel takes down 1, goes for the dismiss, will not go for the other one, goes for the Leer. Will he be able to get it? But we do see that PTC is at the bottom though. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out.
Oh, and looks like we only have 1 remaining player from AAA here in the B Heaven side, still trying to pin in Rimzel as best as he can. But we are going to see the pushing coming here from a C6. He's going to take down Hey, and now that's going to open things
30
up here
seconds
onto
left.
the B side. Currently, you don't see that Jeff is going to be anywhere close to influence proceedings here. Has to try and go together with his teammate. Rimzel, look to your right, not able to spot, but uses the dismiss to get out of harm's way. But I'm not even sure that he knows where PTC is. PTC is aware of the positioning, but not able to seal the deal. Jeff able to get the kill. And the defuse coming through here. And this is exactly what OOW needed here to stem the tides.
Very, very nicely done here. As you said, and brilliantly said at that, it could be the turning of tides for OOW if they keep this up. But the problem is that they don't keep it up sometimes. It's just not as consistent as some of the other teams. So OOW has got to tap into something that's realistic, animalistic, chaotic, yet planned. Everything has got a plan, and everything has got to have a little sense of foresight behind it. So when you don't have foresight, like how some members of OOW don't, it's going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, you're going to be tunneling yourself into focusing on one specific thing, and then you're going to end up getting at the end of the night from PTC. But we do see Havy as well as Rimzy being able to take down 2 of AAA, but we do see Conga Red takes down Rimzel as well as Cetix will be able to take down 1 more as well. 1 more final one standing, does not stand up long enough as Ginny sprays him down.
Oh, and yeah, no sooner did OOW finally manage to get a point on the board after a couple of rounds where the defuse just not coming out with it. They're gonna give it straight back here to attack all round. They have only got 2 more points left in this, and really seems as though both of these teams really favor on that attacking side here on Split, and direct contrast to Ascent, but of course 2 different maps, so maybe a little bit difficult to infer too much from that. But now we have the heavy stack here by AAA. It worked out pretty well, taking the A side. Oh, they're gonna be able to take down Havy as it's business as usual as they're starting to barrel down that A main side. They're not too sure whether or not this is to try and fake it, but they're taking their time. It's still working out. Rimzo only able to take down 1. Yuno will be able to get it himself. Double 10 also contributed there. Now PTC is falling down to him as the last member. He's going to take down another member. He takes down 3 in quick succession. 10 also going to bite the dust here as AAA
match point
on match point.
Freddie Mercury once said, another one bites the dust, and man, oh man, was it true. You was very, very, very impressive indeed. However, it was PTC that showed that another one definitely bites the dust. Match point goes over towards attack all round. This could be the determining factor here for attack all round and the points that they carry and the points that they carry forward.
Oh, and they are going to be on the edge of qualifying straight away here for the next round, as they have not dropped a single map so far. They are up to 3 map wins. They're looking to add to that but they still have a little bit of obstacle, but you can already see how quickly the rotation is coming out here from OW, but it's not going to matter. They're still going to lose their presence in the middle of the park, and that's going to be to their detriment. You still have Jeff moving in here, but he's going to get swept away. He's still going to get hit there by the breach ult, but now the push is firmly up here into heaven. They managed to take out more of the players, but I think they realize the last player is sitting on B site, and they're going to go for the plant, the surefire, seemingly winning strategy here, and plant on the A.
And we do see now that coming in from A side here is an opportunity for the side of Attack All Round to finalize and close this out. Spike has been planted already. One more sole survivor for the side of OOW. He's got to risk it all if he wants to come back into this game and give his team an opportunity to basically claw their way up from 0, but they've got to be careful that it does not backfire. So good shots there coming in. Nothing substantial, nothing yet, but no, it's going to be enough as Jenny will be able to take him down with the kablooey to the bahui.
Oh yeah, and triple A, or Angel, or rather Attack All Around, they have put in quite the performance here. Also PTC, again, getting all the way here at the top of the table. Again, 20 plus kills here as he's really delivering on the big stage right now at the expense of our Hong Kong team. But we'll still see how the rest of this group is still going to be playing out. We do have another 3 matches that have to take place in order for us to decide who is going to be making their way. But boy, did OOW give Attack All Around a run for their money, as this is a very different scoreline than what Attack All Around has been used to from what we saw in the first match.
And judging from the scorecards that we have here, PTC just showing what is up. Highest scoring in terms of First Bloods, no plants nor diffusers, but it goes to show his capabilities of delivering high amount of power with accuracy, as well as getting the confirmed kills that he needs. First Bloods totaling up in 7, whereas closely behind him is Wanna Fly. So I do believe that this is going to be a very interesting, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic between some of these two teams and how they interact with one another. Normally, when you see a lot of these teams that play a lot of these utility-based agents, right? They may sometimes. It really depends. Like when you see someone play maybe like a Jet, you're gonna realize that they're gonna be more of the designated opper, will be able to get some of those first picks and some of the utilities that come behind it. I'm not trying to say that some of the utility agents are not as great, but the duelists and some of these agents are just built in such a way where they are just built to fight, right? And that's just something that I feel that we're going to see more and more come into shape as the days go by.
Oh, totally agree, Hound. And I think with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is it here for match number 3. So thank you so much for watching for now. We still got another 3 matches. Let's take it over to our analyst desk. That's it from me, Player the J, and the Hound. We'll see you a little bit later.
Welcome right back to the Royal SEA Cup panel. That's this wonderful tournament, of course, created by Eeples, and it's part of the Ignition series. We're watching some great Valorant, and what a series we just witnessed. Probably the best series up until now from this tournament. My name is Mr. Elo Plus. I'm here with Yolo Lee, joined by Gideon. Oh, God, I almost like that. Joined by Gideon here on the panel, and we're gonna break down the series for you guys. So, last map, really close as well.
very close indeed. Especially then the thing is,
Oh, I already see him shaking. I wanna hear this point before you go. Sorry.
I'm just not happy that the map was split. I don't know who thought of it this way, but it really did benefit. There was some good and bad. We could talk about it a little bit more, but I just hate this map. I absolutely despise split.
Is it because as a kid you went to the gym and they made you climb the rope, and everyone made fun of you, and now split just reminds you of that?
No, split. What split reminds me of is like that one time when my parents. You know what? Let's talk about the game.
I was just thinking like, oh my god, are we really gonna bring up childhood
Am I
stories?
gonna bring up like something really horrible in my childhood? No. My parents are fine. They love each other. If only there was a map called Together. But yeah, overall, I really don't like split, mainly because the map, the way it's designed, the corridors, and especially Tower A and Tower B being like some of the most key points in controlling in the map. You don't own Tower A, or you don't control Tower A, you can't really secure a site in general. It's just a killing floor at that point.
Yes, exactly. And then like, don't forget, there's a lot of those corners and angles, like 90 degrees. Like we saw Secret Strike say it many times, that every time sometimes you want to pick a corner, you have to look at it really thoroughly, because you can't just like take a pick and like assume maybe someone's not there. No, it doesn't work that way. And that's pretty much why we saw OOW, who went with such a lineup, literally almost a dueling lineup, a pure fighting lineup. We're having both Reina and Phoenix as well, because they know that we're going to be looking for a lot of fights, we're going to be looking for a lot of contention, whereas AAA here in this case, they were just like, you know what, we do not want to go for a lot of contention, we still want to bring in with the breach, because we know there is not only defending, but there's also attacking at the same time. So both teams having their own idea of this composition, so it's pretty much slick on how well they play it here.
It's not like Breach is bad on those angled, right? Because those flashes are still incredibly annoying.
Exactly.
You're trying to peek all of a sudden, oh, I'm blind, I'm gonna die now. There's not much you can do against that Breach. But I want to touch on Reina first, actually, because we did talk about it in the beginning.
Yes.
We said, not one of the most popular agents, but she looked really good in this map.
Yes, exactly, because like you're gonna be looking for a lot of fights and a lot of pick angles, and the most importantly as well, OOW also realized that alright, AAA, they're not gonna be hiding at corners at all, only except the Jet with the operator, right? They know they're gonna be very aggressive. They know they're gonna be trying to go for those peaks, and so in this case, Reina is like, you know what? If I get a pick off, even with alongside with my teammate, I will be intangible. I will be able to sustain and continue to look for even more fights. Although yes, it's still a 50-50 because it still comes down to mechanical and personal play. But in the end, in this game, he made it work, and I think that's really great for them.
Well, actually, you bring up a good point about how Reina actually is able to kind of use the terrain to her advantage. The fact that it's like really short and narrow allows you to kind of have these one-on-one fights more than I peek. There's 3 people. Welp, I guess I'm dead. And that is beneficial. But the question I want to ask you: why wasn't Raze picked? Or in this case, like, why wasn't Breach or Phoenix? Which would you prefer? It's mainly the Raze for me. Why not?
But the thing is this, right? Remember, you must understand that Raze, like that paint shell, for example, right? I know there is certain areas in the map, especially in those towers, where if you throw it at a certain angle or a certain position, you literally can destroy someone or at least damage someone to a certain degree. But the thing is this, it's a 50-50, whether it is skill or even personal skill play. So if Reina, at least in this case, if you go for like a side pick, you like just tap pre-fire at one corner, you'll be like, alright, all I waste is 1 or 2 bullets. Whereas Raze, you throw your paint shells, you can be like, alright, I just wasted $200 for absolutely nothing. But of course,
clear the room. It's a great way to clear Tower A and Tower B. It blows up mid-air.
Yeah, but it
blows up mid-air.
Yeah, that is if they're there half the time. Remember, there were so many moments, especially the Phoenix with his flashpoint. No, sorry, not the flashpoint, but basically with his own flash. He flashed at literally absolutely nothing. And the thing is the versatility, the playing with the positioning coming from both of these teams is absolutely amazing. They don't stand at the same spot for too long. If they pick up such an amazing, for example, in the tower, right? The Bucky, right? Amazing play, by the way. That Bucky, after that one round, he's like, I'm not going to stay here anymore, because they're going to learn that I like to be here. And some tricks and some surprises doesn't work twice.
He doesn't seem very convinced about that.
I'm not entirely I mean, it's two differing opinions. It really comes down to personal preference because again, a lot of Reyna players, if you're really great, if you have some really great aim, it really doesn't matter. I just prefer the Raze because again, that key point in the map is going to be getting Heaven A or Heaven B, depending on which side you want to go and attack on. And I think that's just one crucial area, especially when you're pushing up mid. Luckily, both of these teams didn't actually run the Sage, so you didn't have to worry about mid wall. So don't have to waste a satchel charge. They walk in, flush them out of Heaven, push on through.
And the thing is just like I'm not to say I wouldn't disagree with you. I'm pretty
No,
sure.
really?
No, I know.
Like
I told no. The
I
thing
mean,
is, the thing is, I told you this like before the panel as well. Like
Yeah,
Riz was really great after the nerf as well in the patch. He is more favorable to be picked on bind and split because of the amount he's able to bring. The only difference that I was opting the Reyna a little bit more because it just suits OW playstyle a little bit better because they're constantly very aggressive. They like to go all in. They're constantly pushing together. Although there were some unique moments where we saw the Omen and the Cyphers picked at each other, but in the end they both ran, they both chicken out. And I'm just like, well, you could have tried, but you know, it was still like you said, safe play sometimes works, you know.
He does make a good point though there because you are thinking here, Gideon, from your perspective, right? But of course, here Yoli is considering what would this team like to do themselves. And here's the question: is it worthwhile coming out of your comfort zone, coming out of what you like to play, because maybe there's a better play style?
I will be more like a yes and no to that kind of situation because
that's just not an answer. That's just sitting on the fence. Why even ask the question?
That's my job.
No, because like let's be honest here, right? Yes, there are times when stepping out of your comfort zone is necessary to really step up because you must understand that your opponents will research you, will watch your plays, and they will understand you just like this guy. You like to play this certain angles, like to play this certain play style. And sometimes the players are forced to get out of their comfort zone to really try to make the play. But sometimes making the play causes mistakes, causes anxieties, and once these small mistakes or carelessness starts happening, your opponent will start punishing you for it. Because remember, once you pick your agent, you cannot swap it in between.
Now, I mean, the other opinion? Well, actually, wait, sorry. You said there was a yes and no. Where's the other part?
Yeah, I pretty much said yes or no. It was either it works or it doesn't. It's a hit or miss kind of situation.
Oh, 50-50 chance. It's just that simple, right?
But then again, yes, one out of 5. I say that's pretty much a chance anyone was willing to take the win, though.
Okay,
that's fair enough.
What's the other side of the argument, Gideon?
I mean,
hit it to me. Hit me.
Really asking for it now. You're gonna come back with a black face right here.
I mean, it's gonna be a very fail move, right?
Oh, now you're just tugging at me. Okay,
boys, more love. I only want verbal punches, no actual physical violence.
Well, this is gonna hurt.
I'm gonna destroy you now. No. But yes, I do kind of agree with Leonard when it comes to yes and no. But for me, it's more for the fact that they need to have mix-ups. It's very similar. Like a lot of games have some traditional moves of yes, you find the pattern of a player, you figure it out, and you really punish them for doing it again and again and again and again. Right. And I think especially for Valorant, having these mix-ups, simple things like changing the spot which you usually hide in. You're hiding in one corner, but next thing you know, you're hiding at an elevated corner, looking at the same angle. It really throws a lot of these players off because they're mixing it up. They're putting some kind of variations into the same play. Eventually it will get old, and I would want teams to come out of that comfort zone, but as long as they have the mix-ups and it's working for them, so far I don't think teams have been able to stop them as well, so makes sense.
That's a good point. So maybe the real solution to the yes and no, the way we combine these two is saying, yes, stay in your comfort zone, but make sure your comfort zone is wide enough, right? Make sure you are not just pigeonholing yourself into one single style.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Within your own, definitely not too far behind. Just nice.
Exactly.
Just perfect. Right?
Yeah. It's the case in. I mean, this is the case in competitive FPS, but you can find this in FGC. You can find it everywhere. You know, don't have habits that are very obvious or exploitable, and it's a reality that you get in almost every single game. Competitive, of course. I mean, don't have bad habits in Candy Crush, guys.
Candy Crush? What?
Yeah, well, what am I talking about? Only Riot games here. So we have the next matchup coming up, guys. But I don't quite want to talk about this yet. We're going to touch this in a second because I do want to talk about OW. I want to speak specifically about them. You've just lost 4 matches in a row. You got 0 points this tournament. I mean, the likelihood of you getting out, just mathematically speaking, is quite high.
I mean,
what do you do? How do you get away from this mental rut?
I mean, for now, like, sure, the first 2 games was a little bit off as well, because people are just questioning, like, why are you playing like this? But after winning this game, now
It was
people...
a good game.
Exactly, it's an
Yeah,
amazing game as
it
well.
was.
So people start to realize that, okay, now they're slowly warming up. Now the real question is whether they can be consistent or even be even better for the next few games if they really want to try to solidify their spot as one of the 2 teams to be heading towards that playoff.
Is it possible?
Well, I mean,
Ooh.
it's definitely tough.
Debatable. I would like to say debatable. That's the right word for it.
I mean, looking at the group so far, they've only played 2 of their games. They still have plenty more. They still have 2
They're
more
the
to
team that's
go.
played the most games.
Yeah, the
Oh,
most
sorry,
games
with
so
with
far.
AAA.
Ah, yeah. But you know, besides AAA, and they still need to finish off the rest of the teams, and see how they do. And I think then they have to make the decision, because right now they can't hold themselves up. We made these many mistakes. We're so bad. All these negative things. Because at the end of the day, you still have to be playing at your best. If you're not looking to play at 100%, then why are you playing?
No, and the best part about it is like in this game it didn't seem like they weren't hitting themselves too hard after playing the first 2 games.
They were right out of the gates. They were looking to
Exactly.
be, I'm going to rush it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to be looking for different angles.
It was literally who let the dogs out for sure. They just ran out the gates of hell. Like, I'm pretty sure like AAA was just like wondering like, where did these guys come from? Like, what a 180 change, that kind of reaction in place. So, but then again, it was very amazing to see OOW bring up that kind of skill play on a map as Split, because they rarely play Split, or I could confidently say they never do.
I mean, I will say it was a very smart map choice. Seek and Strike did mention it. I think I want to kind of bring up that
Seek and
point as
Destroy.
well. Seek and Strike. Seek and Strike. But yeah,
We keep talking to this man, like away from cameras. He just keeps mentioning these little
because he
ghosts of
can't
Christmas
hear
past.
it. That's the best part. He's not listening.
Steal his analysis while he's not watching.
Yes.
He doesn't.
It's actually, by the time he realizes, it's too late.
Yeah.
It's already mine. It's already been clipped. It's already Gideon's.
Too late. Too late. I've got my name on it. But yeah, he brought up a really good point when it comes to Split being a very tight corner map. So a lot of your rotations are going to be a lot
Yes.
slower. You're going to have to check a lot more corners. Really take your time. And I think, you know, AAA here was doing a really good job at just, I have to look at 2 angles, 1, 2, done, rush.
So I just want to move back a bit, because I want to talk about the chances they have for the audience that's not really
Alright.
following the format. It's a bit difficult, you know, group stages, everyone's playing against everyone. What's this? Mayhem. So they only have 1 actual team to play left. They have to win a 2-0 for sure if
Yep.
they even want to have the smallest chance of qualifying.
Correct.
But then it's going to be up to the rest of the teams, because no. I just double checked it's playing now. No, it's impossible. It would have to be that Myth beats Ambu right now. They beat Myth, and they get a triple tie with only
Yes.
1 win each.
Yes. Math.
Math is hard.
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, we have math both in
But
game
you know
and
what's
on the
difficult
panel.
here, though, is that this obviously, because we do the head-to-heads, right?
Yeah.
They have to have a massive map advantage, because they didn't lose. I mean, they lost to Ambu already, so they're gonna have to destroy Myth.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a difficult. Well, it is going to be really difficult, because previously Myth was able to actually beat AAA in a previous tournament as well to win. So I mean, they kind of dropped the ball this time round, but let's see what else they have to offer. Honestly,
It's really hard. I wouldn't try to pick on who's going to be taking this win here, because like after we experienced it in the first game and then the second game.
Yeah,
later
now
on,
we're swapping to the
another-
next game, which is Myth versus Ambu. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just like, maybe
Do you think it's possible 2-0 for Myth?
maybe they were still warming up in the morning. Maybe they just not used to playing so early and so sudden as well. Especially
It was at 12. I just want to mention this for people that are normal. They're not.
Nor-
It's not that early.
Hey, come on, we are esport players. Our sleeping time is a little bit different. I'm just saying.
I wake up every morning at 8 p.m.
oh, that
Patent that, right?
Oh, boy.
Signed by Avo Plus.
Sadly, that was a lot more relatable than I would have liked.
It's when they call you and like, hey, you're doing an American tournament. Oh, nice. Yep. Sounds good.
Sounds perfect.
No
sounds
sleeping
perfect.
for me.
Honestly, I want to ask you guys, because we know we've seen there is history before that we can kind of judge that Myth is a pretty decent team.
Yes.
But what about Anbu? We haven't seen a lot of it just yet.
I mean, they kind of proved themselves with their first match against
Correct.
OW. They actually came in super strong. I mean, Rafi was just, to me, the MVP of the series Honestly, I think Rafi, his gunplay particularly, right?
Yeah.
Like his utility was nice, but since he plays more of that, I mean, he's kind of the operator sometimes when he's playing that Killjoy. That was ridiculous. That Killjoy game was insane for him.
I mean, hands down for sure. Rafi was absolutely amazing, but you must also remember as well, he is just only one player. This is a team-based game where everyone has to be working in synergy and great teamwork to really pull off the win. So, in this case, although yes, I can agree that Ambu doesn't really have much competitive experience. The last time they actually were inside a tournament was during the Cybergates Arena Pacific Cup Open, but for the Philippine qualifiers, they got the second place, but they didn't really make it all the way. But that was last month, 4th of August. So after 1 month and seeing their performance just now, I'm saying like they had like leaps and bounds. But whether they can maintain it against Myth Attitude is going to be a question to be asked.
Not just a month, right? Also a patch that came by, like so we're seeing it's a considerable change, you know. And I mean, Philippines is also one of the strongest countries you would see here. Like Philippines and Indonesia, not only because of their just general size, right? You just have so many teams coming from there. We have multiple teams in this tournament that are from Philippines and Indonesia.
So many. But can Ambu beat AAA? Can they take them on?
Triple
I mean,
A?
we're sizing them up here.
If they were to do that, then they pass automatically.
Yeah, they pass automatically. Like hands down. Because like right now the strongest team we have been seeing so far with such an amazing win rate is AAA. Because they're attacking all around.
I don't know. I feel
we've made that meme to like we're beating this dead horse.
But I do really feel that Ambu might actually have the potential to beat AAA in this group itself. And if there is at least some heat between them, if it goes all the way to a 1-1, that would be really, really insane.
It's gonna be really exciting as well. I can't wait to see the challenge between Rafi and PTC for sure. Between both of this team, AAA and Anbu. But anyway, coming back to this, I still can't put my finger on it, but I would love to give the benefit of the doubt to both of this team as well.
No, you can't do that. Get off your fence.
All right, fine. I'll get on my fence. I'm calling it then.
Look at him sweat. I can see it just slowly.
I have to make a decision.
I think I'm gonna go with Anbu with this one.
Really?
Right. I think I'm gonna go with Anbu for this one. Like sure, Myth has his history and past achievements as well, but I love that dark horse element. It's something that's really unknown. And remember, even if Myth were to do any research on Anbu, the last thing they could get by any match replay was last month, and that was like before the patch. So seeing such an amazing gameplay, I think Anbu is currently on a roll.
Okay, how about you, Gideon?
I think I have to go with Myth. I have to go with Myth here because I believe that stats just do not lie. These guys are winning games previously. I mean, they had one bad game. They had two bad games technically, but I would say game 2 is much better than the first one, of course.
Yeah.
I just think that they haven't really hit their stride yet, you know? It's like a marathon. You got to slowly build up to it, and eventually you're running and gunning towards the end.
Yes, I agree. That's pretty much why I was saying that maybe this morning was just a warm-up. They're just like an old car engine.
No, don't do this.
Keep your opinions with Anbu here.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly. What is this?
I know.
I'm trying to make you take sides.
I know. Okay, fine. Anbu is great. I'm gonna call it right now. Gideon, Anbu is gonna take the win.
If we're hearing these two sides, right? I want to hear why do you think Anbu's so good? Why are you so convinced by their playstyle this morning? Give me some examples of the matches.
The thing is this, right? Anbu, I'm favoring Anbu because of that hidden factor, the unknown factor, the uncertainty, right?
Okay.
So Myth is gonna be coming towards this game with the only knowledge where like this morning they were good. That's pretty much all they know. They have no idea what kind of strats, what kind of maps, what kind of rotation they're gonna be going for. No matter how much research and replay you try to search for it, you are never gonna get it because the
you
only
have 2 matches essentially to go for. 2 maps, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. 2 maps. That's pretty much not enough information you can get out of this game. So I'm opting with this dark horse where uncertainty does play a part because information or knowledge is power in this case.
Do you find that Anbu might be aware of their status as a dark horse and be preparing some hitting strats because of it?
Honestly, realizing they're a dark horse might not be too much. I think Anbu is very simple, where they're just gonna be coming inside this tournament.
They're gonna play their game.
Yes, they're gonna be very simple. They're gonna be giving it their all. If they fall out, then they fall out. But with such an amazing first game which they had, just the first 2 games, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna be like, let's maintain this tempo. Let's go with this momentum which they have set for themselves and don't drop the ball. Which is exactly which is gonna be very crucial here.
Let's hear from the Myth side. Why do you believe? Stats don't lie, sure. We've already seen them once this morning.
Yeah.
And they were just not looking strong whatsoever.
Yeah, they really weren't. They were playing against AAA and on
which
a
is the best
sense of-
team, to be fair.
best team to be fair, and they have to beat them on Ascent. That alone was really tough to do. They were even struggling in their, I mean, based on stats, even in their previous matchup against AAA here, they still couldn't beat them on Ascent again. So it's one of those things where it's like, all right, as long as we avoid that map, at least we have a good opportunity to do so. But I also think that Myth, just in general, they've got some really solid fundamentals overall. And the problem I see with Anbu right now, and what's making me doubt them a little bit more, is the fact that they were playing OOW on a composition that didn't necessarily make sense. 3 duelists coming in, I didn't necessarily agree with it. I really
they
thought
changed completely by a second game, so clearly they didn't agree with it either.
Exactly. So it kind of skews the data a little bit for me, and I feel like Anbu, especially when it came to the OOW game versus Anbu, they definitely made a couple of decisions where it's hard to say that they didn't overcommit to it, other than the fact that they have 3 duelists, they're all stacked together. So yes, it's going, but they don't necessarily know how many people were there. So it could be considered an overexertion of that rotation, or it could not. So I would have hoped that, you know, only one word actually played a decent composition, just so that we have a better idea of their reaction to certain situations.
So what are these decisions you saw that you were kind of doubtful about?
You know, they were pushing onto the A side. They only saw 2 people. They only saw 2 people, and immediately they already took the entire cavalry to push onto their side of the map. I'm not entirely sure, because I'm not hearing the in-game leader, whether or not they were aware of the composition and therefore that's why they made the call, or whether or not it was just reacting to it. And I don't have enough information to go off to say that that I can firmly believe in Anbu, but there is plenty of information for Myth Attitude that I could say, yes, they're more likely to win this game.
Is it possible that the Myth win against AAA, which was, and we're talking about that recently, 4 days ago, right? Against in a local tournament. Is it possible that was just a tournament AAA was not taking it as seriously, and that is why the information is also skewed for them?
It could be, other than the fact that that wasn't the first time they met. They met even before that.
Yes.
Literally like 4 days before that, there was another tournament going on, and they were playing against each other again. It's really a back and forth between these 2 teams. So whoever is performing on the day will always stand on top.
But then again, at the same time, like, it's just really hard to tell whether they were on their game or not. Or maybe they just possibly, like, you know, like what we said earlier, maybe they just be like, you know what, let's not just show our true colors on such a small event. Like such a bigger one like this, we really want to secure that spot. 25,000 USD is a very big price for such an event.
I mean, if they want to secure the spot, they really got to start stepping it up. Every single one of these games are going to matter.
That's true, right? Usually we always talk group stages. Like, group stages matter.
Yeah.
Not in this tournament.
No,
not with
not
our
in this
format. Nah, that's not what we do. Every match matters, and it's honestly very true when you're playing all of the matches in a group in a day. Usually most tournaments, and general esports, right? You get maybe one match at Group A, maybe one match at Group B, maybe they're simultaneous. Here we're doing it all. You're gonna figure out at least 2 of the playoff contenders this very day.
Yeah.
So it's not just the fact that yes, each match matters, but it's also the pressure is ramping up, because it's almost like you're driving through the fog, right?
Yeah.
And as you get towards the end, the end of the tunnel, and the fog is starting to clear out, you're starting to see your destination. And your destination might be this beautiful prairie full of flowers or a car crash, and you don't really know. It's one of the 2. And right now, for Myth particularly, they're really close. They're seeing like one car veering towards the right, like, oh, I'm not really sure about this way.
I'm telling you now, it's real foggy, and it's gonna be. And honestly, until they start proving themselves here at this tournament, I'm vouching for them only because Anbu hasn't shown enough for me.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. I mean, the exact same thing I said as well. I'm opting for Anbu, not because they're a potential dark horse or anything. It's just that because of this uncertainty that's going to be coming into this game, this mentality. I hope it doesn't shake Myth attitude too much, that kind of thing. Because maybe their team captain is just like you, Gideon, like all about facts, all about the analysis. Want to find out how well they can actually do in this game without knowing anything. They might just be off their game.
Well, I hope they're not, because I'm not a very good Valorant player. That's for sure. So there's definitely a clear difference there.
Well, we're gonna have to find out. It's honestly sink or swim for Myth, and Anbu looking nice, but let's see who's gonna be right. Is it Yoli, the trust in the Philippines, the trust in the dark horse, or is the proven track record of Thai FPS players gonna supersede whatever Anbu does today? Gideon versus Yoli, Anbu versus Myth. Let's see, the match is about to begin. And we're gonna move it on right now to a small break before we go to those casters. Myth versus Anbu about to start. One of the final best of 2s of today for the Royal SEA Cup. Let's get on with it and we'll see you guys soon with the next panel of the day.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all four of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the four teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Welcome back, guys. We're about to get going with our fourth series of the day. In the latter half of the day, Seek and Strike, and you know this guy, he was just on panel for 20 minutes. Welcome back, Gideon. How's going? Ready to do some casting?
Yes, absolutely ready. And I do want to kind of see how this matchup goes up, because there's a lot of anticipation between both Anbu as well as Myth Attitude. Both of them haven't played too many games, so they still have a lot to prove in this group.
That's exactly right. Anbu, though, in a much better position. They do have the 2-0 going into this one, so it is going to be make or break for Myth Attitude. attitude for sure. And hey, a 2-0 here for Myth makes the group stage a lot more interesting here for Group A. A 0-2, we've yet to see a 1-1. That could throw a wrench into the works here too. So really looking forward to this map. We will be on Split, it appears. I didn't catch who would be on a defending side, but we'll send that information to you when we get the chance. But Split, this is a map on panel. You said, I don't like the map.
Hate it. Absolutely hate it.
What's wrong with it? Too many tight angles, 90-degree corners. Not a fan of the elevation.
Exactly. Well, I mean, elevation definitely is a very interesting concept in general for any kind of tactical shooter because it forces you to kind of play not only with your horizontal but also your vertical axes as well.
Of course.
And I think that's absolutely fine. It's really those tight corners, tight angles that you can't really do too much about it other than having to force yourself to kind of either duel or waste your utility to kind of disengage or re-engage into those fights. And it's very frustrating because there's not a lot of dynamic play other than people who can like use their abilities through walls, Reyna for an example, or even Breach.
Of course. No, I definitely feel you there, but 3 big choke points here on this map. A lot of fighting over the mid control as well as Heaven, as we will have our game now live in a game. As we'll just wait to see. We do have, it appears to be, we have a Sage on the playing field.
Ooh, all right. It looks like
it's an attacking Sage.
It's an attacking Sage.
It's an attacking Sage.
Ooh.
That's what surprises me more. I mean, I was talking to Zero about this earlier when I was on the hot seat over there. Man, having a Sage on defense here is fantastic. So maybe they're trying to just, maybe they're gaming for the second half here.
Potentially, I do think there are certain setups in Split that definitely allow Sage to shine, especially since they're pairing it up with Cypher as well as the fact that they have Omen, Reyna, and Jet into the composition. They basically just want their team to be able to muscle their way through here as they start off with the fault line all the way down onto B short, as the rest of the team just finds the first pick initially onto Rafi.
Nice
their
flash.
top fragger coming in from Anbu here. From Myth here, as the rest of Anbu needs to make a play and start getting into the site.
Oh wow, very aggressive play over the box, looking for the classic for like a big flash there, but Phoenix has caught himself, looking for another one perhaps. As 6 now up in Heaven, looking for some clean pickoffs. Nice wall there out from the Sage, providing additional cover. Look how aggressive they're playing. It's finally the spike has dropped. 2v2, but the Heaven, it's over. I have the high ground, a 3v1 now for Anbu, as they will eventually fall down that B long hallway. Oof. And defenders, they'll take that. Nice rotations. That's always the dangerous part about Split. If you can't get into that site quickly, if you get into a traffic jam, you're in for a hard time.
Yeah, but I mean, they had the right idea. They were pushing it. They dropped down the wall. So they have cover to get across to the other side safely without having to worry about too much Overwatch coming in from B Heaven.
Yeah, that was just couldn't keep their foot on the gas there, unfortunately. And hey, something to be said there for the defense of Myth as well, right? I'm sorry, for the defense of Anbu, who wastes plenty of time. Spike doesn't go down. Plenty of people not even taking full control of the site. So well done now, as the SMGs will come through on our second round. So of course, Anbu going to be the heavy favorite, but we've already seen quite a few eco clutches in our last series alone. So this is a map that definitely can facilitate it. SMGs having a pretty nice advantage overall.
Yeah.
The jet smoke will be used. Lots of people scouted mid lane, however.
I mean, there's every time you come into Split, you always expect to see a lot of traffic coming down here. Fault line coming down to try and contest it once again. Ooh, a great pickup there by 6. That's going to allow them to open up the
big flash.
Way too many people there. There's H1 double headshot as well. Jet trying to still make the play. Ooh, quickly with the Spectre, Shidope was able to take him out.
Yeah, it was a good flash. The follow-through wasn't there immediately, unfortunately, as Anbu did lose their player. Spray control there on the SMG. That's just about as an ideal range as you could hope for there on an SMG round, and he's able to clean up. Nicely done, second round in the bag for Anbu.
I do like that Anbu is kind of... I definitely like the fact that they are trying to adapt it, making sure that that B push doesn't happen again, switching it up, making sure that they are setting up both the Nanoswarm and as well as the little auto turret in a comfortable position, just in case they 5-stack through B again.
Wow, already the Vandal coming through this time for Myth, who finally have weapons for quote-unquote a real round. As goes in through Rafters, will go 6. He hears at least one Vandal there, so they're probably spraying through a smoke, I would imagine. But they now have pretty good mid control. No one in A site here as Myth. It's been B twice before. Maybe they're expecting again. They do have one man lurking through vents. The smoke down. He's got the flash at the ready here. Oh my goodness, where are they going to go? Out comes the flash. That'll force out plenty of sprays. Lots of utility here as well. There's the flash, forcing them back. Sage in some trouble. He's able to get the spray off, though, out from the Phantom, but 6 now with the Bulldog trading in return.
This is going to be a tough situation to get out of. It's 3v2, and they're going to be able to take full control. Oh, wow. Spawn has been covered by Cypher this time round. Jet is going to be the next person to peek. They've got a camera set up there as well. They popped open the cage really quick just to kind of deny them the vision, and at this point, Killjoy has to make a choice. It's either you back away, not, and nice, it looks like you isn't.
That was beautiful. That was very cleanly executed out from Myth. That's how you have to get that one done here, especially versus an SMG. You cannot take that one at a time. Fantastic communication there between the team. Nice plant. They scout everyone is at B. A is wide open for business. Plant that spike, get that additional money, and now we're in business.
Yep, now both teams are relatively even in terms of the economy. Slightly ahead, definitely slightly ahead coming in from Myth's side, but that could easily change in one round.
Could. I believe we do have an operator here on our jet. Indeed we do. So very common spot here. They will probably scout this. Already out with the Leer. So there goes the operator shot. So now that information is out and ready. Plenty of smokes to cover the retreat here. As yet again, it's only one man holding A ramps. The rest of the team just kind of in B heaven here. B Rafters ready and willing to take a fight here. But no one daring to even consider rotating around through B here. It's been... Now, this is the 4th round in a row. I'm kind of surprised, Gideon, that they're not considering this. No one through sewer, no one through B lobby or B link.
Yeah, they've just been alternating either, taking their time slowly and then pushing up through mid, and looks like they should be able to get this with no issue whatsoever. But Phoenix is in position to actually open up with the flash. They quickly drop down the smokes, and it definitely helps. Breach is already there. They are prepared to make this happen. Tony Bags and Shinob are going in hard. The ult from Phoenix is going to be expanded almost straight away, but now this is going to force them back. Myth can't really push too far forward here. A lot of utility has been expanded here.
The Phoenix ulti, that gives them vision. They know that everyone's here, though, and you can see just the patience on the minimap alone. As there we go, Tony cracking this one wide open, and that will be Sage
30
going down
seconds
at
left.
3v5. And still, look how patient Anbu are playing this. We have 2 people just holding these angles. They know this is the only other avenue of attack they could take right now. That's a big threat to them.
I mean, look at everybody. Even Anbu, the way that they reacted to this situation, they know for a fact we don't really have to move anymore. We have no casualties. They have no real escape, and they can't
10
get
seconds
out of this
left.
There you go, forcing the issue. But Kaja now with the operator. He's going to find one, and 6 with the double to complete the flawless. Yes, you do lose the Phoenix, but he was ultied and ready to go, and a big round there for Anbu.
Very clean round for Anbu overall, and these are just going to be more and more advantages for Anbu as this game goes on. Myth really needs to step this up, because if it proceeds any further, it's going to be hard once it switches over.
Yeah, you can already see they're going to have to go for an eco round here. We saw Vandal come out early, but before he probably looked at the eco of his team, sold that one right away. Good move, and we'll see probably another round in the belt here for Anbu. Maybe Myth, though, finally going to approach at least the A site. Again, they actually only have the Omen here.
Omen's just going to be watching that section here, forcing this into a one-way corridor.
So a strong position as well with the Vandal.
Very strong, yeah. I mean, I'm very happy that he has a Vandal, because if he takes a Phantom at this range, it's probably not going to be able to
got the ulti immediately. The knives coming out. Looking for a pick, but this has been read nicely by Anbu. There's there's not a lot of utility going down mid. They're probably going A. As in they go now. Straight into the site goes the Jet. Still has the knives out. Burpa ready to go as the Jet wall will be placed. They're going to have to come from heaven or from ramp now, maybe even from sewer.
They don't have to worry about the Brimstone. The only other person that might... right through. Shadow finds the kill onto the Love family.
That is going to be a nice little benefit here. Phoenix healing back up to full there with a little bit of a flame wall, so he is back and ready to go now. Good old Sage. But this wall is going to be cracking soon. Even faster, but Phoenix now rushing on in, and there goes the rest of the team right behind him on this trail. Now, where's the rest of the team? Are they going to be team? Oh my god! The triple fire, I believe, the ult fire coming out from the classic. Kaja's going to be able to pick that one up. No operator necessary for him. That's going to be the 4th round now for Anbu.
Really nicely done from Ambu here. I mean, they continue to minimize their casualties overall. They have a nice, slow, methodical way of re-engaging back into the site once they have the information here. I think that they're looking very comfortable for these retakes.
Yeah, I think this is amazing. I think really now, I think Myth need to try and bait him here with some misinformation. Maybe fake a push A. Maybe now they can think, okay, we'll go A again. You have to go with some mind games here because at this rate, Ambu, they're just playing so patiently to the strength of this map, and they're reading the lack of information as information that they're not going for the same plays before. So that allows them to react a lot better here to the action from Myth.
Look at this 4B setup here. We've got two people just chilling around this area near mid, and they're also having Killjoy who ended up just making, who's just locking off ropes from her side with the nano swarms as well. Really smart decisions.
We're gonna have a duel here at A. Looks like Cypher and Omen, the two lurkers, will meet. We'll see who can win there, and it's gonna be 6. So that's now gonna be a threat and an avenue of attack cut off. Now Jet going back into vents, where they're gonna find the rest of Myth here. 3 agents looking down at the ropes. Actually, they end up pre-firing a bit here. That's gonna betray their position.
I mean, they were trying to get rid of that nano swarm. You don't want to be jumping in, but at least now the nano swarm is way more visible. But this is the kill zone back here at B Heaven.
Yep, and now they're in quite a pickle here. 2 agents remaining on boot. They've got all the time in the world. We've seen them play super patience all around, and I think they're going to continue to do so, but that's going to be the Phoenix now looking for a quick peek. Nugent off to the side. That's a tight angle there that Shy Dope can hide behind here. Will they expect him just outside of the mail room?
30 seconds
they're
left.
Gonna be playing this one a little bit slower, a little bit patient. Do you think a save is in order here?
I think a save might just be in order.
They're going to work through Heaven.
I mean, now that they have full control over Heaven here, unless they have some kind of misinformation. No, not with that smoke. The smoke is probably going to tell them.
Oh, it's a 2v5, but they've been scouted. That Edward from Ambu running on over, but it's going to be the Killjoy doing exactly that, ending that effort. 5th round now for Ambu, 5-1.
I don't know. Maybe saving that round would have been better. I do feel like the smoke was a little bit ambitious overall because they didn't have any information on where exactly anybody was on the site. Anyways, they were just making sure that the common spots were open and looking to maybe exit through B side.
I don't know about this call, to be honest. Myth deciding to go for a half buy, it seems. This is going to be their 2nd round loss in a row, so they will be getting that big bonus if they lose this round. And an even bigger bonus if they win.
Yeah, but the likelihood of them actually winning this one with the weapons that they have, especially when they're holding down with Phantoms as well, such close range, decent rate of fire, doesn't matter how close, actually it does matter how close they are, those headshots are going to be so important.
Holding such an aggressive angle here, they've checked it every single time. Can he get away with a few free kills against plenty of pistols? The breach dropping some utility, down goes the ulti actually. Phoenix will follow up, but he's going to get shot from behind with the SMG. Raffle will be able to train that one right away in return, but that's going to be a big win for Myth.
It's 1 for 1 for now, and they know exactly where they are, so they are going to slowly collapse down here towards the mid side, just to make sure that they have no way to really run.
That's exactly right. And it's going to force Rafi further back out from Heaven here. The smoke should just about force him. He's actually going to play a little bit aggressively here. He knows that they're at a weapon mismatch. Can he get it done? As by the way, the Sage ulti coming out to Ambu. They really need this round now. That should be another smoke going down as Rafi really needing to hold down this angle, at least contest it, not give full control over to Imbu. But now they're gonna make a rotation. Look who that is though. Jet ready to go with the 9 by 2 with 1. That's a 2-for-1 special right there. Getting it. Look who's here. 6 looking to even get a better deal now, as he will be able to trade 1 more over down to a 2v2. Reyna is lit. The Sage probably doesn't have a heal quite yet, but the spike is going to be going down here in the A site.
Oh my goodness, I definitely thought he was going to get another 2 for 2 there, but now they're going to force Mushroom out of this position. He has to play careful. They're all in elbow right now, but they do have the control here. They find the Omen, and now Breach is in trouble. He has to kind of just wing it at this point.
Great bomb plant.
Stick it?
This is so difficult. I mean, I don't even know how he approaches this bomb without getting blasted immediately. Yes, you have 2 agents low HP, but with the Heaven control and that bomb plant, this round is as good as sealed for Myth.
Yeah, and you can already see Breach. He's just walking up ramps in hopes to find somebody. They hear him.
Yeah,
Reyna's already pinging him out.
They know. No one can test for the bomb. He's going to pick a round. He's going to find 1. He can ruin the eco, but no. the thrifty round instead for Myth, making it the 5-2 and a well-worth round for them. They had the Sage ulti, they were able to make it work after that initial trade and stealing the gun from the Phoenix.
It's all profit for Myth at this point in time, and now look at them. They're ready to fight once more. They want to change that KDA to make it a little bit better, more into their favor. However, the rounds, the switch is going to be happening so soon, so they got to make sure that they are winning these rounds from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, especially with the eco advantage now that they have, you have to remember this is an incredibly defender-sided map. That's why Anbu are playing so patiently, because they know it behooves them here as a shorty and the knob. You gotta love it from Kaja.
I'm surprised. You know, not a lot of people have the balls to do it, but this man is able to, but he was switching his gun midway. He should have had the shorty out, but he got greedy for the operator as it's been taken out. The Love family.
They're looking for the headshot. They're just above, though. They're giving him a haircut there. Now the spike will go down A again. We've been finding good success here for Myth, generally speaking. All 3 rounds they've won have been through the A site. As now the retake attempt down from Anbu. He's got a flash. Oh, but a good rotation down into Sewers. He's going to force him down. Getting caught by the tether, however. It's Raffy ready to go. Will now drop the ulti here.
This is a great setup.
Yep, good Sage wall here. They've got smokes placed down as well. Heaven control is going to be for Anbu here, but can they make anything of it? Is there going to be 2 heroes there? Push one. He was maybe looking for the knife, looking to try and rotate away, but the Cypher now under siege. The defuse, they're not going to stick it quite yet. The Cypher still alive, just trying to waste the time as the ticking will speed up. Oh, he missed the pick! Is that going to be the round? No! He gets it just in time. The clutch, everyone's going to die, but the round going to Myth, the second one in a row.
Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. It could have gone both ways, but I really like
That was a fantastic bit of play. Beautiful job there. Beautiful job by Myth. You know, just knowing all I have to do is stop the defuse. I don't even have to kill him. I can just scare him away. But of course, he needed to stick it at that point, so he knew if he stops to kill me, we win. If I kill him, we win. Everyone dies. Myth are happy.
So good. So good. And this is why, you know, Split has its really nice moments like this, especially when you're seeing some of the newer agents like, you know, Killjoy being utilized here.
The vertical control, although it is very strong and can be annoying to push against, does work both ways.
Yep.
If a site is hard to take one way, it's just as hard to take the other way, as they're going to even up the score now. Kaja will be off down as the Phoenix is able to not get anyone there.
Yeah, but he does get a lot of information. He's going to be dropping that wall to kind of slow down that push. They've done this so many times already, where Myth is going to be looking to control mid. However, the only difference is that they're sending Sage through the left side, trying to get down through Garage, if I remember correctly, to get into B. But they've already dropped the wall pretty early. It's going to get shot down. When are they going to start pushing through mid?
You know, Gideon, I got to be honest with you here. Looking at this, I think Myth can be very, very happy with maybe picking up 1-2 rounds ideally. I mean, look at their lineup here for a defensive hold here on Split. They're going to be looking quite pretty.
I mean, it just makes sense. The composition, you look at it one time, you see the Sage, and you see the Cypher, you see the Omen, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
You've got the Reyna or even the Omen, whoever's feeling like it, to even lurk around. Maybe even the Jet, as we've seen now. Big flash onto 2, the off shot gonna miss. Is he gonna be able to get the 3K as Reyna wants nothing to do with that? That will be that.
10 seconds left. They got the spike carrier as well, so that's just going to be game over for this round as Myth food one tap. There's nothing much he can do. 31 HP in a dream. He doesn't want to waste the op right now, and it's best to just hold his ground.
Definitely. He's at least able to recover that, so the eco damage, pretty serious, but not game losing here for them.
The breach flash timing on point. I have to admit, the communication and teamwork, and especially when they are timing these flashes and peeking at the same time, really, really well done. It could have been a 3K, but hey, you know, 2 is pretty good still.
They are going to have to save here. They're going for an eco round on the side of Myth, with the exception of that operator. Full armor there. Believe they have kept it on the Reyna, so we'll see what they can get done with that. That alone could be enough to possibly turn with a good pick or 2 mid lane.
She can really start going on.
Oh, look at this. They're going to be going for B short. No one's watching it this time.
I mean, nobody, but there's still the information that Killjoy can give them. There's still 2 that can easily transition over to Heaven as well, so it's something they have to be very, very careful of.
That is right. Their operator, though, now rotating through a Heaven, so they're not going to have that immediate utility there, but look at the patience out from Myth, just biding their time, and now they will go. Wall getting dropped, down goes the turret. It's going to be a full rush B. Let's go, comrades. Rafi alone, just going to try and delay. Out goes the Crypt Swarm, but there's 5 enemy agents here. What can he do? He's going to pick off 1 at the very least. He's still quite healthy. Not been hit at least once. He's going to find a second one with the additional from Phoenix, and a great flash there. They're looking for more, but from behind, who wants that? He's able to get 1, he's able to get 2, he's able to get 3 now. That's going to even up the count at 2 apiece. They have control of B long. The spike has not been planted, however, Gideon.
Yep, and they also get the revive as well. This is going to be huge. They've got a crossfire set up here, and they're slow on to B side. Oh no, but it was a little too far. It looks like Omen just wide swings at the end of the day.
Left.
2v2 still. I mean, it's tough. Look at the crossfire angle here, and he's got the nod. He needs to get the spike. They can just plant the spike. Oh my goodness.
There we go. The knives coming out, and he's gonna find 2 headshots with them, Gideon. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
They didn't buy. They bought 1 sheriff and heavy armor, and they win the round.
Pure profit. Pure profit coming out of this team. Oh my goodness. They're really bringing their A game here, and I don't expect any less out of Myth.
That's some good stuff. I like the way they force out the op. They nearly got him immediately on the counter pick. A huge plays by Poo One Tap there. Standing back of B, he's able to just line up the shots, take his time, deep breath, he hits his shots, turning the round.
Yeah.
Great job there.
I think overall the way that they set up that post plant was really, really nice as well. Having that
They never even planted.
Yeah, they haven't even planted.
They never
That's
planted.
The best part.
Yeah.
And they've already set up the crossfire, and yes, it did make it really difficult. Had they planted, it would have been so much easier to kind of force your opponents into you, but, you know, holding that backside, making sure that they are covering each other's angles, really nicely done.
There we go. It'll be popping off as the breach. He'll find 1, 2, and that's going to be the Phoenix now rotating over as well, making it a clean 3 free pick. Smith. We've seen them come back, you know, from very great situations. It seems like they do much better when they don't buy guns, Gideon. What's up with what's going on?
I'm not so sure. Honestly, I personally think that they've gotten into this habit of going through mid all the time, and that's what they're expecting to see. That's what the defenders are expecting to see at this point in time. Anbu are just ready for mid pushes. They weren't exceptionally ready, especially when they started rushing through B, so they really have to mix things up.
I agree. You can see Anbu, they're sticking with what works. If you took a screenshot of this mini-map and show it to us, maybe round 4 or 5, exact same positioning, 2v5, Anbu, biding their time. They know that ball's in their court here.
Yeah, they're just waiting for somebody to overstand.
30
somebody
seconds
needs
left.
to peek out a little too far. Cypher, he's getting a little impatient here. He's going to be looking on what exactly is going on. He sees the fire. He's going to be hiding behind the box. He's not able to Phoenix first. He gets the Phoenix, and now the fault line comes through. The ult comes down. They're going to get that info.
They commit the Cypher ult. I'm not sure if they can really try and turn this. Maybe they're just looking for more eco damage. Just calling out from behind it. They will not get the kill action. Tony Banks instead gonna end up with 4 kills on the round as he was located, I believe, in the connector and is able to pick up those last 2 kills.
Well, at least they did make Breach use his ultimate, but now it's the last round. All buys. They need to make this work. And I mean, so far they probably... Your prediction of getting 2 more games to profit, especially when you're on attacker side, they're very close to it. One more round off. If they can win this, it's going to be a very favorable game once they go into defender side.
Granted, we don't know. We haven't seen Anbu on this map yet.
True.
So let's not count them out yet. I'm just saying, defender-sided map. I think if Myth, and they have been proven themselves, at least on attack, to be patient, they can play a similar style, play a similar tempo. I think they have a serious chance at still pushing this one into above 20 rounds.
Oh, look at this mix-up here coming in from Myth. Now they're going to be looking to stack themselves up to go through towards A here. 4 members towards that B side. 2 are rotating right now. They're already trying to push onto site.
They know, though, there's been way too much utility committed here, so they're going to call the rotations, and they still have Heaven in control. Look at this, they're just running through. They don't care to hold my round, and the smoke goes 6, but he will be dropped actually by the Guardian of Mush to Oom.
Mush is going to come over. Jet trying to get on out of there. Manages to hit the op shot. Probably a couple of tags, but overall, but unfortunately, it's not going to matter.
Alright, Kasha, okay, he's got the ulti, he's flying around, knives are out now, instead he's gonna go to the operator, the bomb is down, and now that is gonna be Kasha falling as well as Jet will win the mirror matchup. Nugan, rather,
Switching
making it
sides.
a clean 7-5 here at the half.
It's looking so good. But now, I mean, they really have to make. They're going to be switching sides this time. Myth is going to be on defender, while Ambu is going to be on the attacking side. Let's see what Ambu can pull out of their back pocket.
Yeah, I'd really love to see the strats that they have here. I mean, again, I think we'll see. I mean, I'm more than willing to be surprised, and I'd love to see some fast action. I think Myth, with that rush B round, really ended, well, not quite a rush, but a delayed rush into the B site, really ended up working out for them here. Other than that, the mid rounds weren't too successful for them. But again, you can't underestimate the mid control on this map. It is small, it's tight. You don't want to give away that control and facilitate rotations into heaven of all places.
Yeah, but look at the nice even spread that Myth has right now. They're trying to gather information on how Anbu kind of, you know, approaches this particular map. Where are they going to have a lot of traffic? And it looks like they're set up their turret right above the box, down on mid. They've got 3 of their members there and 2 watching the side flanks just in case, because they don't have a Cypher on their side.
Reyna gets tagged, but healed back up to full HP now by the Sage, as that's going to be Phoenix taking a few hits. He's just about 1 shot. Probably, oh, he can heal himself. Doesn't need a Sage.
Doesn't need a Sage this time, but let's see. I mean, let's see how Myth kind of wants to play this out. They're just holding their angles. They don't have to necessarily do anything, and both sides just playing the stalemate of a game.
Yeah, I think they're both willing, and they understand how important this mid control is. As now they're going to commit more utility, walking through the smoke, looking like they're going to be going into defense. Much to just a defensive wall. That's okay. We didn't want to go that way anyway.
Yeah, but they still have some pretty safe rotational paths. This means that now that they've cut off B side, their only option is to attack A. And if they show themselves, if they give any kind of information, they could probably make something happen.
Oh, they're faking them out with the gunshots, I think. Reyna now rotating back over. She was perfectly positioned in heaven. It looks like maybe not
30
Anbu.
seconds left.
Not quite sure. Still in the vents there by the ropes. You got Jet peering into sight and 1 on a ramp. As more gunshots to be used. Nice flash. He ends up flashing himself, though. Second one will not find its mark either. The Love family not scouted out now as he's now in heaven. Has the gun out. Finds the triple shot there onto ramp. Into sight, though. Looking to plant, but from
10
heaven.
seconds
The
left.
Love family picks up 3. The spike has been dropped.
Oh, so huge from the Love family here, as he's looking to get 1 more. Can he finish this?
Wow.
Defenders
Give him the ace.
gonna win. Get the ace. Come on. Right at the end, couldn't defeat 6 with a ghost. Here, but Cypher, he was just holding his position, waiting for things to happen. He could literally hear them go up the ropes and down into the site. They checked their corners. It looked safe. Cypher just held on to his position and started to creep up. He didn't get too hasty with trying to contest them after the first couple of flashes.
Nugent going not for the glass cannon Jet, instead for the paper cannon Jet. No armor, and instead has the smaller rifle. Opting for that one.
Didn't need the bigger gun or the armor anyways.
Don't need it here as the Love family. He's on the mark here on the defensive side. As the Cypher already used, he's gonna find a pick onto 1. Looking for a second for the Jet forced back now. And a little bit of healing. Why not? What's up, Phoenix? How is it going? Right back up and down those ropes, playing him like a fiddle. Anbu now, they cannot put it together here on the attacking side. They do have that spike, but a 1v3 here on an eco round is not going to make this too easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, Tony Banks here, he's in a lot of trouble, and Reyna is slowly creeping up on him. She wants another one with that Bucky.
Yep, so do I. I think they should buy 5 Buckies. Oh, wow, okay.
Again!
Great shot. All right. Great shot there. Great shot.
Okay, so technically Reyna is going to have a little bit of struggle, against this Marshall here, so let's see whether Omen can pull this off with his Spectre. He is going to start off with the Paranoia, and the smoke's going to be coming out soon. The Leer! Oh, he missed the shot by half! Just a couple of pixels short.
That's unlucky. You can make a serious effort there at hip firing the Marshall. It has a pretty decent first shot spread, so it's not perfect, but it's still quite dangerous up close and personal with that thing. But a great effort there. You do plant the spike. That's going to be an extra 1,000 credits to your team, but still all tied up here now, going into round 15 at 7 apiece.
This game, it's a lot more even than I would have expected here. Did you expect it to go this, in this sense? I thought it was going to be a little bit more lopsided, for the defenders.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it still was a lopsided right? I mean, it was what, 8-5?
It was yeah, it was 8-5.
8-5. I mean, all things considering, you know, on a 50-50 map, not that bad. On this map, Myth, I would say, actually ended up winning that attack side.
Yeah.
So yeah, I honestly, I have to agree with you. I'm a bit surprised, but like I said, if they met that 5-round threshold, I said they set themselves up here beautifully. That's 2 rounds in a row. Now we do have real guns and a full buy out from Anbu, so we'll see what they can put together here.
All right, Vandals are whipped out, and it's like they're just playing it slow. They're getting very aggressive from the defensive side. Like, look at Omen. He's already pushing up quite far out of the site. Sage is still holding her position.
Look at what Reina is, though. What the Bucky? Peek me, I dare you. This gun is still good at this range. Let me tell you, that's a one shot here. I dare you to peek me. Do it. Turn the corner. They've been scouting, looking for the Bucky shot. They need a little bit more. As the teammates, oh no, lost track of them. Unfortunately, there were 2 teammates there, not just one. But Poo1tap getting a little bit too aggressive there, unfortunately. Kill on the Kasha would have been huge, but it's not going to matter. As 6 will drop to the headshot out from the Love family. He loves playing this ramp, and it is working out for him. This ramp and Heaven control in the A site. He has been an unstoppable force.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job here, but they don't have any information on where everybody else is. Oh, no, they made the call. They saw from the cameras. All 4 members are looking to push into the site here. Breach is going to be throwing in the first initial flash, but Shadow, he doesn't miss
30
in these
seconds
angles.
left.
No, he doesn't. Even with that vertical difference, he's able to land the shot, and they will be able to plant that spike now. 3v4. You do have Jet quite low on HP. With that operator, though, she's still as much a threat as anyone else, though.
I'm pretty sure Sage also has a Bucky. I'm pretty sure I just saw it. I just couldn't believe it. She did have it. But Rafi coming up with a Vandal here. Hopefully doesn't get hit by this, but the Nano Shield doesn't connect just yet. Shadoki's gonna be finishing it off. This is the one time he did actually be losing over to the bulldog. But Kaja with the operator looking to hold him up. They gotta pull out. There's nothing much they can do anymore.
Nice turn there with the SMG. Swings wide onto Toon, shuts the door on them to take that round. Myth 7-8. They take the lead for the first time here, going into again the defense-heavy split map.
Oh, man, this is a tough map to be. This is a tough map to beam on. Just in general, I mean, Tony Banks is doing a pretty good job using that triple flash, flashing the same areas multiple times, just in case somebody else decides to be. Oh, one of my teammates got flashed initially, he's running away. They probably don't have any more, so I'm gonna quickly do a quick peek, quick kill, and get myself on out of there. And the follow-up flashes just make it so impossible to do that.
Yeah, definitely. They do have a preference here, mostly for A. I don't think we've really seen a big push for the B. It's been stopped at Heaven, I think, once or twice, but wow, through the smokes, Poo1tap, now 1-tap there for him, but it'll take kill on Phoenix regardless. Breach ready to flash, trying to maybe go into library now, flashing as well into the vents. But the Reyna already retreating. Tony Banks, though, he's got a nice aggressive position here. That's going to allow his team to try and contest this with the operator. Kaja finds one onto the healer as well, as now the Jet backing up has an operator of her own, but she's going to miss the shot now onto Tony Banks as he pushes aggressively and seizes control of B Heaven. We still have enemies to contend with, though, in the back of B site.
I mean, he does find pick up a Phantom along the way, and it looks like it's all profit here. They traded 1 for 1, Anbu and Myth. Right now, Anbu can make a decision to actually rotate towards A side if they absolutely have to, but Cypher is still locking down. He is still anchoring hard.
Yep, definitely. So, of course, that's the benefit of a Cypher, right? If they're coming ramp Stain, he's going to know. If they're coming vents, he's going to know. What do you do? They're in a bit of a pickle here, but again, that is a benefit of the Myth composition, even though they started on attack.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult position to come in, but it looks like they're going to dedicate the breach ult. It doesn't connect on anybody on the site just yet. Nugent connects with the shot. Tony Banks is able to pick Boom Barappa, and now the fight's going to continue.
Back of sight here. Oh, Nugent will land one, but Kaja will trade him straight away to prove that he's a superior Jet. It's going to be 1 versus 2. Jet will be able to get the plant down, will be able to live any longer. You cannot fall through that box, unfortunately. Jet in a really bad spot, I believe, has the knives out, but it's not going to matter. Poo1tap eventually finding the kill, and the defuse going on over to the Love family.
Very, very good round for Myth, and they're making sure that they are... Oh, wait, both of them have their ultimates almost full. The Love family is probably going to finish that off. At least he was showing the kind gesture of, would you like to have part of your ult? No? Oh,
my lady, do you want the ult? She's like, no.
No, I'm good.
Not
even the I'm good, it's just... Nah.
Nope. 7-9 then, as we're heading into our 18th round. Make that the 17th round. Math
goes here. Yes.
Math, NA math, well, what more do I have to say? Double operator strat, however, for Myth is going to make this one a bit of a spicy round.
Yeah, it looks like the operators are going to go on to Poo One Tap and as well as Nugent, and both of them in two completely different angles here, but they are going to have those operators down towards mid side. Ooh. Who wants to peek first?
Yeah, this is going to be a bit dicey for certain as they're trying to force him off. A very tight angle being peeked here by Nugent. Flash, dodge out, definitely. I think he's going to get the peek. Amazing. As he'll swing wide for a second, he is going to miss. But the Molly forcing him back, burning through that armor. As 6 now will be able to win that mirror match against Boomerapa. 4v4.
They have to play this slow. I mean, they've already lost.
He's going to be another kill on the way through A. That might open up the A site now. We already see a rotation, but that's Cypher still holding that site. That ramps and Heaven. He might be able to get a sneak around here now in the cubby as he's going to swing wide and scoped in. Kaja's not going to know what hit him.
Didn't even see it coming. Now a 3v3 here. They're definitely very split. Omen, he can make a lot of noise just to force the rotation and get them off site. Yes, he doesn't have to push fast. Heaven finally picks him off. They can get onto A now. However, they need to get rid of that Cypher camera, or at the very least, get rid of the traps. There we go. First trap already gone. That's going to be the information that that Myth need to start rotating towards A.
Yeah, the Phoenix ulti not really being used to its full potential, but it does at least let them know the site is clear. 2v3 is probably really wishing he could have used that second life about now, so set up for the defense now. On board with Shy Dope. He's going to be holding near ramp, near the connector, as there's the smoke and the Killjoy ulti being dropped. See what kind of defense they can hold. That's a bit of an aggressive play into the smoke, looking for the flash. He's going to see the enemy Cypher trying to spam up through it.
Oh! The lockdown comes through, but it just wasn't enough. Like, right at that last second, he was able to connect the dots, make sure that his op shots don't miss. Unfortunate indeed, but man, that was razor thin.
Man, how many rounds in a row is this now for Myth on defense?
I think this is already their fourth to fifth round, arguably.
It's got to be. It's got to be their fourth or their fifth round here. Now they're just absolutely dominating, cleaned it up. Ambu, they're getting into sites, they're planting the spike, so they're not struggling that much on their economy. All things considered, you can see they're considering a force at this point now. But they will half buy. Yeah, they're committing for the half buy.
Yeah.
What do you think about this? Of course, they're already at their max loss bonus. Keep that in mind.
True. They are at the max loss bonus, but I think with this half buy here, they're really hoping to turn the tides in their favor. Because again, this is a composition that is running 2 ops currently, and none of the oppers died.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. They need some eco damage there. As Nugent, that's all right. Back into the safety of cover. They got a friendly smoke screen down. They will utilize the Nano Swarm. Will be able to force anyone there out of the mailroom.
Yeah, I mean they're running out of utility at this point in time. They need to make these count. The flash comes through, and they're looking to push, but Sage once again. This is why Sage is so good.
Good slow. I mean, you use way more utility than us. We'll use a simple slow. Guess what? I got another one of those. Actually, no, you don't. But you do still have a wall to be used here by the Sage, as she will now rotate over to back of B. Nugent looking to play a bit more aggressively then with the ultimate.
Oh, nobody is planning on moving here. I mean, Unbu for a fact, like they've been trying to make this play work.
They're making a lot of noise. Yeah. 6 is gonna pick them off. Interesting decision there to run as the Sage Wall will be dropped, but 5 agents there are gonna be able to make very quick work of that. The Breach Flash will be forced them back out. They're not able to contest that with Boomerapa. He's gonna find the kill onto 1. Kaja on the site, and the Sage now from the connector out from Raptors though. Tony Banks pick up the kill onto 1, but Poo one tap now will strike back onto Rafi. Tony Banks now looking to try and secure this one. Oh, great smoke though. It's gonna be able to interrupt that one. They need to get this spike down, and it will now be recovered at the very least. This is a strange plant, but they actually are set up quite nicely to defend this. We'll see where he wants to go as they will run on through. 6 will be nuked down, and Poo one tap finding Tony Banks in back of sight to secure the round.
Yeah, I think they forgot that they were at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers and the number of bodies that are actually there on the site. Cypher just came walking through up into B heaven and just dropped down. Just saw exactly what was going down and was thinking, all right, where's the second guy? I'm just gonna take the first guy out first, but I want to know where the second one is. And as soon as that happens, boom, round done.
We're in dire straits here, Gideon. If you're a non-Boo fan, their economy is in shambles right now. At best, they can afford another half buy. As you can see, they're considering what to do. They're going to go for an eco round, but this is going to give Myth almost certainly match point. So right now, they're playing for the tie.
Yeah.
With this strategy.
They just need to be able to take out at least 2 people. 2 people. That's all I
think they need.
Ideally, it would be one of the operators for sure, but realistically, I'm expecting one of the riflers to get hit.
Yeah, I mean, just with the amount of map control that Myth seem to have here, they're always able to recover those operators anyway. So, and then the eco damage getting done with 2 as the sheriff shots will not connect. Boombarappa instead trading onto Kaja.
So that's going to be one side of the map that they're going to have absolutely no control over here. They're trying to bait out with the teleport, using that sound cue in hopes that somebody might just bite.
Not looking too good here at this point. Lots of ultis available for Myth as well, including that revive on Sage as Jet Mad Last. They're trying to pick up the rope. She goes. Will land the crotch shot onto Tony Banks. Still forced back, 28 HP now, but there's now more rotations looking to try and set up the crossfire as they're looking to try and trap him in vents like a bunch of rats. But now Rafi, he's going to be rotating back over towards Beehive, and Pooh One Tap has picked off already 6, leaving a 1v5 yet again. No eco damage, a team ace.
Ooh, rough round indeed, but this is an eco round, so it's absolutely fine. They can still make this work. Now they can go and try for the buys. It's still going to be a really tough round because they're going to have to win it from now all the way up to the end on a defender side map. It's not looking good.
Yeah, they are in some serious trouble here, but they do have, of course, a full buy, so a real round for these guys. Again, I mean, this is not a position you'd probably want to be in, though. Anbu, they have not won a round in probably close to 7 straight, maybe even 8 straight. 6 or 7 straight at this point, at least from the half. And you're playing for the tie. You need 5 rounds in a row on split.
So aggressive coming in from this Omen, but at least Omen was able to trade 1 for 1. Shido, he doesn't really mind. He's going to lose his armor, but bring himself back up to full. That's not going to really open up too much just yet. They're going to have more access into B. However, look at the number of bodies just making sure that B is going to be secure. They have full trust that Cypher can hold down the fort.
And he can. There's no possibility for them to rotate in and around through. It's either vents or it's going to be through A lobby. I mean, he's got stuff covering both. If they rotate through sewers, the camera will scout him. If they want to try and push through vents, he's either going to die or he's going to hear them out. It's very tough as Nugent. There we go, finding another pick, walling the Phoenix. And oh my goodness, now making it a 5v3 as Myth looking to try and close this one out. Reclaiming that B site, just setting back up again, but again, continuing to play patient. They know ball's in our court, let them come to us.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see Omen, he's slowly creeping up towards ropes there, and Cypher, he is ready to take this fight
30 seconds
on.
left.
Double check the cameras time and time again. Nobody is there. 3 members already there, down by ropes. This is going to be huge, and now Jet here to join the fray. They don't even see him coming. He's having a field day. Great way to finish the game.
Indeed, 7 to 13 must have been 6 or 7 rounds in a row. I told you, man, that 5th round on attack here was the magic number for Myth. They're able to take their first map in our best of 2 series.
I mean, that game was just tough. I mean, Ambu was looking pretty good overall at the beginning of the game, but as the game slowly spiraled out of control, Myth got their 5th game on the attacker side, and after that, Ambu had no opportunity to come back.
No. I think age and composition here definitely coming in clutch. I'm surprised by the move to go for that composition when you're starting on attack. Obviously, it paid off for them greatly as they were able to hold pretty nicely in both the attacking half as well as the defense half. And just looking at the scoreboard, a real team effort.
Yeah.
You know, no 20 bombs, no nothing like that. A real team effort, even getting a team ace there during that one second to last eco round.
Yeah, I think, between Ambu and, Myth Attitude, obviously both of them very highly skilled players. I just think that Ambu, what they're lacking is their defense on B side. I think their A side, they absolutely crush it. Every single time. B, however, is a little bit more jank. I think they have to be, they have to be a little bit more careful when they are on that retake. I think it gets a little too chaotic to the point where they're kind of like really bloodlusted to go in for those kills, getting caught into crossfires, which doesn't necessarily help them.
We were talking earlier about how do you stop a team that's set up? How do you dig a team out that's so entrenched like that? Really, I think what comes in handy is having a lurker. But on a map like this, where one Cypher can completely nullify that, I mean, what do you even do?
Well, I think first things first, gotta get rid of that Cypher cam. Show yourself, get rid of the Cypher cam. Even though you're giving that information, it doesn't necessarily mean anything because who's gonna follow up with that peek to that Cypher cam? Nobody really. And once Cypher loses his camera, he's gonna lose a lot of information on whether or not you can do it. So you can fake, go into B, and then rotate back to A if necessary, as long as you maintain that mid control.
Yeah. Mid control here, definitely very contested here. So we'll see what our second map can be. Now, knowing how both teams like to play, where would you like to see them go?
Ooh,
It looks like Bind for now, as we do have our second lobby up.
Bind. Okay. I would like to see Myth Attitude actually start off on the attacking attacker side again, because I do think that Anbu, they really need to kind of get the, if they. Let's say if I'm figuring out the best situation for Anbu to actually get ahead. I think Anbu on their defense, looking to get that momentum after that not so great game previously, and to kind of refresh themselves as they come into this new phase.
Definitely. Well, Gideon, great game there on split as Myth are able to take a 1-0 advantage. We're going to be going to map 2 here in just a bit, guys. But first, we're going to throw it over to our panel with Abo Blaus to see what they thought about that one.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand and have been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes.
Welcome back to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup, the new Valorant Cup coming right to your door. We are really close to finishing the first day group stages, but we still have a lot of exciting matches to go. In fact, we're mid-series. My name is Mr. Avo Plus. Joining me is a new face on this panel, Play the J, and of course Zero. You are a mainstay now.
I've been here all day.
Yes. Play the J, different perspective. This guy was casting earlier. I'm sure you enjoyed him very much with the Helm, but now he's going to be joining us to delight us with some of his wonderful analysis.
Oh, absolutely. It's great to be here. Thank you so much. And yeah, we've had a cracker of a first day. You know, I think Group A has been a real great way to start off the competition here. And really, we're right in the middle here, seeing Anbu take on Myth. And Myth, they're looking pretty resurgent, I dare say.
Yes, we were talking about this as we were watching, but their shotgun strat kind of worked this
Actually
time.
out.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, we saw the very first match of the day where it was all shotguns across the board for 2 maps. And yeah, I think we're finally seeing the byproduct of all of this testing out, on the competition.
Can you tell me why that worked? Zero. Why did you find that the strategies this time for Myth?
I think it could be just map specific, being on split. Yeah, sorry, the maps just keep confusing. But on split, there's a lot of tight corners, especially all these 90-degree angles or more than that. You have to turn your whole body just to cover all the angles, and that's where having a Bucky loves people coming that close to clear corners. Yeah, we've seen them win a couple of eco rounds just using 1 or 2 Buckies, and that just set a tempo, especially on the defending side where they did not drop a single map, a single round.
Yeah, I think that's quite astounding. I mean, of course, Split is what we tend to see as always a defender-sided map, but of course, Myth is showing their prowess on it because it's their map pick. So they did actually manage to get 5 rounds on their attacking half. So already that's a step in the right direction. But 8 rounds in a row is. I think we were talking just before we went live. It's like hats off to them. It's like it's quite an achievement.
What was the difference between the playstyle we saw now and the playstyle we saw this morning?
I think they feel more confident,
a little
and
bit.
Probably more awake.
Yeah,
seeing that they were the first match.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the scores from the very first match: 13-4, 13-2.
Yes.
Yeah. Myth definitely were not awake at that point in time, and I think when we look at some of the more recent results in the past week or so, they've definitely been able to get something from that. So I think we were a bit underwhelmed in that game, but then now we're actually seeing them,
this is what we expected from them in the first round at least.
Exactly, and I think if we look at their approach here on Split, it's a very measured approach, and I think the lineup is very unique. They bring the Reyna. I mean, we've seen Reyna being brought a couple of times, but to mix results, I dare say that they haven't resulted in any wins thus far. But finally, it does look as though the combination here with the nerfed into the ground Sage is doing well, and again, that's down to the map-specific details as well.
Exactly.
And this is something you mentioned at the beginning of the day. Zero, the master craftsman, he's already like, Sage is viable in this specific map. And
specific
you were right.
playstyles, yeah, controlling mid is so important, especially on Split, and Sage just does so much. If you see a lot of people just rushing mid, throw down your barrier, use your slow orb, you just create so much space for your rotations to come in. Yeah, and that just happened. We just see them on the defending side. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and they just couldn't crack the egg for the side of Anbu.
Yeah, but I think it's not just the agent picks that really went for Myth. They look very coordinated after getting a huge dose of caffeine. So I think with that in mind, it's like they were able to execute on the sites very effectively. And I think when Anbu was on attack, they tried to go for very quick rotations after taking mid control to either swing to A or B. But then, I think given how Myth attitude, they were able to adjust to that very swimmingly. Either they were able to prevent the plant from going down in the first place, or they were able to take the retake quite decisively. So I think it's definitely looking up for them here, and it's resulting in that first map win.
Yeah, the retakes were pretty on point. Like when we could see like in even numbers, 4 versus 4, their retakes, they had all their angles covered. They enter with the right utilities, and they just didn't drop a single round. And I think that's just tips to Myth on how to efficiently retake a site.
We were talking this morning when we were analyzing that game that their econ was not that great, especially against AAA, right? They seemed to kind of all over the place. They kept going for forced buys. Not quite sure when they were ever. I don't think they ever went for a full buy, maybe once with a double operator. What did you think this time, though? It was very different. It seemed much more controlled. It seemed like they had a plan.
Yeah, I think that level of control is just to not panic buy, because I mean that was basically what we saw in the very first match of the day. They wanted to have these quick fix solutions, which are not really going to be coming out from that, and it's the same reason why, like, if we play rank, sometimes it's like, no, we must buy something. We must not play with classics, but in the end, now they've really kept it in mind, and they really made sure that they kept the buys in check. The discipline was there, and they made sure they didn't break the piggy bank. And as a result, these double op plays were really working out for them. And
And I mean, it's easy to say as well that, you know, with a double op play, you know, it really works out well for the defending team. I mean, of course, it's one of the prevalent strategies that you might want to employ when it comes to a game of Valorant. But I think the thing to keep in mind is that split, it's very easy to lose a site once you lose that mid control, you know. And if, say, for example, you got 2 ops, that's going to make retaking sites incredibly difficult, you know. So they made sure that they didn't even let it get to that stage unless it was in such circumstances that they were able to deal enough damage to their opponents that they were not going to be able to do too much about it.
So after that very much in-depth analysis, we actually have another game brewing. And for those of you at home that have not been following this because you've been asleep, you shouldn't be really aware what's happening, because it's not just Myths on the line. In fact, if Myth wins this, they give the only chance that OOW would actually have of qualifying for this group stage. So Myth is carrying their friends with them by accident almost. So let's see if Myth can muster up the 2-0 and give OOW a fighting chance, and themselves of course as well, or if Myth will end up tying the rounds and give Ambu a huge advantage in Group A.
Taking map number 1, somewhat surprisingly, to acing that second half. We went back and checked there versus Anbu. That's going to be a 1-game lead. Heading into map 2, it will be Bind. On attack is going to be Anbu here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And I mean, looking back at some of the plays that have been made, I mean, Myth Attitude also started off the day going into the Ascent, and then eventually, Split has just been a very polarizing map for a lot of these teams. It's either a big hit or a big miss.
I think it's a lot of mechanical skill, it's a lot of map knowledge, it's a lot of patience, and having. What's the word? Having the patience and like the team play to follow your IGL's lead, because they've always got an idea, and if you think you can be a little greedy, maybe peek mid, look for a peek, that can really throw a wrench into the work. So that discipline, that team discipline, which is hard to do in an FPS game when 1 kill can mean so much.
Yeah, but this is a tactical shooter, so there's more emphasis on that discipline itself. Even the smallest of mistakes of overextending a little too far, like we saw the Phoenix earlier getting caught in that crossfire Myth Attitude, that does not fly. Like any one of those mistakes, especially if the players were all, you know, tip-top shape, simple mistakes like that, you're gonna get punished, and that just means that you might be the weak link of your team, and that's not where you want to put yourself in.
No, never. And of course, not calling out any specific players here, but just generally speaking, you know, you never want to really be the one putting your team in, oh, he died here, and that opens up a lot, right? As we'll see how we can get going here on Bind. Another somewhat attacker favorite map, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually quite defensive favorite.
Quite defensive favorite. But the only good thing about the map is the fact that even if you are on defender's side, if you take that spawn route, it takes a lot longer in comparison to using the teleporters for the attackers. So that mid side, especially towards A and that teleporter, is going to be a very key point in the map.
Indeed. Teleporters, and kind of a bit of a meta forging around the teleporters, which is if you need to save, you hide in a teleporter, which I kind of like. You can throw utility into the porters.
Yes.
That's important to note.
It's really fun to see people mess with the teleporters these days.
It is. It really is. I mean, the game's been out for a while, you know. It's like, where am I? Where was I? I mean, the first time I was like, what is this noise? Because they're very loud. But it appears here we're going to be stacking up for some sort of big contest towards B. Of course, having those people ready to push B short into hookah as well as window. Maybe I'll push towards A long and, make that B long, hoping to pick up an ulti orb early on.
Yeah, we're going to be pushing through hookah here, looking to get some information.
Anbu's mostly B though, you've only actually have 1 back.
I mean, they really have a lot of faith in this Cypher to kind of hold down the fort, but yeah, the information has been gathered here, and they already see that owl drone, so they got to be really careful coming out of that spawn.
Yep, there we go. They're ready to peek him. Elbow smokes will drop. That should have the team now cross. Cyber Cage as well to make sure no one's running on through. Spike now going down. Will they commit more? It's actually the Cyber. Wow! Kaja is able to stay alive. Tracking dart. Will he go down? So much tracking, so many pings, but so far no one has actually died quite yet. Eugen first to now try and go through the smoke as Kaja back on board with him. He's going to head right into the enemy team, but it's going to be the rest of it picking up 2 kills, make it 3 now before Shido is able to strike back onto the Love family. 4v2 here in the site. The Shorty not able to pick up anything here, as now it's going to be a 4v1. The Brimstone, what can he get done? He's going to be forced out from sight. They're chasing him down. Ooh. This is a death match, Gideon. This is not a team play here, and they will be able to chase him down, running him, chasing after with the Shorty to pick up the kill. Umberapa, rather.
Oh man, I can't put myself in those shoes. I would be absolutely terrified seeing that man run through the teleporter with a Shorty of all things.
Seriously, on the first round, and look at that Poo WhatsApp. He's buying this Bucky. He's ready to go, as I believe that's a boost, isn't it? To get a teammate up there. Yeah, but yeah, that's some great stuff. Just chasing him down so aggressive, and the aggression's going to continue here from Myth. They're feeling themselves here. Look at this posture in the second round from Poo OneTap. Absolutely no support from his team. Really is available at such an aggressive position there. But again, Anbu, they might play right into this, as we're on board with Shy Dope trying to peek through B long. Poo OneTap holding this window and hookah angle.
I mean, there is a possibility that both Brim and Jet are going to reveal themselves very quickly on, just to kind of allow, in hopes that somebody from Ambu's side, from its side, might actually walk through the teleporter, and they could get a free pick off there, while the rest are either looking to go through spawn or maybe through a short.
We'll see what they can get here. Poo OneTap. He's going to now drop on back, as we do have a Cypher. We're rotating around through over towards a short. He's now approaching U-Haul and truck, so he might be picked off here. We'll see if that forces rotation out from mid. He's not been scouted yet, though. And Jet in a very awkward position here with that Shorty. See what they can get done, but so far no one making the move here from Anbu, nor Myth.
I think the camera is just above Jet right now. Like, is it just above Jet? I can't really see the icon because they're perfectly on top of each other at this point in time, but it seems like they have some kind of information.
Whoa.
Oh, it's a big boy.
Nugent, he's going to find 2 here with the Ghost, and he's going to find a 3rd. Hello, 3 dinks. Now maybe they're going to give him 4. This is making the peak. Will be the Brimstone dumping it diving, but now a 4K for Nugent. He's going to be looking for this 5th kill for sure, just with that Ghost. He's not afraid to give that one up. Holding a tight angle here. Will be the Jet, only to 1 standing, as Poo OneTap ready to do exactly that with the Bucky. Doesn't get it. What? All those pellets flying directly around. They drew a Jet-shaped portrait around her, but eventually the second shot will connect.
At least that was enough chip damage so that the second follow-up shot after she dashed out of the way was able to connect and just kill her right off the bat here. So, I don't know. Seems pretty good, but I can't wait to see it because, again, I don't know if they're going to bother keeping the Ares here, but let's just see. I mean, it's a pretty decent gun so far.
It's not bad early, especially when your enemies are low armor, but finally, 3rd round here, Anbu losing both, as is customary. So you're now going to have you're up against a full buy essentially here.
But they were using some great the great use of an LMG is its high penetration, allowing you to shoot through walls.
Wow,
continue
one
up
tap.
that.
Sorry to interrupt. Already getting the opening kill onto Raze, just waiting in window this time. That will pay off. 6 will now strike here for Anbu with that Vandal, as they will be able to force back the Cypher. Looks like he was lurking through A, perhaps maybe even in showers and baths, as they're going to be with plenty of utility. Nice shot there with the location reveal to Molly. Still holding his angle. Poo OneTap, he's going to get one. The Jet moves over and away. Jet shot meta. He's bringing it back, but a beautiful shot there out with the Phantom. Will at least be able to knock out that pesky Jet.
Yeah, this is going to bring Shide up to a 17 HP. My goodness, I was honestly expecting him to die off of that second shot, but at least, you know, a couple of the pellets didn't exactly connect. He still managed to get on through, and it looks like the entirety of Anbu is going to be looking to push towards A-side Raze in that corridor. Not exactly the best place to be right now. Look behind you, girl.
We'll see if they even scout her. Actually, I think they're just going to completely ignore the angle. They're not looking to try and push showers, and now he's going to end up actually taking a few steps, so that should alert them here at this point. He sees one on top of the box. See you later, son. It's the easiest guardian shot in his life. That nade could find some additional kills. They need a scramble. It will find one. Down goes the Brimstone.
Oh, I mean, Shide Up was way too low there. 17 HP was not going to cut it, but now it's a 1v2 situation with Cypher looking to try and make it out of there with 20% of his HP. He's going to be walking into his buddy, brother, Cypher.
That's going to be it for kill.
he waited patient. He could have waited a little bit longer, but he immediately understood that they're going to look to plant the spike as soon as possible. So Jet's position isn't going to be held, and she will eventually turn around. She could have waited a couple more seconds so that Sova would come through heaven, but at that point it'd be too late.
Yep. Bit of a tough time there as the opening fight in window really going the way here of Myth. And we have finally sold off their SMG, so Myth onto, they've upgraded their weaponry. They see no reason not to, as Anbu, I think, are going to be going for another eco round.
Oh, another eco round. That's going to be rough. That's going to be so rough.
I think they want to go full rifles and operators here on the side of Anbu, and they need a bit more. As we have taken a timeout here, just to perhaps maybe a team timeout to discuss and go over. But everyone waiting patiently, doing a bit of bee hopping and around. Let's talk a little bit here about Cypher on attack, because right now, really, do you like what Anbu is doing with the Cypher on attack? They're sending him to do a lot of the lurking, trying to just get some vision and scouting in the A site through showers, sometimes through A short. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think they're using him pretty correctly when it comes to the for the tripwires, especially. They're making sure that they are locking off areas of the map. I think his utilization of the camera is going to be very important because he uses it very aggressively. Uses it aggressively to kind of check corners, and then afterwards he will take it back, pull it towards somewhere near towards an area where he would expect a lurker to come from, and kind of play off of that information. Because I feel like, especially for Anbu's side, the way that they're utilizing their Cypher is mainly to actually look for counter lurk. To play the counter lurk.
Yep. As I think we should be getting good to go. I remember someone needing to step away for a moment here. Still paused for now. But yeah, I agree with you. Unfortunately, the lurks have not been going his way because he's frequently been going up against another Cypher.
Yeah, and that's the general problem here, because the other Cypher is just hunkering down. He doesn't really want to move, while the rest of the team either just kind of leaves him be and one person to kind of sit with him.
Who wants that?
Here.
He's ready.
Oh, he does it.
He's ready. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think he gets one?
I think he'll get one.
Oh, plenty of utility used. He was looking for it. He nearly actually gets murdered immediately. He's going to be forced back 60 HP, no armor, and immediately a cyber cage to follow suit. But they did at least get the boombot out.
A really good call coming in from Anbu. They were expecting somebody to start peeking out from hookah almost immediately. Kaja is going to go all the way around and loop there just to kind of keep a watch over showers and walk through cave.
Using the port as well, maybe to try and draw more people over. But again, it looks like Myth, they're very content for this 3A2B setup. It's a great one. I mean, elbow is so hard to contest. You have, of course, the operator holding down the window. No one really going to be wanting to peek that operator Jets. It's not really been working out so well for anyone that's tried thus far today.
Yep. Working out. Oh, Umbarapa finally makes his shots connect onto 6. It really is 6 a day right now. The rest of the team is going to be looking to push through a main.
Kaja is going to take a death. Yeah. So that's Kaja going down into the smoke. Oh, he gets 2 headshots through the spray. He's looking for the third one now. Right into the head of Raze. As now, once again, Myth, they are looking unstoppable. 4 straight rounds. Again, we're going to have another full buyout from Anbu this time. But Gideon, this is not looking so good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty rough. But here we go, at least a full buy. The operator will come out for Kaja. Vandals around the horn to boot.
It looks like they are going to continue to try and switch it up. I mean, I don't think Myth is ever going to switch up their lineup.
That's what you need to start off the round, though. Rafi, nice job. Kaja as well, getting the wallbang onto the Nugan. That's going to definitely open up and force some rotations out as getting a bit aggressive. They're actually catching the Opera there. Now Hunter's Fury out from Myth just to do some additional scouting. He's going to find one, and just one actually, but now the Jet down to half HP. At least will help him a little bit, but Sage ultimately used there, lurking on to the Cypher. He will pick one off. Now it's a 4v2 in favor of Anbu. Could this be the first round as they rotate through U-Haul?
Yeah, they're making sure that they're going through hookah and kind of just double checking the area with the owl drone here. They're gonna smoke off both CT and as well as elbow as they go jump on down and set up this bomb plant. They've got the numbers and they've got a Cypher walking through spawn side.
Rotating around through elbow. The smoke about to dissipate as the spike will go down. Shido gonna run right on through, and I think Oh, the Sage has been scouted, however. I think shot a little bit too early, anticipating him to keep running on through that smoke. And that's going to be now the first round for Anbu. They do very well there, only losing one, so their economy is still in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good round coming in from Anbu. They finally learned, hey, I'm sick of these patterns that Myth is trying to pull out here. Every single time you would expect, Jet to kind of peek out really quick from hookah in hopes to get a pick off, and they just were done with it.
Yep. I like the, of course, the early pick is absolutely crucial there, right? There's not really a mid lane here on this map. It's on Bind. It's more really about the short is going to be as close as you can get, as the teleporters instead play a pivotal role in terms of movement and getting around. It's like, I don't know, it's real interesting. There used to be a mid lane, and then they just decided to make it teleporters instead, which adds a good aspect, I'm not gonna lie.
Personally, I do like the extra complexity here, but look at the setup coming in from the attackers on this side. The tripwires have moved not from showers and baths, but over towards cave side, and making sure that they're locking off, because nobody is ever going to be walking through spawn. It takes way too long if you are a lurker, so my guess, they're going for a full-on engagement in towards B side. They get the first pick, Putap gets 6.
He's gonna now actually pull the knives out here. Maybe look to continue rotate on through, but Myth already one man up. We got 3 ultis ready to go. Showstopper. Well, it's a bit more. Knives all around. Hellfire now being dropped. They've got intel. That's the kill on Takashi through the smoke. Knives, I believe, were actually used there, unfortunately. Boom, Barappa trying to close it on through, swinging on over, but he will get one tap by Tony Banks.
Yeah, they're dropping on the molly down on the elbow side. They know that he's there. Cypher gets taken down. And
30
now
seconds
it's a
left.
3v1. Brimstone has to make the best decision. Oh no! Oh my goodness, that is a terrifying silhouette. I mean, they can't see it, but we can when a Sova is walking around the corner with that big bad boy.
Oh no, don't turn the corner, don't turn the corner. He turned the corner, Gideon. What is a man to do? You even saw they considered picking up that third operator and went, nah, you know what, I want the Odin.
Odins are fun. Odins are always fun. And they're extremely terrifying to hear, especially if you're on the other end of that barrel.
You know what I always say when I hear an Odin? Oh, damn.
Stay safe.
Damn it. God damn it, I should have seen that one coming. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't.
Well,
but let's get back into this. As once again, Anbu looking to get that second, to get another round off of Myth so far. Mushroom, he's going to be making sure that he is putting a lot of pressure with this Odin.
Yeah, just baiting out with their ultimate orb, looking to try and get a nice angle off. And the ally there with the Vandal as much to ruin. He's going to get the headshot. He's nearly going to find a second one, but instead the Ghost, as it's an eco round again out from Anbu, will be able to pick him off.
Wait, how much damage did Tony Banks take there? Is he at like 1 HP? No,
he's good to go.
No, he's good to
now
go.
On a Tony Banks, not gonna matter too much. Just one tap, finishing off Kaja. just walking the gun on back, doing a bit of juggling as he wants to make sure that. I mean, it's tactical. It's tactical, right? Because he wants to make sure that if anyone lurks through showers, that's not an angle he particularly wants to hold. He's vulnerable through a short, so he can get peeked there. So he needs to drop back, move those guns, make sure that because this is an eco round, he gives himself the best chance of a double peek with the one tap. The spray control not there, unfortunately, and the Sheriff in town here for Raffle through the showers. He can pick up now the weapon. Eugene as well, gonna miss the operator shot, making this one a 1v2.
30 seconds
we do
left.
already have the spike in sight. A great nade there, might buy him enough time to plant, but instead he's just expecting them from heaven. The operator shot, though, will betray their position. It's gonna be through a connector from CT.
With no more utility, there's nothing much they can do. She has to start planting the bomb, and Jet doesn't really want to walk out here.
Dangerous cross, but she's going to be able to get it just in time now from showers. One will be approaching Cypher. It's going to be a very dangerous proposition here, but it's not going to matter. Poo one tap is able to land his shot, and that'll be the round for Myth.
Yep, they're going to be making sure they get their big ticket weapons here as they finally defuse the bomb, winning the 7th round in this game. Oh, so far it's been really tough for Anbu overall. Can they actually pull this through? I mean, like, I'm thinking for the perspective of Anbu here. You're looking to actually go for these engages, but right now you're getting absolutely outgunned by Poo one tap, especially since he's changed his pattern from going from mid hookah, now looking to switch to another position. And some of these players are just not capable or ready to actually deal with how fast he's able to flick.
It's the unpredictability here, and this time he's going to be heading right back over to B short to try and maybe find another early pickoff. We'll see how Anbu decides to stack up and where they end up trying to go on through, because it's not been working. This is the only round they won, was the round where they started off with a kill onto Poo one tap. This time they're going to scare him off with some warning shots early on. That'll stop him from actually going out for an aggressive peek. Tony Banks now sending in the Owl Drone rather. They actually miss, and they force back Poo one tap, so now the tracking dart in tow. He will now retreat into back of sight.
Yeah.
Still holding down that angle. He's looking for the kill. Tracking dart will be destroyed immediately. But nice job here getting him with a little bit of the left-right, taking him for a bit of the spin now with the Hunter's Fury. Still unable to find it, but they know how important getting this operator out of the hands of Poo one tap is. Barely finding a pick through the smoke there. Through a window as there he goes, rotating back. Where are you going? Track through elbow? I don't think so. Kasha, where are you going? You're next, son. Boom Barappa as well. Gets to pick up 6. Rafi at least finding 1 now on the mushroom as Poo one tap. Excuse me, the headshot there. And Hookah trying to run from the madness that is Poo one tap. It's Tony Banks. He's able to secure himself a 2nd kill though, and a 1v2. He knows someone's rotating from behind. Boom Barappa though with the stim. Needs to be a bit careful here. And Tony Banks, there we go, is able to outpeak him. A 1v1.
30 seconds
that was
left.
Such a good position. Cypher should immediately start to look to actually push up a little bit faster here because now he's not going to be making. He's not going to be able to make A in time. But he's going to throw the recon. He's going to throw the recon dart over.
Maybe trying to fake on over the Love family though. He's not buying it. He doesn't want any of that. He knows something is coming his way here. 10 seconds left. All he needs to do is kind of just wait here, wait for the plant to start, and just knife him.
No, go for the knife. Oh,
no, he's gonna hit him with the guaranteed kill, picking up the operator on the way out, and the 7th round now for Myth.
Man, that had to be one of the closest rounds that Ambu got to actually winning once again. I mean, Brimstone got a really good flank, down by Hookah just now as he picked up Sova, the spike carrier at the time, forcing the team to actually from Hookah come out back in to grab the spike. And if they don't get rid of that Brimstone, that would have been game over. Cypher was just a little slow to actually catch up there because he didn't really want to contest.
Yep, most definitely here. I want again. Poo one shot. He's yearning. He's itching for a kill here. Wow. A lot of utility jump there immediately with plenty of gunshots. They will peak just after the op shot rings through. Owl Drone will be nuked down now. Smoke to cover his retreat as Poo one tap now backing off safely into back site.
Both of their members here will be able to hold down with no problems whatsoever. Hunter's Fury has been popped, but
that's by Myth.
Doesn't seem like it wants to be going anywhere.
Oh, they lit 2 up. Looks like they maybe found the jet, maybe hit the raise once.
Yeah. All right. Still looking pretty good here, but they got to make sure that they watch for Gardens. They can't let them walk in.
Nope. Yes, they will smoke off at least Garden. Let's see what they can do here. 6. Oh, wow. He swings just before as he will now show. Looking for one tap now using the ultimate. Taking a lot of damage here. The knife, though, the jump shot will find the race. Will be nuked down, however, by Tony Banks in return. And look at this. It's Myth now. Still coming out on top. 2 agents left with low HP as the off shot will finish off the 3rd. Standing for Anbu. And still plenty of agents ready and healthy to defend the site.
Yeah, Myth is
30
overall
seconds left.
really good here, and maybe Mushroom, he still has access to his Odin, and so far it's really pushing Anbu back every single time he starts blowing away. They just have to peel back. Nobody's really going to contest that angle.
No, I look around for a full save here. Everyone's too low on HP. They'll head right on back to spawn and just make sure that there's no exit frags.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, last 10 seconds here. This is all about that money. Plus, they still have an opportunity to come back into this game. It's not going to be that close just yet. We still have to play on the defender side for Anbu, and maybe their defense is just way better than their offense here on Bind.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case, and it's going to have to be some pretty darn good defense as we are now approaching our 10th round with 8 rounds in favor of Myth. Again, the Cypher, just the one-man, and maybe sometimes even the one-man show, as we've seen multiple times, teams willing to commit 2 rotations over from that A site, just keeping the Cypher home, safe and home, you know, make sure you water the plants and take out the dogs before you, while we're out, and then they come back to support them if necessary. It's been a really quite something nice to see.
Yeah.
A lot of trust in that Cypher.
It really is. It really, really is. And it looks like, you know, Jet's going to be looking down A main here with no problems. Oh, actually, no, she's not going to peek. She's just going to hold her position here, but Mushroom is able to get the first initial kill with the penetration through the wall using that Odin, but they trade 1 for 1. Grim for Soba.
Man, Anbu, they're just trying to buy whatever weapons they can, balling on a budget. Meanwhile, Mosh 2 room just goes, haha, Odin's over.
His Odin really does go burn. He's gonna be holding showers this entire time, as long as they make sure that, you know, U-Haul is safe. No, but Brim, he summons all of his smoke to cover. Split the map in half. He gets the initial hit with the operator here. One more, tries to go up the wall bang, doesn't connect here, as they're looking no line of sight. They're gonna be setting up the bomb, but this time, Mushroom, he just knows the common spot. He is using this LFG like a beast. He peeks out one more time, no time to reload, but his team cleans up house.
Nice job there. Good rotations out from the Love family as he will actually rotate on through Heaven. Easily picking off those 2 kills. Mushroom, yeah, he dies there, but guess what? He bought another ultimate. Oh, he's good to go yet again. Most importantly, he distracts and makes a lot of noises and just overexposes them. Great flank and a great retake by Myth.
Oh boy, looks like it's gonna be. Is this going to be? Yeah, it looks like. Someone's purchasing. Everybody's purchasing. Half buying. Yep.
Half buy. Kind of a force at this point. Yeah. Looks like to me to be a force. Really, only one Phantom. I think maybe 2 people fully kitted here on the side of Anbu, but they need a round desperately.
Yeah, they need to pick off. They really need to pick up some of the key targets here coming in from Myth, because they've got some solid players holding solid angles.
Boombot will let them. That's not too much information really to give, as of course they're probably going to be in one of the lobbies, but nonetheless, utility has been used and information has been gained. How long it'll be relevant for, though, is up to the teams, as Nugent still holding this angle now with the operator. One watching showers. Sage just a friendly Sage, a support Sage from behind will now leave him as well. Owl Challenge, the Hellfire now will be used. They're getting the kill on the Nugent. They knew exactly what it was. Either you're running right towards us, or you're going to die in the Hellfire. U-Haul, but Odin go further. They're going to be able to get the kill on the 1 now. Mushroom on to 6, daring more people to come on forward as he's going to back up and just keep on firing that Odin.
Spike planted.
Yep, I mean, he's doing a really good job with these wall bangs. Poo one tap, he finds one. Can he find a second one? As they are 3 on his site. They are coming in through hookah here. B site is compromised.
They faked A. That's not just compromised. The spike is planted. That's impressive stuff there.
Really fast movements. Really fast movements off of 1 orbital strike as well.
3v3 is the Odin. Will be able to trade 1, dodge another. Expecting more in window, and he's completely right. Maybe getting a little bit of damage now. Shot start to go in, but he's going to need to get very exposed here if he wants to try and stick the defuse. Oh no! Boom bot. The Odin just does not get on time. Who wants him to go with the fake? Finds one. Dashes over to the other side, threatening to now try and stick this defuse. The wall bang should come through relatively easily, but it's not going to matter. He's not going to have the time. And they do that one. Shy, dope, just making sure that he wasn't going to get too fancy there. Nothing for the highlight reel. They're going to play the second round of that.
I think Ambu did a really good play there overall. I mean, their macro play, they traded 1 for 1. They made sure that they got the spike onto the right place. Their post-plant situation, however,
this goes here.
I think it could be executed just a little bit better. The positions that they were holding so far, 2 in hookah, especially since they already knew that there was an Odin as well as an operator, not exactly the best place to be standing.
Yeah.
More so that you want to be hiding, you know, places like the cubby initially, but because of that Odin, again, absolutely destroyed, so you're going to be having to look for more wider angles.
I'm surprised we didn't have 1 cubby for the crossfire, set across up from 1 in elbow, maybe in back of B, maybe, and then 1 window, right? Because one of those 3 is 100% going to get smoked. But maybe a little bit of learning for next time. We just did a little spring onion being planted down, sprayed onto the wall. Lots of ultis should be coming out here this round. Oh, look at that. One tap, unable to find it.
Making sure that they jump straight to bait out the shots coming in from Poo one tap. He's making sure that he's hitting his shots. I mean, even the best of us struggle to land against Jiggle Peekers.
Oh yeah, Hunter's Fury out the knife, nearly trying to find 1, but they will at least force back 1. Hunter's Fury on a Hunter's Fury here, trying to go for some wide angles. Wow! They're just dropping their ultis for fun here at this point, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They just nuked hookah with everything they had.
They did. Kasha actually taking quite a bit of a licking out from that one, but 24 HP, still alive, has the knives to use, so can still be quite a force to be reckoned with this round.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be transitioning their way up to A site here. They drop the molly to kind of slow down the push.
30 seconds
everything
left.
that's going on. The Odin is going to continue in suppressing fire towards shower side as they look to try and push into A.
We saw an Odin and U-Haul. They're able to nuke them down. Rotations 1 on Heaven. The spike has been planted. Now it's a very backward spike here. It's towards the rear of the site, but a beautiful arrow from behind there. Have to go check now for that Sova. As into U-Haul they go to try and hold. Cypher now dropping the hat is going to be able to get some intel here on the movement. So 3v4, but Anbu there kind of dug into the U-Haul, but the Odin might be able to try and get them down. Showstopper on Showstopper. Who's going to get it first? Odin actually he lived somehow. Looks like it actually ended up leading to the building. That's going to mean they're able to invade U-Haul quite easily. Hold down that Odin, close your eyes, run in and pray, and it's going to get the job done, securing them the 10th round of this half, setting themselves up quite nicely here, Gideon.
I can't. So unlucky.
Yeah,
oh well.
That Showstopper wanted to be a free boy. He didn't want to. He didn't want to be stuck in U-Haul for his entire life. He wanted to explore the world and see a little bit of A site before he left Gideon.
Oh man.
But yeah, definitely unlucky. Could have maybe made that hold a little bit easier. Just buying time, right? That's all it is at the end of the day. But here it is, 10-2. Anbu, they're gonna need one heck of a defense here now on Bind if they're gonna want to prevent the 2-0 sweep in this best of 2.
Yeah, oh boy, what a rough game this has been for Anbu overall, especially on the attacker side. But now that they're on the defender side, hopefully this thing lightens things up. They did a pretty good job. They see all three. That was too close for comfort.
That was a close. That was indeed. Yeah, that was a good start though for Anbu, as they will pick off one. It's the Cypher. So now that opens up some lurking potential, but they're gonna stay put in A for now for Anbu.
Smokes down.
B side though, taking a lot of hits. They're gonna be able to scout maybe 1, 2. Yats the utility coming through. So now the rotation from A, not yet coming. Finally, they're gonna make the call. Nugen on top though of that box is gonna be able to clean up. As Myth claimed the site, a 2v2 retake here on the pistol round. Not a lot of utility left, though.
Yeah, not a lot of utility, but that slow rotation coming in from Anbu's members. I guess they were expecting it to be a little bit of a fake coming in from Myth, but this is the pistol round, and I'm pretty sure Cypher would have been able to hold his ground by himself. So I don't know. Maybe
one
a
in
bit
elbow.
of a
Nugen. He's going to be picked off now with the classic. A 1v2 scenario, and 6 is able to finish it off. And go ahead and get that diffuse.
Hopefully the tides have changed for 6. He's been absolutely bogged down by operators and Odins the entirety of the attacker side. Now that he's on the defender side, maybe his luck will change.
Man, all the guns with O's, they're just so strong. Odin, operator.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'm realizing the trend here. I'm realizing the trend that when we get another weapon that decides to be added to the game, hopefully it starts with O2.
You know what's terrible is that whenever I use these weapons, my O gets squished a little bit, and it gets pulled, and it's more of like a 0 in terms of my kills.
Oh, that's what we call OP these days, you know?
OP, 0, okay, 0 kills and 20 deaths. That's me. That's what happens when I use the Odin. But not here at all has been the case thus far on defense for Mushroom.
Oh, a very cheeky camera here coming in from Myth's side. Sorry, from Anbu's side here, right above showers, just so that if anybody does walk through, they have clear vision. They have clear vision of what's going on.
Isolated Jet, and they're able to turn, swing wide. Boom Barappa though returning the favor now with the short. He's gonna get 2 indeed, and now 6 is at least able to make it a trade. So it's a 2-for-2, 3-on-3 action now. But A is gonna be held. They are rotating very quickly through Heaven. One as well through that A short here. Let's see what can they get done now, Gideon.
They're actually trapped! They're trapped in U-Haul! They have no choice, and now they walk into Shido here!
That was beautiful. Great spray control, and again, just the ideal scenario there.
Full buy coming into this game is already going to be so strong, especially this early on. And I mean, Myth, they want to be able to end this game as quickly as possible. Two more will set them in the forefront to win it altogether. But Anbu still pushing back, though. I do like some of the strategies that they are pulling up. However, I do think when it comes down to just pure raw aiming, I mean, Pooh one tap, he's been crushing it this game.
Definitely. Oh wow, that's a very early Brimstone ulti already. Now they're taking control. Nice job there. The spray. They're going to spray him right back, though. Pooh one tap on the attacker side, spraying through all of that smoke. We'll find the raise on A Heaven. Shotguard now being tossed out, but he's going to be... He brought a bow to a gunfight there, and Nugen is able to punish him. The site has been taken. That's a pretty hard retake here. 3v5. We have 6 lurking around here through showers.
Prepare for hellfire. Unfortunately, oh no, another the enemy Brimstone here as they gotta make their way out of this of that area as they slowly push off with the site.
Wow, nice use of the depth pack as we switch on board now with Shido. He's trying to dispatch of one. He's got the molly for the area of denial now, looking for perhaps some smokes to just really close the gap. But 6 with the spray into the farm. He's gonna find 2. The Love family with 3, but it's gonna be Myth overall with the superior control there. Securing the round.
Yeah, they really know how to slow down and push. Every single time they actually start making this play, they drop down the molly, they drop down the smokes, they layer it nicely so that they're always making their opponents hesitate. They don't just drop it all at the same time. And as long as they keep this up, I think Myth has basically got this game in the bag.
This is a very risky call, I believe, from Anbu. Obviously, they don't want to put themselves in a position like they did on Split where you have to play for the tie, but at this point, it's really this one or nothing. They're only gonna, if they lose this round, and it's kind of a half buy, not full utility I think is going to be available, they're not going to have any money left for the next round. Myth are going to be in a great position after that 2-round win bonus. So we'll see what they can get going for them here, as this could be very well the one to decide a Gideon.
Yep. Poo one tap. His op so far has been absolutely disgusting here.
Nice job though. They're trying to bait him window because they're going to be coming through A garden, A long. We'll see if they want to make the call instead to go over to the port. I doubt it though. Still people holding A. Cypher left in A, as there goes the smoke screens being summoned.
They haven't rotated just yet, and I mean, yeah, they are trying to bait this out, and they even have made sure that Cypher is walking through up in towards Hookah just to kind of get some intel with this, and this Aldridge should be able to spot him out, I think. Nope, he pulls back. He doesn't want to get spotted out by it.
Now in they go. Lots of smokes being used. That final smoke, so they really have to go for an all-in here, but it's so difficult for Anbu as they have now traded 1-for-1. As much to room. We've got the stim shooting extra fast here. Can he actually pick anyone off? As there's one in elbow. Very hard angle to hold.
30
and
seconds
that
left.
Is why Shido able to pick up one. Tony Banks is going to get another. Myth, they are falling one by one here. And still, they've yet to really breach the defense that Anbu have thrown up.
Yeah, but the spike is all out in the open here. I'm not entirely sure what they could do at this point to get it back, but I guess they have to just kind of leave this round as it is.
10 seconds left.
We'll see what they end up deciding, but I think overall it's going to be Anbu extremely happy with the call here to half buy, which is forced, right? We've got a Bulldog here that they ended up using for a kill. They can now try and swap it, but be careful for the exit frag. So it's going to be very important here. He's going to reveal himself. He's going to hit the wall, though, onto the Love family. Well, nice job there. Great flick, great reaction.
Yep. Great plays, great reactions so far, and I mean, it's a tough game overall. Their compositions are looking pretty much exactly the same. I don't expect a bit wrongly, but overall, just the Brimstone plays and the counter ults coming in from both sides, just very aggressive and honestly very bold.
I kind of like it though, using him as more of an initiator. Surprising, as you know, if you look in other regions, it's mostly been the breaches filling that role. But pardon me, I think having those 3 smokes has really been the difference maker for them, especially on a map like this where you can have operators just hold these very annoying angles, jets as well pushing in just weird places, looking for an early pick here into the round. But again, Anbu playing it patiently here on board with Boom Barappa, seeing what he can find here. Is he going to take a defensive position, ready to drop the smokes? It looks like they're going to try maybe for an A short push. There's the cameras in the showers there. Smokes will now drop 6 and Jet here in good company as Kaj able to open up the round. Not 2-1. Down goes Booper. I thought he had another one here. Trying to be forced back. Smokes will drop, not on it to go into U-Haul as 6 on the way out. Picks up another kill through the smoke. A good round again from Anbu, but it's not quite over yet as Raffel rotating from behind. They have gotten one now. Tony Banks in showers here. Still a bit of a problem, but Newgen is going to be able to turn, swing wide, and slam the door shut there on his counterpart.
Yeah, Newgen is holding on to his ground so far right now.
30
but now
seconds
he's going to
left.
quickly go over to B-side. Brimstone coming through gardens. We'll be able to see both of them jumping out from Hookah's side.
That's exactly right. We still have one, I believe, in garden, and there we go. Shido will show himself. It's going to be up to 1. Myth. They might lose now their 3rd round in a row here. Anbu in a very good position here. 13 seconds left in the round. Spike has
10
been
seconds
dropped,
left.
and it looks like now we're already picking up weapons for the next round.
And this is how the game is supposed to be played. Nice and slow, nice and methodical, making sure that you're tactically taking out your opponents overall. But I have to admit, Anbu is doing a really good job. You're doing a really good job overall, just keeping Myth back. And even though Myth is playing a little bit more of a chaotic style, dropping in the smokes, blocking off that vision, and then going in as a team, locking those angles very close right in front of A short there. It looks like they're gonna try it again. No, the pings are coming up from Anbu's side.
The double operator as well for Anbu. They're really looking to dig themselves in. I like the call, a bit risky though, as if they were to lose a round here, that again would be the match after expending so many credits. They had a really good economy going into this round, but decided to full die out yet again.
I mean, if they win this, at least they'll be able to kind of continue playing on with full buys for the next couple or so rounds.
Exactly. Myth are going to be forced at some point to go for a half buy or just an eco to try and swing it back into their favor. They need this 12th round to at least give themselves a chance for a tiebreaker, as Kaja not able to find a pick there with the operator into the mid lane. Raffle instead getting the one onto one tap. A fantastic start, Gideon.
Oh, Bomb Body going to be used to actually slow down the assault coming in, as Sova can't really do anything about this. He's still holding the spike, which is really, really frustrating because he doesn't ever really want to start the entry frag.
No. We'll be rotating on through. Smoke's being dropped. Boombarappa now in sight here next to the truck. U-Haul not being consumed or not being attacked quite yet, but the shower's entrance and exit is going to be secured. No one lurking around either quite yet. Jet's still holding in B. We're not quite sure if this is a fake or not. You can see actually the Anbu Brim is heading right back over to that B site, but now, oh my goodness, a fantastic Hunter's Fury there. He's going to attack 2 with the first arrow, pick off the second kill with the
30
third.
seconds left.
Love Family, though, will strike right back with that operator, finding the raise. 25 seconds remaining, however, for Anbu to continue trying to hold this one down, slow the push, and the spike has been dropped.
Huge, big Hunter's Fury here. And we also have to remember that Brimstone also has his ultimate as well. And the same goes for Jet. Jet doesn't really have to do anything for now, but that's going to be Brimstone and followed up by Tony Banks as well. Jet fights 2 for himself to even this up. It's a 2v1 situation. 3 seconds on the clock, and it doesn't look like he's going to make it in time. Defenders win.
That's a great round from Anbu, especially getting that full wipe there. You can see that when victory was due to the timer, but had it gone for an extra second, it would have been because of the team wipe regardless. But most importantly, this is going to put the economy of Myth into a bit of a weird situation.
Oof. I mean, it's been good so far, and I think they're going to continue doing well here, because now the economy is definitely significantly evened out. It wasn't so lopsided as before. They've kind of come back into this game, but the question is, can they force a buy out of Myth?
They are going to go for a half buy. Looks like SMGs and Shotties is going to be the call for Myth. It's like I said, they need to get an eco round. They need some sort of...
He initially got hit. I mean, he got hit by a couple of kunais there, so...
Bomb Buddy is able to get the kill on the Kaj. The knives actually quite rough to land there, as Hellfire will be landed, as well as the Hunter's Fury now looking and searching for any Anbu members hiding in very specific spots. And he's not going to get any. Cypher now ulti being utilized. Lots of ultis there. It's going to be the showstopper looking to try and get to the back of sight. Oh, they're not able to find anything with that rocket, though. Lined up perfectly on the Reddit door on the enemy. Raze going on through with the Bucky, missing the first shot, and they will be punished then. Raphael now with the operator back in hand. Pike has been planted as Mistress running around here at the speed of sound. It's full rush tactic here. Chaos all over the place, really, as the retake not going too well. Raphael, in fact, picking off 2. It's down to a 2v1. Myth on this Sova. Can he get the job done here? It's not looking too great for him. Is 6 now ready to peek. He looks away, looks back over again. Look up the wrong area. He's going to be able to get the flick right on back with the rifle. He's got that advantage, and it's going to be Anbu again, closing the gap, 11-8.
Oh, this is becoming a much closer game than they initially anticipated, especially for the members of Myth. They're starting to sweat right now because their economy is getting really hurt, and now they're going to be going off for full buys this time around. They need to win this. They need to end this now before the momentum starts pushing Anbu even further forward.
I definitely agree with you. Momentum, very, very big thing here, especially in Valorant, any tactical shooter. However, they still, because they did so well on the defense, they still have a little bit of time. They really can lose this buy round and maybe one more and still not actually lose.
Okay. That's a really good point here. But now, once again, on B side, you can see Myth still not going for the natural default. They are looking to muscle their way in through Hookah and as well. Gardens! Oh, nice job. First initial trade, but that's not all. They're going to continue on. Find New Gen gets the penetration onto Kaja, so they finally trade 1-for-1. The impact.
Yep, not Grishok. Brim using the ulti, able to wall down 2 as well. Myth rotating on through. 4 agents versus the 2 now. As the spike will be planted. Ambu, this one's not looking too good for them here. The full buy from Myth could just secure them at least the tie here, or force the tiebreaker rather, if not.
One enemy
match point now. Boombarappa, there we go. A clean hold. That's the round Myth needed. Ambu, their economy's looking good though, so they can afford to full buy for quite a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a very crucial round for Myth. At least now they kind of slow down that momentum. Even though Ambu can reset fully and go for that full buy, if this goes on, Myth is going to be able to take this game away with no problems whatsoever. Ambu, on the other hand, they are put in a pinch.
They really are here, as you can see. Requesting the Phantom, as they will be able to full buy at least once, and you know, if they don't win this round, it's not going to matter anyway. So it's going to be full buys for them, or Forest, whatever they can get for the rest of the game.
They're doing it again. Myth every single time does this setup, except they slightly change the variation of the order of abilities that they use first. But so far, Ambu are getting very accustomed to it, and we saw previously when the roles were flipped that the moment they kind of figure out what your pattern is, they adapt very quickly to it.
It's not really what Ambu's looking for though, especially there on that jet. You're looking for, with the SMG, you're looking for a very close and personal engagement here. Oh, you got the knives at the very least, so maybe you can make some use of that as smoke's going down. Nice job using the cluster nade there, nearly nuking down Kaja. No one quite yet pushing through that smoke, still just waiting and loitering in the garden as the 2 lurkers might be sparring off quite soon here in A. It's actually 2 lurkers. No, they're going to take the port. They're going to take the port, but it's a fake Gideon.
I like this idea. I definitely like this idea, but I don't know who. 6 gets the initial headshot onto the Love family here as the rest of Myth rotates towards B side here. I don't think Ambu is biting on the bait.
No, I don't think so either. They're still holding, and Nugent not going to be too happy to see the Sova still with knives ready to be used. Be careful on your left. Oh my goodness. Shy Dope spraying on through, drops the smoke immediately after as they will now cross. Walking on through, he's going to get absolutely murdered, but Kasha with knives out. He's going to dodge the plant. Going to get a second kill. Tony Banks now is going to be able to get the job done as Ambu. Not only are they going to get the round, but they pick up an operator. More eco damage done. Still playing for the tie here, but a great job there.
Oh, can they pull this into overtime? Can they get these tiebreakers down already? Ambu, so much momentum going in with them.
I gotta say, they great job and good read by Myth not to take that bait. Sorry, by Anbu not to take the bait, but they still using the teleporter. I think was enough, especially after getting the kill onto the Cypher. Maybe was enough to at least incentivize them keeping a second member there in the site.
Yeah.
So you know, it still ended up probably giving a slight edge over to Myth. They weren't able to convert, but I think still the teleporter play could have gone a little bit differently had some shots landed.
I mean, for sure, of course, but there's also, you know, the small misplays coming in, not waiting for the brimstone smoke to completely come down before poking out. That's definitely a mistake that, you know, deserves to be punished overall. But I mean, the rest of the team getting hit by the knives, the continuous kills, and as well as Tony Banks as well to finish that round off. Not an easy way to win.
No, definitely not. And now this one hanging the balance here. It's both sides with a full buy. They both know that everyone's got enough money here. Anbu with plenty of weapons, utility, as it will be another chance to go here as the operator shot will miss. Kasha dropping a smoke now in return, hopping up to the box. They will know he's probably here. Don't know how many spots a Jet would jump up to around there. Anyway, Boom Barappa now going to force the rotations after killing the Jet on board now with Shy Dope, who's going to use the ulti, forcing them back, buying some time here. It's still going to be a 5v3, not exactly the easiest holds here.
30 seconds left.
Oh wait, they notice him. Yep, Cypher is going to be able to take out his counterpart here as the rest of the team looking to push into A. and Anbu slow on that
Spike
rotation
planted.
because of the way the map works. No teleporter to help them out. They've got the bomb down, and now it is a post-plant situation to hold.
A 2v4 here. We do have one very low, but where is the teammate coming through? Looks like one about to swing over through heaven. See who you can find, but everyone playing super defensively. Myth, they know they only need one. It doesn't matter how many people die. They just need one, Gideon. Can they get it done? It's a showstopper now. Into U-Haul, trying to find at least one. Checking the corner as down he goes onto the enemy. Nearly kills himself with the bomb. Continuing to tip away now. It's going to be a... Oh, no. They both swing. It's going to be the double peak, and Myth taking the win. 13-9 and a 2-0 overall.
Woo! What a great game coming into this, especially on a map like mine here. I think we definitely saw some really interesting plays overall. The Lurker is definitely playing a large part in this game, but two very separate styles and two separate attacking methods.
This was a lot of fun to watch as well, just based on the fact that it was a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
We frequently had Cyphers brawling in A. The duels, I gotta say though, ending up more often than not in the favor of Myth. I think that's a real big difference maker between these two, you know? Not to call it a single player, but I think it's hard to ignore the impact that a Lurker can have.
Yeah, it really does. And not to mention, you know, I've noticed this very quickly that Myth likes to kind of play towards a certain style. Not even style. I feel like it's a habit, but it's a little too soon to call it a habit. They like to kind of do the same things over and over again and see how the enemy adapts. Kind of like prod them with a cow poker at this point, just to kind of see what kind of reaction they get out of them. And then immediately after, if they aren't stopped, they just keep doing it again and again and again.
I gotta say as well, Kaja not having really that great of a map either. 7-17-1. The only reason I point that out is because usually he's on the other end of that leaderboard, isn't he?
Yeah.
So just Bind, not really a strong map, or maybe just having a bad time this time.
Arguably, I think he just got out-opt by Poo One Tap here. I think both of them getting operators and trying to make the biggest play for their teams, really struggling because he was able to get a couple of free kills, and as well as just stragglers who are a little late on that rotation. But when it came down to that 1v1, he wasn't able to win that gunfight.
Yeah, I think that's just, of course, I think it has something to do with the map. I'm going to push back on that because Bind doesn't really have that long range like you have got on Haven.
Yep.
Like you've got even on Split in those two specific areas, right?
True.
So maybe that's something for teams to try and take advantage of here versus Faja and the team. But we're going to let our analysts break that one down. Gideon and Secret Strike here on the call. We'll be back for our next series. But first, over to our analysts.
Welcome back. We're here back on the panel for the Royal SEA Cup. Of course, it's an ignition series created by Eeples. In your panel, the same as before, Mr. Alva Plus, joined by Play of the J, and Zero.
Yep.
Guys, that series was quite exciting as well. Yeah. That last match, it seemed for a second that Ambo was going to make a comeback, but they managed to cut it down short, and Myth is looking strong again.
Yep, and we are looking at a possible tiebreaker scenario in our first group.
Very exciting for
three-way tie.
Yeah.
Literally, only one word is sweating bullets. They're like, guys, God is lining this up for us. We have been so incredibly lucky.
Yep.
We better win 2-0 that last one.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean we are so tightly poised here to enter the final stages on the edges of our seat, you know. But of course, I mean it's not quite there, but hey, Myth, they've done their job, you know, to make sure that, you know, they could, you know, put on quite a show versus Anbu Elite, you know, and I think at the end of the day, you know, they should be deserving of having this kind of tiebreaker situation coming through. But Anbu, of course, you know, they were not going to take that line down, but it almost turned out to be the case.
Yeah.
First half was 10-2, and this is Anbu's map pick as well, you know, so, I mean, you put all this together, you know, it's like they've at least spared themselves a little bit of the blushes here, but I think they still got a little bit of sweating, as he said, you know, that's still going to be coming for them.
Yeah, and they're going to be sweating even more in the next matchup. I mean, they're facing Attack All Around, one of the favorites to take this entire tournament. It's not going to be easy for them.
No, I think Attack All Around, they look excellent so far, you know. I mean, they've been able to really pull out all the rounds, and even though we did have a very close game with only one word, I think that at the end of the day, they showed the kind of grit and determination that you need, you know, to you know, really succeed on the big stage like this, and because of that, now they're comfortably in the lead, you know. So I think it comes to like how we set ourselves up for the tiebreaker. So I mean, if we were to come up with predictions, you know, as we move forward, I think Tech All Around, if they're able to continue with the form that they have, you know, then it's going to set everything up for that final match of the day.
Yeah, between Meef Attitude.
I just want to say, guys, you're getting really ahead of yourselves here. We're not doing predictions yet. We're not talking this matchup because I want to talk about the last matchup a bit more. I mean, they gave a great performance on Ambu. They weren't able to win, but what was it that clicked in that second map, specifically for Myth? What was it you guys were seeing? You're like, okay, I really enjoy it. They're doing this time. I mean, we already talked about how they fixed their econ. They're seeming more confident, but what was it that was so special about them that could beat Ambu?
Well, I think when we look at how Anbu were able to come back, you know, I think they had to build on the basics after going down 10-2 early on.
What did 10-2 happen though? Is my question.
10-2, I think they got a little bit knocked off. You know, that pedestal to a certain extent. You know, it is their map pick. They won very comfortably with the last time that they were on this map against OOW. But yeah, I think it was just really rapid pace and not really allowing their game to set in. And I think, you know, it's like they were always a little bit off the mark as a result. You know, so when we really consider it, you know, it was very difficult for them to really put up a fight in that first half.
Yeah, I think Kaja and Rafi, they got shut down quite bad in the first half. Like, as I recall, Kaja had 1 kill and 10 deaths in the 10th round. So he was basically impactless. Rafi wasn't doing very, very well himself. So after when they switched the half, that's when they got into their groove, and that's when the ground got closer. But yeah, I think the key to finishing off Anbu is just to shut down all these their two expected top fraggers, because without them performing as they would, that would be the 10-2 round.
Was that something that clearly Myth had in mind?
I might just be Kaja as well as Rafi not expecting the way that Myth plays, so they weren't able to adjust, especially in terms of crosshair placement where they would be holding their angles. That's why they couldn't get these early frags or entry picks. So after that, you know, when they get a little idea of how Myth likes to position themselves, they played better in the second half. But in the first half, they were just completely outskilled.
Well, they did adapt, right? But
yeah,
and then
eventually,
as you guys mentioned, it was a bit too late, right? 10-2 is really hard to come back because the pressure is always on you when that happens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, usually you want to put yourself into a position that you have a little bit more breathing room when it comes to it. Even if you're not performing the best on the half, you at least make it such that you can make it to the next half where they might be a bit more confident in being able to tackle that. Because let's not forget that you know, this is ideally something that they want to be able to hit the ground running once they reset after swapping sides, you know. So luckily for them, they were able to do it. But yeah, I think when you only have 2 rounds difference between getting the final total, you know, it's always going to be an uphill task, you know. And you know, I think it doesn't help that the 2 fraggers, you know, they're under pressure to deliver, because if we look at the other game, they were stacked in terms of, you know, the contributions, you know, but they've been very quiet these past 2 maps.
Okay. Now, thank you for the analysis. Now we can move on to the next matchup, which I saw you guys were super excited to talk about.
Couldn't hold ourselves back.
Exactly. But we have Ambu again, and we like this analysis you're bringing up. So they are clearly dependent on these. Not maybe dependent on the right word, but they really need these guys to do well. They want Rafi for sure, particularly to be one of the top fraggers in the team. Is AAA going to try to abuse that, much like we saw Myth do that? Or do you think that AAA is just going to play their normal style of Valorant, and that's going to be sufficient because they're a superior team?
When we look at AAA play across the two different games, you know, I think they've been very focused on playing their own game, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's too passive, but at the same time, it's giving the other team options to play around, play their own game, introduce their own strategy or tactics. But that's exactly what Anbu needs. I would say that after the game number 1 Anbu, they were definitely showing little bit more tenacity and aggression, than what we saw against Myth. Myth, they're the ones who changed gears in that past game, and they were able to turn probably the expected result on its head. But when it comes to attack all around, they've been having the same lineup game in, game out so far across the 4 maps that we've seen. And likely we're expected to see the same. They're just going to continue to play their own game. And this is going to be the chance for Anbu to, introduce a little bit of chaos and disruption to the natural order of things. But it doesn't mean that they're going to lie down and let them do what they want, PTC in particular, the carry for the likes of attack all around, you can be sure that he's going to have a say on that.
Do you find that might be a weakness as well of AAA? The fact that they let their opponents do the things, or is that just a sign of how superior they are?
I think they feel very confident, especially in this group, right? They know that they are the top dogs, but there are definitely ways to throw them off their groove. Like they like to commit for AAA. They like to commit to a site. Like they would set up for a site pretty early into the round. They would scout out, get as much information as they can, and then decide on a site they want to execute on. They don't really switch halfway. So something that Anbu can, some ways that Anbu can actually abuse this is by getting the read as well, where attack all around wants to execute or wants to attack, and then just do the sufficient rotations or just prepare themselves earlier for the retake.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, what was it that? Only one word. I mean, we actually see the performances earlier, and they were quite close to taking, honestly, both games from attack all around. What was it that they did so key to those almost victories?
I think it was the chaos that they just brought into the game, like people popping out of nowhere, aggressive pushes, those kind of things. When you're setting up, you don't want an opponent to suddenly peek out when you're just preparing your flashes or your smokes. So I don't really recall that much of that game between attack all around and OOW.
That's fine.
Yeah, something along those lines, I think.
But yeah, OOW, I mean, they did show a little bit of aggression. I mean, probably their downfall was more along the lines of that, is a bit too disorganized, when they were trying to be, in the faces of attack all around. But what did work out well in some of the rounds, because they did manage to get some more rounds on them than Myth did against attack all around in the first game of the day. They were gonna, be able to mess up the timings.
Yeah.
So as you said, when they're setting up, they're gonna push out there. And not only does it fulfill another purpose of gathering more intel as to, which site that they want to try and push in the early stages, but it's definitely going to, I mean, being on attack and deciding how you want to orchestrate things, it's already a task in its own right. The IGLs are playing mind games versus each other, and then you got these other factors in the equation. It's just going to make it infinitely more hard for them to really be able to pull off any of these decisive wins on their side.
Yeah, and imagine playing aggressive and you get a pick off their breach or any of their flashers. That's going to give a huge advantage to the defenders, because suddenly you don't have to deal with any flashes. It's just smokes coming down, and then you can counterplay it as you need to.
So is that one of the things that Anbu can perhaps do here? Like you would talk about the pandemonium, right? Maybe they could try to go for trades relatively early. These unsuspecting trades, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, no, why is he there?
Why is he in this corner?
Exactly. He should not be. He's playing badly, but he got a trade off you. And this is actually what also Only One Word was doing. They were getting pretty decent trades. Yes, they were always losing one person, but because they were playing as a unit, they tended to get the advantage overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's really just keeping the tempo, in such a way that is very difficult for them to manage, And I think we've seen some good mixture of that as well in the previous series, where, especially on Split, you try and take a slow mid control, spread to other, either to the B or the A side, but some rounds, it would just be piling straight into A, despite the fact that it's even a gun round, and one that, some teams, they would want to take a bit more time to make sure that they can get the most value as they want out of the gun rounds, but it's not always meant to be, and really throws the other team off.
Is there any map that you think that Anbu might be able to have an advantage?
Well, they're going to be really...
I mean, there's one map I know that they're not going to want to play for sure, which is the 100% win rate for AAA.
Yeah, so I mean, that's something that they have to be a little bit cautious about. Bind, which they have picked the last in the last 2 series, they're going to be a bit apprehensive about picking that again. You know, I mean, their frailties were exposed for all to see right there. So we haven't seen too much of their natural tendencies, I think, in terms of a secondary map pick, but we could probably see it come out of this one just to, again, throw off Attack All Round, who I'm pretty sure they're grinning from ear to ear watching that last game.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Because they also have so much more information right now on their opponents, right? We were actually talking about this earlier, that Yolo Lee, really hardcore defending Ambu, wrong, by the way, but he was saying that one of their advantages is that they come in as a dark horse. Like, you have not seen them play in over a month. So the only information you have is just them today, whereas Attack All Round's been playing a lot of local tournaments. And if we move away from this matchup specifically, but more about the general thing, what do you guys think about that? Do you think having a local scene like that can actually be a weakness because you're constantly playing in open public tournaments and people have more info for you? Or do you think that's an advantage because you actually get to practice much more often?
I think it very much depends on the contrasting styles that you might have between the different regions. Now, of course, this is an Asian competition or Southeast Asian competition, so you know, you have country or teams from different countries, and you know, it's very common to have you know, all these local tournaments, as we talk about, and they will have their own tendencies and play styles. Some will be more or less aggressive, right? So I would think that this is Valorant is definitely one of these esports which is going to be highly susceptible to you know, these kind of influences. And when it comes to this type of tournament, this is going to be a clashing of styles, you know. And when we have those kind of things, it's going to be difficult for them to prepare. But yes, there could be the factor of, you know, there's a lot more footage out there that will allow those research opportunities to find chinks in the crack, you know. But you know, at the end of the day, it also comes down to your performance when it matters the most, you know. And even Attack All Round, you could say that even though they've been playing a lot in the local scene, when it counts at the regional level where they have to have a more generalized take on tactics, that's some time ago as well, you know. So it's not that recent in its own right. So I think they'll go a bit hand in hand.
Would you agree with that? Would you think that the healthy scene also develops a much more healthier a healthy local scene? Sorry.
Yeah, when you play more, I guess the more you practice, the better you get. But you have to use that practice, you know, in actual scenarios. That's where all these like competitions come into play. There's only so many times you can scrim against the couple of opponents, but you will not be able to replicate that real pressure that you get from playing in some high stakes tournaments. Because without that, you're not going to be able to, you know, train up your mindset that I might be 10-2 behind, but I need to continue playing every single next round as if it was my last. Because without that actual experience, you're just gonna, oh, we just got 10-2, whatever, let's go on to the next screen. That's not gonna happen in a real tournament. That's not gonna happen here. If Anbu is not able to reset that mentality if they're behind, they're gonna be in a lot of trouble in the next matchup, and that's where, you know, having that strong local scene will help.
That's a good point, actually, because you gotta get used to being beat down. You gotta get used to losing. I mean, in the case of AAA, sorry, they recently had a local tournament in Thailand where they actually lost to Myth themselves. So they understand what it's like to be beaten by a team that you might consider below yourselves. Imagine facing a team that's above you, that's beating you down. How do you deal with that, right?
Yeah. And I think, never mind about maybe losing to Myth recently. I think we even look at one of the bigger Ignition Series events as well, the Cyber Games Arena, where, of course, Attack All Round, they got to the finals and they lost against AHQ 3-2. So they've gone all the way to that extent only to have it taken away from them in the final one map. You know, they were one map away from taking that whole thing, you know. So now when they're presented with this opportunity to redeem themselves, to win at this biggest stage, you know, I don't think that they're going to approach this with the wrong mindset, you know, and they're going to definitely give the due respect to each of the teams that they're going to play against. Not to say that they don't give the respect to HQ in that particular tournament, but they're going to be focused. They're going to be determined, and they have to have quite a bit of grit to get where they are. And it's early days yet, but definitely they're building their success in the Royal Sea Cup right here and now.
Yeah, it's we're gonna have to see, because Attack All Round, they also, I mean, actually, we mentioned about this, right? They've been having a really good performance this tournament overall, right? Experienced players, but one of the differences that they have over a lot of the other players that these guys actually are former other tactical FPS players, right? They have actually been playing in a different scene for a really, really long time. Like, we're not talking like 6 months, we're talking like 2-3 years. These guys have been esports pros, and that must make you such stronger will, right? That much make your resilience up there, especially if you're in the Asian side of that other tactical FPS, because that was always a difficult bind to be in.
Yeah, I think you know, having that under your belt, it definitely will make it a fair bit easier. Of course, the Anbu fellas, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be pushovers, but yeah, definitely, you know, having the other esport experience, you know, which you know, it's that kind of experience transcends the esports that you're going to be in, you know, and at the end of the day, that's what's going to be important, you know, and it's being able to draw from those lessons at the end of the day.
Yeah, in the end, it's not only the mechanical skill you bring forward, it's the mindset, you know, the mentality, the communication skills, everything comes into play in big tournaments like this, and definitely Attack All Around does have the advantage over there. But like Jay said, you know, Ambu's not gonna just lie there and just take it. Like, no, they're gonna fight back.
So I want to hear now. We're getting close to the game to be starting. Predictions from this panel. Who do you guys think is going to take the series, or do you guys think it's going to be a tie?
Well, I think Anbu is going to pull out a more interesting map pick. They're going to take something other than Bind. What? I'm not sure exactly, but they
There's
definitely
only 3 other options.
Yeah, there are only 3 options, you know, but I think they can definitely look back at maybe, you know, bringing to Ascent, for example, where they've already had some success so far today. But I think, oh no, sorry, Haven, they played on Haven. But again, Attack All Around has played there as well. But apart from that, I think they're not going to be able to take 2 maps. So it's probably going to be 1 apiece here.
Okay, you think it's a
between
tie.
the 2.
Would you agree with that, Zero?
I think Attack All Around, with their experience, right, will take the series, but I think it will be close. It won't be 13-2, 13-4. It will be like 13-10, 13-11.
So similar to the only one word. Similar to the only one word series, where it was really close,
Very
but still
close.
2-0.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have your predictions. Remember these, clip these, so you can. That is Zero, by the way. You want to find him on social media, and that is Play of the J. Send them the clip. Shame them for being wrong. Always fun to do that. But we have to figure out if they happen to be right or if they happen to be wrong, because the game is about to start. And we're going to be moving now with our wonderful casting team that will narrate this matchup. Attack All Round versus Ambu. About to begin any second now.
Welcome back, guys. Our 5th match of the day here for the Royal Sea Cup, powered by ePulse. It is me, Seek and Strike. By my side is Gideon, and we have one heck of a match, guys. Attack All Around going up against Abnu. Now, we were talking just before we got started on what kind of Abnu is going to show up here, because we've seen a little bit of a different performance from them, I want to say, in their previous 2 series. Now, they're heading into the 3rd one. Very important. What do you think we should see out of them here as we head into Bind with Attack All Around on attack?
I mean, before this, when they were on Bind playing against Myth Attitude, they were bringing the Breach, the Jet, Killjoy, Omen, and Phoenix. I don't think that... I honestly think that this is not too bad of a composition overall. I do enjoy the way that they use the Killjoy, but, you know, it really depends on the person, because previously Myth Attitude decided to bring Sage instead of the Killjoy, but I really want to see them do that Detain one more time. Just to do that Detain on the A side of Bind. That was so great setup.
Yeah, I completely would agree with you here, as we are going to get into our lobby. Looks like it's some pretty standard stuff, with the exception of a Brimstone here for the side of Attack All Around, and instead it's going to be that Sova Raise. Oh, Breach. Breach on the defense.
All right, Breach on the defense this time. Okay, all right. Looks like they want to be able to challenge these angles a little bit more based on the composition that they have so far. They're even bringing the Raise on top of the Breach, so they can really start flushing people out of these tighter corners like U-Haul, like backside.
Yep, and we have actually two pretty great lurkers here on the side of attack all around. You have got, of course, your... I apologize, actually, as blue team is on defense, so attack all around on defense, but they still have two great lurkers with the Omen and the Cypher.
Let's see how they're going to start things off. They drop the spike first, and they're going to quickly go and make sure they are clearing out Hookah very, very carefully.
Yeah, there's no one there.
Yeah, there's no one there, but you know they're making sure that they don't take irrational steps. I mean, look at the spread of the team. Most of the times we've seen teams kind of like group together as 3 and as 2 and look to push some of these sites a little bit just to kind of get the info and then look to all in it at towards the end. But it's just a different approach here, as you know, AAA that Anbu taking their time to kind of just wait it out, see what the response of AAA is going to be.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's going to be popping off over. It looks like that was going to be towards A indeed, as they have scouted one in Garden. That's going to allow Ace-Tix to pick up the ultimate orb, fairly uncontested rotations. Stop making it over. Actually, it's the teleporter to be utilized here. Look at that. Tony Banks now kicking it off with the kill line at King Arad after the Wanna Fly gets a pick. So now at 3v3, they're going to back up into the teleporter, double back
30 seconds
into
left.
Hookah they go, Gideon.
Raze is going to be super late on. He's going to be quite late on this, but he's going to quickly recon arrow down into the spawn site just to make sure that they get some kind of info on when they come through. Raze takes the teleporter now as they look to try and surround and choke out the enemy team inside B.
They're gonna know that there's one of Fly, at least there's one in B Hall. That metal is so loud, it lets everyone in sight know that there's someone there, but he's still gonna be able to get the jump onto Raphael, as with the Ghost, he's gonna be able to swing around. Now the crossfire, Tony Banks though, gonna even up the score at 2 apiece. One in window, one in elbow. They know there's one elbow, but it doesn't matter. Wanna Fly the Jet now trying to jump on in. Sorry, that was Raze. Oh my god, the 4K here for Wanna Fly as he nearly actually dying there to the spray control of Tony Banks' Frenzy, but it's not gonna matter. AAA will pick up the opening round.
Really nice, but unfortunately that magazine is just not big enough in the Frenzy to be able to take out multiple people at a time. You really need to land those headshots, but it's such a tight situation to come out from. Once again, I mean, we all know whoever wins the pistol round most likely is gonna help win the second round unless they've got some really nice shots to show. And until then, Anbu so far, we gotta keep our eyes peeled here because Tony Banks and Kaja really, also Rafi at times really do show that they do have the mechanical capabilities of just tapping heads, but they need that opportunity set up by their team.
Definitely. Looks like they took some time here to decide to go for SMGs and Bulldogs on the side of Anbu, but they finally settled on it, and there we go. Classic pistol-on-pistol action. AAA, though, PTC will go down. He's already trying to establish dominance here. I believe next round he could be even showing up if he wants to go for the glass cannon build there with the Jet operator there. So expect to see a lot of Jet action there. I think ideally for PTC, he's hoping not to be the opening death.
Yep. And the entire team is just waiting for Jet to get into position to get some info from Garden side, so before they start pushing into Hookah. Now that they're here, Breach can easily fault line them as they already begin off with a great flash, coming in with the paint bombs as well. That frag is able to get so many, and that's gonna push attack all around all the way back. Sorry, Anbu all the way back to their base.
Yeah, it does. That's interesting now because Anbu, they have B Hall control. Somehow the Jet sneaking on through has no more abilities left remaining. Congrad with the SMG will be holding down B Hall, forcing back the Jet, but they're gonna know the spike carrier is not here. So there's no need to call any rotations quite yet. Everyone just being patient. One man in window, one man B Hall. Looks like we got a third in left. Cubby and one Heaven.
Spike planted.
For AAA's spike will go down in the A site.
Oh, if Jet continues to move up, does Omen notice this? He's gonna creep right up to them, right behind him here. Are they gonna notice him?
Oh,
yes, finally they do.
He's probably gonna take the porter at some point. They're trying to get through fast as the smoke will drop now, covering the retreat into U-Haul. A little bit of spray is not gonna catch anyone though, but Anbu looking for more. As the defuse, they're gonna stick it. Shy Dope though gonna find one before Jenny turns and picks up the 2 kills. Spike defuse in the meantime makes it a second round for AAA.
AAA are playing a nice but slow methodical gameplay here. Really, you can already see like off the gates they aren't looking to rush these sites. They are really looking to just see who's going to overextend first, who wants to take that first peek, chunk them out, try not to get traded in the process.
Yep, I don't really like that. They realize, oh, Jenny's got the SMG, so we're gonna let the guy with pistol peek first and let Jenny swing back for the kill. And just great play there, right? Great play, just working it out. Hey, you might die for this, but guess what? I'm gonna get the kill if they go for you.
Yep, just great organization of what their team needs to be doing at all times here. But it looks like they're changing up their setup here for the side of attack.
Boom, buddy. Is he gonna make it through the doors? Nah, he's trolling, dude. Doesn't end up making it in. He might have gotten shot there by the Sova holding window.
Oh, once again the shock arrow. Once again, Flashpoint is coming through. He's blinded for the second, but now with the at least with the smoke, it's going to buy themselves some time. If they cross on over PTC, he doesn't want to be part of this no more.
No, he doesn't, and he's gonna. The enemy team might know, depending on if they saw the angle which that smoke originated from, that there was someone there holding hookah, so he definitely needed to get out. And luckily, he's able to do so without having to use his dash. So now he still has that for perhaps a little bit of an aggressive hold.
I mean,
now, though, Anbu biding their time.
I mean, they are, and they're really taking their time with this, but I don't see them. I don't see them pushing out at all. I don't see them being too aggressive. There's really no reason to be. And right now, it's just going to be AAA's opportunity to try and look to get this pick, so it opens up the map a little bit more. B side is going to be real difficult.
Yep. No one's been tagged yet. We've only got one flash to use.
30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. It looks like they are wasting their utility here. They flushed them out, and now they have to start pushing into B site here. But they need to make sure they take out the jet down at elbow. But they smoke it off. Hopefully they keep their eyes there. Yep, good job for Kaja.
Yeah, he's going to be holding that angle. No one peeking
10
through the
seconds
smoke
left.
quite yet. It's going to be an SMG. He will peek, but he's already back into cover. 10 seconds, so they're going to have to make the call now, but they're not going to be able to get into the site. Spike not being carried currently, as attack all around will be able to hold on to this round. Kaja is going to get an exit frag onto one. Fly, can they get the operator down? They will. Can they recover it? Yes, indeed. A big win there on the exit frags.
Darn it. That's got to be super frustrating. I mean, one more second until the round is about to end, and you get fragged, and you lose your you lose your op as well in the process. So it's like,
It's just unfortunate, unfortunately. Kaja just backing themselves into the corner, really had absolutely nowhere to go. No smokes, no dashes, no utility, and it's going to be a full save. What could have been potentially a pretty nice hold here from Anbu with a Vandal, with an operator. Instead, turns to an operator. I'm sorry, making that a Vandal and some pistols.
Yep. This is going to force them into a tough spot. Oh, but they've already noticed them. Genie did notice Jet kind of dash through into U-Haul side. He has our ultimate, so this might just be a great econ round for them. Ooh, doesn't connect.
Well, I heard the jet knives as well here, but I didn't quite see any. As we now have a full commitment now towards this A site. Spike going down. That was going to be the showstopper on Kaja. That'll nuke him down up over in U-Haul. Bomb Buddy now going out as Raffle. Going to wait there for the paint canisters to expire before releasing his friendo. One coming from Showers and Bath. Raffle will peek. They're not going to be able to get the kill, but the rest of AAA, they are making it happen now. Peeking aggressively while reloading, not recommended, and Ginny is going to learn that lesson the hard way as Raffle will end up taking it at nice satchel to try and get a good angle. Unfortunately, the reaction's coming in time. That'll be the 4th round in a row now for AAA. So far, a flawless opening 4 rounds.
Very flawless opening 4 rounds, and not to mention that the reaction time is just impeccable. Even with the satchel charge giving that extra boost of speed to force yourself into this wide peak, just wasn't able to connect enough shots.
Yep. Good stuff now, but we do have the operator back in the hands of Fasha, so that might potentially get a few picks here for Anbu. PTC as well, though, is at the ready again, likes to play up aggressive. We've seen already from the get-go, from the opening round, playing very aggressive like this, and this time they're going to have a Bomb Buddy to help them out.
Oh, so the Bomb Buddy starts off where the Shock Arrow comes on through. That's going to be one Shock Arrow, one Bomb Buddy taken out of the picture here, as both teams will hoping that PTC peaks.
Yeah, PTC is going to know there's at least one, as now another Bomb Buddy coming on through. That'll force back PTC, not wanting to hold that angle with the operator. Is going to commit for this one, though, but Raffle was absolutely ready. I like that effort from AAA, as I think they decided, I think they had their Rays shoot the Bomb Buddy while PTC peeked the angle, maybe hoping to catch them off guard. Unfortunately, Anbu just a bit too ahead of him there.
Yeah, they really peaked at the right place at the right time. They were really trying their best to make sure the communication as well as the flow of the game is still in sync. However, I think he definitely got a little distracted there trying to make that call to take out that bomb buddy, asking his friend Reyes to take out the bomb buddy in the process. But still, it's still alright. This game is still winnable. It's a 4v5, but they are holding on to the site very well.
Yeah, indeed. They're not willing to make that rotation over quite yet. 5 up here for Anbu. 30 seconds, of course, you can take those
30
teleporters
seconds left.
for a quick rotation, but now 2 lurking through Garden as Skydope wishing he had a gun out. He's going to lose 1. He's going to lose his own life as well as Ace takes now. Even sure to his name. We'll pick up 2 now. Countergrad swinging on back over after Tony Banks picks up the kill onto him. It's going to be left to 1. Are they going to save this operator? It looks like it, Gideon.
10 seconds
that's
left.
going to be a 5th round now for AAA.
Yeah, 10 seconds left here. Cypher is just going to keep his weapons, keep his money, keep his life. He can't afford to lose it right now, especially when their opponents are 5 rounds up. This is a very dominating start coming in for attack all around.
That was just really unlucky there. Unfortunately, they didn't get the pick on the Rays, lurking very aggressively through Garden. So they were not only able to catch the operator off guard, but also the Brim, who was ready to call in some smokes. So that ended up losing them that engagement. They then try and push through window, but because you already have one in Garden that you are looking to kill, someone else comes out from back of sight and just ends their life, and it's just the attack falls apart there for Andrew. Nice positioning from AAA to make that happen.
Yeah, and right now AAA is really just showing experience with immediately with the peak. They just change it up every single time. They're always questioning where is PTC going to be, and every time he changes it, so it's never the same.
Some rounds he's being a little bit more passive, trying to force them to come to him, force out the bomb buddies, force some utility. This time he is all aggressive, and it'll pay off immediately. A 5v4 scenario.
See how far they can actually pull this through, because again, this is Anbu we're talking about. They really like to kind of see how their opponents kind of react to this, and they're taking a much slower approach than before. Previously, they haven't even tried to actually go for A this time. They've really dedicated a lot of their resources towards B, but this round, it looks like it's going to be different as they slowly make their way towards A.
Indeed. I was about to say, do you think that's because of the Cypher kind of effect? Just he's always going to know if you're coming, he's going to have that intel. You'd rather just stay put where you know there's no cameras. Maybe that's kind of the mentality here.
Maybe, probably. And I mean, like, it's a good army because every single one of these rounds, Cypher has been sitting and anchoring down on A, and Anbu just refuses to actually go in unless they get a pick off of the Cypher, or they almost guaranteed free access onto A side.
Well, in it goes, as they're going to drop plenty of smokes. Recon Bolt will find one. The Hellfire forcing anyone out of U-Haul now. Great pick now. Kasha through the smoke. He's going to pick up Congress. One of flight in return gets 2 before he's dropped now by Tony Banks over in
10
back.
seconds
now
left.
that is going to be the spike drop. He's going to be trying to save yet again here, and that'll make it a 6th round then for AAA.
I think Anbu are taking things too slow here. They really need to start ramping up. They need to start showing themselves. Not trying to be aggressive as well, so
that was a no-scope. I hate to interrupt you because you're saying exactly what they need to be doing, but that was a no-scope on that operator shot through smoke.
Through the smoke, right? Yeah,
that was nutty. No, but you're exactly right. I mean, they're playing very patient, and that's okay, I think, on a map like Haven, on a map like maybe... Probably just Haven, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Just Haven because of its unique ability, and because you have so much mobility as the attacker, which is pretty unique to this map. That's not the case here. Because you're right, I think they need to light a fire under themselves to kind of get them moving.
Yeah, they really need to pump up the pressure here, because by the first minute, somebody has already gone down. The moment it's a 4v5, they really kind of pull back into their shell, which I don't necessarily like. So hopefully they do it here. The first pick onto that Sova, you can already see Reyes is hesitating, waiting to go, throws the grenade, knows that there's 2 members coming in from Garden, so maybe that's going to be the playmaker.
They're pinging one. Maybe they hear footsteps getting walled a little bit through PTC now. His armor being broken, but look at that. Ace takes rotating on through, is going to pick a kill onto 6. They have relinquished A pressure, though, as they are going to be looking through them, but it's not going to matter. Ace takes is going to find the spike carrier now. Spike down.
Looks like Jet still holding her position in U-Haul. Somebody's about to walk up here.
Yeah,
oh,
Kaja,
man.
they might have heard.
Hello,
Oh,
buddy.
This could be a problem. Kaja rotating on through. Conrad not daring to peek this angle. He knows he's in for a bad time as the Spike now walking their way slowly. A 2v5, but if they can at least get the Spike planted here as we get our cinematic camera angle.
30 seconds
a little bit of
left.
tactical crouching here on both ends. I think they both know where each other's at, but unfortunately, this Omen not really too much for these places he can go, but there they go. PTC with a frenzy, and Congored looks like PTC taking the initiative there, and Congored making the turn at the same time.
Yeah, really good play. They're making sure they're coordinating their attacks. They got the initial frag onto the Spike carrier. In most cases, even I would react to it. I would look backwards like, what the heck just happened here? I mean, I heard the jet, and all of a sudden, peeked at the same time. Congored made sure that he got that kill.
Like, am I crazy? Maybe I hallucinated the
right?
Omen running over there, the Cypher, but nope.
Goes dead.
You've been bamboozled, my friend, unfortunately.
Yep, still holding strong though, but they still haven't won a single round and taken that away from AAA so far. I mean, AAA is just their experience is definitely showing, and they definitely know why they're going to be the best in this group.
Definitely, AAA are showing what they're made of here, and they're gonna have one heck of an advantage here at this rate, maybe going 5-0, which would guarantee them that one of those top 2 slots. However, there we go, PTC showing what he's made of, immediately backing off, not leaving anything to chance, but that's gonna be Kaja now down for the count. PTC just always playing near B short. Just holding down that angle and making life impossible for Anbu.
Yeah.
Constantly a 4v5 because of him.
Yeah, I find this really interesting that the way they kind of split themselves apart. I guess they wanted to show that they were looking to go to B, and then, you know, a rotation was going to happen, but now a flashpoint has come out. Ooh, the transfer doesn't exactly connect here, but Tony Banks, he's got to deal with more problems than one. We've got Breach, we've got Omen, we've also got a Jet coming in, and here is the natural setup that Ambu does all the time. Triple smoke down by A-side. Oh, the first pick up there on Shadum is going to be gone. Genie is going to be able to secure that, and the defenders making sure that they don't miss their shots. It's going to be 4 headshots in a row.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Gideon, their name is Attack All Around, but let me tell you, they can defend all around as well. This has really been just clean outplay after outplay, I want to say. Just clear communication there. A great flash, and then immediately we saw Conrad jump in right after that, knowing he was blind. 8-0 here, likely to be 9-0, as it's going to be a forced eco round here. AAA, I mean, they're absolutely good in top form here.
They are, and it's just how clean they are playing together. You know, you would be expecting these sort of plays, you know, more towards the playoff section where they need to be. However, this group's everyone is giving it their all.
Careful now.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it as the Jet will jump forward aggressively now, peeking into U-Haul. We do have a Grimstro, or a Brim here ready to counter rotate here, holding a very tight angle. Can't believe he plays with no reticle. Did you see that? Doesn't even need one here, as he's got it all on his little wrist, but now everyone except for one rotating on over. A 4v5 on Boo. This is the best position I think they've had for some time, as the Jet will now jump on up onto Box, onto Pillar, looking for a pick. Can't find any though. Now PTC and Conrad open it up here at the same time. PTC will find 2 as Conrad looking for the 5th over in Bass, as where they go. The flawless, no one even is taking a bit of damage. That's the 9th round.
Oh, so rough. But I mean, Ambu here really needs to start building up some confidence. The hesitation with a lot of these, with a lot of the members is really starting to show, because I mean, the moment one person goes down, you can already see somebody pull back from the peak, and doing that, especially when you're trying to get onto the site together, makes it look a lot sloppier than it is.
It's really killing them too here. I mean, you're on an eco round, right? You're not expected to win the round anyway. That's kind of the whole point, right? You're losing a round now to ideally turn this round in the future with that loss bonus. You're looking for economic damage. Just run in, be aggressive, maybe be a little bit unpredictable. Get some economic damage. If they have to rebuy an operator, that's a win for you. Unfortunately, they're not able to get anything done in that round, and AAA just the utmost of comfort here, 9-0.
All of them very happy with their KDA so far. They are holding it up. They're changing it up every single time. PTC, you see him in hookah, you love him, you hate him, but he always changes the angle to keep his opponents on their toes.
Oh wow, look at that really tight angle there. The first one to go. Look at that tracking. PTC, the flick will find him. And now Anbu have dropped 2 main canisters. Look at how aggressive they're feeling. A6, he is going to be going right on in. Maybe can find one. The second bomb pack, unfortunately, his double is able to bait him around the corner. What's up, my friend? They are going to get a kill.
I mean, they did get a kill onto that race, and at the very least. So that's something. That's definitely something.
Yes, I agree. I completely agree with you. Especially when you're on a buy round, you need to remove weapons and you need to force this economy on AAA to at least take a little bit of a hit. Because right now, even if you went around flawlessly, they just rebuy weapons and they're all good to go again. You gotta. It's so difficult to play from behind. You can't be too aggressive. You need to mix between saving weapons and causing eco damage. But unfortunately, they can't seem to find the way to get either of these objectives completed.
Yep. I mean, Cypher, he just lost his camera now. Now he knows for a fact that they're on A. Breach is going to be coming through
10 seconds left.
And while the rest of the team comes on through, the Cages has been triggered. 6 at 30 HP. Can he pull this up? Conrad walks right up to him to finish the round off.
Doesn't even let him save his camera. See you later. That'll be the 10th round now. I believe Anbu might have to save yet again this round, as they probably don't have the money in the bank to rebuy after that attempt. So it's going to be another eco. So we're going to be waiting probably maybe a half buy, it looks like. Oh, they might be just trying to force it on this one.
I guess they have. I mean, it's something, I suppose. They could technically eco for one more round and then look to contest for on the 12th round. But even then, it's really up to preference of some of these teams. They really have been struggling overall. So I guess if this is going to be their last, if this is going to be their strongest push, at least they're going to commit.
Oh, and that's a good start for them. Not bad. Trade 1-for-1 on one fly. Conjured still alive, playing very aggressively up by A shorts. They are at least going to be able to pick him up. Toss in the hat as well. Will give them some intel. B currently looking very clear, but you have plenty of people still ready to rotate on through. But Ginny with a beautiful spray onto one from behind, and you all nearly getting the turn actually. But 6 is able to at least win that 1v1. A6 then getting the kill onto Kaja. Tony Banks now as they are fighting, continuing. AAA down to a 1v2. Spike is going down now as the peak wide. A6 immediately picking them off. Spray through the smoke. Is not going to find anyone. Into the cyber cage goes 6. He's going to rotate on through and follow an unknowing A6 who is walking, lurking through the U-Haul, peeking around truck. Maybe he goes, oh, maybe he went in the back of sight. Taking him for a walk now, looking for heaven. Great patience, though, by the Cypher, who goes right into the back of A6 and say hello with a bullet from the Vandal.
And finally, Anbu take a round off of AA. The much-needed round indeed. They also pick up an operator in the process. Is this going to be enough to win them the game? Well, at least it changes the momentum for sure. Because, I mean, you can already see that that AAA here were going a little bit out of their way.
Yeah.
They were getting very aggressive, pushing up through mid, A short here.
Yeah.
And it's tough because there's so many angles you have to worry about, especially connecting it all the way over down to the enemy spawn side.
I completely agree. We're about to hit the switch here. This is the 12th round. We're full buy against full buy, of course, as even though they did lose the round, AAA have plenty of economy to play with. But like you said, they punish the aggressive positioning. They win a round in a 1v1 scenario. That's the momentum you need going into the second half. You have to reset. You can't dwell on the fact that you're down this much if you want to compete at your game at your best.
Yeah, every round is going to matter from here on out. Anbu has no choice but to consecutively try and win it, and win every single one of these. There's no turning back at this point. Oh, very interesting setup though.
Yeah, they really should try to win this one though. If they don't and they lose eco, they're likely to be in a very hard time in the second round of the second half here, as they are going to continue to hold very aggressive positioning out from the Rays. And it looks like Anbu, they're not going to bite.
I mean, it's 46 seconds and they still haven't gotten picked off here, so that's already a win for Anbu for now, but they need to start making their decisions. They've done this play so many times already. I mean, AAA at this point, they are very comfortable with a road from B, rotating back to A. Cypher still anchoring down with
30 seconds
right by his side.
Oh, nice job there. That's going to give them intel that they are going to be coming through. A short from back to site. Heaven Congrad able to find one. The pickoff onto Kaja. Spike has been dropped. Their ally just looking over helplessly. Hellfire at least will force out the offer, but not before PTC gets a pick onto 6. Spike is going down at the very least as the timer running out, but PTC with the knives out now. He's going to find one with the headshot, looking for the second. He's going to get it and give him the defuse. That's going to be the 11th round of the half, going towards AAA, and they're in a good spot here.
I guess they got really confident off of that nade coming in from Rays there, because I mean, I guess she immediately assumed, oh, I dropped the nade right in front of the door into U-Haul there, therefore people shouldn't be able to push through, but Jet managed to get through no matter what. got into the back line, got into their back flank, and immediately just started popping heads.
Yep, every single round, I mean, every single round is important, but this round is going to be do or die time now for Anbu. If they lose, they're going to be up against maybe light armor and SMGs versus, at best, a nice pistol. It's going to be real difficult for them here, so essentially every single round from now on for Anbu is going to be a force buy.
I mean, it's really an uphill battle for Anbu. There's no way of looking at besides that. There's so much weight on them, especially with the 11-round wins. The 10-round lead coming in from AAA.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, of course, we know AAA. They're a big name here. They've been making big waves around the SCA region, and well, they're showing us why they're to be respected. As Kaja at least trying to establish himself in the mid lane, rather make that be short. Won't Scott anyone, so he can go back in a hookah, back in a window, but AAA playing it very patiently. They will find one, however. That's going to be a bit of intel, but not much. The bomb buddy running on through will be crossfired, so that's going to be Jet not wanting to make the rotation, but PTC's insane. He's still going to actually commit for that, as the satchel pack going on in will net them a kill. Actually, it's the shock arrow that secures it. Want to fly, though. He's now picked off one. Instead, they're going to be going for the bomb sites. They did actually rotate very early for this one, as the teleporter is going to end up being used by, I believe that is Jet, Sova, and Raze coming from CT.
I mean, they got to make their way through at least to elbow to help out their Kaja here by hookah. But it looks like SMX has got his eyes set as he picks him up. Kaja actually turns it around.
Oh, the aggressive play. He lands the triple. He needs one more. He's not going to find it. That means AAA. They're going to take the opening round. And it's, I mean, this is, we got so much against Anbu now. I mean, you're up against at least SMGs here. I think AAA even pick up a Bucky, so expect 6 to be playing extremely aggressively. And yeah, it's going to be just a full buyout now from everyone on the map. And unfortunately, the money just not favoring Anbu here.
Yeah, hopefully that Stinger is going to put in a lot of work here, but I'm not getting my hopes up too high, as the rest of the team of A are looking to be attacking the A side.
Look how aggressive this is. Oh, they might just be going for it. They're running. They are running over towards U-Haul, where Rothel they're going to get the benefit there. PTC kicking this one off quite nicely, as the defense already falling apart. But you do have big rotations out from the teleporter, collapsing on them as well from CT. In showers is going to be Tony, looking to shower himself in some gold and glory, as Kaja opening it up, getting the Bucky kill. They're falling one by one. AAA actually not looking too good. There's a counter rotation. 6 with the Bucky. Will find one more. It's a 1v2. He finds one more now, picking up the SMG. Diffuse is going down now. Needs to try and contest this. The Cypher is going to go down, trying to save money, but Kaja going to be turning with the Bulldog, so at least force the rebuy.
Oh boy, they're getting really close, and I think, you know, AAA is kind of really feeling themselves at this point. They're getting a little too aggressive, definitely out of the style. When you know that they want to play on farm, it becomes lots more slow and methodical. So every time we do see them become, you know, we're going to be rushing, we're going to be looking to be proactive in this game. We're looking to be aggressive. Very much feels out of character considering what the past 12 rounds have been.
I agree, but I think that's the right move to make when you win the eco round and you're kitted to kill non-armored enemies, right?
Yeah.
That's the way to play it, right? Because you can't let them come to you. Pistols are going to beat SMGs at range, so you need to get up in their face. I like that from Anbu, though. Taking the initiative, they're going to take the round.
Yep, and now they're going to continue to try and defend this against the enemy attackers here. Oh, all right, they're slowing it down. But PTC is still alive here, looking to try and get some picks towards the A side.
They patched for that ultimate orb. Wow, the Sheriff through smoke, nearly picking off that Cypher and the knife! Okay, he was out of smoke, but that's going to refresh the knives as well, making this slate a bit easier to take. The rotations being called already, as Jet now running on over through CT. Camera being thrown down, as there we go. Tony Banks picking off A6. These knives still out for PTC. Back to site in Cubby. They're going to be holding out behind box, but Congared with the Sheriff wall and a headshot on to Rathil.
They're gonna start rotating here as everybody has gone through the teleporter. However, Jet is in back spawn here. Sova's gonna be the first to see him. That's gonna be the first headshot here. Jet's gonna be walking up to try and contest, but he's gotta be careful to watch for those tight angles.
Yeah, knives on knives here for both Jet. It's a
30 seconds left.
4v2 on Anbu. They need to try and hold on a bit longer as they will bring the bomb eventually back on over
Spike
to A,
planted.
but they have juked out the Brim, who's now had to walk all the way back on over PTC. So take this, buddy. I don't need it. Here you go. Have a gun.
I got knives. Don't worry, buddy.
What do you mean? You shouldn't bring knives to a gunfight. No. It'll be okay. Knife on knife action. Can they get the job done? Ready to be peaked. These, of course, are 100% accurate. One-shot headshot of the Sova arrows jumping on forward. There goes Kajan very aggressively into sight, but he gets picked off the Sheriff and Jitty to finish them off to 13-2 kill spread. And it's going to be Triple A taking the first map very convincingly.
Attack all around, just really solid team, no matter what side they're on. Even though Bind is a pretty difficult, is a pretty annoying map, relatively new. I would say neutral all around. But the KDA coming out of AAA, these guys, really have some aim. Really has some aim.
Yeah, you can even see PTC, that econ rating of 98 is impressive. 7 first bloods as well is really just amazing. So shout out to him. I know he's not top frag, but that's some really great efficiency for him. Of course, the agents with killing abilities are naturally going to have higher econ scores, but nonetheless, a really impressive showing all around from Attack All Around, as the name would suggest, and that'll be game number 1. We're going to game 2 here in just a bit, but what were your thoughts? How do you need to like reset mentally after a route like that, to be honest?
Well, you blame it on the map real quick, just so you can get all that frustration out, focus on the next map, and then look to kind of, stabilize in terms of, okay, what are our plans, what were we lacking in the previous one, and immediately start playing better at that point. Because I mean, that was a really tough victory to tough defeat to swallow coming in from AAA. But again, they have one more map. They have another opportunity to prove themselves that they actually can stand toe to toe with the best.
I agree. We're going to be waiting to see what that map is, but likely to be maybe something like Ascent or Haven. I think that's a favorite here for Attack All Around. We know how they like to sit mid, occupy mid control, and just threaten to go everywhere at once, as the name would suggest again. So I'm looking forward to our second map, so make sure you guys stick around. But let's break this one down a bit further. I mean, it really just seems like this map really comes down to the team coordination and the team play, right? Getting and setting up the hold, setting up for the crossfires, coordinating on the double peaks really makes a lot of the differences here, doesn't it?
I think also the order of which you attack the map, you have to immediately have that situational awareness of, okay, if I take somebody out from backside, what does that open up for the rest of the team? So the moment that call is made, who peaks next?
Yeah. Once again, the lurkers, I mean, it's so difficult against how strong a Cypher is. It's so difficult on a map like this as well, when anyone can technically be a lurker with the teleporters, right? So not super strong on this map, so hopefully we can have a bit more impact out from lurkers in the future. But Rays, lots of Rays on this map, lots of tight corners, and lots of really highly contested like cubby spots. The Boom Buddy is really good at seeking out. I don't know, is anything else that surprised you about either of the agent picks here for this map, or pretty standard stuff?
I mean, I think overall, the only thing that was just the utilization of that breach. Didn't get too many stuns, however, it does put a solid anchor when it comes to A main.
All right, well, we'll see what our analysts have to say, as we're going to throw it over to Avo Plaus and the boys in just a bit.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the panel for the Royal SEA Cup here, a tournament created by Eeples, part of the VALORANT Ignition series to really start off this game with a bang. We're here promoting the best SEA teams, and we're seeing 2 of them right now. Ambu versus Attack All Round. We got to see the first match, and now we're going to break it down for you guys. My name is Mr. Alva Plus, joining me is YOLO Lee and The Hound.
Yep, thank you guys so much for joining us once again for such an amazing series. But then again, just want to quickly break down for us, honestly, what did you think about that first game?
I think, can I just be blunt and crass about it?
Very blunt.
He's the fluff. He's the nice guy.
Okay, good cop, bad cop then, right?
Yeah, right.
So, what was Anbu doing, man? what was that? That was the spankings, his beatdowns, but this was just a schooling towards Anbu, and I felt like towards the end half, they were at wit's end towards how to handle this. I think it was only at the 11th round, if I'm not mistaken, that Anbu was able to score 1, which I think it's in. I mean, don't get me wrong, boys and girls at home, but it's a victory on its own. When you face someone like Attack All Around, that's kind of on another level, and you're kind of aware of it. Being able to score that 1 despite having so much of a deficit is still a motivating experience. But walking away from that, what was the final score? 12-2.
Yeah.
12-2 can be very demotivating indeed.
Yes, like, and you don't even get me started on the previous game as well. Like before they played this one, like between AAA and Anbu, that was absolutely really sad and really hard to deal with. But I believe just mainly because it's just the mentality, right? And this case here, it's like you lose a big game, totally fine. Like, you know, you're a professional. You have to learn how to really step it up and just move on with it, that kind of thing, right? But suddenly in this game, they just started slacking even more. They started being very sluggish, forced buying. There's no real contingency plan or any fallback or plan B or anything at all. So it's just really sad to see Anbu just doing this, you know?
Talk about planning, actually. We were discussing this in the initial rounds. We're like, oh, guys, these guys getting stumped. Yet their economy, to me, was one thing that really struck me. Like, they went for maybe 3 half-buy rounds in a row, where they're desperately trying to stave the bleeding. What leads to making that? Is that, first of all, is that a mistake in your eyes?
Nano, why didn't you go first?
All right, honestly, let's be honest, it's a really big mistake. Like in most cases, if AAA does it, right, and the thing is, they have the skills and ability to pull it off, that kind of thing.
But what do you think it's what the better team should do?
Yeah, it's like, no, the thing is, it's more like, it's high risk, high reward, that kind of thing. You're full buying, taking the bet that, all right, we might try to take an advantage to go head to head with this with whatever weapons they have. But what Anbu was doing was just constantly force buying whatever money they can get, whoever can get a rifle first or not, or an operator first, they'll just buy it, and the rest of the team will just eco. And I'm like, why you do half buys? You might as well just like go for a full eco, and then next round the whole team gets a full rifle, you know, that kind of thing. So I think what Anbu was doing just was literally like unforgivable, unacceptable, this kind of thing.
Well, I
What's
think
this good cop? This is the worst
good cop.
I've
Good
ever
cop
seen.
just went bad cop, so bad cop's gonna go good cop.
Okay.
I think, to me, they fell victim to a sunk cost fallacy, right? So for those of you who don't know what sunk cost fallacy is, it's a very simple example, right? I've already invested X amount of money in this particular business. I can't take away from it, so I just got to keep investing more and more into
Until
it.
it yields return.
And basically, you don't get the returns. Similar thing that happens with Anbu. When you have a sunk cost fallacy, 2 things happen. It's either you bug out, you take whatever money you got and you bug out, or you just keep spending that money and hope that you hit that big jackpot.
Right.
And Anbu, the fact remains that with a dynamic game such as Valorant, there are a lot of factors that need to come into consideration, abilities as well as weaponry, when to buy, when not to buy, when to force buy. I feel that that was a grave mistake for Anbu, but when you're back against the wall in such a way, you're forced into this defensive mode and you kind of go on autopilot. So I do hope that for the sake of Anbu and for the sake of their placement in the overall tournament, they look at it from a more, not to say, not from an emotional standpoint, but try to be a little bit more clear about it.
Okay.
Try to be a little bit more aware of, okay, we're bleeding from resources. How do we salvage as much as we can? And yes, the odds are against us. Being able to turn it around is fine, but you got to learn how to lose graciously too.
Is there a factor here because you're against AAA, not only a good Valorant team, but also established pros in other tactical FPSs that people all around the Asian FPS scene know? Like, these guys are pretty well known. They've dominated the scene in Thailand for a really long time when they were back in Alpha X hashtag. Like, these guys are well-known pros. And you think that adds to the idea of the sunk cost fallacy, the desperation that might creep on you?
Well, for me, I think it's how when you look at someone like Michael Jordan, who's just so competitive, he was able to basically carry the Chicago Bulls up and bring him up to that kind of level.
Okay.
Yep.
You need that kind of person within the team. Whether it's a coach, whether it's a captain, whether it's someone that's a supporter on the side, because it's a 5-man team, right? It's not like boxing. It's not like fencing where your team effort is in the gym or in training, and your full effort within that is solely on you in that competition. You've got 5 other egos, 5 other personalities, 5 other needs and wants to consider, and also the fact that sometimes some people phone it in. and you need to be able to be that rallying cry. Guys, we can do this. We can smash them, but you need to trust me. You need to have faith in me.
It seemed like that didn't happen in that game.
I feel like that you get smashed in for a few rounds, and you can tell that the players tend to lose a little bit more in terms of how they play. I've been working in casting for like 6-7 years. Leonard almost as long.
No.
maybe shorter.
Yeah.
Right? But
yeah.
you can tell, right?
Yeah.
YOLO. I mean, you can tell, right? When you look at a team and they start playing a little bit off,
Yes.
you can make your own conclusions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really sad to see. But then again, we also saw Rafi. He was really trying his best to rally the team. He was getting a couple of great frags himself. But sadly, he is just only one guy. He still needs the rest of the team to really follow up with him. And I think he was really trying to rally them up. Like, with the amount of frags he's going through, I'm pretty sure he was doing like a couple of call-outs, like saying like, hey guys, it's alright, there's another round, we got this, we can do this. But just today, it was just really sad to see this.
Is it possible that rallying is not always a good idea? Like, for this example, right, this game, you get to the 10-0, right? At that point, making the comeback is near impossible, right? And it could be argued that continuing to fight that, like almost like defying the desperate measures, is not really good for your mentality either. It adds to that pressure you're feeling. So perhaps maybe the idea of actually throwing the towel, losing gracious, as you mentioned earlier, is not that bad if you are in such a terrible position, and just going for the second game.
But the thing is just like, there are different terms in losing gracefully,
Yes,
right?
there is.
Exactly. Like when I guess in this term, I believe what you were trying to say when losing graciously is mostly like fight till the bitter end. I mean, don't look like it's very desperate or just like really sloppy. Just really give it your all. Give a couple of strategies, even if it doesn't work out. Just show that you're really giving your all, even despite a non-comparable back game. That kind of thing. So,
but you only need 1 point.
Yeah, but even getting a 1 point, it feels like a big win sometimes.
Okay.
It's as simple as this, man. You get to play against Michael Jordan. He's going to smash you 30 to nothing. But if you score that one hoop against someone like Michael Jordan, that's a personal victory on all its own.
It's braggable rights.
It is. And for some people, it's the bragging rights. For some people, it's the money it's involved. Sure. But for me, I mean, I come from a competitive background myself. I would think of myself that, so what if it's Michael Jordan that's standing in front of me? I'm not going to be afraid. Like Stallone said it best in Rocky, you know, it's not the size of the dog, it's the size of the fight in the dog, right? So are you just going to keel over and die? Or are you just going to make sure that your bite and your bark is just as loud and just as painful as it is? Because to me, it's very demoralizing. And it's of course very easy for someone like me to say it because I'm not on the receiving end of such a, beatdown. Yeah. But at the same time, I know for a fact that I've got to earn that guy's respect. I've got to think like, oh my God, we are beating them 10 to nothing, but they're still fighting so hard. There'll always be that little bit of ego between you and your other teams as well as your own teammates. Fine. But you can't let it take away your competitive spirit. That's how I see it.
Okay. What if they don't see themselves that way, though? I mean, right now on the panel, of course, we sell the narrative to the viewers, and we go and, I mean, one team is clearly better. We are the viewers, right? But that's not what the players necessarily think. I mean, I've talked to players in different esports who will have a tier 3 team thinking they can beat a tier 1, and that's in their mind. That's what they believe. And that confidence has some value to it as well. What if Ambu actually did not view themselves that way?
Honestly,
the Ambu who is now on the screen, thank you. What if they didn't view themselves that way? What if they actually thought, you know, this is just one bad game. We started really badly. We kind of, as you said, it's the sunk cost fallacy. We put too much into it. Let's concentrate on game number 2. Let's forget this game ever happened. Is that maybe the right mentality to do for them?
Yeah. I believe that is a start. Like, they have to start somewhere. And this even...
Starting fresh.
Yeah, starting fresh. It doesn't matter. Like, sure, throw away game 1. Terrible performance. Totally fine. It's all in the past. Start a new chapter. Like, new game, you know what? If we play bad in this game, but just don't play like how we were playing in the last game, don't let that pressure get you too much. You want to feel it like after the game, like after towards the night when you go back home, that kind of thing, right?
What was it, though? I actually do want to think about that. What was it that you watch those games, right? It's not just the score. What was it that made it? What was the mistakes that they were making besides the econ?
No, I believe there were just a lot of moments where there was a lot of hesitation. There was first in the beginning of the bye rounds as well. After losing the first 2 rounds especially, which is totally normal. If you lose the first round, second round always the opposing team will always have a gun advantage.
It's just,
But then pretty much, but when the full bye round, when they finally got all the Vandals, when they finally got their operators as well, when they started going for this fight, with the minute they lost that one member, just one crucial member, pretty much it was anarchy, apocalypse instantly. They just started like
it was Rafi.
Yeah, they're pretty much like running turkeys without their heads, right? They just like have no idea what they're gonna do, what kind of strategy they want to go for. I'm pretty sure Rafi was just literally trying to play on his own game, just trying to rally up the team, but it just sadly it wasn't enough.
And I totally agree with YOLO on that, mainly because I keep calling you Leonard.
Yeah, my mind is the same thing. I know exactly what you're trying to do.
The thing is, I love it so much because like my first time with the Hound, I'm like, oh, he's called my name, he knows me.
I've always known you. But anyway, all seriousness, that there has to be this. Yeah, you can always move forward with a sense of like, yeah, the future is there. We'll always push out to the future, sure, but you gotta be realistic and be aware of the past. You can't just like. When I was coaching some PUBG teams in Malaysia in the past, right? One of the things I always told them was never look back, but don't forget about what was behind you, because that is what makes you to move forward. And a lot of the times, I would think of myself as a person that was very, how to say it? I tried to be an emotional crux for them sometimes because. When you're playing at a level like that, people give you very mean comments, and sometimes some of the things in the heat of the moment your teammates say to you can really get in you, and no matter how much you try to put it behind you, it's still at the back of your head, and it even affects all these little twitch reflexes and stuff. You either play faster, you play slower, your decision making goes out the window sometimes because it's all about self-realization and self-actualization. So when you come into a situation like that, be aware of the past, sure, look ahead to the future, but just never ever forget what was behind you. Because if you forget what's behind you, right,
make the same mistake again.
You'll just keep falling over the same pothole over and over and over again. And I feel like a lot of esports teams tend to not focus on that. They tend to focus more on, I want you to flick from here to here. I want you to shoot as fast as this. Sure, those mechanics can be trained, but what's inside here and what's inside here is the most important thing.
Well, after those inspiring words, we talked a lot about their mentalities, but at the end of the day, what really has to happen is a good game from them.
Yes.
No matter how great a mentality. So, let's see if they're able to do that, because game number 2 is about to start, and as I mentioned, Ambu only need 1 point. 1 point is enough, and they would actually be able to make it from the group stage. Is it possible? Well, we'll see very shortly, as we're going to take it now away with the casters that will narrate this wonderful matchup and see if Group A will get a Filipino representative.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup, and welcome to Group A. We're going to be looking a little bit closer at these teams, what to expect from them, and ultimately who's going to be pushing on towards the playoffs and maybe even win the whole thing. The group stages are a round robin best of 2, so there is opportunity for draws to come in, so we should expect to see some pretty close games with all of the teams. The first team to highlight, and certainly favourites for the group, are Attack All Around. This is a team that comes from Thailand, and they have some really good, consistent performances, getting to the final in 2 big tournaments from the region. The first they won the Africa TV Asia Invitational Summer, and they beat out good rivals, I suppose, HQ Esports 2-0 pretty dominantly in the finals. I mean, the scores were 13-7 and 13-5 on Bind and Ascent respectively, so that's a really solid performance. Unfortunately, they couldn't follow up at the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open, where they got to the finals again, played up against AHQ again, but this time lost 3-2 in a best of 5. All of these maps were pretty close. The team hasn't played in many tournaments since, but it is safe to assume that this team is a firm favourite for getting out of groups, and even maybe get into their 3rd final out of 3 big tournaments. In any case, this is certainly a team to keep an eye on. The second team I wanted to talk about was Anbu Elite Gaming. This is a team from the Philippines, and to be honest, we don't really have that much gameplay nor info on the team and the agents that they like to play. The only real result that we have from other bigger tournaments is that they failed to qualify for the Philippines team in the CGA Pacific Open. They lost out to MOTV in the finals of those qualifiers, but MOTV went out in groups, and one of those teams was Attack All Around. So that's not really a good look from Anbu Elite Gaming, but we just have not really seen them play. But with the other competition in this group, it's going to be really tough for them to make an impression. But if they do get out of groups, this is certainly a team to surprise. We just have to wait and see on that front. Team number 3 is only one word. This team came third in the CGA Pacific Open, and that feat is made even more impressive when you hear that they came through the Hong Kong qualifiers. And they did lose out only to HQ Esports, who then won the whole tournament, as I mentioned previously. So much like Attack All Around, this is a team that you expect to see do big things, and again, why I don't expect to see much from Anbu Elite Gaming when you look at these other teams in this group. And finally, we have the team that came through to qualify for this group, Made in Thailand Attitude. Two guesses where this team hails from. The team originally went by the name of Thailand Attitude until they were signed by Myth, Made in Thailand. It's a roster that hasn't lost any games whilst they've been a part of this signed team, but to be fair, they've played much smaller tournaments. When they played in CGA, they were Thailand Attitude. They got to the playoffs, but unfortunately lost in the quarterfinals to Attack All Around. So there's a lot of grudge matches in this group. Specifically, this is a team that looked really good during their groups but failed to find that form during playoffs. But seeing it's been a large chunk of time since then, this is another team that could do pretty well if given a chance. This is how Group A looks. Only 2 teams will qualify towards playoffs, and I do think it's a clear-cut Attack All Around, only one word if I'm to give my predictions, but of course a lot of stuff can happen. But regardless, we're no doubt going to have some pretty good games.
Welcome guys, about to get underway our second map here. It's going to be on Ascent. Attack All Around, currently up 1-0, looking like they're going to go flawless here. They're out the group stage. She can strike by my side is going to be Gideon. Hope you guys are enjoying the cast as we will be getting underway here, man. Ascent, it's like I said, a good map for Attack All Around. That's the one I thought they were going to pick, and I'm kind of scared here for how this one's going to turn out.
I mean, overall, the reason why we're both scared, and for any team that goes against, you know, a attack on Attack All Sides, is basically they haven't lost in this map ever.
Yep.
Ever. Who has a stat like that? What kind of team comes in with such ridiculous stats saying, "Oh, 100% win rate, no big deal,
easy, no big deal," and it's not like they get cocky either, and they give you chances. They take every single round seriously. They give the enemy respect, and they will play to win every single round. But they have no gaps, very few gaps that they let enemies expose, and they're super patient. It's all about mid control, though. We know that they love lurking around mid, even on attack. They'll like to play near pizza, near market, try and get real aggressive there. So we'll see how they can respond here in the kind for Anbu.
I really hope that Anbu is prepared for this, because so far some of the other teams that are considered better, some people consider better than Anbu, also struggle against AAA when they're up against them in this map. And Ascent so far has just been an absolute slaughterfest overall. The way that they play this game, nice and slow and methodical, really works out, especially for Ascent, because somebody's going to get impatient, and when they do, they're going to get punished.
Indeed. We've got Anbu now on defense. Their setup is going to be the Killjoy, Sage. That's going to be Sova, Phoenix, and finally an Omen to wrap it up. For AAA, Gideon?
It's going to be Breach, Sova, Omen, Jet, as well as Cypher.
Yeah. So nice stuff there. The Cypher, of course, to cancel out the Lurker potential. And, of course, Breach just so useful on this map, especially on attack, right? Just flashing all the way through B can make taking that one a breeze. But they're stacking up currently for A. That's going to be forced off immediately, however. A nice blind coming out there by the Omen from Anbu to stop that rush. So instead, AAA, they're going to go back to their home, back into the mid lane.
Looks like Anbu was able to pick up Killjoy here, and AAA instead, they're going to be going with the Breach on their side. So especially when they are attacking, they're going to have a lot more oomph when it comes in, especially when it comes to entry fragging. We know that they've got some good aimers, so they just want to give a little bit more edge to the team when they do so.
Yeah, indeed. As again, they're going to throw out another A little bit of a smoke, but again, AAA, like we've said, they're patient on the map, and look where they're posturing, right towards that mid lane. Anbu, they've done their homework. They know someone's going to be here. They're dropping the smoke now. They know someone's in market. PTC kicking it off with 2 kills to his name. 2 dinks, 2 kills.
Oh boy, that is not the greatest of starts, but that doesn't mean that they can't change from behind. Oh, Rafi, he got into the back line here, but unfortunately, Ascetics is looking at him, making sure that they are covered from the main entrance of the B site.
That'll leave 6 alone versus 1. Unfortunately, that math does not add up as he will be picked off at long range, but eventually by PTC. It's going to be 4-4-0.
Oh man, getting picked off of the rotation like that. Oh, definitely not the best of starts, especially for Anbu, of course. However, they got to be a little bit more careful on their rotation. They probably want to take the safer path, and this is a defender side. This is a more defender side. An advantage for the defender side. Oh my goodness, my tongue is not working today.
Long day, it's okay. No, most definitely, right? Because you do have those doors. The mid control as well can give you great retake potential.
Yeah.
Basically, the sites are hard to take, right? And that goes both ways, however. So if the attackers can muster their way into a site, which AAA love doing through market, they love doing it through Guardian here on this map, then usually they find themselves in a pretty good spot. PTC, they've actually given him the lurking role here on the Jet, maybe just scouting here, trying to probe his way through a main.
Yeah.
So he will be looking for anyone lurking in the site. 6 in hell, though. Now going to rotate around. Smoke to cover off the word shoot from heaven as PTC kicking it off. He's going to find the kill there. Looking for more now. It's big rotations coming from heaven, but they're going to be able to scare him off now with the SMGs. Site has been taken, and they're already setting up the defense.
Yep, they've denied vision. They've broken the doors, and now Kaja as well as Soba need to start pushing into the site. Backside is complete. Heaven has been taken over completely here. Oh, that's gonna be 2 kills for Conrad, and Wannafly finishes off Rafi, who peeks up through the window.
That's tough. That's tough to swallow for Anbu, unfortunately. Just kind of overplaying their hand, I think, a bit. They maybe thinking they're a bit stronger. You have to remember, you lost that eco round. You're heading in with pistols. Obviously, you want to try and remove as much damage, do as much damage in economy as you can. So I admire the confidence of double peeking like that. But unfortunately, rifles against pistols is just going to be not an even trade at any time.
They really got to start landing their shots if they want to take, they want to make moves like that. It's super bold, super risky, a lot of respect, but if you don't hit the shots, you're not going to get the results.
I like it. Credit to AAA for staying cool under pressure, as they maybe have heard a little bit of shenanigans there with the boost. Kaja as the operator, as BTC is going to be dropped there. The headshot by Akaja is at least going to be able to get that trade. So very early Jet on Jet action, but that's now PTC out of it. And that's a pretty big confident boost, I want to say, for Anbu. PTC has been rotating here, there. It just seems like he's everywhere at once, picking up 2 Ks and even the last kill there in our opening round. But instead, AAA, they're going to go back to old reliable and just lurk through mid.
Oh, Wannafly is probably apologizing because, I mean, it was such awkward timing. He just walked up to the wall. He happened to be like, okay, I'm just going to reposition myself. Boom! His Jet dies. And all he can say is, I'm sorry, buddy. Wrong place, wrong time.
Sorry, man. Did you at least get the ultimate? Oh, no! I didn't! Door will be shot open now, as they are now going to be going straight into B site, making sure that they can cover any sort of attempt at a backstab yet again. Back of site, murdered immediately. Look at the recoil control on that SMG, Gideon.
So good. Wannafly just perfectly holding it down. Now he's going to pick up a Phantom for himself this time
30
around.
seconds
Shido is going to be fighting his initial kill down onto market side, just outside of Pizza.
Whatever you can do, I can do better, says Shidope, as he's going to get a second kill through market. They're following the footsteps of AAA, a 4v2, but they are really entrenched in the back of site now.
This is a tough position to defend from.
Yep.
What?
And the boathouse aesthetics, though, he's going to get the wall bang off onto Shidope. Look at this now, turn it onto 1, onto 2, onto 3. It's now all of a sudden a 1v2 just like that. The Vandal in boathouse. This man. Oh, goodness, we're going to need a bigger boat for all the kills this man is racking up, Gideon.
Oh, my goodness, that wallbang alone. I mean, he can just hold off for the exit frags. So he's just waiting for the opportunity. He finds one. Can he get that last one? No, he does not, but he's going to be going down, losing an op in the process.
They held on to it.
Oh, he held on to it. Oh,
Big win,
sorry,
big
sorry,
win.
sorry. Big win. But guys, again, Kaja on Jet able to dash out of the way. Sorry, I was looking at the kill feed for some reason. I was like,
it looked
oh.
really weird, right? Yeah, no, but at least Kaja able to come out with that operator. Unfortunately, the team doesn't have the money in the bank to really back him up here, so that operator is going to need to make some big plays here. But Kaja on the Jet has the opportunity to make that happen here.
I mean, this was huge. I mean, man, one pick alone. One pick was all Anbu need to really turn the tides, especially against AAA. They got very close to winning that round. They just couldn't stop that plan. They could have stopped that plan, but you have to admit, that wall bang was kind of bull.
Yeah, well, you know, it's skill-based, you know, just wait for the Odin to get breaking out.
Oh.
It'll be even worse as Jenny breaking out the 2K here early on, rotating now through Garden and A short. Look at this, they're actually going to cut off the counter rotation already, so this Jet in some serious trouble shooting down the glass doors, but Jenny will return the favor. Don't destroy that window, I was gonna do that, she says. Tony Banks now, oh, give her the 5K here. Jenny looking for the ace now for attack all around. It's gonna be the Killjoy lurking through middle lane, will be scouted. Oh, Jenny denied. Kagaret is gonna be able to put her down for that one, but very close. Looking for that ace, was one off, but it doesn't matter. AAA gonna find the round anyway. 4-0.
But the economy still hasn't changed too much. AAA overall still very healthy, still can buy whatever they want. On the other hand, Anbu here, I mean, they can look to full buy if they wanted to, and yes, they are going to go for it. Double ops though.
One glass cannon here, so that's going to be on the Killjoy. Keep in mind for that, Kaja having enough money in the bank just barely for that operator, as well as the heavy armor. And actually, somewhat surprisingly, PTC opting not to go for the op.
Yeah, and Rafi as well, he didn't even buy any armor at all. He just wanted to make sure he secures this op for himself, and now he will single-handedly try and hold down the fort with the help of Jet sitting in market.
That could be doable here, but A, we know how much they love to go through A's. There's the Phoenix ulti now looking to try and gather a little bit of information. He will be nuked down, however. Conqueror lurking and just sitting in mid. Lots of ultis being dropped now. Hunter's Fear is going to be looking to try and secure one kill at the very least. WannaFly has gotten 6 in the meantime, but it's going to be the rest of AAA lurking through A short yet again. Out from the mid lane. Catwalk, just no one to contest on PTC. Finding the wall bang onto Tony Banks, and through the smoke, just running down Raphael as PTC finding that kill as well. Kaja at least getting the pick onto Jenny. Oh my goodness, where is he? Where is he? Found him!
Oh, he could have tried a quick scope there, but he was already ADS and no problem. I just gotta look up where I can't see him, and unfortunately, Abu is gonna be wiped out there in the process. AAA take another round for themselves. PTC flawless here.
PTC does not want that operator. They're running 5 Vandals. They're very happy to do so. They're not exactly looking for these super long engagements, like down mid lane, really, that really do benefit the operator, right? Because that's its bread and butter here. Mid lane and catwalk, right? Maybe if you're gonna lurk out through B and look all the way towards 8 short, that's another opportunity, but they're happy to contest with operators.
I totally agree here, but again, the way that Ambu is setting up A right now isn't that great, because overall they're just allowing their members to find that information and then look to start contesting from catwalk side before they push into the site. And the problem is nobody's really holding down A as well as they should be.
No, and I mean, here we go yet again. AAA back to their old favorites, back to the hijinks. We do have an Omen lurking mid though. Maybe look to pick one off, but nope, that's not gonna happen. And they are literally attacking all around here. It's Jenny and PTC open it up, finding 2 defenders across the map. Confusion perhaps setting in now for Anbu. We didn't catch either of those kills, unfortunately, so we don't know what information they do or do not have.
Yep, but AAA going to be slowly moving into B site here, knowing that the last couple of members should be sitting somewhere on the site, probably behind boxes, Tetris, or considerably under the shed, or at the back side. So 5 places to kind of check here.
Yep. Boathouse now is Killjoy, all the utility being dropped. They hear lots of footsteps, lots of people dropping. 1, 2, and 3 could have gotten the turn, but instead Sadic's gonna find one. Raffle at the very least is gonna get a single pick onto WannaFly, preventing the flawless, but it's gonna be the 6th round in favor of AAA.
Clean play coming out of attack all sides here, sorry, all around here, and they're doing such a good job. I mean, just the way that they control the map, the way they kind of predetermine what they should do is so based off of the first 30 seconds of the game. They spread out nicely. They look for they look for information, and once they kind of understand the general layout of how Anbu has set up their defense on both of their sides, they start taking full advantage of it. You're lacking mid, I'm a punch mid.
Yeah.
You're lacking on A, you don't have enough anchors on the side, I'm a punch A.
It just doesn't seem like anyone wants to contest mid against AAA.
I mean, they really should be, though.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen any pushback. Nice cross the boat. Raphael is going to punish Ascetics there. Nice bit of aggression. He's going to lurk and then return back to site. He's happy with what he's got, and I think that's exactly what they need to be doing now. Raphael now rotating back towards Market. As look at that, they're going to miss the shot. Wanna Fly. He's going to be the second to drop here on the side of AAA.
And now AAA is on a disadvantage in Ambu. We've seen this before. Can they actually win this with this one out? They take out another one. Congrag is going to be going down. The flash goes down as well. Ambu 5v2.
And they get it done. Oh, the spray control not quite there. PTC better with the Vandal. They're going to turn now on to A site. It's going to be under their control as they rotate on through. Looking to try and clutch this one will be PTC versus 3. He has been scouted now. Smokescreen still available. He's got the ulti. Plenty of utility left. Is he going to peek the corner? Oh my goodness, they just dodge each other out. Tony Banks misconnections there via the Craigslist as he will now be walking down the ramp. Tony Banks not going for the peek, but it won't matter as Raphael is there picking up the 3K and the first round win of the map for Ambu.
It comes down to
and the operator. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries, no worries. But yeah, it really comes down to whether Ambu can actually get that first initial pick and then slowly start picking apart at AAA here. So maybe they can opt to go for a little bit more of an aggressive play rather than to contest mid. Look to start pushing out from B or even A side. Actually no. I personally don't like A side. I do enjoy B because then at least you have a good look into the courtyard in mid.
Here's what I would play this. I see AAA. I notice all of them going for obviously we have, you know, caster sight, but I see all of them going for Vandals. How do you counter that? Get up close and personal, right? The Vandal, it's punishing long range if you hit your shots. It's punishing close range if you hit your shots. With that recoil up close, as well as its reduced rate of fire, it can be hard to control. Get up there maybe with a Phantom, maybe with an SMG. Heck, you know, maybe take a page out of the playbook and maybe go for 5 Buckies.
Ooh, 5 Buckies. That'd be bold. That'd be real bold coming in from Ambu here, especially against AAA overall.
I agree, definitely. But I just, the 5 Vandals is such an interesting strat because it kind of leaves you... It leaves you in an interesting spot. If you hit your shots, you're golden. In one shot, you know, you got 25 of those. Only 5 enemies. The math adds up in your favor. 125 shots. It should be good for you without needing to reload. As PTC into the site, he goes now with his Vandal. And that was 1 heaven now, but 6 in the smoke. Only gets 1 before Ascetics is able to finish him off. Wanna Fly now. They're gonna jump up. Look at the spray control out from PTC. He's gonna grab 2 onto heaven before dropping back down to hell. 40 HP. He is still looking pretty good, and it's gonna be all left up to Sova, Gideon.
Sova still right on the stairs of heaven. Oh, he already get hit by the shock arrow. 86 health and 22 armor, but instead he's going to get gunned down. Here's what's really frustrating me. PTC has done this 4 rounds in a row already. He throws the smoke, dashes into middle of the A side, and nobody seems to be able to punish him so far because of the layout that Anbu has. They make sure that they are watching garden side almost all the time, making sure that that catwalk is going to be clear. However, that exposes the main site to the enemy team, and every single time they get on top of it.
Look at AAA, they just take B. There's no one actually in the site. I think they were maybe expecting a rush A? They didn't contest mid whatsoever now. It's an eco round, of course, but they have at least gotten a little bit of damage down. The Jet down for the count, but the bomb planted in B. Sorry, yes, in B, and well, we'll see what they can get done. They have at least picked up a Vandal, so it's not quite over yet.
This is a tough position to play from. It's a 4v3 situation, and they're only coming through market and also spawn. Nobody has looped around to get into the back to try and get a flank here. Conrad slowly pushing.
Oh, wow, 6. He's in trouble here. They are making the peak, and they will now turn. They're going to finish off to a 1v3 scenario. Maybe just try and force him to blow up here with the bomb and force him to buy some more, I think is the best play now at this point. If he can stay alive, let the bomb go off as they're looking to try and wallbang him. The double peek, he's trying to slow him down a bit more. He's going to find one, the bomb will go off, and everyone dies, Gideon. That's a win for Anbu. You take those.
Absolutely. You definitely. They need one of those rounds. They needed one of the rounds where the bomb is technically working against your opponents, and in this case it did, forcing them to start that rebuy all over again. But the economy is still pretty heavy. Maybe a couple more rounds of this will be beneficial. However, I will have to say that I don't know. Tony Banks on this Sova, he didn't use his drone. He didn't use his drone to get information. He used the recon arrow and one of his shock arrows, if I remember correctly. Why not use the drone through mid?
Just doesn't seem to be a favorite. Again, 5 Vandals is the move for Triple A. More like quintuple V, am I right?
Yeah.
They will now. He saw that. Oh, nice job there, but Kaja able to get out of trouble. Double smoke to cover his tracks as he will now be backing off. He did get tagged there a bit. A little bit less on armor, less on HP, but he's still quite healthy and willing to fight.
No, don't do this. Don't rotate. You don't have to rotate. You don't have to rotate yet. You don't have that information coming in from Anbu.
Got that ulti, and they are going just through A long here.
Yeah. I mean, they're holding their position because look at how open B is right now. If they walk in, take that first initial kill onto Killjoy, that could signal a full-on assault from Anbu to transition to B side.
Both sides are relatively open as if to try and invite them. It looks like they're ready to spring a trap mid lane, but that's not where they're pushing in. Instead, 3 of AAA just kind of walk into A in D. Lots of A's, and then we're not done as I'm just left with my mouth agape going, it's going to be 2 agents now trying to take with a retake. They had to run over from B where they were trying to contest. Ball back. Oh my god, Ace Ticks will drop, however, to Raffle. It's now going to be up to Ginny. Can they defend? No. It's going to be Anbu picking up a second round.
Tough round. Definitely a tough round here. Both sides are definitely, you know, trying to adapt to each other's to the possibilities and also falling into their own doubts. Like you see Killjoy wanting to rotate, but wait. What if they're actually pushing through B? They don't have that kind of information gathering just yet.
And we can take a look here at the economy. Around 2,800, just below 3K credits a piece here for every single member of AAA. That's when that bomb killing everyone starts to actually have an impact, because you win that round, you reset that win bonus. They only get the shoddy loss bonus. Instead, now a win here for Anbu could be massive and could really help them going into the second half.
Yep, fault line already being used onto the catwalk side. It's going to be stunning up that Jet, forcing him to push back. While the smoke goes down, they're cutting off midsection here. Looks like they're having 2 on catwalk, 2 kind of just chilling around the entrance of B side, and Jet just holding on just in case the lurker starts to peek out forward.
We got a pretty heavy commitment towards A already for Anbu. 1 watching mid, and generally just 1 person making sure no one sneaks through on to B as the Hunter's Fury will now be dropped. It looks like they're not going to be able to tag anyone with that, so no intel.
Yeah, none of it is connected yet. Ooh!
Nice flash, though. They're looking for more, trying to force back the operator, but 6 with the spray controller. Shido to follow on through, on top of the box. They're not going to spray him down. They might not even know he's there. Through the smoke he goes, and now he's not done. He's going to nuke down Ace Ticks as well, and that's going to leave a 1v5 scenario. Does have that bomb, but it's not going to matter. The Flawless coming on through, and now AAA are going to find themselves in a little bit of a pinch financially.
Oh, fine. But this is the last round before the swap. At least things will be even after this. So AAA, even if they do poorly here, it's not going to matter too much because it's not going to hurt them any more than this.
I agree. So as you can see, not everyone with enough money. We still have Vandals on most, but it's only going to be a Ghost actually in the hands of PTC, so his economy has now been drained. So again, an advantage. You have 1 less rifle on the playing field for your enemies. That's a big win for you.
Yeah, they'll take any advantage at this point. I think Anbu really need it.
Absolutely. That is most definitely necessary here, at least in this half, as now they are going to be scouting with the ultimate, smoking off market as well, but Kaja rotating quite aggressively through mid lane, so they're going to know it's a pretty fast B rush. They're just going to let it go, though. The one-in man in Boathouse, unable to escape, is PTC. He doesn't need a Vandal. He's got the knives. He's got the knives, Gideon.
He absolutely has the knives. Not even worried about having a rifler. Oh, no rifler? Don't need one.
Job Kaja threatening them from behind, so they're going to be approaching both from both spawns, actually. No contest through this mid lane.
Yeah, they need to start peeking. They need to start peeking out now. But no, Rafik is going to be dropping that ultimate here. Oh, this is going to be big.
Yeah, indeed. The knives are not going to get it to go out more, as that's going to be the Killjoy picking up one. Another Nanoswarm on to the boathouse here, trying to force anyone out. Very high in the open, but look at that. Congrad will go down now. As down goes Raphael, picking it up. 3 kills to the Killjoy and a 4th round and a half for Anbu.
Oh, a good game. Good game towards Anbu, bringing it together. Back 4-8 score.
So you do have to charge it up a bit. But that peak was incredible out from that Killjoy.
Yeah.
So exposed from the secondary boathouse. Didn't even care. It was ADSing. A lot of trust in your teammate there.
Yeah, not only a lot of trust, but also I couldn't even see it with the shockwave actually coming up. If I was that player, I would have absolutely whiffed that shot. So these guys, they've got some serious ice in their veins.
Nerves of steel here as we're gonna get underway with our second half on board with Conga Red. Anbu down 4-8, but I believe this is twice the amount of maps they won on Bind.
Yep. This is that's kind of sad now that you say it out loud, but
you know, just to put it in perspective, I think the other side of the coin here is significant improvement. Like I said, that all stems from forcing your enemies, maybe overplaying it a bit, but hey, what's a caster to do anyway, right?
Yep.
But that all stems from delaying the back, forcing everyone to die to that bomb there. The economic damage done, and that picks them up 3 more rounds for Anbu.
Yeah, in the large scale of things, you know, that one bomb did actually help them out pick up a couple of rounds there. And as you can see, AAA, look at that display. They're not even going to bother peeking. We're just going to hold our ground. There's nothing they can really do about it.
Yeah.
And what they don't realize here is that, you know, mid is wide open.
Anbu's Omen has been tagged here pretty heavily, so he's just about 1 shot. If you sneeze in his general direction, he will die. So he's going to be pretty placed defensively back in sight now. AAA, they're going to be, like you said, very patient. They don't have 5 Vandals yet, so they're just being nice and chill as they have closed the door to Market. But now it's all popping off a smoke there as the recon bolt will let them know at the 30-second mark. Into sight they go, on board with Ace. He's just got 1, drop it down. The Phoenix has gone down now, looking for more. But Ginny as well, holding their ground quite nicely. The double peek into the crossfire here. Can they get the job done? Ginny holding down the site will be the only member remaining, as it's going to be Wanafly closing off 6, who was trying to rotate around. A great round for AAA.
Woo, pretty clean. They were making sure that they were landing their shots. A lot of their teammates didn't even bother to check Boathouse at that time, so something that Anbu has to get more used to is actually checking every single one of their corners, because a lot of the time it's just so happened to be fixated on one target and then kind of tunnel visioning on them.
I think the expectation, to be honest, there was to double peek. They knew one was probably behind boxes, one in Boathouse, but it's going to be the job of the person to drop first, to ignore the person in Boathouse, and they just have to trust that the teammate is going to be there behind them to at least secure the trade, right? Unfortunately, it wasn't that good. I mean, we did see AAA do something very similar when we had Anbu holding Boathouse, right? So we praised him for that. So I think that's the strat there, as there we go. I think that's the Guardian already. PTC, though, holding onto that goes. You know what he's saving for, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to take a death, though. Raphael is going to hit him with the classic now on this eco round. But Conga Red with the ghost, and the round's over just shortly after it began, as it's a bit of an aggressive play out from Anbu, but that's what I like to see on the pistol round. I think that's what you need.
Yeah, that's definitely what you need, but more so that, like, you know, the team is starting to really pick up the pace. Here, especially for AAA. They're getting more aggressive when they start pushing out of their base. They're becoming more and more, you know, confident, knowing that they're getting closer to the end.
I agree. Hey, even if you only get 1 pick there, it's worth it. Money in the bank.
You gotta make it. I don't know. I feel like there are holes in AAA's play, but it feels like Anbu right now, they're looking for that initial kill. Once they get that first pick, it becomes yeah.
Gosh, there's 6 actually picking up the kill onto 2. The operator is gonna stay alive, actually. PTC getting the kill on Takasha then, as Ambu was the one saving up for that OP.
I mean, it was a 1-for-2 trade here, but that Omen got an absolute great mowdown when the rest of the team started pouring out of B site. Definitely something to be aware of. I don't think they were expecting B to actually be held that way.
No, not at all. Unfortunately, they're not going to read this too correctly. Of course, caster vision here, so 20/20 sight. Currently, B is completely wide open through market in the mid lane, but they're not going to commit to that one, as we will have one holding garden, and as well as this camera in sights and one in hell.
Breach still waiting there by his dead, the corpses of his dead teammates. He needs to start rotating soon.
Yep.
I mean, he hears the call. Everybody, they have to start moving away.
PTC lurking on over with this Vandal ready to go. Crouch walking on in. There we go. Look at that flick, the reaction speed. It's going to be Shido picking one PTC now with a 3K in this round on the Shido. Returning the favor. It's the 4K now looking for this ace. Where is this player? They're going to be up located in heaven. Spike has been dropped. It is going to be in a very, very bad position here. And looking for the ace is PTC. Can he get it done? Checking hell will be the member, but on board with PTC now. 21 HP and the dream, as he will be now making the walk on over. He hears the footsteps, the jumping. He's going to secure this ace. Probably let him go for the plant. It is going to be a fake, but they're going to hit him regardless with a little bit of the stun. Can they get this kill? He's out of ammo, but he switches to the classic for the ace. That'll pick up AAA's 11th round.
Oh, that's so smart. They played that so well. With their last remaining utility, they kind of just lurked around the left, making sure they are cutting off his angles one by one and finally cornering him and flushing him out.
Indeed, just clean stuff there. And you know what? Honestly, they played that specifically so PTC could get
Fault line immediately called up this last utility and gotten the kill with no problems whatsoever because Jet was at 21 HP.
Yeah, definitely. Good stuff there. PTC going for that classic ace, the one magazine ace, refusing to reload. Unfortunately, had to switch to the classic. So, sorry, upon further review, we have to invalidate that ace, PTC. You gotta get another one.
Gotta get another one. One more try.
Ginny, he's gonna be able to pick off this, start off the round, however, with a pick. Conqueror following up onto his evil twin 6.
I mean, his evil twin so far is making moves. As the rest of Anbu here sitting across the side. They've already lost 2 members really, really quickly here. AAA still healthy with 5. Silva just needs to make sure that the main entrance is taken care of because Market is completely safe thanks to Jet. The rest of the team just hunkers down on A.
Yeah, the best bet would now be to try and rotate on through B, where they only have one member watching. The Jet can rotate over, and they're going to read this, as the Breach actually is going to join his compatriot here. Plenty of flashes, lots of utility to use, and you could just kill him with a headshot, Ginny. All right. Ginny as well with 1 4K this round, nearly 2 aces in this game for AAA as Tony Banks is a sheriff onto 1, but Conga Red from long range is going to have the advantage with the Vandal.
I mean, defenders here at AAA, this is their map, this is their place, this is their home, this is their crib, basically.
Bread and butter.
Oh, they are just absolutely crushing it in this map. The way that they play Ascent is like, you can see how comfortable they are in making these rotations. It feels very calculated. It feels very structured. If I close my eyes, I think I can just draw out the path of which they rotate every single time because they do it so well.
Yeah, most definitely here. So we will have an Operator and 4 Vandals, so pretty much mirrored matchup. Kaja, though, a little bit shy on the dough, so it's going to be only the light armor and not the heavy armor. See if that ends up making a difference. It won't, because the Op's going to kill you anyway.
Oh, man, PTC, he is not... The moment he sees you on Jet, sees an Op, it's on. The duel is on.
Interesting decision that he only decides to use an Operator on attacking side.
The entire defensive... Oh, wait, nope. Congress is going to be the first to go down. 6 gets a great headshot there. This is that first pick, evening the score to 4-4 between both of these teams. Can they pull through? The cage comes up the firewall as well. This splits 8 into 2.
But they're rotating through Heaven here. PTC with the Operator on Heaven. Look at that. The pick on Terrestrial with the quick scope. Nearly gets a second, but it's going to go to Ginny instead with the pick on 6. As they are going to be planting this spike fault line, trying to knock him up a little bit more, trying to get some damage in. Sudix has been forced out of the site here as well, but he is going to be able to try and rotate around from behind as PTC activating the ulti. It's going to be down to this match point. Look at PTC running in with the knives as he will be able to secure the kill. It's going to be going to Ascetics, but that will be the map and the round. Our 5th match is over. AAA, they will go flawless throughout the group stage.
Oh my goodness, they have crushed. They've just blown through Group A. They really have set themselves as one of the best coming out of this group. So this is definitely a team to watch as we move on into the later stages of this tourney. But so far, Ascent, don't mess with these guys on Ascent.
Yeah, most definitely. That is one, just respect. You gotta have respect for that. I mean, look at PTC, 25, 8, and 1. 30 bomb used to be the name, but you have to remember in a 30 bomb, that's 2 kills, a little bit less than 2 kills per round, assuming you need 16 to win. So for 13, he nearly got a 30 bomb there, PTC. 25, 8, and 1. A very, very impressive performance there.
Yeah, just a great performance coming out from all the players so far. I think Ambu really need to go back to the board and really start working on making sure that their double peaks are a lot cleaner, because I thought that was like the biggest reason why PTC got away with so much. Not just because that he's on Jet, yes, sure, but the double peaks are just either half a second late or not at the same time at all.
Most definitely. I mean, attack all around. This is. I mean, they got some insane stats here going into it. But we do have one more match coming out after that's going to be Myth Attitude versus only one word, and that'll decide best of the rest who will be moving on into playoffs, along with attack all around here for Group A. Any other thoughts here on this matchup here between the two? Well, as this is going to be all we see for Anbu.
Yeah, I definitely think that we have to look at some of the weaknesses that could be exploitable for AAA here, because right now they've been dominating a little too hard and they're getting away with so much because a lot of these teams, a couple of their fundamentals are a little lacking here and there, or sometimes it's just execution, because we have seen Myth actually taking a couple of rounds away from AAA just because of having well, it's not even sick, but strong fundamentals in general. Double peeking at the same time, making sure you're attacking the site from not only the same angle, but making sure that you're breaking into that field of vision, creating that crossfire almost instantly.
Of course, yeah. You can't queue up for a duel versus AAA, because it looks like they are going to be winning those duels very frequently. But that'll be it for me and Gideon in here at the casting desk for the day. Like I said, we're going to throw it back to our analyst to break down this series for you. Over to Aboplaus and the boys.
Tired of being told to get good? Just clicking on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a picture, screenshot, or video of you doing today's AimLab #Royal Challenge at ePulseGaming for a chance of winning one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is my personal favorite, the Grid Shot Ultimate. 60 seconds, 3 targets on screen, so you can beat my high score. Make sure you tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to tweet at ePulseGaming using the #Royal Challenge to enter. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, and practice that precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Yes. So what, do we call him right? Yeah, you.
No, it's YOU. That's the.
All right, we're live.
Tired of being told to get good? Just clicking on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a picture, screenshot, or video of you doing today's AimLab.
A stomp. An absolute categorical stomp. A bit better than last time, but we still saw the 2-0 by Attack All Round versus Ambu. And this gives a really interesting scenario, because now, if OW is capable of winning this last matchup, which is the last matchup of the day, they will create a 3-way tie if they manage to win at 2-0. So everything is riding on this last matchup. But before we go on to that one, we talked so much about mentality, what they had to change, yet nothing happened.
So, Mr. Good Cop, please, by all means.
I mean, all right.
Justify the things they did well.
All right, so First things first, like in that game, we definitely saw Rafi pulling some amazing plays. The team started like playing a little bit by the stress, but after that, when it gets halfway through the game, we saw them started falling back to what they were previously playing, like in the previous game. But I guess sadly they wasn't really watching the panel. They didn't really get the advice that we were supposed to be giving it to them. Maybe they had, maybe they just felt like us, like just throwing out, giving that good wishes, like relax. Although yes, you can think about the game, but just not at this current part of the game. Like worry about it later. Focus on trying to be better now. So I guess they did get a little bit better in that early part of the game during this one.
Well, for me, I'm gonna be a little bit more bad cop about this in the sense that Anbu needs to basically buck up in that sense. They need to actually pick it up. They can't put all of their hopes and dreams onto one guy, and all of them need to catch up in the sense that you can't be playing around one single man to lead you forward. Yes, I did say in the past that someone like Michael Jordan, right, would elevate the rest of the team. But at the same time as well, the rest of the team needs to pull up their socks as well. Because there's so much that one man, in this case Rafi, can help do for Anbu, but if they're not rallying behind him and all of them equally putting in the effort to just actively break themselves in a way to just be better and better and better with each iteration, then it's going to be hard. But of course, we can't give too much stress onto these fine young gentlemen, mainly because of the fact that it's two games back to back. You can't expect the miracle to happen.
Exactly.
To happen in one single game, but I have to tip my hats off towards Anbu for at least making it a bit more valiant.
Yeah. Really amazing stuff. Seriously,
It was a Valorant attempt. But I want to touch on that point though, because we do talk about going behind this one man and then him pushing everyone out, but unfortunately that one man happens to be the person, the force in your team, right? The Michael Jordan, if we're gonna go for that, is Rafi. His role is just not the IGL. That's not what he plays, right? He's not a coach. He's not the manager per se. He's not the person who's gonna give that rallying speech. It's much more difficult for a person who's in that role. He just happens to be good. If you're just good at the game, that doesn't mean necessarily you're there to push up your teammates. And thwarting into that role onto him is also a bit unfair, right?
Yeah.
Which is why, as you mentioned, more time for Ambu might be really useful. In fact, if they actually manage to make it to the playoffs, you have 3 whole days of group stages where you get to just relax, think about your plans, and reinvent yourselves.
I mean, definitely for sure. If they do get into the playoffs, a lot of time for them to really plan out. And at the same time, they also get research about the teams here.
Exactly.
So, like, yes, in this case, Rafi is not really the IGL, not really the main leader or the main support. Maybe not the person, the exact person the whole team really wants to hear the word from. But it's really great that Rafi is stepping up, and he is a really great Valorant player. He has that potential. Even that time when he was playing Killjoy, when he got that triple kill in one of those rounds, I think that was absolutely amazing.
I have to totally agree with you on that. But at the same time as well, there has to be a delicate balance.
Line, right?
There has to be a line that needs to be drawn in the sand, right? And the balance has... I'm a stern believer in balance. Just like Thanos, the reason why he snapped his finger was because of balance.
Yes.
And whenever you neglect balance in that sense, then you become the sum of your weakest parts, right?
Yes.
You're only as strong as your weakest link, and I feel that for a team like Anbu, the weakest link right now is time. They don't have enough time. They don't have enough... maybe it might be an experience thing. Maybe it might be jitters. Maybe it might be a lot of things because historically, from a lot of the previous things that we've seen from Filipino teams, right? Regardless of whatever title that they've played, they're historically aggressive. They're very passionate, and they're very how to say, hunker down and fight it out, right? So I do believe that this could be a stepping stone for a team like Anbu to be great.
Yes.
Right? But at the same time, I hope that they do not take whatever criticism that is being forwarded to them, whether it's on the stream or from the casters or from us as well, to a point where I should just give up,
True.
That's never going to win them anything. And I guess to me is a battle lost, but a war still ongoing.
Absolutely. And the thing is, I truly believe this will not be the last time we will actually see Anbu. this is definitely going to be a huge lesson for them, and most importantly, a very big experience for them because they are going up against one of the top few teams inside here, the EPOS Royal Sea Cup as well. So this is not the end for them. They will get better, but that is going to be later in the future. So, Ambo, from us, all of us cats here at the panel, love you guys. Keep working hard and definitely keep striving for it.
Yeah, one simple series does not really determine your future, right? It happens to do so here, because I mean, a tournament is perfect, of course, but the formatting is tough for these teams. You're only playing against 3 other teams in this tournament. If you actually happen to be eliminated in group stages, I mean, you got invited to this tournament. Actually, the biggest tournament in terms of participation in SEA, which we're very proud of, by the way. But this means that this opportunity sometimes it's cut short, right? Because you can see like the light in the tunnel is so close to you. You can play against the top tier teams in SEA, but you have to get through the groups. And if you don't get through the groups, there's only 3 teams you got to play against. Maybe you just got a bit unlucky with the group you got, right? The seeding, unfortunately, of a new game like this, it's slightly random. It's not completely fair. Some of the groups might be a bit more stacked than others. And in this case, it did seem like Ambu was a bit outclassed by AAA. But does that mean they're out completely? We don't know yet.
Yes.
I think to add on to that, there's still a little bit of hope at the end of the tunnel for a team like Anbu, but at the same time, if that light were to just flicker out of existence or fade, I don't think that should be a factor to them in terms of letting their dreams come, not to say not come to fruition, it's more like letting their dreams extinguish like that flame, right? Because, like you said, when you go up against someone like Attack All Round, you're bound to learn something. You're bound to learn. Maybe you needed to be quicker in the rotation, or maybe Rafi needed to learn how to flick to a point where he twists his elbow 180 degrees, for example. You know, I mean that's exaggeration, of course, but these are little lessons that you learn when you are trying to basically slay a colossus, because every knight and hero is trying to get up to that top of the mountain and slay the colossus and walk away with the pot of gold, right? So you've got to be the best knight ever.
Yeah.
You mix so many different mythologies in one. That was impressive. I was trying to catch. I was like, where is he going? Nope, just everywhere. Everywhere. All right. Well, if you want to get that pot of gold, though, I got to ask, do you really think this is the best matches for you to learn from? Because I find that if you find a close match, right, there's a mistake or two that you can easily pinpoint, right? And you could go, we shouldn't have done this, we shouldn't have done that, or we should improve on this skill or so and so. But with a game, especially like game 1, it seems like that's maybe a bit too much. It's overwhelming. It's hard to pinpoint where you went wrong exactly.
I mean,
why don't you go for this first?
I mean, competitively, like if you're going by just pure facts and analysis, you're gonna be like, oh, this team is definitely unlucky, or maybe the team captain is gonna be like, oh, this is not fair for us because this team is.
The matchup is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. The matchup is gonna be like, oh, because it's not like it's not like predetermined or we get to pick it for them. It's everything randomized. And so sometimes when you see a team that's stronger than you, for example, like AAA, sometimes people just will say like, oh, this team is going to lose, right? But I believe for Ambu and the rest of the team here, they don't have to see it as like an instant lose. This is a really great lesson for them because, like, remember, failure is you don't learn when you win. You learn when you lose. Failure will always be the greatest teacher. And remember, this is not, like I said before, this is not the end of Anbu. This is the very beginning, the stepping stone for them. Whether, yes, even if they don't make it to the playoffs, they can still take pride at the fact that they went head to head with AAA. Even though sure, some of the games didn't really they didn't really like ended it gloriously or gracefully either, but they still gave it their all towards this very end of this last game.
And they did win a matchup today, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
They beat Myth.
Yes, they beat Myth. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, it's still not the end for you guys. So don't give up, that kind of thing.
Well, for me...
Sorry, not Myth. OW. Sorry, my bad.
For me, I think the biggest... the greatest teacher is, of course, failure. And how you rise up from failure is also another thing that needs to be taken into consideration, because some people take failure, bash it down hard and just come stronger than ever. And some people just falter under that pressure because that embarrassment of failure, because failure is a lot of things. It's introspective, it's retrospective, it feels embarrassing, it feels so many things. You feel so many different kind of how to say feelings that we can't go into, but man, it's all about just striding on and just being better about it.
Yes.
sure. I like the positivity overall. Again, reminding people that are watching here that yes, we're constructing this narrative because we just saw a stomp. But the truth is, this team is actually tied with a large amount of their group. In fact, they're beating currently one of the teams in their group, and they're tied with the other one being Myth, of course. So they have a good chance of passing. They've done a good performance in the group. And let's see if they can keep that chance alive, because right now there's one last match for today. It's going to be Myth versus only one word. And if Myth wins this matchup, they'll be the second team in the group to pass, and that's it. That's done. Ambu and only one word will be out. However, if only one word wins, then we'll have to do maths. And I cannot do this on panel, which is why we're going to check out what happens with this next matchup as we move on to the casters for the final best of two of today, and the best of two that will determine the fate of all of Group A. Please take it away, break time, because the casters are not yet ready. So give us a quick break, and we'll be moving away to that game.
Yeah.
Tired of being told to get good, just clicking on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a picture, screenshot, or video of you doing today's AimLab #Royal Challenge at ePulseGaming for a chance of winning one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is my personal favorite, the Grid Shot Ultimate. 60 seconds, 3 targets on screen, so you can beat my high score. Make sure you tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to tweet at ePulseGaming using the #Royal Challenge to enter. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, and practice that precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as attack all round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for attack all around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers, as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack all round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
They need to make the round difference better than Myth if they want to go through. Currently it's at -10, but if they win, it presumably.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VALORANT Royal C Cup, part of the Ignition Series, brought to you by ePulse. 16 teams from across Asia have come together to fight for $25,000, which is up for grabs. So you can check us out on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, all multiple languages. Check us out on ePulse Gaming. I'm the Hound, he's Player of the J, and we're back with more VALORANT action. We're going up with Myth, going up against only one word, Jay. So what do we have in store, and what do you think is waiting for us as the loading screen is loading up?
Well, this is going to be the decider match to see who is going to be making it through into the next stage. Now, of course, we'll have to see how the points are going to be working out, but only one word basically does need to win, and they need to decrease the round differential between the teams enough that they will be able to go through. But if Myth wins the game or is able to take at least one of the maps, they are going to be able to make it through to the second round. So this is the ending of Group A's competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had 5 grueling games so far today. This is the final one, and we'll be able to see who comes out on top.
All right, so it's going to be split, our first map. So is there anything that needs to be taken into account going into split in terms of the map layout, in terms of the teams attacking and defending, any particular agents that could benefit from being picked on this map split?
I think the most important thing here is, of course, the fact that we did see a good performance come out from Myth on this particular map in their previous series against Anbu. So that might be something that we're going to see the likes of only one word to try and take advantage of that, but we are about loading in. And I think when we look at Myth's lineup here, it's exactly the same as what we saw in that particular game with the Reyna and also the Sage being brought here. So that could be very influential. OOW, they're going to also be bringing the Reyna in a change of form, and we could be in for quite a bit of a treat here to start things off.
All right, very interesting start off here. Coming in from the side of OOW, they're going to be throwing out the track and trying to go to get as much information as they can. There goes a shock dart, will not be able to hit anything. I don't know whether or not that was from the shock dart or that could have been from an exchange. But we do see that there is a little bit of utility being spent onto the A side here, coming in from the side of OOW before they rotate onto B. So we do see that there is going to be a bit of a stack coming in. A 4-man stack for Myth onto B, And I don't think this is going to be a very, very good start for them because it's basically a meat grinder for them. There goes the Recon Bolt, and Recon Bolt's going to be destroyed, and it seems that they have get a little bit more of real estate that could be beneficial for them.
Oh, but now it looks like they're trying to get in on site, but the crossfire is good here between Darkus and you, and they're going to be able to get two of the players there. Pooh, one tap though, is going to get the kill first here, but he's going to get taken down straight away by you. And yeah, as you said, there was an incredible meat grinder situation, just not able to really deal with any of the players existing on site, just given the kind of utility that they have available. We don't see Rays being brought by either team, so that's definitely something to consider as well with this regard. And let's not forget the defenders. They did use the shock darts a little bit earlier on, so not able to utilize them at that stage of the game. But it's going to be 1-0 here towards OOW as they're going to take this one away here from Myth.
I think this was a pretty good choice coming in from the side of OOW. The rotate onto B was a pretty good choice to make. Now that we're going to be watching onto the side of Haby, that is going to be holding on towards the A side here. We do see that there are a few trap wires that have been put down, and the rotate is going to be coming in from Haby, and this could be another B rush coming in from members of Myth, and don't know whether or not they're going to commit to it, but there could be a possibility of them heading towards mid side and trying to conquer mid. I believe that the mid control is very paramount. We've seen it time and time again on Split, so I think this could be the way to go. A lot of very slow walks here. Oh my goodness, the numbers are not in their favor. Boom Boo Rapa taking down Rimza, but Haby will be able to get the trade off 1-for-1, but it seems that it is going to be OOW that took a little bit more damage and a little bit more casualties in that exchange, Jay.
And of course, Myth getting the initial pick. They're going to go all the way through here onto A site, and Jeff trying to do what he can. He's only able to take down one before he gets traded out, and now the plan is going to be going down here. It's a 3v2, but it's not in their favor, but Haby doesn't matter about that, and he's going to take down one. Getting stuck on top of the Sage wall, they're not going to be really working out too well. Now Darkus is the last surviving member, does only have the ghost available to him, but trying to see if he can get a little bit of a peek here onto the remaining players. He's going to reveal himself there, and it's actually going to be a shotgun, I do believe, here, which is being utilized by you, and that might be a little bit difficult for him to really work out, but he knows that he has the advantage here. He has the spike planted right in his face. Darkus, though, he's sticking it, and I'm not sure that this is exactly how he should be working it, and boom, Barappa here is able to take full advantage of that kind of situation available to him. Myth are going to put one here back on the board, and we got ourselves a tied game.
Very nicely done there, coming in from Myth as well as OOW. Both of them tried their level best to basically go for that plat and diffuse respectively, but it was OOW and the commitment towards getting that diffuse off. And I do have to give it off. I do have to tip my hat off towards Myth, mainly because that they were able to basically get onto the site with relative, how to say, quite well, and were able to go for the plant, and that definitely worked out marvelous for them. We do see now that there is going to be a big focus onto the mid side here. Boom, Burapa on the Omen may actually go on to the teleport, but no, decides to go for the smoke. And oh, some shots there coming in from a mailroom. Got to be very careful, as there is going to be a bit of a crossfire here coming up towards heaven. Could be a very interesting opportunity. Some shots there coming in. The shock dart goes off, and it seems that two members already from the side of Myth have been taken down for the count. And we do see Boom Burapa carrying on to the spike, as well as taking a little bit of damage. Sage Wall has been dropped down, and it seems that it is going to be the B site where there is all the action.
Oh, and we see that the rotation coming here through the spawn side is necessary. Mushroom, though, is going to get one, and Boom Barappa is also going to be able to seal another one as they push on the site. The pillar player not being none the wiser here, and now it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to force themselves through this little choke point. Now, of course, we are getting a little bit of a rotation from the Jet player. It's going to be moving all the way down through the B main side of things, but it's going to have to be a very precarious retake currently. The position positions here all set up, but we're already seeing that the Poo one tap is going to set up here in the corner. He's going to be able to take down one, and look at that team effort, each able to win their own solo fights there, and that's going to enable them to take yet another round on the board. And Myth continuing to impress on their attacking rounds here on Split, and we've been saying it here on the cast that yeah, this is definitely going to be one of the more defender-sided maps, but they are looking well up to the task to get some at the expense of OOW.
Well, OOW definitely paying the price, competing against Myth here. Myth keeping up a very aggressive attacking style compared to some of the other teams that were playing on this map. So I do believe that this could actually work in their favor. Some really good smokes there. Boom Burapa will take down Rims. Rimzel has been taken out for the count. Another one goes down for the side of Newgen. Onto you. Haby comes in with a very cheeky tap to the head for the side of Newgen. Mushroom has taken down Darkest as well, and we do see time and time again for the side of Myth, they are going to be able to slash away onto the advantages that is OOW and their numbers.
Yeah, just mowing them down here, taking the mid control, maybe a little bit too overzealous, pushing out there into the open, and B-side is going to be left open to them, and yeah, just the one player here, and yeah, after that first round win, things have really gone south here for the likes of OOW. Boom Barappa is going to be able to claim another one here as he's going to spot him out coming out from the sewer side. So wonder how they're going to be changing things up now. Of course, that was going to be a little bit on the more economical side in that previous round, but we could be seeing a little bit more of an even matchup here from OOW.
Well, OOW now could actually be poised to try to steal away the lead, try to curtail the lead that is being built from the side of Myth, but looking at how Myth has been playing, it all revolves around the mid-side control. We do see now that smokes have been turned out. Some wall bangs there being attempted. Boom Burapa will be able to take down Haby, and you see that there is going to be more problems exacerbating itself for the side of Myth. Spike carrier has been taken down by Newgen. Not only one, but takes down two. Mushroom apparently took down Boom Burapa for some reason. Don't know how that happened. It happened off our view, but we shall see how this is going to transpire for members of OOW, and it doesn't seem good for them, considering that now B-side is under the full control of Myth. 5 members in their pockets.
And right now, this retake, it looks very ill-fated here. They're actually going to push through the smoke there and catching Darkest off guard, but not before he's able to actually get the shock dart kill there onto Mushroom. There's going to still be additional trades, but at the end of the day, Myth just really running away with that. And we're seeing a lot of these engagements being taken by OOW, which they have not really, come up with a more coherent idea of how they want to try and trade out these individual members, and they lose out to these individual gunfights as a result. So when it comes to that final take on to B-side, the numbers advantage very stacked in the favor of Myth, and there's just not a lot that they can do, and they're kind of resigned to having to employ that kind of a defense that we just saw.
Well, we do see that OOW, now that we are looking from the side of Myth, they are going to be pushing onto the mid-side again. Mid-side control is definitely something that they really need to have here. It does open up quite a bit of options for them to rotate from one spot to the other, whether it's to A or to B. But we do see that members of OOW right now are having quite a bit of hard times here. Hard times are definitely in this favor of Myth, considering that all the pushes are working in their favor. I don't think this is going to be a very wise choice here, considering that the wall has been opened up, and oh my goodness, it seems that all 4 members already have come into the side of B here, and this could be an opportunity for the side of Myth to just get ahead even more. There goes a Hunter's Fury right now. Newgen Poo 1 tap, being able to take him down. Darkest gets one up with the Poo 1 tap. Nicely done, and Newgen goes down for Rimzel. Goes on to Rimzel, but we do see Jeff was able to take down one for himself as well. We do see that coming in for the side of OOW, quite a bit of challenges here awaits them to take.
Oh, and with only the one player left remaining, He's really got his work cut out for him. Not really sure that there's a whole lot that he can do. It's just trying to see if he can get a lucky poke, but right now, 3 players left on site. Gonna be able to deliver it here for Myth. That's a 5th round on the board from them. And honestly, the kind of conditioning that Myth has been able to, put onto the likes of OOW has forced them to believe that they're going to go for this very solid mid push, which OOW is not going to be able to stop unless they have the numbers. And they actually had everyone stacked up in mailroom and also in vents. And that was going to allow them to go for that B main push through garage. And now we're already seeing them starting to employ something similar here, and going through the A main side of things. And no, it doesn't look as though they're going to catch them off guard just yet here at the start. And Jeff going to be able to get the first pick.
Nicely done for Jeff to take down that first blood here. It's going to work out wonders inside OOW. We do see that New Gen right now coming in. Nicely done towards Jeff. A little bit of sharp tips towards him, and he is going to be taken out for the count here. We do see more members of OOW responding towards this with the rotate, but it seems that the timing for the side of Myth is just a lot higher and better towards them. So we do see that the spike has been planted for the side of Myth, and it's going to be at the A site. So there we do see that Rims is going to be coming from ramps as well as main here. Going to come out through that long corridor. Is going to be very careful indeed before he gets taken down for the count here. We do see that New Gen right now is just really hovering on the sidelines.
This retake though is not really working well in terms of the number of angles, but there is going to be a couple of trades here. But now it's still going to be difficult. He managed to get one back, but it's not before one trades back. But he's trying to shoulder the entire effort here, but it's not going to escape New Gen. New Gen is going to be able to get a 3K there. And again, looks like Myth, another successful round plant there. Though
very, very unfortunate for the side of OOW. However, it seems that Myth is coming up with the good strategies that are putting OOW into a very, very tough predicament. We do see that coming in for the side of Myth, they are going to be relegated towards getting that mid control, and I would like to see OOW play a little bit more aggressively in terms of them trying to catch members of Myth taking up that mid control. And as I've said it already, we do see members of OOW right now adjusting their strategies, but they've got to be careful that they don't get picked off here. We do see Rims right now trying his best to go for the shoulder peaks here. Goes for the lair. Will he be able to get it? Nicely done onto one, and New Gen has been taken down for the count as well. We do see that members OOW's EU are going to be moving up towards the side here, so could be an opportunity for them to actually push out towards members of Myth and push back and curtail this pressure that is being applied from the side of Myth towards OOW.
So losing New Gen has really forced them to reevaluate how they want to approach this, and look at the rotations pulling in the defenders here towards that mid side. And gonna still be stacking up here, but now they got to know that something's afoot, and we're already seeing that the
30
fast
seconds
rotation coming out here. Boombarappa and company are going to be moving through A side, and I think with the destroyed tripwire, they should surely know about this. We're seeing a little bit of a delayed rotation over here. Of course, we do see that Jeff is likely to be checking out for any lurkers that are going to be coming in from the side of Myth. But now plan is down, and they are taking up the more comprehensive positions here. But Pooh is going to be able to catch the would-be flanker here from Suicide.
Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of Myth to be able to catch members of OOW trying to come out from behind. Very good, very nice indeed, coming in from Boombarappa with a 3-man kill with some really good reactions there.
Just really allowing him to elevate himself above the competition. And now Myth really firmly in the driver's seat, as really turning these split games we've been having today on their head. attackers getting the better of exchanges here, but now you looking to try and get his own, and looks like he's going to take down Mushroom, and ill-fated and pushed through the dark cover.
Very nicely done there from the side
exactly
of OOW to not only get that down and out, but also being able to get himself a weapon as well. Haby right now spots out members of Myth. Could be an opportunity for OOW to be very sneaky indeed here. There goes one, there goes two! Oh, Haby, you sneaky, sneaky, sneaky person, you.
Oh, and yeah, you gotta really be thankful to have stop, but I think that's going to be a little bit of a template for the likes of OOW to follow. But yeah, unfortunately for them, Myth, they're going to change things up yet again.
Myth plan to change this up. We do see operators being picked up on the side of OOW, and oh my goodness, this could be an A rush here. Very, very dangerous indeed, as we do see a very aggressive A rush. And the Lear has come down, and we do see Bumbarapa will be able to take down Darkies as well as Rimzel. And Jeff has been taken out by separate members of Myth. We do see OOW right now bleeding out in terms of numbers, but it's going to be you that gets taken down by Bumbarapa. And look at that, a flawless round being shown for the side of Myth. What has OOW done? Awoken a dragon? I think so, because Myth is beginning to show their fangs.
Oh, and they are looking absolutely ferocious here. Well, if we are going to go down one round, we're going to get at least a few back in return. And now with that scoreline 8-2, really showing off the fragging prowess. But Bumbarapa, he's continuing to rise tall here for the likes of Myth. 18-5. That is absolutely insane so far. But I mean, like, the rest of his teammates are not doing too badly as well. But yeah, he's really been shouldering quite a bit of the burden here.
Alright, gotta be careful. Haby right now trying to be very cheeky with his shots here, but it's got to be careful that mid has been taken control of. Upper mid as well has been smoked up pretty hard, as we do see that Sewers right now going to be rotating members of Myth onto the other side, which is going to be A. So I do think that this is going to be a very, very good spot for them to actually go for. And this could actually open up quite a bit of opportunities, but they have to go through quite a bit of facilities here, as we do see one member of the side of OOWU is going to be holding on towards the A side here. Does see about a few here, at least a lot of these players coming in, and he is just trying to bide his time here, trying to get as much information as he can. Some of the shots coming through, but Poo One Tap will be able to take him down. There goes the Sage Wall in that particular spot, and will deny some of the long range shots that could be a threat towards members of Myth.
This post-plant situation just looking, again, going to be incredibly difficult for OOW. Not sure what Jeff and Rimzel here are going to be able to do. They only have very minimal weaponry and almost no HP left here on Jeff to speak of. And yeah, I think they have to really just go back to the drawing board if they want to be able to get anything from this, because I'm not sure if they're going to be able to have the same level of attacking prowess when they switch sides, and this could be a very quick win here from Myth, and exactly what they needed to continue their ascent. Now Mugen, he is going to be able to take down Jeff, and it's not looking too good for the outcome of this match, and that's going to be another one wrapped up here nicely with a pretty little roll by Myth.
Very nice bow tied up for the side of Myth to end that round 9-2, and it seems that the streak is going to continue for the side of Myth if they keep this up. I do believe that this is going to be imperative for members of OOW to actually pick up the slack a little bit and try to bring the fight towards members of Myth. But we've seen it time and time again that members of OOW tried to bring the fight towards Myth, and they ended up scraping the floors basically with those attempts. So they've got to be very wary on how they do that. Oh, as you can see already, Myth giving the operator shot off and does not want to allow anyone from OOW to try to get across from there. So I do believe that this could be an opportunity for them to actually re-rotate onto mid, and this could also open up A for them, considering that A is relatively empty aside from that one lone Cypher.
A little bit of mind games there from the Omen of You, as now it's going to prevent Eugen from wanting to step into the inside garage in case the Omen has actually teleported over to the Cubby side. But they are going to be focusing here on that mid control before. Now they're going to actually be having a little bit more of a focus onto garage. Now you can already see that OOW, despite having the Sova on the board, they haven't been able to gather too much info, but this now might actually give way to a little bit more of a rotation onto the B side, given that they didn't detect anything with the Recon Bolt. And now we can already see his paranoia gonna actually blind all of the players here and really stunting the progress from this push, but they're still gonna come through with the Sage Wall. Rimzel here is gonna be able to get the first kill here onto Boom Barappa, and they're still moving through the smoke. The blind shot coming out from you. Rimzel picks up a second of the engagement, and now there's only left one player here from mid. It's actually going to be backing out, and this is exactly what they need to get back on track. Rimzel, he's going to pick up a 3K on the round, and that's going to be at the expense of one tap.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of OOW. That's what they need to do. They need to consider putting Myth in a situation where it favors OOW rather than taking some of these fights and defending the situations that Myth want to defend, that Myth want to attack into. So I do believe that OOW does have quite a good opportunity here to basically control a little bit of the tempo, but it could be very interesting to note that now that the sides have been swapped and it's going to be pistol rounds, who wins these next 2 to 3 rounds is going to be the determining factor of whether or not it's going to be a close round or whether or not it's going to be a relative stomp coming in from Myth.
Yeah, and this is going to be really setting the pace here for the rest of the stages here. OOW definitely want to hit the ground running just as Myth did in the first half, but now you can see a push here moving in, but the Love family here is going to be able to take down Haby as he's coming up the A ramps. Not going to be able to get him. Rotation coming out from the Heaven side down towards screens. We have all the players here from OOW going to be already on site, getting the plan down, but this retake might be deadly. 5 players still available here for the side of Myth. They might be able to get some of those good shots and maneuvers around here through the main site. They are going to move in here. They're going to spot out Darkest straight away. He goes down. They are going to repel the attack though onto the screen side, and 3 players going to fall. Now there's only one left here. Who One Tap is the only one to try and pull out from the jaws of defeat, but it's not going to happen. OOW is going to be able to claim the pistol round, and this could be exactly what they need to really try and fight back here in this tie, despite the fact that they are going to be on the attacking side.
Exactly what the doctor ordered, but oh my goodness, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Are those boomsticks, Buckies coming in from the side of Myth? I think all of them. I don't know whether this is a strat or a meme, Jay.
Well, we did see them in match number 1, and to a certain extent they did have some effect, but we saw them in the second game as well. It's not going to work out in this one here. Blue One Tap and the Love family are going to go down straight away, and wow, look at the push coming in here from OOW, and now they are going to be in with a little bit of a fortune, and they're going to be able to get a second successive plant down. But of course we did see Mushroom able to get a shotgun kill herself.
Mushroom, the only exception to the rule, of course, but we do see that OOW right now playing it very, very cheeky here. Ooh, very nicely done onto Boom Barappa here, as we do see that more and more of them are being a lot. Oh, and it seems that this could be a save here coming in. Oh, there goes one, but nope, it's not going to be enough, as Rimzel will take down Mushroom. Very, very unfortunate coming in from the side of Myth. The Bucky strats is not going to be working for them, unfortunately, but could it be that they're going to go for it again, though?
Yeah, and we can already see one being bought here, and I'm not sure, you know, how many of them are going to buy in the end. Now, of course, Mushroom did try to steal the Phantom, so they did make some progress towards, you know, using different weaponry available to them, but still, there's going to be New Gen here hanging out on the vent side of things, and see whether it can continue to slow things down mid. But we haven't seen a lot of mid play coming out from OOW. It's been all A every day here, and now they're already gonna get a little bit more information here. But Haby here is gonna be able to catch up the lone player on the B side, gonna create space there and draw the defenders away here. They're trying to actually push onto the A side at the same time, however.
Alright, we do see now that coming in from Darkest, going to go with the Shock Bolt. Will not be able to hit anything. There is going to be a bit of a focus here coming in from the side of OOW towards the B side. Newgen right now opening it up and saying, hey, there is an... Oh my goodness! Newgen coming in from the back and slaying Darkest with a shot in the back. And he's definitely to blame. Man, oh man, that was just something that I felt that was just when you see something close like that happen to you, you just kick yourself. You just kick yourself all the time.
Oh, that looked like an execution right there, and they're gonna be able to get that one. But the spike is not in their possession, and we're actually seeing that Yu is going to be traversing all the way over to B site, get the plant down, and now look at these positions that are being set up by Rimzel. And of course, this is not something that they want to push into, but yeah, they got to try and save the weapons as best as they can. Heibi, though, is actually going a little bit proactive, and oh no, he's heading towards the shotgun, and he's actually able to get one over them. The triple kill gonna be closed out here by Heibi, and adding insult to injury to Myth, and again, the shotgun's not panning out 2 rounds in a row.
Not panning out at all for Myth, and it seems that we are going to go back towards our default buy states coming in from Myth, and hopefully their luck will improve over time here. We do see that economy level that is coming in from the side of OOW is definitely improving by quite a high margin, but looking at Myth right now, it's slowly coming to fruition that members of OOW are catching up.
And they're doing it by stacking more on A side, more than not so far that we've seen in these rounds, but they're not going to be too aggressive straight off the bat here. They're going to start rotating a couple of players here from the sewer side and just offer a little bit more presence in the middle of the park. But now they're going to try and go for that concerted push. Sage going to be watching things here from B Heaven, actually going to be putting up that preemptive wall with the nerf. You have to kind of do that, but oh, it looks like Newgen taking advantage, able to get the 2K there. And Rimzel finally able to trade it back, but damage is done. This is going to be a man advantage, definitely in Myth's favor. And with the wall still in place, they're rotating around to the other side. Poo one tap is going to be able to shut down Jeff. And it's looking a little bit more dire for OOW. They look set to lose their first round here on the attacking side.
Very unfortunate for the side of OOW here. Could be an opportunity for the side of Myth to scramble the economy. Not to say scramble the economy, to scramble the cadence
30 seconds left.
OOW has been playing at. They are playing at a pretty good pace here in the attacking rounds. However, it seems that Myth right now is pretty much adamant at controlling these situations. But we do see there has been a plant there. Poo one tap goes for the Lear. Will he be able to take down anyone? Buburapa will be able to take down Rimzel, but Darkies takes down Buburapa, and it's going to be 1-1. One tap takes him down, will be able to get the defuse without much struggle in this turn, and it seems that the defenders, Myth, are going to get closer and closer to victory with this win.
And that's their first win on the defensive half, and it's come at a great time here. Going to pile more pressure back onto OOW at this very awkward juncture, and you always see your opponent on the double digits in terms of round wins, and you're going to be sweating under the collar. But let's not forget, despite the fact that it was a round win for Myth, they only had 1 surviving player, so very expensive round for them. You can still see that their economy is not looking too good. Full buy, again, going to be coming out from OOW, and they're still stacking here on the A side.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of Myth, and as well OOW stacking towards the A side. A little bit of extended fight there, but Poo one tap will be able to walk away from it. Rimzel right now takes down the Love family. Very nicely done to get that trade. However, we do see that the resurrection is going to come in from the side of Myth, keeping them the man advantage.
Oh, but they're starting to press forward here. Yu is going to be able to spray through the smoke here and Nugent going to be biting the dust here. It's a 3-on-4 situation. The Love family taking down Darkest. They are trying to get a bit more angles here from the Heaven side of things. There's a player in Hell that could offer a little bit more of a sticky point here, but there's going to be the ramps present extinguish here. Rimzel biting the dust. There is going to start to be a slow envelop here, but they are running out of time. Currently, the screens push is coming here, but Jeff, he's going to be good. He's going to take down 2. He's not going to be able to take down the 3rd. Mushroom here coming in for the defuse, and not too certain. Should have enough time to work with Myth. Gonna get consecutive round wins, and they needed that. Their economy would have been in tatters otherwise.
Yeah, economy is very important, especially in a first-person shooter game like this, whereby your loadout is very important indeed, as well as the utilities that you bring out. So, hats off to Myth for being able to salvage and get themselves out from a very tight spot, whereas OOW right now is definitely feeling the pressure here, as Myth is going to be pushing on towards, as Myth is going to be giving quite a more spread out spot. But what's really interesting is the fact that when you look at B, very proactive indeed in terms of the Omen pushing it out and may actually go for a long range look. We do see that A right now is going to be where all of the action is going to be. We do see that the Love family was able to take down AB. Position has been revealed for the side of OOW, and it's going to be a very tough time for the side of Myth and for the side of OOW to actually get back into it. We do see that there is going to be a bit of a retake situation here coming in for the side of Myth. 2 for 2, as both of them are going to be fighting it out, but they've got to be very wary that they don't get spotted out. Oh! Jeff Van Bao will be able to take that much too, and Darkest will be able to take that Boomba Burapa and get a little bit more of a credits as well. OOW with the much needed win.
Mushroom getting a little bit too over anxious in the screen's position right there. Actually just had to really just watch the angle, not give away too much position. Of course, when you start firing a little bit more, then that's going to, of course, allow Darkest to know that it's going to be open to shoot him. No, sorry, actually it's going to be Jeff. But I think when you know, they know that the plant hasn't gone down, they don't have to really try and rush it too much. The onus is definitely going to be onto OOW, and in turn, they're going to be able to take the round. And surprise, surprise, they're moving through the A main side of things yet again. But it's only pistols here for Myth. They're trying to do what they can, but the Love family, he's going to be the first to fall behind the default position. And now with the dark cover onto screens, it's going to be a little bit difficult here. But Poo One Tap is ready. The shotguns are out once again. Eugen gets one here, and might see another one coming here pretty soon from the Reyna.
Very nicely done here for the side of Myth, trying to be able to get some advantages in this situation, and it seems that OOW already has lost one man as well as Myth, so there's going to be more multiple layers being thrown out from the side of Myth to be able, from the side of OOW, from the side of OOW to basically get off, but Poo One Tap getting off that beautiful headshot onto Haby, but it's going to be OOW that walks away the winner in this 19th round, Jay.
Man, and looking at this comeback is real, coming out from only one word, and it's always been A as well. You know, there's been not much. Well, I mean, there's certain bits of creativity that we did see in some of the earlier rounds, but by large and by far, I think they've been really trying to push this weakness being shown by Myth Attitude. They haven't been able to put a stop to any of these pushes here, and now they have waited 3 players down the A side. 2 tripwires going to be expended here onto that A main side, but it can easily be cleared by Darkest with his shock dart.
Well, we do see that coming in from the side of Myth, they are going to be hunkered down quite aggressively towards the A side here. We do see that one member of Myth is still over towards B, as we do see that the rotation is going to be coming in, and we do see Hunter's Fury there coming off towards members of Myth. Not a very good start for members of Myth, as OOW right now poised to take away another win, their 9th win of the 20th round here, and this could be of the 19th round, excuse me, this could be a very, very good way for members of OOW to actually even out the playing field and level it out. But Rimzel right now taking down Rimzel. Mushroom has been taken down by Rimzel. Very nicely done here as Rimzel looking towards getting some of these exchanges and trying to benefit his team overall, as they are going to be on the defensive side, whereas members of Myth are going to be the ones that have to be proactive and steal it away. But it might not be the case here, as both of them are looking to save.
Right now, probably Mushroom could have been, you know, taking a little bit more of a passive position to catch exit kills, for example. But yeah, really throwing away the weapon there and giving the ult point, of course, to OOW. Now, they are still in the lead, but it's only by 2 points. So every little bit is going to matter quite significantly here. Now, of course, they do have a semi-decent buy here. It's still going to be a little bit stretched. We're actually seeing VALORANT family resorting to taking a judge here, and they're looking to get all up close and personal. They know that the adjustments are going to be made here by Myth, and they're going to really try and take advantage of that. But yeah, we're not actually seeing the Darkest clear out the utility. Let's see if he's going to be changing things up now.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how that's going to be working out on the side of Myth. It doesn't seem really good, the fact that members of OOW were able to steal 3 away from the side of Myth. And look at that. 2 members are really down from the count. The family will be able to take up quite a bit here. And Myth, from out of nowhere, 3 kills for the Love family. The judge is the jury, is the executioner in this situation, Jay.
Oh my goodness, Myth, they are the team that we're going to be associating shotguns with the most, I think, throughout this tournament. As you know, that multi-kill there was absolutely sublime, really cleaning house, and that has actually changed their approach now for OOW. We see that Myth now on map point. They have to try and defend this, but it's going to be a potential split push here. 3 players stacked up on the garage side, and actually going to get the first pick here. Pooh one tap, not conditioned to actually facing any opponents there. It's going to be in a bit of a predicament. Mushroom actually rotating over and getting the wall up in time, but yeah, we're not seeing any lightning pushes coming out from OOW.
I would like to see OOW right now be a little bit more proactive in terms of taking advantage of the one-man down that Myth is experiencing right now. This could be an opportunity for them to basically even out, and this could be an opportunity for them to just be very sneaky about it and be able to move through. But I do like the fact that the Sage on the side of Myth was able to close down that entryway with a barrier orb from towards into B side, so that actually takes away quite a bit of options for the side of OOW.
Newgen, he's not fooled. He's going to hang out here, but he's got 2 players to worry about. He couldn't decide who to hit here with the Blade Storm, and he's not going to get either of them, but it doesn't matter here. We're still going to be having 3 more players here, all pushing there onto B site. They're going to be able to take that. And we're seeing quite the comeback coming out here. And of course, with their backs against the wall, the Ela family here is going to be able to change to the Vandal just in the nick of time. And just going to be saving the op here, but not getting away here. Rimzel is going to punish him, and he's going to be able to pick it up himself. So this is OOW, and could we be heading towards our first overtime game? Only 2 points away here for OOW.
Very interesting indeed here, coming in for Myth. Considering that they lost that one out, this is going to be a very interesting game. One mistake from OOW could be the determining factor in this situation. When we look at Myth right now, they have done everything right. Not to say everything right, excuse me, let me rephrase that. They've done quite a lot of things right to be able to get that 12 points that they have so hardly earned. However, looking at how OOW has been operating, Boomburapa will be able to take down Heibi now, and we do see that that's going to be a very, very good start on the side of Myth. Myth right now with the 5-man advantage compared to the 4-man that OOW possesses is going to feel a little bit of fire underneath their feet.
Oh, but the man advantage is going to be stacked over here on the A side. 4 players now. We are seeing Mushroom starting starting to move over towards B. Now, they did, of course, lose their player here on the B side, but they are going to be seeing about stacking up here. But Boom Barappa, he's going to be wise of this. Paranoia coming out. He's going to actually get all of them. He gets the double kill straight off the back. Now, only 2 players trying to push through here, but Yu is going to be able to take him down. But it's 2 on 4, 1 on 4, and it looks like the shotgun here is going to have the final say. Mushroom cleaning house, and OOW with their comeback. It's not meant to be, as Myth is going to be able to take this 13-10.
Well, it's a very, very unfortunate. For those of you who love comebacks, it's rather unfortunate to note that members of OOW will not be able to realize the comeback, whereas Myth, though they had some moments that were a little bit heart-stopping for them, and that were pretty close to ending their reign at winning this game, I feel like it wasn't meant to be for the side of OOW. However, I think we still have one more final game left after this, our last game of the day, and I guess that's going to be enough from me, Hound, and him, Play of the J. We are going to pass it off towards our analyst panel. Take it away, guys.
Tired of being told to get good, just clicking on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a picture, screenshot, or video of you doing today's AimLab #Royal Challenge at ePulseGaming for a chance of winning one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is my personal favorite, the Grid Shot Ultimate. 60 seconds, 3 targets on screen to even beat my high score. Make sure you tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to tweet at ePulseGaming using the #Royal Challenge to enter. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, and practice that precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the panel. We're here in the Royal SEA Cup, a tournament created by ePulse, part of the Ignition series. We're watching some great Valorant, and we're the last series of the day. In case you're lost, that's the roadmap for today. My name is Mr. Alpha Plus. Joining me as we started the day, we're going to end it as well.
Yeah.
Same panel. It's Mr. Yololi and Zero.
What up, guys? Hope you guys are having a really great night, because it has been an amazing day. A lot of action packs for sure. But before we talk a little bit about the game for sure, I'm just going to react one thing, which is pretty much like, woo! That judge play, seriously. That judge play. Okay, now coming down.
Before we talk about the game, because I do want to talk about the game, but we will be talking to our viewers, guys. If you haven't followed the tournament, and you're like, there's too many numbers, group stages, everyone's fighting each other, I can't keep up. It's okay. That's my role, literally. I have no other job here. So let me recap what happened. Because Myth actually wins the first match of the series, even if they win or lose the second one, because they've already won another previous best of 2, 2-0. They will be advancing as the second team, together with, of course, AAA, which, yeah, that's a given, right? And they will be eliminating both OOW,
as well as
Ambu.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking. Ambu and OOW. So even though Ambu has won only one series, because they've only taken those 2 games and they've lost every other game, we already know the 2 winners of Group A.
Yes.
But we now know the conclusion. How did we come to this conclusion? Leonard, please, I know that you're excited to talk about the game, so tell me.
Oh, I mean, at first it started off with Myth having a really great start, and following then they started having a really great tempo as well, literally leading the score all the way up to 92 if you guys was watching it as well. But after that, out of nowhere, right after the games, OOW was just like, hey, you know what, it's time for us to step up, and they did. They slowly came back. Both Reina, I'm just gonna say both Reina players on both the team, exceptional, seriously. But what really turned things around was pretty much the second last round, where the Love family who was the Cypher, stepped up. I thought the game was over because they forced by,
Yeah.
and if they were to die in that round, that's pretty much it. They will be broke for the next following round. They probably will have like they probably will be able to get themselves like a couple of stingers or specters, but it's not, or buckies maybe, but it's not going to be enough to go toe to toe with rifles, vandals, or operators.
Yeah.
But in this case, when they push towards that B, majority of the members started falling down. But the Love family, he stepped up. He got the judge, and he judged three members of OOW, and I'm like, yo, that is the highlight. That literally saved Myth by a long shot. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think this game, this first map of the best of 2 series is a very good example of why you should get, on the strong side, you need to get a momentum. You need to get enough, you need to be able to get the suggested or the best amount of the rounds you need.
Yes.
Right? You can't end the first half 9-3, where 3 being on the stronger side. You can't have 3 points as a defender, because that just makes your attacking side so much harder to play. And that's what OW ended up with. It was 9-3 scoreline, and even though they stepped up later on, that was just way too late. They had to step up midway of the first half and maybe make it a 6-6, make it closer, because that's just gonna make your life a lot easier in the second half. But if your point differential was just way too much, it's gonna make your second half really full of pressure, and there's just too many things going on for you to actually play the game.
Yeah, exactly. And like, just a really amazing fact. Like, we were just talking about like in the previous game between Anbu and AAA, right? We were just saying like, all right, it's all about the mentality. It's always trying to even if you're about to go down with a fight, go down gracefully, go down, put up as much of a not to say a struggle, but try to strive for the win. Try to get as many points as possible. And that game was just a clear example of just giving your all. Even if you're having your back against the wall, they never gave up. And they have a beautiful score, by the way, for
That's
that
true.
first game.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to say, now, if you actually, let's move on to, let's talk about Zero's points a bit more, because this pressure was not just shown in the game itself, right? The pressure that OW was not just in the scoreline of the game, but it's the last match of the day.
Yes, exactly.
You need to perform. Like, there was no more there was no room for mistakes anymore.
Yes.
And the thing you could kind of tell, right? OW, it seemed like they actually performed better when it seemed like everything was lost, because they had nothing else. They're like, yeah, might as well win now. It's whatever, right? We literally can only go up from here.
Yeah.
But it was, as you mentioned, a bit too late, right? Maybe it has to do a bit with the deciding match for them being the last match of the day.
Maybe, yeah. Fatigue does come into play. They've played the the second series of the day,
Yes.
and now they're playing the last one.
Yes.
So fatigue maybe does come into play, especially such long days.
Yep.
Yeah, but as competitive players, they have to prepare about this. These are how tournaments run.
Yes.
That's true. In fact, OW actually was one of the teams that today they were coming in, and I can actually share this, but they were coming in and they were saying, like we had not very much prepared. We've been playing, a lot of the other tournaments. I don't know if we can play today because we were feeling incredibly tired. Like they were telling us in the morning, right? This because of course when it comes to scheduling these kind of tournaments, sometimes the schedule doesn't reach the players in time. There's issues, whatever happens, and they were saying like, I don't know, guys, we are feeling quite tired today. I don't know if we can play at our best, which might have affected them, right?
Yeah.
Especially if your last match is now, this is 12 for them too.
Yeah.
They have the same time zone as we do. They want to go home as much as we do, and they can't because they got to keep playing that game, and that probably gets to you at the end.
Definitely does.
Yeah, fatigue and everything is definitely a lot of things that comes to mind. A lot of factors when it comes down to anything. It doesn't just involve esports, but even like other competitions or sports related. Fatigue has always been one of the major issues that most of the players will be facing inside this competition. But either way, even if it's the last game, they gave their all, and I'm really satisfied with this. So literally, long live esports, that kind of thing.
All right, Fred. Okay, that little positive route. So this might have been the last meaningful game, but we still have one more game in this series, of course, and they can still bring it back. Not necessarily bring it back for the points, not necessarily bring it back so they can stay in the tournament, but bring it back for honor. And that's the most important thing you can play for right now, right? Everything is off the table. You're relieved. You know the result.
Yeah.
There's no pending prediction. And this means that you can actually just give it your all and play a good game of Valorant. As if it was a script. Use it for practice. And that's what we're going to see. So please stay tuned for our last game of the series. Our last game of the day is Myth versus OOW. Only one word. And hopefully that word is going to be victory. Let's see what the casters have to say about this wonderful matchup.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup and welcome to Group A. We're going to be looking a little bit closer at these teams, what to expect from them, and ultimately who's going to be pushing on towards the playoffs and maybe even win the whole thing. The group stages are a round robin best of 2, so there is opportunity for draws to come in, so we should expect to see some pretty close games with all of the teams. The first team to highlight and certainly favourites for the group are Attack All Around. This is a team that comes from Thailand and they have some really good consistent performances, getting to the final in 2 big tournaments from the region. The first they won the Africa TV Asia Invitational Summer and they beat out good rivals I suppose, HQ Esports 2-0 pretty dominantly in the finals. I mean the scores were 13-7 and 13-5 on Bind and Ascent respectively, so that's a really solid performance. Unfortunately, they couldn't follow up at the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open, where they got to the finals again, played up against AHQ again, but this time lost 3-2 in a best of 5. All of these maps were pretty close. The team hasn't played in many tournaments since, but it is safe to assume that this team is a firm favourite for getting out of groups and even maybe getting to their 3rd final out of 3 big tournaments. In any case, this is certainly a team to keep an eye on. The second team I wanted to talk about was Anbu Elite Gaming. This is a team from the Philippines, and to be honest, we don't really have that much gameplay nor info on the team and the agents that they like to play. The only real result that we have from other bigger tournaments is that they failed to qualify for the Philippines team in the CGA Pacific Open. They lost out to MOTV in the finals of those qualifiers, but MOTV went out in groups, and one of those teams was Attack All Around. So that's not really a good look from Anbu Elite Gaming, but we just have not really seen them play. But with the other competition in this group, it's going to be really tough for them to make an impression. But if they do get out of groups, this is certainly a team to surprise. We just have to wait and see on that front. Team number 3 is only one word. This team came 3rd in the CGA Pacific Open, and that feat is made even more impressive when you hear that they came through the Hong Kong qualifiers. And they did lose out only to HQ Esports, who then won the whole tournament as I mentioned previously. So much like Attack All Around, this is a team that you expect to see do big things, and again why I don't expect to see much from Anbu Elite Gaming when you look at these other teams in this group. And finally, we have the team that came through to qualify for this group, Made in Thailand Attitude. 2 guesses where this team hails from. The team originally went by the name of Thailand Attitude until they were signed by Myth, Made in Thailand. It's a roster that hasn't lost any games whilst they've been a part of this signed team, but to be fair, they've played much smaller tournaments. When they played in CGA, they were Thailand Attitude. They got to the playoffs, but unfortunately lost in the quarterfinals to Attack All Around. So there's a lot of grudge matches in this group. Specifically, this is a team that looked really good during their groups but failed to find that form during playoffs. But seeing it's been a large chunk of time since then, this is another team that could do pretty well if given a chance. This is how Group A looks. Only 2 teams will qualify towards playoffs, and I do think it's a clear-cut Attack All Around, only one word if I'm to give my predictions, but of course a lot of stuff can happen. But regardless, we're no doubt going to have some pretty good games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for our final map of the day, and we're looking forward to bringing you more action here at the Royal Sea Cup. I'm Play the J, he's the Hound, and we got one final map for you on Ascent. And Hound, what do you think is going to be transpiring here on our very first last matchup of the day?
Well, honestly, I would hope to see a 1-1 coming in for OOW because I think they really need it.
Yep.
They really need it. But looking at Myth as well, there were some moments within them defending that wasn't exactly up to par comparatively. I felt like they were a little bit more comfortable being being on the attacking side rather than the defending side. Whether or not that is going to ring true for this second map, which is Ascent, that was picked by OOW, is going to be a very interesting factor, because the fact remains that for the second map, the pickoff for defense was taken up by Myth.
Yep.
So could this ring true? Could this be a case of, all right, let's defend it all the way, and then at one point when we attack, we just try to steamroll them all the way to the end? That could be a thing as well. But at the same time, no team wants to actually lose out on the defense or on the attacking side and then wait for the swap to basically navigate a very, very high differential in terms of points. So I believe that this is a make or break for OOW, and I can feel the urgency. I can sense that sense of urgency for them, mainly because that they really need to tie this out.
Yeah, I think they really want to be able to show it to the fans. Being able to take a map here. Now, of course, here in Group A, we've been having some very weird games today. Split. Usually very defender-sided. We've seen attack being more prevalent in terms of the overall success. But Ascent, though, maybe not as defender-sided as you might typically see, but definitely tends to land a little bit more here towards the defensive side, taking it. So Myth, of course, they're going to pick this side first, as they do want to try close things out nice and quickly. They want to exactly give OOW a last chance here in this very final match. And I think looking at the lineups here, seeing just a few changes here coming out from the previous map. OOW is still going to be bringing the Sova this time, but they are actually going to take Brimstone, I do see.
Ooh, I think this is going to be a very good choice here coming in for the side of OOW. Brimstone does have quite a bit of area denial with his Incendiary as well as his Orbital Strike, which I feel could be a very, very good thing for OOW to deny whatever whatever defuse that could come in for the side of Myth. Some really good choices here being made from the side of OOW to actually push into it, but we do see that Rimsey will be able to take first blood on the side of Mushroom. Myth right now, one-man disadvantage. We do see the Love family right now trying to get into the B side here. Some of the shots going off. Rimsey takes down New Gen, 2 down for the side of Myth, and immediately goes for the plant of OOW. OOW right now holding on, and it's going to be the retake for the side of Myth.
Oh, smokes, mollies, everything delaying here, but finally Myth going to get onto B side here, and look at the double kill there with the super shorty there. Boom, Barappa is going to be able to claim that. Poo One Tap gets another one himself, but Rimsel here, he's going to actually claim 4 kills on the round. Poo One Tap gets another. It's a 1v1 situation here, but he's still got the spike to defuse, and this is looking like an impossible task here for Poo One Tap. No easy way to get to him, but he's going to be able to clean out that final player. Now just has to cry and get the defuse off. Not sure there's enough time. Oh, 1.23 seconds, and that's going to be Myth bringing that from the jaws of defeat right there. And Poo One Tap with the 3K gonna be doing one for his team.
Poo One Tap just goes to show that 3-man kill, turning it around in his favor, definitely schooled OOW to not be too confident in the take of the site, as we do see that Myth was very expert in how they were able to retake the site. Now, in terms of the buys here coming in from both these teams, a rather interesting buys from some of these teams, mainly because that I think maybe a lot of half buys from the side of OOW, as Myth were able to actually, I think I did see at least 1 or 2 Arises being picked up and a few Spectres here for the side of Myth. So that is going to add a little bit of DPS, capabilities for them. Ooh, the Ares now being picked up. Very, very interesting indeed here for the side of Myth going up against, for the side of OOW. Myth right now holding on and may actually try to stall out this push that's coming in from the side of OOW.
But it's going to be well telegraphed. Look at the double stack here in Gardens. They're going to continue to drop down the dark cover over onto the A short. This is actually going to deter OOW from pushing any further. They're going to continue to transition through the mid side of things down towards the B lobby. So this might be the time there to rotate back. Now we did see the Sova rotated for Myth all the way over towards the A ramp side, but I think they're going to be aware of what is going to be up here. They don't see anyone in the middle of the park, so they're going to be well aware this push coming through here. Now we are going to see the smoke coming down from the Jet. They're running back, not going to yield too much here, but New Jet is going to get taken down anyways here by you getting 2 players there in that exchange. And now this is opening things up. Heibi here, he's going to strike back as well as Boom Barappa, just not able to get into the site at all, getting stuck on market. And now who wants that? He's going to be caught in the corner here. The dink not going to be enough from Heibi, and Darkus going to clean things up. It's now we're going to see it 1-1 apiece, and that's a good round here for OW to strike one back straight away.
I like my bread toasted, and I love the fact that there was quite a bit of follow-up that came for the side of OOW, because man, oh man, it is as great as toasted bread. We do see now that coming in for the side of Myth, they are going to be stacking up towards B, and I do feel that that is going to be a very wise choice. It has been a very good push towards B from the side of OOW, and this could be a very revealing factor here. We do see now that the recon bolt, has been dropped down. Smokes as well from the sky, so sky smokes are going to be dropped down as well from the side of OOW towards pushing into this mid spot here. But we do see Heibi right now taking out Boom Burappa. Very good choice that could actually pay off for the side of OOW.
Oh, and the Omen usually having quite a bit of stall capability, but Boom Barappa, he's going to be taken out before he can use any of it there. And oh, look at the shots coming out from Heibi, but Heibi not able to stand against the Sheriff here. Jeff going to be able to get some revenge, but Nugent, now he's moving in with a shotgun, able to land here. And again, we're seeing the audacity from Myth here to bring the shotguns, but hey, if they work, you're not going to stop bringing them here. But it does look like Nugent, he's trying to take this heaven position here. You still using those shock darts to great effect as he's going to be backing things up. Spike already planted though, and he's going to continue to be an absolute pest, and he's forced to back out here to avoid getting wallbanged through the floor.
Very nicely done here. Darkus goes for the double and will be able to win this round. Another round 1 for the side of OOW, and this is going to be a very good start for OOW. They needed this, and I believe that this could be an opportunity for the side of OOW to cinch it out. But remember, this is just before the swap, so this could be a very revealing in terms of how OOW holds on towards this map of Ascent. So we do see that coming in for the side of Myth, they have been rather splintered in terms of their defenses. We do see that one member of Myth, normally that is going to be the Jet or either the Cypher, is going to be lurking on and going to go trying to basically rotate from one point to the other. But there is going to be another focus towards B side here, as we do see some of the fire coming in, trying to stop whatever push that's coming through. And it's going to be Heibi that takes down Love Family with a beautiful tap to the wall. But Mushroom takes down with a pump and a dump onto Heibi.
Oh, that's going to be a nice little turn of events here in favor of Myth. They're going to get a series of kills there, but Jeff finally able to get one back. But there's only going to be 2 of them left. I'm not sure this is really going to work out. And currently, you and Jeff, they're going to be quite scattered away from each other. But he's actually transitioning through mid. Going to be taking down that route to A short. See whether he can get the plant well. We, of course, see that this is going to be a bit of repositioning for Jeff. Not being too hesitant, I dare say. And he's actually going to get picked off there from spawn. And now this is going to be quite a systematic retake, and I'm not sure what they can do, but 2 of the players here from Myth are on low HP, so that could be something that can still be dealt with here. But Yu's going to get the surprise kill there, but Mushroom going to be able to catch him out, and Myth going to be tying up the score once again.
Very nicely done here, coming in for the side of Myth. Being able to tie up the score is definitely going to help them with the economy as well. So it's definitely going to even things out between themselves as well as OOW, as you can see already. But you definitely enjoying quite a bit of credits here comparatively. We do see that there could be full buys here from both teams. We do see an operator onto Haby, so that's going to be a thing in this round as well as New Gen. So we might actually watch out for some of these operator shots that could come towards either the mid side or maybe towards B side, where it could be of greater use, because this could be a very, very dangerous and precarious situation for OOW to push into. We do see info gathering is happening right now. The Owl drone has been pushed out, but we do see Paranoia being pushed out. Booburapa, oh, the pump and dump onto Haby.
I'm not sure if Haby should have been the one to go poking through the dark cover, and that's your operator down on the ground. So OOW have to try and think how they want to approach this. They managed to pick it back up. Yu is going to be utilizing it, hopefully to the best of his ability here. But 3 players already stacked here in A, but the smoke's coming down. Booburapa forced to fall back here, but this is not going to actually transpire just yet. They're still parked outside of A main, but now Flame Wall is coming up here. Booburapa is going to be able to surprise him. Jeff is going to take him down. Now you will see them ingress on the site. They're going to take down the Heaven Presence. Eugen, though, from Tree, he's actually going to get some decent shots off. He takes down one player. He's going to take down you as well. Not able to use his operator to similar effect, but now there's only going to be Darkest left here on site, and seemingly going to be a very tall task for him to try and deal with the ever-looming presence coming down on towards him. He's got nowhere to go, just hiding behind the box. Eugen is going to be able to finish off the final blow here, and Myth, they are going to be moving to that 3-2 lead.
3-2 lead for the side of Myth. OOW right now has got to pick up the socks just a little bit to catch up here. In terms of economy, it's still relatively even across the board between these two teams, and in terms of kills as well, relatively even for both the teams. So I do believe that coming in for Myth and OOW is anyone's game thus far. But the determining factor could be who gets the lead next and who will be able to get some of these swaps off, because we do see that there's going to be a stack towards B here. There goes the shock dart, will not be able to hit anyone yet, so we do see that Mushroom right now is going to be holding on towards it. There goes one little tap, 2 little tap onto Ribzel as well as Haby. Could that be a third, baby? Show me a third. Show me the money, and nope, it's not going to land. Oh no, there goes 3. Is he going to go for 4? Nope, it's going to be denied from you.
Oh, you gonna be able to make him sit back down, but at what cost? So many of the team members here from OOW not surviving, and that's Mushroom gonna be able to deal that final touch. And yeah, I think this is really not worked out, trying to really force the issue onto the B main. Myth, they're looking pretty good to continue to build on their economy, and you can already see them banking up quite a hefty sum, and this is actually forcing OOW to go for sheriffs here, and quite a desperate bid, I would dare say, to see if they can damage the economy sufficiently, and who knows, maybe even take something from this round. They're stacking up here on the A main side of things here, but it looks like operator shot's going to miss here for New Gen, not able to take advantage, and the smoke going to be denied further line of sight.
New Gen definitely going very aggressive today. Booburapa will be able to take down 2 before he gets taken up by you in reply. So we do see New Gen right now holding on towards boxes here. Could be a very interesting factor, as we do see that the location has been revealed towards the side of Myth. Oh, there goes 1. There goes another Hunter's Fury. Will there be a third that lands onto him? Nope, it's not going to happen here. A bounce goes off towards a U and goes for the shock ball. Will not be able to hit anyone. 2 members for the side of OOW survive here with Myth 4 in their pockets.
Oh, look how little HP Poo One Tap has, and they has to thank I think one of the shock darts a little bit earlier on for that here, but Mushroom is waiting here with New Gen to really unleash the pain here, and you can't even get across the gap here. Darkest as well, just no more utility to help them cross the divide, and Myth, they're gonna take another round here. It seems like OOW not having a lot of ideas. Last round is pretty much just an A main push. The round before that was a B main push, and really not looking to stretch
Myth as much as they could. I think Myth is definitely one of those teams that, given the right amount of information or you fake enough through utility and through presence, you're going to force out those rotations, and it's definitely going to allow OOW to get some better attempts on the site.
Well, we do see here coming in from the side of OOW, they are going to go, from the side of Myth. There is going to be an exchange here between you as well as, between Myth and OOW, each of them taking out one member here. AB right now with the operator trying to get as much information and trying to get as much leeway as he can to take down one member for the side of Myth. There goes the flash. Goes and runs it back to the side of Rimzel. Could be an opportunity for him to actually go down here, as we do see that there is one member of Myth that is going to be very cheeky indeed here. Goes for some crazy sprays, but nope, will be taken out by Havey. Very well done indeed. Could be another big opportunity for the side of OOW to score this one out. Smokes have been dropped down. Actually, the Optimus Strike has been dropped down to try to slow down the push that is coming from the side of Myth. Myth right now clustered into one spot.
Oh, but this is a bit precarious. Havey here, just in the red HP. Going to be hanging back with the operator. But oh, look at the dart. It's going to be able to spot out Darkus, and the wallbang is going to follow close behind. Only one player left. Mugen is going to be able to take down his counterpart. And Myth, they look imperious right now. And that retake going to be quite systematic and by the numbers for them. Now, let's also not forget that Mushroom was able to get the initial pick and the intel through the Hunter's Fury, as I think he just went for the blind ult straight out off the start of the game there, and that really allowed them to identify the pressure. And Darkus even being forced to use the ultimate just in a bit here to stave off a little bit of pressure, but Havey here seemingly AFK for a moment.
Well, we do see that coming in from the side of OOW. Very interesting pickups here coming in from the side of OOW. Going to go towards the mid side again where the courtyard is. So this could be a very, very precarious situation. Lear has been destroyed here. Very good change there coming in from the side of AB to be able to get that trade off. Some shots there being exchanged from Boompurupa as well as Havey. And oh my god, Boompurupa will be able to take down Havey. Rimzel takes down Boompurupa as well. But we do see Newgen with the tap onto Jeff Van Bao.
Oh, and this push through mid going down towards A short side. There is only going to be Newgen in heaven to try and hang out with this, but he has to be careful. Rimzel is actually going to be moving around the side towards ramps. Might be able to spot him out, but he's not quite looking there. The Bladestorm going to be working to great effect here for Newgen, catching him out there. Mushroom also holding the angle here with the Odin. It's going to be able to mow him down, and oh, no chance there. Newgen's going to be able to catch out Darkus, seemingly unawares, going to be lulled into that false sense of security by his Sky Smoke.
Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of Myth to even the round. To be able to score another big win for themselves. And I did like the fact that the Odin on Mushroom just now was just excessively sprayed towards members of OOW. Just deny that, but hands off has got to go towards Newgen just now with some seriously good Bladestorm plays.
Yeah, and really just creating a lot of space and able to take down those decisive fights, and not something that OOW could really contend with. Now, seems as though they're back to some of their very one-dimensional pushes here, but one-dimensional is going to gain them quite a bit of ground in this instance here. They're going to get 2 kills straight away. The Love family going to be able to take down Jeff, but now it looks like Havey, he's going to use his own Bladestorm, not to the same level of efficacy as we saw coming out from Newgen. Only going to get 1 before he gets taken down. They are going to hold things here by the generator side of things. The plant going down, but it's not going to sustain all that much longer. No sooner did they put it down than did the remaining members here from Myth able to clear things out.
10 rounds already in the books as we head to our 11th round of the evening today. So I do believe that this is going to be a very, very interesting factor towards the side of Myth as well as OOW. They've been able to basically hold on and defend what most of the pushes from round 3 onwards that were coming in towards them from members of OOW. So I do believe that OOW has got to be very, very, very wary on how they want to be pushing it to B, because if it isn't working in B, then they maybe have to be considerate of other types of movements. Ooh, Nugent onto Ivy, Poo one tap onto the other, and another one by Nugent. The double operators putting in the work.
Absolutely wrecking this buy round coming out from OOW. What can they do to extend the flood here? But it's not a whole lot. Yu is going to be able to take one down. Mushroom though will get the trade. And looking at that, defenders here are going to be taking it again. And not a lot that was done there to really stem the tide. There's a triple operator setup that is being teased here at the moment. Not sure if they are going to follow through with that, but I think that would be the first time that we see something like that happen today. And, you know, with Myth feeling confident as they are right now, you know, hey, they feel as though they don't even need to do a retake anymore.
Very interesting indeed here from Mushroom. Deciding to actually buy a whole load of weapons here, drop it off onto B, so he will just be able to just drop it and pick up rather than having to reload. But I don't know whether or not that's going to be a very efficient way of playing. But we do have to see how members of Myth now are really pushing out very aggressive indeed here, coming in from the side of Myth. Oh, Jeff Bond will be able to take down Burapa. Poo one tap takes down Rimzel, as well as a Nugent take down Jeff Van Bao. With the operators, as we do see, there is a ruthless efficacy that comes in from the side of Myth, and the ability to just basically push out and get the one taps. Darkest being able to reply onto Mushroom with a tap to the head himself.
Only Darkest and Yu who are going to be left here in this game, but it looks like Nugent, he's got other ideas. He's going to take down Darkest straight away. Now Yu, he's been doing quite a bit of the heavy lifting here for OOW, but is it enough? Right now he is facing a ton of issues here, as really he has to try and get this plant down. But we're seeing
30 seconds left.
Quite a bit of overlapping sets of fire over here on the spawn side for the defenders. Kind of just waiting to see what happens, and I don't think that Yu has any clue what is going down in the Myth camp.
Very interesting indeed here. Yu right now going to go for the plant and put the spike down to the ground, and immediately the sound cues coming in from the side of Myth is definitely going to open it up for them. Good Lear there coming in, but it's not going to be revealing of anything. Oh, there goes the Nugent onto Yu, and Yu gets taken down for the count, and there we go. A pretty easy defuse here coming in from the side of Myth.
And that is 9 rounds in a row to close out the half. 10-2. So Myth really delivering here on the defender side of the map. And yeah, this is again looking like a real tall order. And this is a bit of deja vu when we consider the first map that we had as well. Myth streaking to quite the lead. But look at how long ago it's